Old Madame Cui quickly replied, "Yes, she's at home." She was just about to go out. Madame Cui knew that farming folks had a hard life. Sometimes, just a day of plowing could leave them too tired to move at night. A good rest often meant sore backs and aching waist. Hearing the noise, Jang Xi Luo came over and asked, "Aunt Niu?" Aunt Niu was their former neighbor when they lived in a small fenced yard. Although she was a bit talkative normally, she was very caring when it mattered. When Cui Hejin borrowed red sugar, she not only lent it but also kindly advised her on what to watch out for. Later, although she returned the red sugar, she also sent over some delicious food a few times. Whenever there was something going on at home, Aunt Niu would come eagerly to help. They often kept in touch. But normally, Aunt Niu was carefree and lively. She had never seen her cry like this, her eyes slightly swollen. Old Madame Cui said, "Your Aunt Niu's husband Liu was injured while plowing and hurt his arm. She wants you to go and check on him." Jang Xi Luo put down her basket and said, "Aunt Niu, let's go. I'll go and see." Niu looked grateful and said, "Xi Luo, thank you, sister." "Don't mention it, sister. We're all from the same village. When there's trouble, everyone helps each other." The village had honest, simple people. Though they liked gossip, most were kind-hearted and friendly. Before she came to Donghe village, when the Cui family had issues, the villagers also helped eagerly. She appreciated that very much. Yes, yes. Niu thought to herself that at first, they had gossiped behind Xi Luo's back, which was really wrong. But seeing how beautiful, kind, and capable she was, no one could compare. No wonder the young master of the Cui family was so handsome and willing to marry Xi Luo. If this man had no feelings, he wouldn't agree to such a thing no matter how much pressure he faced. Mrs. Niu was thinking about things, and they soon arrived. As soon as they reached the door, they heard children crying inside. It was Mrs. Niu and Liu Cang's 7-year-old son, Shan Mao.
"Dad, don't.
"Don't leave me," he sobbed. Usually lively, Shan Mao was now scared and kept crying. Even though he was only 7, he knew his father was the main support of the family. If something happened to him, they wouldn't have enough to eat. Mrs. Niu quickly went inside, holding Shan Mao, and said, "Don't be afraid. Your sister Jiang is here." At this moment, Liu Cang was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, sweating and looking very weak, almost unconscious. Jang Xi Luo checked his pulse carefully. Mrs. Niu choked with emotion and said, "It's busy farming season now. I wanted to go to the fields early and finish work quickly. I didn't expect that after only a short time working in the field this morning, his arm twisted and he fell to the ground. It was hard to get him home, and he lost consciousness. There were no doctors in the village, and the clinic in town was closed." Mrs. Niu, anxious, thought of calling Jang Xi Luo. She remembered how Jang Xi Luo had saved Grandma Zhao from a snake bite when she almost died. Feeling helpless, she could only ask Jang Xi Luo to come and see. Watching Jang Xi Luo carefully check the pulse with a serious expression, Mrs. Niu's anxious heart gradually calmed down. She felt that Jang Xi Luo had a calming power that made her feel at ease. Shan Mao wiped his tears and looked at Jang Xi Luo blankly. "Jiang Jie seems very capable. Can she really cure Dad?" Jang Xi Luo spoke. "The reason he fainted is partly because his arm was twisted and hurt, and partly because he was tired and malnourished with anemia. There's nothing wrong with his arm." As she said this, Jang Xi Luo grabbed Liu Cang's arm, and with the arm returned to its proper position. "His arm is fine now." Mrs. Niu was stunned. Was it really that simple? She thought about the past 3 days, when their family worked from dawn to dusk, eating in the fields at noon, just to finish early. She never thought he was exhausted. He was eating normally, just like usual. "I cooked the same food," she said. Jang Xi Luo replied, "You shouldn't just eat food without nutrients. You need to eat more nutritious things like eggs, liver, fish, chicken, or beans. For example, you can eat more red beans, yellow beans, and tofu. During farming work, the energy and strength required are different from everyday life, so your nutritional needs are also different. If you're very tired, it's normal to feel dizzy due to lack of nutrition. Therefore, you should pay attention to this. It's best to rest for half an hour at noon. Jang Xi Luo explained some precautions to Mr. Niu. Mr. Niu came back to himself and asked, "Really, I don't need medicine? Just eat something tasty? There are red beans and eggs at home. The chickens at home lay eggs, but she didn't dare to eat them. She only gave some to her son occasionally and kept the rest to sell for money." A while ago, Liu Cang helped the Cui family build a house and earned 10 coins a day. She almost didn't spend any of it and saved it for future use. If she had known, she would have made more delicious food. They have several hens at home, so she could slaughter one for soup. Jang Xi Luo said, "It's nothing serious. No need for medicine. Just rest more and eat well. You can also buy a big bone to make bone soup." Mrs. Niu wiped her tears and sighed in relief. "Auntie, thank you so much. Not needing medicine saves a lot of money." Liu Cang's sudden change also made her feel worried. She thought she shouldn't be too frugal. She still needs to eat properly. After giving some instructions, Jang Xi Luo went back home. When she returned, she pushed a small cart to the town to sell her goods. Her family didn't have a small cart or a bullock cart, so she could only push her small cart to the town for now. She first took the marinated food to Lin Zhuzhu. Lin Zhuzhu gave Jang Xi Luo 1,624 coins earned from yesterday's marinated food, saying, "This is yesterday's earnings." Jang Xi Luo gave Lin Zhuzhu 163 coins as her commission. She now had 1,461 coins in hand. Adding the 8 taels of silver she had before, she now had 9.5 taels of silver. She originally wanted to buy a cow, but decided to buy land first. Seeing Lin Zhuzhu's happy face, Jang Xi Luo said, "Business has been good lately." Lin Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Ever since I started selling marinated food, the meat stall has been doing well and more people come." It's true that the business was affected a bit when more people started selling pig offal, but over time, everyone still says my marinated food is delicious. I have many regular customers and they buy meat and bones from me on ordinary days. But I'm happy not just because of that. I've also gotten engaged. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's face changed and asked, "Really? So soon?" Lin Zhuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, both families are quite satisfied. We decided early on. The engagement gift was 2 taels of silver, which is acceptable." Jang Xi Luo didn't know what to say. She had asked Liu Ting'an to find out some news, but Liu Ting'an hadn't returned with any updates from the academy these days. "Don't you want to think more about it? Consider it carefully?" Lin Zhuzhu showed a hint of bitterness on her face. "Sister Jiang, you see me as straightforward, like a boy. But sometimes I feel quite lonely. I watch the girls in the village who are my age get married and have children, and sometimes I feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Those younger than me are already starting to discuss marriage. During festivals and holidays, there are always people talking behind my back. It's true that I feel upset inside." Lin Zhuzhu always acted very indifferent in front of others. Only in front of Jang Xi Luo did she speak her true feelings. Jang Xi Luo looked at Lin Zhuzhu and didn't know what to say. She asked, "You work hard for your parents and family. Have you ever thought about yourself?" Lin Zhuzhu smiled and shook her head. "Family members shouldn't be so calculative. Although I am a girl, when the family is doing well, my parents and brother treat me very well. If they didn't treat me well, I might be a bit selfish, but they really do treat me kindly. My father was injured and can't support the family business. My mother is weak, and when my younger brother was small, if I didn't step up, they might not have enough to eat, let alone get medicine. Now my father is much better, and my brother is quite smart. He's still young, but he already passed the county exam. After passing the provincial and court exams, he will be a scholar. Once my brother gets his degree, I won't have to worry about my parents. Also, I want to have a good life in my husband's family, and I will rely partly on my family of origin. Even marriage is something I agree to willingly. My parents only agree if I agree. They also want me to have a good life." Jang Xi Luo listened to Lin Zhuzhu's words and knew she was a kind-hearted girl. She also saw that Lin Zhuzhu thought things through very clearly. Jang Xi Luo said, I understand how you feel. But can't you delay a little? At least find out more first. You said he's studying at the academy, but I asked a friend of my husband, and he said they haven't heard of his name at the academy. Lin Zhuzhu currently cannot listen to other words. She said, there are other private schools in the county. Ordinary people cannot attend the academy, so he might not get into the academy and can only study at a private school. Lin Zhuzhu still thinks Jiang Mei is more impressive, as she knows people who attend the academy. That person must be very knowledgeable. She feels very grateful inside. Jang Xi Luo hesitated but ultimately said nothing more. However, when she went to sell chili meat sauce, she spoke up, Elder Sister Lin, if you have anything to tell me in the future, just say it. Okay. Jang Xi Luo then went to the dock. She approached a large merchant ship belonging to the Lan Feng water fleet and looked for a steward named Lan Fei. Lan Fei is a servant of the Lan family, in charge of this ship. When he saw Jang Xi Luo coming over, he smiled and said, Young Lady Jiang. Although she is just an ordinary village girl, Steward Lan Fei would not treat her as an ordinary girl. This young lady, despite her young age, is very articulate and knowledgeable. Her demeanor looks like a noble girl carefully raised by a wealthy family. But she does not look like someone from the countryside at all. Lan Fei, one of the many servants of the Lan family, became a steward because of his good judgment. He can see people's qualities and handle affairs well, never underestimating anyone. Moreover, the chili meat sauce she made is truly delicious. They often run merchant ships, sometimes traveling far for a month or two, and food becomes a problem. Cooking meals on the ship is inconvenient, especially since the smell of oil and food can attract attention. For safety, they mostly eat dried food with pickled vegetables. It's a bit harder, but after trying her chili meat sauce, he immediately realized it was a good product. It goes well with dried food and is easy to store. It's not very spicy, but it has a special flavor that makes it taste amazing. Their ship is about to return, and it will take over a month. He thought about buying more chili meat sauce. The young lady said she could order in advance and bottle it for easy carrying. After understanding this, he ordered 60 bottles. 30 bottles would be enough for everyone on the ship, one per person, and the other 30 bottles would be given to the young master, who would probably be happy too. The master is not in good health now, and the family affairs are mostly handled by the young master. They naturally want to serve the young master well. Jang Xi Luo lowered the large box and said, Manager Lan, here are 60 bottles of chili meat sauce, 1 jin each. Please check the goods. Lan Fei called his subordinates to inspect. His men examined the bottles and said, Manager, everything looks good. Lan Fei nodded, took out 1 or 2 silver coins, and said, This is the remaining silver. He had previously paid a deposit of 1 or 2 silver coins. Jang Xi Luo said, That's too much. Lan Fei didn't mind and said, If it's more, consider it a tip for you. For Lan Fei, 2 silver coins were a small amount. Jang Xi Luo quickly took out 200 coins and handed them to Lan Fei, saying, Here's your change of 200 coins. Seeing her serious and persistent expression, Lan Fei smiled and accepted it. He also felt a bit impressed by her. Unable to resist, Lan Fei asked, Many people at the dock like us to give more tips. Why don't you want any? Isn't doing business just to make more money? Jang Xi Luo replied calmly, A gentleman earns money in the right way. I don't need tips. Lan Fei said, You are quite ambitious, young lady. Next time we come, let's order more things from you. Jang Xi Luo said, Next time you come here, I might not be selling at the dock. But if you want to order more chili meat sauce, you can find me at the Chui family in Donghe village. Now, she was running a small business delivering goods around the dock. Once her publicity was better, she planned to take orders from home. If Lan Fengshui came back in a few months, she might not come to the dock often.
Lan Fei not dead.
Jang Xi Luo then took the chili meat sauce to some small boats nearby that ordered it. Some ordered 3 bottles, others 5. She remembered well and delivered to each one. Everyone had a good impression of her. Young lady, thank you. Sorry to trouble you to run this errand. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, You're welcome. But delivering the goods directly to us really saves us a lot of trouble. We don't have to queue or waste time, and it doesn't affect our fishing. Jang Xi Luo knew that her home delivery method was very convenient for many people. In this era, there were no courier or food delivery services, so everyone had to go shopping in person. Some families lived on small boats, busy with fishing and daily. Jang Xi Luo said, "Your orders from me are also helping my business." For Jang Xi Luo, it was easier to deliver the goods directly. It saved her the trouble of bargaining and weighing at the stall. After delivering, she could go straight home. While delivering, Jang Xi Luo noticed that the boats at the dock varied in size. Some were old and broken. About 4 or 5 people crowded onto each boat, including children around 10 years old. As she moved forward, she saw 2 children drying fishing nets at the front of a boat. Next to them was a water bucket, which seemed to contain fish. Jang Xi Luo looked closer and recognized the fish as grass carp. She thought she hadn't eaten fish much lately. This big grass carp could be used to make sour fish soup with noodles at home. A few days ago, she visited her parents and they gave her some pickled vegetables made from mustard greens. She could use those to make sour fish soup with noodles. Jang Xi Luo approached and asked little brother and sister, "May I ask if you are selling the fish in that bucket?" The young boy excitedly replied, "Yes, we are selling it." "How much for it?"
she asked.
The boy said, "This fish weighs over 4 jin, so it costs 15 cents per jin." Jang Xi Luo understood that 4 jin was a large fish. The price was a bit higher than for smaller fish weighing 3 jin or 1 jin. To her, this price wasn't too expensive. She asked, "Can you decide to sell this fish? Please weigh it for me. I want to buy it." The boy's eyes widened with excitement, surprised that Jang Xi Luo wanted to buy. "Or maybe your parents?" she asked. A girl around 7 or 8 years old said, "My parents have gone to deliver things to customers. When they come back, they will sell the fish in the bucket too." Sometimes, not all fish could be sold. If they couldn't sell it, her mother would dry it into fish jerky to eat later. Jang Xi Luo saw many dried fish hanging on the boat. She asked the boy to weigh the fish, which was about 4 jin and 8 liang. She paid 25 cents. The boy and girl were very excited and kept thanking Jang Xi Luo. As she was about to leave, the girl suddenly said, "It's that sister in red sugar." The boy said, "Little sister, what are you talking about? Don't say nonsense." The girl replied, "I'm not talking nonsense. This sister used to sell red sugar. My mother took me to buy some. When she drank the red sugar, she felt much better." The boy hesitated, not understanding fully. He only knew that his mother said the red sugar was very helpful. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Little sister has a good memory. I did sell brown sugar more than a month ago. But now I don't sell brown sugar anymore. I sell spicy chili meat sauce." The little boy said, "I know. Uncle Lee bought some chili meat sauce and shared a little with us. It's very tasty." Jang Xi Luo smiled and chatted with them for a while, also scooping some chili meat sauce for them. Seeing the brother and sister, she thought of her own younger siblings. After giving out all the chili meat sauce and finishing her work, Jang Xi Luo had 1,600 coins in her hand. Most of this was from previous deposits paid by others, so after collecting the final payment, she didn't have much left. Adding the money she got from Lin Zhuzhu for marinated snacks, it totaled about 2 or 3 silver coins. She originally had 8 taels of silver, so in total, she now had 11 taels. This was close to her budget from last night. She could buy land when she got home. On the other side, Lan Fengshui, Lan Fei took 30 bottles of chili meat sauce from the basket and brought them into the cabin for young master Lan Qianfan. "Young master, these are the ordered chili meat sauces. I also prepared some for the brothers on the ship, so they can enjoy them with their meals." Lan Qianfan nodded faintly, good job." Lan Fei looked at the satisfied expression on the young master's face and sighed in relief. Originally, the young master wouldn't eat street food, but luckily, he liked this chili meat sauce. Being able to serve the young master well while away from home was also their skill. "Are all the goods loaded?" "Don't worry, young master. Everything is loaded and checked again. There are no problems." Lan Qianfan nodded and said, "All right, let's set off." Lan Fei hesitated for a moment but then asked, "Young master, are you not looking for anyone anymore?" They appeared to be doing business, but in fact, in the cold northern land, the young master didn't need to come personally. He was secretly here to find someone after hearing some hidden news. It was my mistake. How could the Wei family still have someone alive? Talking about the Wei family was a taboo. The case of the deposed crown prince was a big scandal, and the Wei family was completely wiped out. Many members of the Wei family died fighting on the battlefield, yet they still carried a bad reputation. Several noble families were also affected. The current emperor was once just an insignificant prince, following the deposed crown prince, seemingly very devoted to his brother. Who would have thought that he was a crazy person who bit back, stabbing from behind, and still became emperor? The crown prince has died, and there are rumors that the crown prince's son is still alive. However, everyone saw the bodies of both the crown prince and his son at that time. Lan Fei, a servant and confidant of the Lan family, knows some secret news. Lan Qianfan said, "Don't mention anything about Beizhou." "Yes, young master." Lan Qianfan took out a jar of chili meat sauce, looked at the writing on it, and said calmly, "The writing is good." Seeing the young master's interest, Lan Fei said, "This chili meat sauce was made by a young woman from a farming family. She looks about 14 or 15, and she speaks very well. Maybe she wrote this." Lan Qianfan raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit surprised. "Oh, a young woman from a farming family?" Lan Fei respectfully replied, "Yes, she runs her business very well. Every time she sets up her stall, many people gather around. She can talk nicely and always makes people feel comfortable. She also says things like, 'Gentlemen love money, but take it in a proper way,' and she refuses to accept too many copper coins." Lan Qianfan said, "I rarely hear you praise someone like this, so she must be a good person. If we could get this chili meat sauce to sell outside our area, business would be good." Lan Fei's expression changed slightly. He hadn't thought of that. "Should we order more from her?" Lan Qianfan waved his hand. "No need. Our boat is already full. Let's send a few bottles back for everyone to try, and we'll decide later." "Understood." Jang Xi Luo had no idea about this side story. She packed her things and took the purchased grass carp straight home. When Jang Xi Luo returned home, Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin had gone to the fields to work. Jang Xi Luo put down her things, placed the fish in a water basin, then hurried to the fields. Old Lady Cui looked at her and said, "Xi Luo, you're back." Jang Xi Luo glanced at the villagers busy working in the fields nearby and whispered, "Mother, today we earned over 3,000 coins. With the silver we had before, we now have 11 taels of silver. I plan to buy a few more acres of land." Old Lady Cui naturally supported Jang Xi Luo's idea. "All right, I'll go with you to find the village head. Their land is over there. Just go directly and find them." During farming time, every household in the village was busy working in the fields. Few people stayed at home idly. Even the old lady's children came to help in the fields. Those with less strength could still lend a small hand. Jang Xi Luo watched Cui Hejin still working in the fields. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Don't do this kind of work. When we buy the land later, we will hire someone to farm it." Jang Xi Luo knew Cui Hejin was not in good health and didn't want him to tire himself out. Seeing his weak appearance, Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but think of how he looked in the next life, and her heart felt a little tight. Old Lady Cui smiled and said, "Hejin, you should listen to Xi Luo. Xi Luo cares about you and doesn't want you to work too hard." Hejin nodded and put down his farming tools. He walked over to Jang Xi Luo, took out 2 taels of silver he had earned that morning, and handed it to her. "For household expenses." Jang Xi Luo was surprised. "Isn't your monthly allowance only given at the end of the month?" Old Lady Cui looked at her son, who seemed cold and unable to explain, and hurriedly explained, "Hejin knew you were busy and wanted to buy land. Early this morning, he went to the town and prepaid this month's allowance from Mr. Li in advance." Early in the morning, Cui Hejin watched Xi Luo leave for the town and stood at the door, watching her figure for a long time. They were supposed to go work in the fields, but he seemed distracted. In the end, he told her he needed to go to the town. She didn't understand what was happening and thought Cui Hejin was going to see Xi Luo. Unexpectedly, he returned shortly after and said he had prepaid this month's allowance to give to Xi Luo. Old Lady Cui sighed to herself. Hejin really cared about Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo looked at Cui Hejin and, for some reason, her nose felt a little sore. Her heart was full and heavy. She knew that prepaying the allowance wasn't easy. It must have been something Cui Hejin promised again. Jang Xi Luo understood this was his way of showing his feelings, and she couldn't refuse. If she didn't accept, it might hurt his pride or make him think she thought his gift was too little. She steadied herself, reached out, took the money, and smiled warmly. Then I'll take it. This way, we can buy more land. Seeing her happy, Cui Hejin's expression brightened, and he let out a small, relieved breath, a faint gentle warmth appearing on his face. Old Lady Cui took Jang Xi Luo to the inner fields. At this time, the landowner, Mrs. Zhu, and their 2 sons were busy planting crops. Mrs. Zhu was planting corn seeds into small holes when she saw Lady Cui and Jang Xi Luo. She quickly put down what she was holding and said, "Oh, Sister Cui, Xi Luo, how did you come here?" Lady Cui replied, "Sister Zhu, we are here to see Brother Li Zheng, thinking about buying a few acres of land." Mrs. Zhu was surprised. "Are you planning to buy land now?" The village head was guiding a cow to plow the field, with Zhou Zhaoxi behind him holding the plow to keep it straight. The plow created furrows in the ground, making it easier to plant the corn seeds. When she heard Lady Cui, the village head paused his whip and turned around, asking, "Do you want to buy farmland?" Since the Cui family had already built a house, buying land probably meant farmland. Lady Cui nodded and said, "Yes, we want to buy some farmland and grow more crops. Otherwise, we won't have enough to eat." Mrs. Zhu agreed. "Yes, it's good to buy more land. Your family only has 1 acre, which was cleared from wild land, and the harvest isn't enough." Previously, only Cui Hejin and Lady Cui ate the crops. Now that Xi Luo is here, 1 acre isn't enough. Also, that acre was wild land, different from regular farmland. First, crops grown on wild land usually produce less. Second, it can't be used freely. After a few years, it will belong to the county government. Regular farmland is different. It has a land deed, and once bought, it belongs to the individual. It can be bought, sold, or rented out freely. Mrs. Zhu was happy for the Cui family. The village had looked at the family and felt a bit emotional. In just a short time, the Cui family had built a house and bought land. It seemed they had earned some silver. Since some villagers had better conditions, the village head was also happy. When others mentioned it, they praised him for managing the village well. Moreover, his daughter-in-law had good relations with the Cui family and the Jiang family. Naturally, he wanted to support them. Buying land is the right choice. During spring plowing, plant more crops so the family will have enough to eat. If you want to buy the land over there, I can help measure it out for you. Xi Luo said, "Uncle Village Head, we want to buy the 2 acres of land near the mountain valley where our house is, and also 3 acres from the village entrance to the town. That makes a total of 5 acres. She had 11 taels of silver, and Cui Hejin gave her 2 taels, making 13 taels in total. She bought 5 acres of the most common land, costing 2 taels of silver per acre. With this, she had 3 taels of silver left as backup. Every day, she could earn a little more to afford hiring help for farming." When Jang Xi Luo said this, not only the village chief and Mrs. Zhu were surprised, but also their sons, Zhou Zhaoxi and Zhou Zha, were stunned. 5 acres of land. They thought the Cui family would buy just 1 acre, but she surprisingly wanted 5 acres straight away. For farmers, land is very important. Owning land means they can grow food and have enough to eat. Having land at home makes them feel safe. That's the simple truth. They had spent a lot of silver building their house before, so they didn't expect to have extra silver to buy land. The village chief came back to himself and said, "This 5 acres are the worst land. Good land can produce over 400 jin of grain per acre, but this land only produces about 100 jin. With good farming, maybe 200 jin. Are you sure you want to buy such land? It's cheaper, but it's not very cost-effective, Jang Xi Luo replied. The difference in grain each year is quite big, and over many years, it adds up to a lot. If the conditions were better, she would naturally buy the best land. Old Lady Cui was also a bit hesitant, but after hearing Xi Luo, she looked at her and waited for her decision. Mrs. Zhu saw Old Lady Cui's expression and smiled, thinking she didn't need to worry about Xi Luo anymore. It's good that the mother-in-law listens to her daughter-in-law's opinion. This shows Xi Luo has a good position in the Cui family. Jiang Xi Luo's expression was firm as she said, "Thank you, Uncle Li Zheng, for your advice. I really want to buy these 5 acres of land." She wasn't worried about the low yield at all. Although she didn't have many space potato seeds, she planted 1.5 acres in her space, and once the potatoes matured, she would have about 3,000 jin of harvest. She also stored corn, soybeans, and peanuts from her home in the space. With the spiritual energy nourishing the space, the crops grown there would have much higher yields. She didn't need to worry about poor soil quality. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "Yes, let's buy the land like this." Seeing Jiang Xi Luo's firm attitude, the village chief understood. He told his younger son and daughter-in-law to continue working in the fields, while he took his eldest son, Zhou Zhaoxi, to help the Cui family handle the land purchase. After finishing the work, it was already noon. Jiang Xi Luo's family went home first for lunch. She said, "After lunch, I will go to the government office in the afternoon to get the stamp and exchange the red deed." Old Lady Cui's face was filled with an excited smile. "I didn't expect our family to gain 5 more acres of land all at once. The villagers will probably talk about it at the meeting." Jiang Xi Luo said, "Let them talk. We bought poor land, so it shouldn't attract too much attention." Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. But no matter what kind of land it is, it's still our family's. Just thinking about growing more grain makes me happy and full of energy." She wished she could plant crops on all that land right away. After washing her hands, Old Lady Cui asked, "By the way, Xi Luo, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you." She had learned some cooking skills from Jiang Xi Luo and could now cook meals. Although her cooking wasn't as good as Xi Luo's, she thought it was still okay. Jiang Xi Luo pointed to a nearby water basin and said, "Mom, I bought a grass carp this morning. Since my mom gave me pickled vegetables last time, let's make pickled fish noodles." Old Lady Cui was stunned. Pickled fish noodles? She had never heard of that before. Can fish be used to make noodles? Seeing Old Lady Cui's surprised expression, Jiang Xi Luo smiled gently and patiently explained, "Mom, it's like making noodles in a pot. Usually, the noodles are made with vegetables, but this time, we use pickled vegetables and fish." Old Lady Cui said, "I don't know how to make that, so I can't help much." Jiang Xi Luo said, "Mom, you can knead the dough and cut the noodles while I handle the fish." Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "All right." Cui Hejin had already put away the farming tools and washed his hands. Hearing this, he softly said, "Mom, let me make the noodles." Jiang Xi Luo paused as she reached into the water basin to handle the fish and couldn't help but look up at Cui Hejin. She remembered the time she was unwell when she came here and Cui Hejin cooked her noodles. They were very tasty. Even now, thinking about it made her feel warm inside. Old Lady Cui frowned slightly.
Can you really do it?
In the Duke's mansion, Cui Hejin had never cooked in the kitchen. Even after being exiled, he mostly just helped out in the kitchen or heated up meals. When he said he would make noodles, Old Lady Cui was skeptical. Jiang Xi Luo said, "Mom, that time I was unwell, and we had lunch at home. My husband made the noodles, and they were very delicious." When Madame Cui heard this, she immediately stopped doubting and smiled, saying, "Xi Luo said it tastes good, so it must be delicious. You come and make the noodles, and I will help Xi Luo." Cui Hejin nodded politely and went to knead the dough to make noodles. Madame Cui looked at Jiang Zhilu and asked, "Zhilu, do you need help with anything? Should I lend a hand?" Jiang Zhilu replied, "Mom, please take out the pickled vegetables and wash them. Also, prepare some green onions, garlic, and chili." "Okay." Madame Cui went busy with her tasks. Jang Xi Luo then started preparing the grass carp. She washed the fish thoroughly, cleaned the insides, and removed the scales. Then she used a knife to carefully cut the fish meat away from the bones. Jang Xi Luo moved quickly and skillfully. Madame Cui took the pickled vegetables out of the jar and saw this scene, and she was amazed. Xi Luo, you're so talented. Your skills are as good as a restaurant chef. In the past, she had mostly eaten fish prepared whole, as was customary among the noble families in the capital, where they preferred to serve the entire fish, including the head. Most people couldn't handle the fishy smell well, so the taste was usually average. She used to think that could help with cold, but now she realized that adding and a bit of yellow wine during cooking could remove the fishy smell. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Mom, with some practice, you'll get the hang of it after a few tries." As she spoke, she tilted the knife and sliced the fish diagonally. Each slice was very thin and looked beautiful, shaped like a butterfly.
Madame Cui watched in amazement, exclaiming repeatedly.
She was even more curious about how the pickled fish would taste. But given Xi Luo's cooking skills, it would surely be delicious. Madame Cui was genuinely hungry now, but she didn't bother to marvel anymore. She quickly washed the pickled vegetables. While busy, she couldn't help but chat with Jang Xi Luo. In the past, Madame Cui and her son hardly spoke a few words all day. Her son was cold and distant, and sometimes she didn't know what to say, feeling quite lonely every day. After her daughter-in-law arrived, Madame Cui felt happy just talking with Xi Luo every day, sharing daily stories and gossip. Xi Luo was kind and sweet-spoken, like a caring little quilt. During farming season, most villagers don't have time to eat lunch properly. They eat quickly and then rush back to work in the fields. Some carry dried food and don't go home, just grabbing a quick bite before continuing their work. It's still better at our home, and we can enjoy some good food. Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, since we plan to hire people to farm, there's no need to rush. When the villagers have some free time, we'll hire them to work. Just talk to the village chief, and he said there will definitely be people eager to work, so we don't need to worry. This afternoon, you and your husband don't need to go to the fields.
Take a rest."
Uncle Liu from Aunt Zhu's family was overworked and didn't recover, which caused him to faint. So no matter how busy we are, we must rest well and eat properly to stay healthy. Old Lady Cui also looked a bit worried, saying, "Yes, health is the most important. If you're exhausted, you really won't be able to do anything." It's understandable that Aunt Niu, who is so strong-willed, would cry. If Uncle Liu can't do farm work anymore, Aunt Niu won't be able to handle such heavy chores. Still, she sighed, even though everyone in the village is busy, I can't just stay at home and be idle. Jang Xi Luo said, "If you can't sit still, Mother, you can make more fermented beans. We've been making a lot of chili meat sauce lately, and more people are ordering it, so we need more fermented beans." Fortunately, she had bought a lot of soybeans earlier, so they would last for now. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "All right, if there's work to do, I won't worry too much." She thought to herself that ever since Xi Luo started managing things at home, she felt much more relaxed. She didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Sometimes she couldn't help but miss her daughter. She wondered how her daughter was doing. Without support from her family, others might be afraid of the influence of the Cui family. The noble families also care about interests, and since the Duke's mansion was gone, there was no one to support her daughter. She was worried her daughter might suffer unfair treatment in her husband's family. But old Lady Cui never mentioned these worries, not wanting He-jin and Xi Luo to be anxious. Thinking about these things, she washed the scallions and Jang Xi Luo, unaware of her mother's thoughts, finished slicing the fish fillets, washed them, and drained the water. Then she cut the fish head and bones into sections, washed them, and set them aside. Next, she chopped the scallions. She placed the fish fillets and bones into 2 bowls, seasoning them with salt, rice wine, and other spices, mixing well. She also prepared some chopped scallions, garlic, and chili for later use. Meanwhile, Old Lady Cui washed the pickled vegetables. Pickled vegetables can be quite salty after curing. Rinse them a bit to remove some of the salt, making them tastier. Time passes slowly. Once everything is ready, old lady Cui asks, Xi Luo, are we going to start cooking now? Jang Xi Luo nods and says yes. Old lady Cui goes to the yard to get firewood. The firewood was chopped and prepared in advance by Cui Hejin, making it easy to use for cooking. Jang Xi Luo cuts the pickled vegetables. Once the pot boils, she adds oil. When the oil heats up, she stirs in scallions, garlic, chili, and other seasonings. After the aroma develops, she adds the chopped pickled vegetables and continues stir-frying until it smells rich and fragrant. Then she pours in some water. The water in the jar is all spring water, used regularly for cooking, which contains spiritual energy beneficial to health. Cooking with this water makes the dishes taste better and more nourishing. When the water boils, she adds fish bones and lets it simmer for a while. Old lady Cui asks, should we add fish slices now too? Jang Xi Luo explains, the fish slices are very thin and cook quickly, so we add the fish bones first. At this moment, Cui Hejin has also rolled out the noodles. Seeing the noodles, Jang Xi Luo's eyes light up and says, the other pot can now be used to cook the noodles. Then the family begins to get busy. Once the noodles are cooked, they blanch them in water. After the pickled fish soup boils, she adds the blanched noodles. She adjusts the seasoning so that the flavors blend well and the pickled fish noodles are ready to serve. Jang Xi Luo takes 3 large bowls, one for each person, filled with the pickled fish noodles. All done, time to eat. Old lady Cui looks excited and says, the aroma alone makes it smell delicious. Of course it will taste great. The family washes their hands and sits down at the dining table. Since moving into the new house, there are more rooms, including a large kitchen and a special dining hall. The dining table and chairs were made by carpenters during the house construction. Many pieces of furniture were also made by the carpenters at that time. All these were designed personally by Jang Xi Luo. Her style is modern and simple, and the chairs are very comfortable to sit on. Nowadays, people usually prefer solid wood furniture, but solid wood is often expensive. Here, there are no other materials. Everything is solid wood. Her designs are mainly minimalist, without complicated patterns, which keeps costs low. The wood itself is also inexpensive. So I ordered some furniture like beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs, and it didn't cost much. Madame Cui really cherishes the new furniture and cleans it very carefully every day. Sitting on the chair to eat feels very comfortable. Madame Cui said, the tables and chairs designed by Xi Luo look better and are more useful. Now, Madame Cui also understands what design means. Jang Xi Luo smiled and handed the spoon to Madame Cui and Cui Hejin, saying, Mother, try the taste and see how it is. Madame Cui took the spoon, scooped a sip of soup, and said, you can tell it's delicious without even tasting. She blew on it, took a sip, and exclaimed, this flavor is so wonderful. It has no fishy smell and isn't sour. Even just the soup is very tasty. While speaking, Madame Cui took another piece of fish and was even more amazed by the flavor, praising it repeatedly. Jang Xi Luo smiled and looked at Cui Hejin, saying you should eat more. Have more. Since the family's meals have improved a lot, Cui Hejin still looked very slim. Jang Xi Luo just wanted him to eat more. Cui Hejin's expression was gentle, and he nodded softly. The whole family started eating. Jang Xi Luo was tasting the pickled fish noodles herself, nodding constantly inside. Sure enough, it still tastes the same. It had been a long time since she last ate pickled fish noodles. Eating the steaming hot noodles made her feel very comfortable. When enjoying good food, the whole body relaxes completely. In her previous life in the tech world, as the organization's top assassin, she was always busy with missions. Whenever she had a rare break, she liked to make and eat some good food. Because eating delicious food made her feel relaxed and at ease. She could quietly savor the flavors and feel healed. It was as if all her fatigue disappeared. Madame Cui, who used to be a very composed lady as the wife of a duke, couldn't help but keep praising, so delicious, too delicious. Cui Hejin ate his noodles slowly and gracefully, just like before. He made not a single sound while eating. Just watching him, One could tell he was well brought up from a young age, with noble manners in every movement. Seeing his relaxed expression, Jang Xi Luo thought he probably also liked the food. Madame Cui, eating the pickled fish noodles, felt very comfortable and couldn't help but sigh. I used to have many shops in the capital. If I had known about this dish back then, opening a pickled fish noodle shop would have been very popular. Jang Xi Luo blinked and finished eating the noodles in her mouth. She asked, "Mother, is there no sour fish noodle shop in the capital?" Old Lady Cui shook her head and said, "No, there are only spring noodles, knife-shaved noodles, beef noodles, and others, but no sour fish noodles." Thinking for a moment, Old Lady Cui said, "Forget sour fish noodles. There's no sour fish either. This way of cooking fish is very new. The best restaurants in the capital serve whole fish dishes, like steamed, braised, or boiled." Jang Xi Luo's expression changed slightly and said, "Even in the capital, they don't have it. If I open a noodle shop, business might be good." Hearing this, Old Lady Cui's expression also changed, and she asked, "Xi Luo, are you planning to open a noodle shop? It would be very busy from morning till night. Although opening a shop would surely bring in good business, it would also be very tiring. Right now, the family savings are enough for everyone's food and clothes, and even if they are a bit frugal, Old Lady Cui doesn't want Xi Luo to get tired. Moreover, if Xi Luo is busy managing the shop, she would have less time to stay with Eugene. She still hopes her son and daughter-in-law can spend every day together happily." Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "I just suddenly thought of it, but it's not realistic. Starting a shop requires a lot of initial investment. Not just buying a store, even renting one costs a lot of silver each month. Plus, making noodles, buying fish, washing dishes, all are quite troublesome, and hiring people increases costs. So, Jang Xi Luo doesn't plan to open a sour fish noodle shop. But since her family likes to eat it, she occasionally makes it herself." Old Lady Cui also thought that made sense. It might be better for them to set up a small stall, finish early in the morning, and Xi Luo could go home early. Because sour fish noodles are very delicious, all three of them ate a big bowl, even enjoying the broth. After tidying up, Jang Xi Luo prepared to go to the government office to handle the land deed. Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin wanted to go with her, but Jang Xi Luo declined. "It's okay, Mother. You and my husband can rest at home. I'll go and come back soon." Then Jang Xi Luo headed to the county office. The trip there and back was quite long and took a lot of time. Jang Xi Luo didn't mind, but she was worried that Cui Hejin might get tired walking if he came along. Old Lady Cui said, "You finally had 3 days of rest. Xi Luo, she doesn't want you to tire yourself." Cui Hejin didn't say much. He simply said softly, "Mother, I'll go up the mountain to chop some firewood and come back." "That's good. Recently, we need to do many things, so we need a lot of firewood. Although a bellows uses less firewood, it still requires a lot. If they find there isn't enough firewood, Xi Luo will go up the mountain to gather some." Old Lady Cui stays at home making fermented soybeans. Jang Xi Luo traveled for over an hour to reach the county office. The guards recognized her immediately. Previously, the county magistrate's daughter had personally instructed that Jiang Xianyang and her family should be treated well when they came for matters. Moreover, when Jiang Xianyang came last time to handle the land deed for her house, they remembered her well. They thought Jiang Xianyang didn't look like a village girl. Her manners and actions were very good. No wonder the magistrate's daughter had given such instructions before. So, they had a good impression of her and remembered her clearly. They processed her land deed quickly and efficiently, stamping it with a red seal and recording it carefully. Jang Xi Luo slipped some copper coins as thanks. Just as she was about to return home, a carriage stopped at the county office entrance. A handsome young man stepped out of the carriage. He looked about 18 or 19, tall and graceful, with a gentle scholarly air. But even though it was spring, he wore a fur coat, looked pale, and had a melancholic look in his eyes. When the guards came out to see Jang Xi Luo, they were surprised to see him and immediately knelt down, saying, "Young master, you're back." Jang Xi Luo was momentarily stunned. Seeing how the guard addressed this person, She wondered if he was Jian Yunin's older brother, the magistrate's son. Jian Yunin had said her brother's hand was broken by a carriage and that he had gone to the city to treat it. Jang Xi Luo glanced at him lightly and saw that his right hand was indeed curled inside his sleeve, not visible. Normally, even if the sleeves were wide, a person's fingers would show a bit. This man carried a strong scholarly aura. Though young, he looked refined and steady. Jian Yunin had mentioned that her brother was very learned, well-read, and knowledgeable. She also said the family hoped he would pass the imperial exams. When Jian Yunin spoke about her brother, she seemed to feel he carried some burden. The family's hope was on him, and he probably didn't dare to slack off. Jian Yunin's older brother was already a shiozai, a scholar who passed the county-level exam. If he passed the provincial exam, he would be a Jiren recommended scholar, which was a different status. He could continue to aim higher, but with his right hand injured, she wondered if he could still hold a brush. Jang Xi Luo thought about this, and her expression changed slightly. Jian Yansy eyes seemed to sense a gaze. He gently looked to the side and saw a beautiful, elegant girl standing at the door. Jian Yansy was momentarily stunned, but after just a glance, he withdrew his gaze, nodded to the guard, and was then escorted into the courtyard. "Young master, you've finally returned. Young master, everyone has been worried about you. Young master, we all miss you. Young master, are you cold? I'll light some charcoal in your room." Everyone gathered around Jian Yansy as he entered inside. Jang Xi Luo watched his weak figure, lost in thought. She didn't know if Jian Yun had returned. After buying the land, Jang Xi Luo felt more at ease. She still had a few silver coins in hand, enough to hire some people to plant crops. But now she had 5 more acres, and the peanut and corn seeds were running low. The seeds left by Grandma Cui were not many. Jang Xi Luo needed to buy more seeds again. When Jang Xi Luo went to the market, many people there felt very friendly upon seeing her. They warmly asked why she hadn't come to set up her stall here for a while. Jang Xi Luo smiled and greeted everyone, saying, "I've been very busy lately. When it's farming season, I don't come to the market as often. But I've made a new product called spicy pepper sauce, and I'll bring some later for everyone to try." Everyone knew that Jiang Xiaonyangzi's products were delicious, and they all thanked her in advance. Jang Xi Luo mainly focused on promoting the spicy pepper sauce at the dock. If people here tried it and liked it, buying from her would be very worthwhile. While strolling through the market, Jang Xi Luo noticed many stalls selling grain seeds. Everyone knew it was the farming season now, and many people would buy seeds. Jang Xi Luo bought some corn, peanuts, and other crops like red beans, green beans, and soybeans. She first stored them in her space. With the spiritual energy nourishing the seeds, their quality would improve, and they would adapt better to the environment. The yield would also be higher. As Jang Xi Luo was heading back after shopping, a carriage stopped by the roadside, and a maid got out. Seeing this maid, Jang Xi Luo raised an eyebrow. It was Feng Chao, the maid of Chen Hua Die. "Our young lady wishes to speak with Jiang Xiaonyangzi," the maid said. Jang Xi Luo coldly replied, "I have nothing to discuss with your young lady." Since young lady Jiang refused so firmly, isn't she afraid of offending the Qin family? Jiang Xi Luo snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget, we have a magistrate above us. The Qin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If I tell others what you said, Miss Chen's reputation will be ruined." Seeing Jiang Xi Luo acting indifferent, Feng Chao was very angry. "You're just a village woman, yet you're so arrogant. And you're just a maid, too. Both of you don't talk to me." Jiang Xi Luo is the type who doesn't respond well to threats. She doesn't fear confrontation. At that moment, Chen Hua Die got off the carriage. She approached Jiang Xi Luo and said, "Young lady Jiang, I won't waste words. It's best if you stay away from young Master Wei in the future." Jiang Xi Luo narrowed her dangerous eyes and asked, "What if I don't?" Chen Hua Dai replied, "I know you need to support your family with that small income. If you're reasonable, these 20 taels of silver are yours. And if you refuse, I can make sure you can't set up your stall here anymore." Jiang Xi Luo shook her head and sneered, "No need for more words when we don't agree. After saying that, she turned and walked ahead. Feng Chao was furious, her face turning pale. Miss, look at her. A village woman acting so high and mighty. Chen Hua Die said, then let's teach her a lesson. Let Chui Gongzi see who is truly the better one. Yes, Mississippi Chen Hua Die thought it would be easy to deal with Jang Xi Luo. She and her maid got into a carriage and returned to the mansion. After sending the servants inside, she and her maid fainted shortly after. Jang Xi Luo quietly slipped into Chen Hua Dai's room. She looked at the unconscious Chen Hua Dai and Feng Chao, then kicked them to the ground. Then she started punching and kicking them with her fists. Teach them a lesson, just you two. It's been a long time since I moved around. Jang Xi Luo kept hitting Chen Hua Dai and Feng Chao until she felt satisfied. Only then did she stand up and stretch her waist. She quietly left without making a sound. She joked to herself that she had prepared some medicine for self-defense, which was now just in time to be useful. As Jang Xi Luo was about to quietly climb over the courtyard wall, she suddenly saw Chui Hejin outside the wall. She was so shocked she almost fell off the wall. Be careful. Chui Hejin quickly stepped forward and held Jang Xi Luo. Did you twist your ankle? Chui Hejin asked with concern. Jang Xi Luo shook her head, feeling a bit guilty. She quietly looked at Chui Hejin and asked, you, why are you here? Chui Hejin replied, my father brought over a raincoat and kudzu root. So, he came to see her? Jang Xi Luo hesitated and asked, my father came to our house. Is he still there?
No, wait.
When did you come here? Chui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo with a half smile and said, when would you like me to have come? Jang Xi Luo always felt that Chui Hejin's deep, beautiful eyes held some secret meaning. She awkwardly forced a small smile and said, I was just passing by to see the scenery here. Chui Hejin looked at her with amusement and gently plucked a leaf from her hair, asking, are you feeling unwell anywhere? No, not at all. Chui Hejin said softly, when I came to town, my father had already gone back. Do you want to visit your parents? I can stay with you. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, yes, kudzu root is good. I want to tell my parents how to make kudzu powder, and also discuss the spring planting with them. As Chui Hejin and Jang Xi Luo headed back, no one noticed that Chui Hejin looked toward the Qin family's wall, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. On the way back, Chui Hejin didn't mention what had just happened. Jang Xi Luo let out a small sigh of relief. She didn't even know how to explain how she had just climbed over the Qin family's wall. Plus, she seemed a bit rough just now, and she couldn't let Chui Hejin find out. As they walked east along the main street, passing through a crowded area, she overheard some townspeople talking about Jian Yansy. If it were others, Jang Xi Luo might not have paid attention. But they were talking about Jian Yansy. Did you hear? The county magistrate's son is back. Is that the talented Jian Gongzi? Yes, that's him. But I heard he's very different this time. How is he different? Well, it's really different. Jian Gongzi's right hand is useless now, so he can't take the imperial exams. I heard he went to the provincial capital to see a famous doctor, but it didn't help. Does he seem to be in poor health, with a thick cloak covering his body? Who knows? I heard he fell from a carriage once and was trampled by horses several times. It's normal for someone to be weak after that, but unfortunately, this means that Magistrate Jian can't get promoted anymore. When Magistrate Jian first took office, he offended some higher-ups and has been stuck as a county magistrate for a long time. We thought his son might succeed and get promoted, but then this happened. Not only that, but young Master Jian was also rejected by his fiancée. His fiancée is from a noble family, and if she hadn't cared about his prospects in studying and exams, she wouldn't have agreed to marry him. Now, seeing young Master Jian like this, the breakup seems understandable. Still, the Jian family has been hit hard. I wonder if young Master Jian will fall into despair. And Miss Jian also divorced her husband. With young Master Jian like this, the magistrate and his wife must be going crazy. The magistrate's wife even sold her dowry shop. Listening to these words, Jang Xi Luo learned some information. If she didn't know Jian Yun, she wouldn't pay attention to these things. But Jian Yun had helped her before, and she had visited the office twice, where everyone was very quick and efficient. Previously, when there was an issue at Songji grain shop, Jian Yun and her father, Magistrate Jian, handled it very well despite powerful people. So she naturally paid more attention. However, she didn't understand much about the affairs of the powerful and influential. But she knew Magistrate Jian was a good official, well-liked during his time in office. The common people thought highly of him. Thanks to Magistrate Jian, ordinary folks here weren't oppressed by the wealthy and they could farm, do small businesses, and live peacefully. Cui Hejin saw Jiang Zhilu suddenly looked a bit down and couldn't help but reach out to gently her hair, softly asking, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" "No, I just remembered what my mother said about the current emperor of Yun Kingdom. It's not easy for common scholars to succeed in the imperial exams.
I heard there's even cheating involved."
At the dock, she overheard people discussing how the powerful buy exam questions, leak answers, and pay others to cheat. And they even exile your people. Isn't that a bad emperor? I also heard he harms loyal officials. Cui Hejin whispered, "Don't think too much. Things will get better." She didn't want her to worry about these matters, only wishing for her happiness. Yes, everything will be fine. Jang Xi Luo thought about the dream and the fighting and knew that there must be a prince, a rebel leader, or a fallen royal family member trying to overthrow the current emperor. History often repeats itself. As they passed by the Xinglin Pavilion, she saw that the clinic was still old and damaged by fire, and it would take a while to repair. However, after walking a short distance, she saw a sign hanging outside a shop that read Xinglin Pavilion. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "Has the Xinglin Pavilion reopened?" She remembered Lin Zhuzhu mentioning that the shop had found a new place to open. She then walked inside to take a look. But thinking of Cui Hejin being nearby, she gently tugged on his sleeve. Cui Hejin softly said, "Let's go in and see first." Jiang Xi Luo smiled softly, knowing that he understood her thoughts without her needing to say. They entered the clinic, which still looked empty. Two medicine boys were organizing the shelves of herbs. When they saw Jiang Xi Luo, one of them recognized her immediately and exclaimed happily, "It's Jiang, little miss." Jiang Xi Luo remembered this medicine boy. He was the one who brought out the silver needle the night before. He usually worked with Dr. Qiu. It seemed Dr. Qiu was a trusted person in the Xinglin clinic. "Are you reopening the shop?" The medicine boy replied, "Yes, that's our young master's instruction. In a few days, Dr. Qiu and the others will also come back to see patients, and we'll get the clinic ready." Jiang Xi Luo nodded and asked, "Is your young master all right?" "Yes, thanks to Jiang." Before he could finish, the medicine boy looked cautiously at Cui Hejin. Jiang Xi Luo said, "It's fine. This is my husband." Only then did the medicine boy speak again. "Thanks to Jiang, little miss, that day, our young master was safe. But this matter, our young master asked us not to tell anyone, worried it might put Jiang, little miss, in danger." Jiang Xi Luo understood. If the Zhuang Xing'an was attacked and people found out she had saved him, they might come after her. She wasn't afraid, but she had family, so she was cautious. Fortunately, Zhuang Xing'an was a careful person. "I'm glad everything is fine. Can I start buying herbs again now?" The medicine boy said, "Right now, the medicine cabinets are empty. Our young master will have to send people to other clinics to get more supplies, which will probably take about 3 days. By the way, have you heard any news about the herbs I asked you to find?" Once she had the herbs, she could cure Cui Hejin's health issues. Although Cui Hejin was not coughing much now, occasional coughs still made her worry. She also felt anxious about his weak and delicate appearance and couldn't help but be concerned. She secretly used her wood element supernatural power to help him recover, but that wasn't a real solution. Only medicinal aid combined with her wood element power could make a difference. The medicine boy shook his head and said, "Those 2 herbs are very rare and hard to find. Our young master has asked everyone to help look for them. If there's any news, he will definitely tell Miss Jiang." She was grateful to our young master and also to the Xinglin Pavilion. Everyone who knew the truth appreciated Miss Jiang. But our young master didn't want to make it public, so he kept it quiet. Jang Xi Luo looked a little disappointed and said, "Okay, I understand. Please keep trying. Don't worry, Miss Jiang. Our young master said that he will do his best to find the herbs you need." The medicine boy was no stranger to Jang Xi Luo, so he asked a few more questions. "Are those precious herbs for someone special?" Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Yes." "Then it must be someone important to Miss Jiang." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but glance at Cui Hejin. The medicine boy was clever and quickly understood. "Miss, you really care about your husband." Jang Xi Luo's face warmed slightly. "No, it's my husband who is good." She instinctively defended Cui Hejin. Compared to her past life, her current care was nothing. Just now, she accidentally caught Cui Hejin's gaze, which shone with gentle, star-like light. There was a hint of ambiguous emotion in that look, but she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She only felt her eyes being warmed, so she quickly looked away. Nothing else. We'll be leaving now." She pulled Cui Hejin's sleeve and left the clinic. The medicine boy rubbed the back of his head, feeling that Cui Hejin looked just like a noble young master from a wealthy family. He just stood quietly, with a stunning appearance that was pleasing to the eye. He couldn't find the right words to describe her, no matter how hard he tried. But Jiang Yansy is so impressive, it's natural that her husband has outstanding qualities. If someone else tried, they probably wouldn't catch her eye. Jiang family in Xing Mountain Village, when Jiang Xiangchuan returned home. No one was there. He knew that at this time, Yi Shi and the children had gone to work in the fields. He put down his things and changed into a patched work outfit. Xian said, "Dad, I'll change too. I'll wear my old clothes." This time, when he went to his older sister's house, he didn't see her, and he felt a little sad. But he was very sensible and wanted to go to the fields with his dad. Jiang Xiangchuan found some clothes for him, and Xian changed by himself. He carefully folded the clean, unpatched clothes and placed them in the cabinet. He seemed to cherish them very much. After changing, he hurried to follow his dad to the fields. Although he was young, he could help with many tasks. When they arrived at the fields, Yi Shi and Jiang Yun and others had already started working. Seeing Jiang Xiangchuan return, Yi Shi knew he had just gone to deliver something and would be back soon. During busy farming times, staying too long could delay others' work. So when he left, Yi Shi had already told him, and Jiang Xiangchuan understood he wouldn't stay long. He hurriedly finished making the raincoat and sent it over, worried that if it rained, his daughter's family might not have an umbrella or rain gear to go out. So, Jiang Xiangchuan quickly finished the raincoat. Making a raincoat was simple and not difficult. Once he made the first one, making the second became much easier. He made 3 raincoats and sent them all to the Cui family. Then Jiang Xiangchuan started working in the fields. In the afternoon, the sunshine shone on the land, bringing the warmth of spring. Many people were working in the fields. Almost every family was busy planting. Even the elderly and children helped, like watering seeds in the holes or pressing them down. Everyone was busy and chatting at the same time. Neighbors working close to each other could hear each other's conversations. Maybe talking helped everyone relax, so they were used to chatting a little while working. "Yimei, I heard your daughter and son-in-law finished building their house. I hear it's quite big." Yi Shi said, "Yes, it's more comfortable for them to live in their own house. We're relieved now. Her husband told me the house is very nice." The lady talking to Ye's family couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Although she didn't go to see, her husband and son had gone to help build a house, each earning 10 coins a day. It showed that Cui's family was wealthy, otherwise they wouldn't give so much. "I heard my son say that they bought a large piece of land, with a big front and backyard. It's very convenient to plant things there, like 2 big vegetable gardens," she said. Yi nodded and replied, "Yes, it's thanks to the effort of the in-laws' family that they built the house." It was sad to see the small yard they used to live in. Yi knew that living in the village required being careful with words to avoid making some people jealous. Her daughter, son-in-law, and mother-in-law worked hard every day to earn money to build the house. She hadn't helped much, so she couldn't speak carelessly. That woman felt some words were like hitting cotton, soft and ineffective, and just wanted to hear Yi speak her honest thoughts. Yi, my dear, your daughter is so precious. She married and is now contributing to her husband's family, she said. Yi smiled gently and said, Sister Liu, you shouldn't say that. I just want my daughter to live well. Besides, my son-in-law is a good person, and his mother treats my daughter just like her own. I think that's very good. Sister Liu pouted, not believing that Ye's heart wasn't a little sour. You didn't care about these feelings. Jiang Yun whispered, Mother, Sister Liu is jealous, so she's trying to stir trouble. Yi smiled and said, I understand. Everyone should realize that your older sister helps us out of kindness. She should focus on her own life. If you don't understand this, you might be easily influenced later. Jiang Xiangchuan also said seriously, Remember, your older sister will always be your older sister. Jang Xi Luo and the others nodded repeatedly. They didn't understand why their parents emphasized this. They thought their older sister was always their older sister, even after marriage. They all hoped their sister would be happy. Yi smiled and looked into the distance, her eyes a bit distant, her heart heavy. No one knew what she was looking at or reminiscing about. When Jiang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin arrived, the Jiang family's door was locked. During busy farming seasons, most villagers were working in the fields, and every household kept their doors locked. Probably my parents are working in the fields, Cui Hejin said. Should we go see if they're there? Jiang Xi Luo nodded and said, Since my parents found arrowroot powder, I won't tell them how to make it from scratch. But talking about this outside might be overheard, so it's better to wait until they come back. Fortunately, it's already evening, so they should be home soon. Jiang Xi Luo thought that after working hard in the fields, her parents could brew a cup of arrowroot powder, and her younger siblings could also enjoy it. Drinking arrowroot powder is good for health. While she was speaking, villagers gradually returned home carrying farming tools, and the village dogs started barking loudly. It was lively and bustling. When Yi Shi and Jiang Xiangchuan returned and saw Cui Hejin and Jiang Xi Luo at the door, they were surprised. Xi Luo, Hejin, you're here? Why don't you come in? Or call out to us in the field? We've just come back. Jiang Xi Luo smiled and said, We only waited a little while, and my parents came back. They left the town in the early afternoon, walking for over an hour, and now it was evening. Although Xingshan village is close to Donghe village, it is farther from the town. Xian held a small basket, happily running to Jiang Xi Luo. But because the basket was a bit heavy, he almost fell. Jiang Xi Luo hurried to catch him, saying, Slow down. Big sister, I went with Dad to find you. I didn't see you, so I miss you. Jiang Xi Luo felt her heart soften and said, Big sister also misses Xian. You're such a good boy. Actually, Jiang Yun also wanted to hug her sister, but she thought she was a big girl and shouldn't compete for her sister's attention with her brother. Just seeing her sister made her happy. The family chatted and laughed as they entered the yard. Jiang Xi Luo saw the arrowroot in the yard and brightened her eyes, saying, So much arrowroot. Did you find it on the mountain? Yi Shi smiled and said, Your second brother and fourth brother found it on the mountain. If you hadn't drawn the diagram and described what arrowroot looks like, they might not have found it. Jiang Xi Luo said, Going to the mountain can be dangerous. You all need to be careful and not go too deep into the mountain. Jiang Yun said, Big sister, don't worry. My second brother and I went with Uncle Hunter to the mountain during the day. It's safe. Jiang Xi Luo knew that hunters lived on the hillside of Xingshan village, and they called him Uncle Hunter. He was skilled in hunting and made a living from it. Only he dares to go deep into the forest. Others do not. Jiang Yansy said, Sister, there are many kudzu roots on the mountain, but we didn't bring back that much last time. Jiang Xi Luo replied, Kudzu roots are a bit heavy, but these are fine. I came to teach you how to make kudzu root powder. With kudzu powder, you can brew drinks, mix it into flour to make kudzu buns, or make kudzu noodles and cakes. Kudzu is good for health. Drinking a cup of kudzu powder during hot weather can help quench thirst and improve beauty. Hearing this, Mrs. Yi was amazed. Is kudzu powder really that good? They had never heard of kudzu before and didn't even know what it was. They only found it on the mountain after Xi Luo showed them the drawings. Since Xi Luo mentioned these items, the children have been paying more attention when they go up the mountain. They discovered the brown bark and naturally found kudzu roots there too. Jang Xi Luo looked at all the kudzu roots with excitement, her eyes shining brightly. So many kudzu roots, and her brother said there are more on the mountain. Dad, mom, brother, and sisters will also benefit from eating them. Jian Yanhua softly said, Sister, does using kudzu powder to make buns or noodles save flour? Jang Xi Luo knew her third sister was good at managing the household, so she nodded and said, Yes, it can save flour and be used for cooking. Jiang Yanhua was very happy to hear that. Sister, I want to learn how to make kudzu powder. Jiang Yunmian quickly came over and said, Sister, me too, I want to help. I just like making things with sister. She felt like they weren't working but playing something fun. Everyone started helping together. First, they washed the kudzu roots. The water in the household water jar was running low, so Cui Hejin carried a yoke to fetch water. Jiang Yunzheng hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, will come. Jiang Yunshu said, Yes, brother-in-law, you can rest for a bit. We'll fetch water. Cui Hejin gently touched their heads and said, You're still young, brother-in-law will do it. Her gentle expression made people naturally listen to her. Then Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzheng watched their brother-in-law go to fetch water in silence. They quickly followed to help. Big sister, you treasure your brother-in-law so much. If he gets tired, wouldn't you be unhappy? Yes, sister, we can help. Cui Hejin arrived by the water well, put down the pole and water bucket, and looked at them with a smile. In your eyes, brother-in-law seems so delicate and weak. No, it's just that big sister cares a lot about brother-in-law. If he gets tired, she would be upset. They all care about their sister's feelings. A gentle, soft light appeared in Cui Hejin's eyes as she said kindly, You can tell that. Huh? Of course. Big sisters look at brother-in-law as different. Yes, she's nervous about him. Jiang Yunjing seriously said, Brother-in-law, don't think we're kids just because we're younger. We're not little anymore. Cui Hejin softly replied, Your sister cares about you deeply too. She hopes you take good care of yourselves, eat well, rest well, and learn more knowledge. But as Zhang Xi Luo's parents said, someone in that position isn't really suited for studying or taking exams. However, soon, the whole country of Yun will experience some changes. Zhang Xi Luo, her parents, and younger sisters started busying themselves, washing the arrowroot, peeling it, and then cutting it into small pieces with a knife. Zhang Xi Luo mainly came to teach her parents how to make arrowroot powder. So, she only washed part of it, which made it faster. Once her parents learned how, they could find time to make more arrowroot powder. Yishur also helped by cutting. After finishing, she asked Xi Luo, What do we do next? Do we need to grind it with a stone mill? To make it easier to grind, Yishur cut the arrowroot into very fine pieces. Zhang Xi Luo shook her head and said, No need, parents. Do we have a wooden mortar? We can use it to grind the powder. If they went to the mill, they have to go to the village's grinding house. The mill had several stone grinders, which belonged to the village, and everyone could use them. Her father was a carpenter, and they had a wooden mortar at home. A wooden mortar is used to crush rice husks or peanuts. Most families have one. Yishur nodded and said, Then I'll go get it. She went to the west wing and brought it out from inside. Zhang Xi Luo put the cut arrowroot pieces into the mortar and kept pounding and pressing them. After figuring out how to do it, Jiang Xiangchuan said, Zhiluo, this is hard work. Dad will do it. Jiang Zhiluo replied, Dad, I'm fine.
No, you sit down.
Let Dad handle it. I have strong arms, and I'll finish quickly. Jiang Xiangchuan was very persistent. Yishur said, If you don't let your dad do these chores, he'll feel guilty. Jiang Zhiluo could only let her dad crush the arrowroot. She found a wooden stick in the yard, cut it in the middle. Xian looked curious and asked, Big sister, what are you doing? Jiang Zhiluo was busy working and patiently explained, I want to make a simple filtering tool. Mom, do we have clean, larger pieces of cloth at home? Yishur nodded, Yes, we do. Usually clean cloth like that is used to cover steamed buns or bread in baskets. There was a big piece at home. Jang Xi Luo tied the wooden stick vertically with a rope and hung it up, then tied the four corners of the cloth underneath. That's perfect. When the arrowroot powder is soaked, pour it in here, and it will be easy to filter out the residue. Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian helped wash the remaining arrowroots, peeling them carefully. Xi Luo said this was good stuff, and they couldn't wait to extract the powder. They could mix the arrowroot powder into their main meals, saving flour. Xian wanted to stay close to his big sister, but he knew he had to help at home. So he squatted there, washing arrowroots in a basin. Yishir went into the house quickly to knead dough, thinking about making dumplings for the family to eat later. Since her daughter and son-in-law had returned, Yishir was willing to make dumplings. Usually, she wouldn't bother during regular days. Dumplings were only made during festivals or special occasions. Jiang Xi Luo didn't notice her mother had gone into the kitchen to cook. She was busy making arrowroot powder. Zhang Xiangchuan was very strong and quickly pounded the arrowroot chunks with a wooden mortar. Soon, the arrowroot was crushed into small pieces. Just then, Cui Hejuan brought water back, and Jiang Xi Luo poured the water into a large wooden basin, then soaked the crushed arrowroot in it. After a while, Jiang Xi Luo asked, "Dad, do we have a clean and used jar at home?" "Yes, I'll bring one over," Zhang Xiangchuan said, going to the west room to fetch a jar. "It's the one used for storing grain, very clean." Jiang Xi Luo looked around and saw that everything was indeed very clean. She then hung up the filtering tool and scooped the soaked kudzu root into it. "Now we can filter out the kudzu juice." Jiang Xi Luo pressed down hard to help with the filtering. Jiang Yunzheng asked curiously, "Sister, what are you doing next?" Jiang Xi Luo explained, "It needs to settle overnight. After that, I'll pour out the water on top, and the bottom will be kudzu powder. But it has to dry in the yard first. Then it will be sun-dried. Once dry, I'll roll it into fine pieces with a rolling pin, sift it through a screen, and then put it into jars. When we want to eat, we can take it out." Jiang Xi Luo briefly described the next steps. Everyone had done farm work before, so these were basic steps that they could remember. After finishing, Jiang Xi Luo planned to go back with Cui Hejin. Yishir hurried out of the house and said, "I've already kneaded the dough and cut the meat for dumplings. Don't go back now. Stay and eat at home first." Jiang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "No, it's better not. If we go back late, my mother-in-law will definitely worry. It's not like we won't come back tonight. Mother, let's do it next time. You and Dad, along with the younger brothers and sisters, can enjoy the dumplings. Don't hold back on good food in ordinary days. Things will only get better, so we should eat well. Also, it's getting dark. It's better to go home before the sun sets." Seeing Jiang Xi Luo's insistence, Yishir could only let them go first. The two headed home as night fell. Jiang Xi Luo looked at Cui Hejin and asked, "Do you want to eat dumplings?" Cui Hejin looked into her clear, water-like eyes and smiled softly. "It's okay. I'll eat whatever." Jiang Xi Luo asked, "Don't you have something you want to eat?" Seeing her determined look, Cui Hejin hesitated for a moment and said, "Whatever you and Mother like to eat, I like to eat the same." Jiang Xi Luo was speechless. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. It seemed this person truly had no strong feelings or desires. He looked indifferent to everything, as if floating on clouds and breeze. But Jiang Xi Luo didn't notice that Cui Hejin's smile on his face had grown a little more. Although it was a gentle smile, it showed his mood. When they returned home, Grandma Cui had already prepared the meal and was waiting for them to eat. "Good, you're back. I've served the food. By the way, Xi Luo, your father brought 3 raincoats and a big basket of kudzu root. I think that's a bit much. Later, when we have good things at home, we can send some over." Old Madame Cui sighed to herself. What a kind and good family this son-in-law has. It's different from when she married into the Cui family. Her own family didn't pay her as much attention. "It's okay, Mother. Dad can make raincoats now, which is also a way to earn money." Her parents told her that life at home has improved a lot. With kudzu powder, Mother can make more noodles and food for her younger brothers and sisters. Jiang Xi Luo looked at the raincoat her father made and thought it was really good. Now, she wouldn't have to worry about rainy days. With raincoats, going out in the rain becomes easier. Cui Hejin said, Mother, father-in-law and mother-in-law are making dumplings for us to eat, but Jilo was thinking of you and worried you might be anxious, so we came back early. Old Madame Cui was surprised, not because of that, but because her son was finally talking so much. It also made her see how good Jilo was. She was moved and took Jiluo's hand, saying, You don't need to worry about me. I know you're eating well. When you have time, come home more often to visit your parents. Okay. When the family sat down to eat dinner, old Madame Cui said, I went to the fields this afternoon. Many people already know about us buying the land and have been asking me about it. Jilo wasn't surprised. The village is small, and with no entertainment or leisure activities, everyone loves to gossip. News spreads quickly in the village. Within an afternoon, everyone would know. It's okay, Mother. Sooner or later, everyone will find out. We also told Uncle Li, so when the villagers finish their work, they'll come early to help plant the fields. Old Madame Cui said, I was worried before that someone in the village might be jealous. Jilo replied, Mother, if we build the house and buy land without involving the villagers, they might be jealous or say things behind our backs. But the workers for building the house and farming are all from our village. Even the land workers are from here. They earn money working for us, so they won't feel resentful. That's why I'm willing to wait a few more days to hire villagers to help with planting. Otherwise, I'd just hire temporary workers from the town. It's also more convenient to work with villagers, especially since we don't need to prepare meals at noon. And the wages are cheaper. Mrs. Cui nodded and said, You are really thoughtful. After dinner, Jang Xi Luo took out the land deed and showed it to Mrs. Cui. Mother, this is the deed for the land we bought. Here, take it. Mrs. Cui looked at the deed for 5 acres of land, feeling very happy, her eyes shining with a smile. I never thought our family would own so much land. After carefully examining it, Mrs. Cui felt very excited. Xi Luo, you keep it. Don't worry, Mother. I'm just afraid I might accidentally hide it somewhere and forget about it later. Mrs. Cui understood that if it weren't for Xi Luo, she wouldn't even dare to think about buying land or building a house. Now they live in such a nice big house, with spacious rooms and plenty of space for things. The front and backyards are so large, living here feels very comfortable. Seeing Mrs. Cui insist, Jang Xi Luo didn't refuse. Indeed, keeping it in a safe place is better. Many families in the village, after finishing their meals and resting, couldn't help but talk a little. This Cui family girl is really lucky. In such a short time, she built a big house and bought land. It shows she has some ability. Who would have thought that Jang Xi Luo, who had a bad reputation before, is now so capable? She suddenly owns 5 more acres of land. Although it's the most common type, it's still land. Many women in the village looked at each other with envy. For farmers, having more land makes them feel more secure. It means having enough grain, and when they have food, they won't feel anxious. Someone who knew a little about the situation spoke up. Many people in Xingshan village were fleeing from hardship back then. It was Jiang Chuan who brought them to Xingshan village. I've heard many say that if Jiang Chuan hadn't protected them on the road, they would have lost their lives. His father isn't an ordinary man, so it's normal for his daughter to be so capable. Most people in Donghe village also knew this news. Everyone knew what was happening in nearby villages. But they didn't see Jiang Chuan as particularly special, just that he had a leg injury. However, the people of Xingshan village thought Jiang Chuan was impressive, and everyone felt grateful to the Jiang family. Could it be that because he was limping they couldn't see how capable he was? At most, they gossip about it during tea breaks or meals, and no one thinks too much about it. They still care more about their own lives. And when the Cui family bought land, many couldn't help but feel a little envious. Li Zheng's family, Mrs. Zhu, couldn't help but mutter, is doing business really that profitable? She felt a bit excited and also thought about starting a small business. Li Zheng said, You think doing business is that easy? Mrs. Zhu replied, I know it's not easy. If it were simple, everyone would just do small trades or set up stalls. I'm thinking about Zhao Shi. He's already 16 and should get married. But the girl families we've liked ask for a lot of bride price. They can't afford that much silver. Plus, The girl's parents look down on their family, which makes her feel uncomfortable. Actually, it's not just about the bride price, but also their attitude. Their haughty attitude, looking down on them, makes her angry. Mostly, she feels sorry for her son. Li Zheng understood this clearly. I also asked around. Someone else was also proposing marriage at the same time. But they still looked down on us, so they asked for a high bride price on purpose. If our village were as rich as Yanglu village, with better conditions, people might treat us more politely. You shouldn't be to yourself. Just find a girl who is willing to marry Zhao Shi and live a good life with him. Mrs. Zhu felt sad, but understood. You're right. The girl family they liked later made a better offer after someone else proposed. The high bride price was just to make them give up, so they wouldn't ruin their reputation. If their family had better conditions, it wouldn't be like this. So, she also wanted to earn more money. But she didn't have any special skills. If only we had more land, we could buy Zhao Shi more fields or build a bigger house. Maybe then, a girl would be willing to marry him. Zhao Shi is hardworking, capable, respectful, and has a good temper. Li Zheng was silent for a moment. Our Donghe village is small, and the conditions aren't great. The land is poor. When people hear about Donghe village, even if it's the Li Zheng family's son, they will think carefully. That's just how it is. Li Zheng also hopes Donghe village can improve. Zhao Shi is 16. Don't rush him. I think he hasn't thought much about it. Mrs. Zhu felt a little sad when thinking about the village. Then she seemed to remember something and said, We have a cow at home. Do you think we should let him go out as a peddler selling things? I heard it's not bad. What can we sell? We don't have anything valuable. Mrs. Zhu thought about it and agreed. She kept thinking about this, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. By the way, don't forget that the Cui family bought 5 acres of land. When the time comes, ask the villagers to help with farming. Tell them early so anyone finished with their work can go help at Cui's land. Don't worry, I'll tell them first thing in the morning. After dinner and washing up, the Cui family went to bed early. That night, strangely, Jang Xi Luo had a dream about a mountain path. It was raining, and a carriage was moving forward through the rain. Inside the carriage sat 3 students. One was Jian Yansy, and the other 2 were unclear. Jian Yansy said, The rain is quite heavy. He lifted the curtain and told the driver, Uncle Ding, find an inn or a farmstay ahead to take shelter from the rain. Yes, young master. Jian, I really didn't expect it to rain so heavily on the road. If I had known, I would have listened to you and not rushed. You both wanted to get to the provincial school early to prepare for the next exam. Jian Yansy was talking with the other 2 students inside the carriage. Uncle Ding, the driver, was leading the carriage forward. Maybe on purpose, he was driving into potholes. The carriage sped up. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky. The rain was heavy, and suddenly, the horse seemed to go crazy and ran forward wildly, causing the carriage to shake violently. It looked like it was about to tip over. Jian Yansy and the others were caught off guard and fell from the carriage. The rain was so heavy that visibility was poor. Jian Yansy landed near some big rocks, hitting his body hard against them. If the ground had been normal, he could have gotten up. But because there were sharp stones and another student had fallen on him, Jian Yansy couldn't move due to the pain. Soon, the carriage wheels ran over his hand. Jian Yansy trembled with pain and fainted on the spot. After he lost consciousness, the student lying on top of him and Uncle Ding, the driver, both got up. The student said his hand is useless now. Uncle Ding said everything went smoothly. The next day, Jang Xi Luo woke up feeling distracted, thinking about what happened in her dreams. Could it be that Jian Yansy's hand was disabled because the scholar and the man named Ding conspired together? But it was strange. Why would she dream about such things? Jian Yansy had nothing to do with her. However, on the day Jian Yun was found unconscious by the river, she also had a dream the night before. In her dream, her consciousness seemed to be urging her to save Jian Yun. Now, she wondered if she should also save Jian Yansy. But Jian Yansy's hand being disabled was already a fact. She couldn't change that. And since she was dreaming about past events, she wasn't sure if they were real or not. Even if they were true, no one would believe her suspicions about the scholar and Ding, who were close to Jian Yansy. Jang Xi Luo felt very conflicted inside. But she still had daily chores to do. She and Old Lady Cui also took some time to clear the front and backyards, planting vegetables. She also processed the kudzu root her father gave her into kudzu powder, drying it in the yard every day. After a few busy days, by making chili meat sauce and marinated dishes, and deducting daily expenses, her small savings of a few taels of silver suddenly grew to 8 taels. With money in hand, she could hire people to farm the land and pay everyone's wages more easily. Many villagers, after finishing spring planting, helped the Cui family with farming. Every day, Jang Xi Luo paid them 10 coins for their work. That day, when she went to deliver chili meat sauce to the courier office, she overheard Wei Xingye's followers talking. They really didn't expect Miss Chen's leg to be broken. According to the doctor, it will take at least 2 months for her to recover. During that time, she can't leave the house and she'll probably go crazy. But she really can't come to see our young master now. He's busy practicing martial arts and doesn't think about Miss Chen at all. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's face changed. That day, she only scolded Chen Hua Die and her maid, without hurting her leg. Lin Fan said, "Who knows? We're also very confused. Just a few days ago, her leg was broken like that." Sure Air remembered the young master's instructions to be respectful and polite to Jiang Xianyang. He quickly and enthusiastically said, "Miss Jiang, I understand." Miss Chan was walking when she suddenly fell, and then her leg was broken. I heard that after Miss Chen woke up, she acted crazy, claiming some expert used a hidden weapon to break her leg. Who would believe that? Ding Pai said, "Exactly. A few days ago, Miss Chen even said she saw ghosts and claimed she was beaten. Look at this. Miss Chen's family called a doctor to examine her. There are no scars or injuries on her, but she kept crying out in pain. Isn't that strange?" Miss Chen caused trouble for several days, making the house chaotic. Later, everyone said she wasn't thinking clearly. So, no one believed what she said. Her maid, though, insisted she was really beaten. TSK. Jang Xi Luo heard this and clenched her jaw tightly. That day, she scolded Chen Hua Dai and her maid Feng Chao, but she knew exactly where to hit to hurt without leaving marks. So, the doctor couldn't tell anything was wrong. Unexpectedly, Chen Huadi's leg was broken. Now, Chen Huadai wouldn't have to worry about causing trouble anymore. At this moment, Jang Xi Luo felt quite happy. "This is the 50 bottles of chili meat sauce we ordered. They're all here." Sure Air and the others looked at the chili meat sauce with bright eyes, almost drooling. "Miss Jiang, your chili meat sauce is just too delicious." Yes, the brothers at the agency all like it. Recently, everyone has been out on missions, and each person received a bottle of chili meat sauce. Our young master also went out to deliver a convoy. He won't be back for a few days. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I know." A few days ago, Wei Xingye came to order chili meat sauce and told her he was going out on a convoy. He had already paid, so this time she was mainly delivering the goods. After leaving the agency, Jang Xi Luo planned to go to the medical clinic to get medicine. When she passed by earlier, she saw people coming and going at the herbal clinic holding medicinal herbs. She remembered that 6 days ago, when she and Cui Hejin came, the clinic was open but had no herbs supplied yet. This time there should be herbs available, so she wanted to go in and take a look. Just as I was about to enter the clinic, someone came out. Jian Yun looked a little tired, carrying several bags of medicine, walking absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she missed a step and nearly fell. Jang Xi Luo quickly stepped forward and caught Jian Yun in her arms. Jian Yun immediately snapped out of her daze and, seeing Jang Xi Luo, became very excited. "Xi Luo, it's really you." "Yes, what's wrong? Why do you look unwell?" Jian Yun shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just gathering some medicine for my mother and brother. A few days ago, my brother came back first and my mother, and I just returned too. This morning, I went to your house to find you, but I didn't see you." Jian Yun's first thought was to find Jang Xi Luo when she returned. Since Jang Xi Luo wasn't at home, she came back first. She didn't expect to see her in town. Jian Yun was excited and said, "It's so good to see you. Xi Luo, you should come to my house." Just as she was about to say more, Jian Yun remembered the tense atmosphere at her home and stopped herself. Jang Xi Luo said, "I see you're not feeling well. If you want to talk, why don't you come to my house? My family has built a big house now with many rooms and a special hall, which makes talking easier. It's not like the small fence yard before, which was too simple and private. We worried about people passing by hearing our conversations." Jian Yun nodded and said, "I'll bring the medicine back home first, and I'll come to see you this afternoon." Jang Xi Luo nodded as well. After a brief exchange, Jian Yun went home. Jang Xi Luo always felt someone was deliberately targeting Jian's family. Otherwise, how could Jian Yansy's hand suddenly be broken? When Jang Xi Luo returned home, she happened to meet Han Bing's. He carried a shoulder pole and brought some bottles. Recently, business with chili sauce had been good, so Jang Xi Luo ordered many bottles. She didn't need to go to Linxi village. Han Bing's delivered the bottles, and she told him how many to order next time. She paid a deposit now and paid the rest when delivering the goods. This time, she ordered 200 bottles and gave him 150 coins as change. She split the payment in half. Han Bing's took the coins and said, "Thank you." He seemed unfamiliar with saying thank you, and his voice sounded a bit stiff. However, Jang Xi Luo found it quite strange. Clearly, he should have earned some money recently, but why was he still wearing such old clothes? His hair was also unkempt and messy, like a wild person. Despite his rough appearance, his face was sharp and striking. He looked quite strong, too. Even when carrying many things, he didn't seem tired at all, appearing very relaxed. Jang Xi Luo carefully observed how he walked and felt that he seemed to have inner strength. She remembered Lin Zhuzhu saying that the Han father and son were usually distant from the villagers and often went into the mountains. Sometimes they hunted for a living, but she found this a bit strange. However, she was not someone who meddled in others' affairs. She wouldn't investigate Han Bing's secrets. They were just business partners. Thinking for a moment, Jang Xi Luo said, "I will order 300 more bottles." The chili meat sauce business was doing well, so she wasn't worried about selling at all. Han Bing's nodded without saying much, and then left. Old Madame Cui came out of the house, looking at Han Bing's figure, and said, "I always feel like I've seen him before." "Did you see him in the capital before, Mother?" Old Madame Cui shook her head and said, "No, it's just a feeling of familiarity. I can't quite remember right now. Could it be that you saw someone similar in the capital?" Old Madame Cui replied, "A lot has happened in the capital over the years. Maybe I'm a bit confused. People from Beizhou wouldn't be from the capital. Maybe he was exiled." Old Madame Cui's expression changed and said, "That's possible. Over 10 years ago, our emperor was very suspicious. Exiling a family or killing an official was normal. Mother, do you think he looks like someone or from a certain family?" Old Madame Cui said, "Most of what I've seen are women, so I've seen fewer men. But with his appearance and demeanor, he definitely doesn't look like someone from the village. Still, we shouldn't say such things lightly. I also think you don't look like someone from the village." Jang Xi Luo chuckled and said, "Mother, do you think I look like someone from the capital?" Old Madame Cui couldn't help but laugh and said, "If I didn't know you were a native villager, I'd think you were a young lady carefully raised by a noble family." Jang Xi Luo's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. "Mother, you're just flattering me. That's why you see me like this." Jang Xi Luo clearly knows that she grew up with her parents and younger siblings, not in a big family. Everything she shows is because she once lived in ancient times, then traveled to the modern world, and now finds herself in this fictional ancient world. Because she has many abilities, her behavior and manners are different. Jang Xi Luo chuckled and shook her head. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her parents fled to Xingshan village during a famine, but she doesn't know where they were from before. Also, when she was young, she seemed to have had a high fever that caused her to lose her childhood memories. She felt a bit confused, but didn't think much about it. After lunch, Jang Xi Luo checked old Lady Cui's pulse and said, "Mother's health is much better than before." Just a few more doses of medicine, and she'll be fully recovered. Old Lady Cui looked at Jang Xi Luo gratefully and said, I must thank you properly. Besides, I can feel that my body is much better. I feel energetic, sleep well every night, and I even think I have fewer gray hairs. She then touched her face and said, I don't know if it's just my feeling, but my face doesn't look as rough as before. The villagers say I look much younger, with a healthy glow on my face. Several people have mentioned it, so I think it's true. Hearing this, Old Lady Cui felt happy. She felt much more positive now. She understood that all these changes were because Xi Luo had come to their home. Jang Xi Luo looked at Old Lady Cui's hair and saw that her gray hairs had indeed decreased. Actually, Old Lady Cui was not very old, so she shouldn't have gray hair. Unfortunately, after the Cui family had some trouble and she was exiled, her nutrition was poor, which caused her hair to turn white, and she looked haggard and thin. After 2 months of careful care, eating and drinking spiritual spring water daily, and taking medicine prescribed by Jang Xi Luo, her health had improved a lot. She looked more energetic and lively when walking. Mother is really much better. Later, she should take her medicine again. Don't worry, I will prepare the medicine. I can do it. Thinking for a moment, Jang Xi Luo added, By the way, Mother, Jian Yun will come over this afternoon. Old Lady Cui knew Jian Yun was a girl Jang Xi Luo had saved before. Although she is the daughter of the county magistrate, she is also a kind person who makes others feel cared for. Villa, since she is your friend, let's treat her well. My mother's going to knead dough and make some snacks later, but unfortunately, we don't have tea. In the past, Madame Cui liked drinking tea at Cui's house, but tea leaves were expensive. Since coming here, she hasn't bought tea leaves anymore. Jiang Xi Luo saw some tea leaves being sold in town, but didn't buy any. It's okay, Mother. Drinking plain water is fine. Even though it's plain water, adding spring water gives it a light, sweet taste, which is quite good. Madame Cui brewed some medicine, and while drinking it, she felt a bit worried. Xi Luo, these medicines cost quite a bit, right? If it were her own money, she wouldn't want to spend so much on medicine. But Xi Luo cared about her and was willing to spend her money to buy medicine, which made her feel warm inside. She also felt sorry for Xi Luo because all the money was earned by her. Mother, once you're healthy, you won't need to buy medicinal herbs anymore. It's okay, Mother. Although we spent some money, we still earn every day. Herbal medicines are indeed expensive. The Xuanlin Hall gave a discount, but the medicines for Madame Cui and Cui Hejin still cost over 5 taels of silver. Now, she only has a little over 2 taels of silver left. But seeing Madame Cui and Cui Hejin recover, she didn't mind the money. Anyway, the family has income every day. Recently, she plans to make more chili sauce. However, Han Binks and her father can only make about 100 jars a day at most. Buying jars in town is much more expensive. As for making snacks, Madame Cui usually makes simple steamed buns. They taste very plain. She just adds a bit of sugar when kneading the dough, shapes them with molds, and steams them. They are small, sweet buns that children in the village really like. Most families can't afford to make them often. They can't compare to the stuffed pastries sold in town bakeries. Suddenly, Jang Xi Luo thought of bread. Unfortunately, there is no oven in this era. If there were an oven, she could make many kinds of bread. She has visited the market in town and the county several times, researching. There are many kinds of pastries like mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, and so on. But there are no bread-like foods. In the modern world, bread is very common with unique flavors, different from pastries. You can also bake cakes. If I make it, everyone will like to eat it. Thinking of this, Jang Xi Luo felt excited and warm inside. But she doesn't have an oven. She felt a bit helpless, thinking she couldn't make bread or cake. But if she could make bread or cake, she could sell it at the market in town, and her business would be unique and probably quite good. Plus, once baked, the bread could last several days, unlike cooking it fresh over a fire for each sale. She could prepare it at home and sell it at the market. She could make a lot in one day and sell it over the next days. When she had free time, she could also go around the town selling bread. If she helped Cui Hejin get healthy and save some money, she even thought about renting a shop just for selling bread and cake. Or she could take orders from home. Many things could be prepared at home and then sold in a shop. But these are just ideas. At that moment, Mrs. Niu called from the door, "Cui Jie, is Xi Luo at home?" As soon as she heard the voice, Jang Xi Luo knew it was Mrs. Niu. "Mrs. Niu, we're at home."
Come in.
Mrs. Niu carried 2 baskets of things and came in. "Xi Luo, last time, thanks to you, you cured Uncle Lu's arm. There's no need to thank me. I made these red bean buns myself. And these are fresh Chongqing chilies I picked from my parent house. I brought them for you." Hearing about the Chongqing chilies, Xi Luo's eyes lit up. They're a good thing. In the modern era, they are also natural green vegetables. You can make scrambled eggs with Chongqing chilies. Xi Luo also knew that red bean buns are made with white bread filled with sweet red bean paste. For the villagers, this is a very luxurious treat, usually only made during the New Year. Most people are too reluctant to make it often. The red beans are grown in their own fields, and if bought, people wouldn't want to spend money on them. Xi Luo knew Mrs. Niu was thoughtful, but considering the villagers' limited conditions, she quickly said, "Mrs. Niu, really, you don't need to bring these. Just take them back for Uncle Lu and for Shan Mao." Old Lady Cui also came out from inside and said, "Yes, Mrs. Niu, don't be so polite. Just take the things back for Shan Mao to eat. Brother Lu still needs to recover." Mrs. Niu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we have enough to eat at home. Recently, I have been buying large bones to make soup, and I am eating much better than before. These are specially made to give to you all. Please don't dislike homemade things." Thanks to Xi Luo, otherwise, the spring farming work would have been affected. Now, the fields are planted with grains, and nothing is delayed. I am still working in your fields every day and earning wages. I don't even know how to thank you all." Mrs. Niu said a lot and insisted on leaving some things. Old Lady Cui and Mrs. Niu pushed and pulled for a while. Jiang Xi Luo knew that villagers are like this, giving something and then hesitating for a while. The villagers are very kind, and their gifts are sincere. If they don't want things, it's also sincere. They feel bad accepting things because everyone's conditions are not very good. In the end, the items were still left behind. Jiang Xi Luo thought for a moment and took a small bowl of spicy meat sauce from the house to give to Mrs. Niu. She couldn't let her go back empty-handed. Mrs. Niu didn't want to accept it, but Jiang Xi Luo was persistent, so Mrs. Niu had to take it, repeatedly thanking her. When Mrs. Niu left, Old Lady Cui saw her off to the door. They stood at the entrance and chatted for a while. "Cui Jie, I used to be so talkative, sorry about that." "Don't say that. We used to be neighbors and you always helped out kindly. There's no need to mind those things now." "Cui Jie, I think you're very kind, and your Xi Luo is capable too. You'll enjoy good days in the future." "Yes, my Xi Luo is both smart and capable." She kept praising her. Jiang Xi Luo listened from the yard, her mouth twitching repeatedly. Mrs. Niu cheerfully said, "You don't need to worry about the work in your fields. I heard from Mao's father that everyone is working diligently and seriously during planting, with no one slacking off. Honestly, we're all grateful that your family provides this work." Mrs. Cui modestly replied, "We should thank the villagers for helping with the work." Mrs. Niu said, "That's not quite right. You paid wages, and after planting the grains, there's not much else to do. Having this job every day and earning wages makes everyone happy and grateful to you."
They talked for a while.
Then Mrs. Niu asked, "By the way, Cui Jie, aren't the bricks in your yard just piling up and used? There are some left over from building the house. Maybe later, we can build something in the yard with them." She chatted with them for a long time, talking about village gossip and family news. Jiang Xi Luo knew that people in the village didn't have many entertainment options, no internet or TV, so everyone liked to talk when they had free time. But she looked at the bricks in the corner, her expression changing slightly. They were leftover bricks from building a house. Suddenly, Jiang Xi Luo had an idea. She excitedly said, "Yes, we can build a bread oven against the wall in the yard." She wondered why she hadn't thought of it before. Just then, she felt grateful that Niu's family casually mentioned these bricks. Although there was no cement in this era, People usually used mixed mud as glue when building houses. So, she could gather some yellow clay and grass to make a mud mixture to stick the bricks together. There was yellow clay at the foot of the mountain nearby, and she could go get some. Jang Xi Luo was so excited, she almost wanted to go get the clay right away. But she remembered Jian Yun might come later, so she held back. Even if she finished building the bread oven, it would take about 3 days to bake bread in it. Sure enough, not long after, Jian Yun arrived. When she came in the morning, the main door was closed, so she didn't see what was inside. Only when she entered the house did she see that the yard, though lacking a rockery or pond, was clean and spacious, with a small field cultivated nearby. Some vegetables were sprouting, though she couldn't name them. But they looked quite good. She was happy for Jang Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo took her to the living room to talk. Jian Yun's female driver and bodyguard was resting in the yard with the horse-drawn carriage. Jang Xi Luo asked, "Since there are many rooms at home now, can you have your bodyguard rest in the next room?" Jian Yun shook her head and said, "I told her, but she's not used to it. Since my eldest brother broke his finger, he came back and replaced my bodyguard. Usually, I don't trust the drivers either." Jang Xi Luo thought about the things in her dream, her expression shifting slightly. She asked, "Is your brother's injury not an accident?" Jian Yun's face turned pale at the mention of her brother, looking worried. "I'm not sure either. After he woke up, he was very silent. My brother sent people to investigate, but it rained heavily that day, and the clues were lost. My older brother had some suspicions, but at that time, he was with 2 classmates in the car. Both of his classmates were also injured, though not as badly as my brother. What's even worse is that the Dong family took the opportunity, when my brother was seriously hurt, to quickly cancel the engagement. My mother almost fainted from anger. Originally, it was agreed that after the provincial exam, my brother would marry Miss Dong. It was the Dong family who proposed it first. Perhaps only in front of Jiang Zhilu could Jian Yun speak her true feelings. Strangely, while staying in the countryside house, Jiang Zilu felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Listening to this, a cold frost appeared in Jiang Zilu's eyes. Earlier in town, I also heard gossip about Jian Yansy. Is your brother okay? I remember seeing Jian Yansy at the town gate, with a look of deep worry on his face. Jian Yun shook her head and said, "He seems fine, but we know he keeps everything inside. My brother used to be cheerful, but now he is very quiet and doesn't speak all day." Jiang Zhilu asked, "And what about the 2 classmates who went with him to the provincial capital? They were also injured and have gone back to rest. And the coachman?" Jian Yun replied, "That Ding coachman is an old servant of our Jian family. When my brother had an accident, he felt very guilty, but he and my father have known each other for many years. My father still has some old feelings for him, so he was only lightly punished." Jiang Zilu's expression changed. Could it really be the Ding family? She said, "Tell me more about your brother, the 2 classmates, and Coach Ding. Maybe there are some clues hidden in their stories." Jiang Zilu couldn't mention her dreams directly, so she tried to hint at details to Jian Yun. Jian Yun said, "I only know some things my brother and mother told me. One classmate is He Muqiang, and the other is Wang Ping. Both passed the imperial exam and did well in the academy. That's why they asked my brother to go to the provincial capital with them. But it rained heavily on the way, the carriage went out of control, and Uncle Ding couldn't stop the horse. My brother fell off, He Muqiang fell on him, and Wang Ping was knocked unconscious on the other side, bleeding from his head." A wave of emotion rose in Jiang Zhilu's heart. Some scenes Jian Yun described matched her dreams perfectly. She also saw things more clearly in her dreams. Jiang Xi Luo seriously said, "I think there is something wrong with He Muqiang and your driver Ding." Seeing Jiang Xi Luo so serious, Jian Yun was surprised for a moment. If someone else said this, Jian Yun might not believe it, but since Jiang Xi Luo said it, she instinctively believed her. After realizing this, she quickly grabbed Jiang Xi Luo's hand and said excitedly, "Xi Luo, are you saying that Uncle Ding and He Muqiang have issues?" Jian Yun stared at Jiang Xi Luo without blinking. Jiang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Yes. You mentioned many details just now. The driver is an elder in your family, has been with your father for many years, and is experienced in driving in the rain. Jian Yun suddenly understood and said, "Yes, my father used to drive him when he was young. He is very experienced and very loyal to my father. That's why, when my older brother went to the provincial capital, my parents arranged for Uncle Ding to drive." Uncle Ding has also been to the provincial capital before. How could the carriage have problems just because of the rain? But Uncle Ding was also seriously injured, his leg was broken, and he limped. He said he couldn't face working for the Jian family anymore. Jang Xi Luo snorted coldly. What if this is a trick to make him seem innocent? Without some kind of trick, how could he escape punishment? It's best to investigate this driver carefully.
See if he has suspicious contacts.
A very loyal person suddenly betraying you, either for profit or because of threats. Hearing Jang Xi Luo's words, Jian Yun realized this matter was not simple. Her expression became serious. So disgusting. Luckily, my father and older brother haven't let him go yet. His contract is still in my mother's hands. Although she hadn't figured it out before, Jang Xi Luo's guidance made her understand the key point immediately. This He Muqiang usually appears educated and well-mannered, has a good relationship with my brother, and often comes to our house for meals. My parents like him a lot. Nothing suggests he would harm my brother. Jang Xi Luo asked, "When did he start having such a good relationship with your brother?" Jian Yun thought carefully and said, "I wasn't home much before, so I don't know exactly. I just heard from my mother that it probably started about half a year ago." "Oh, right. His family is quite complicated. His father was in business and his family was doing well, but his father was killed by bandits while traveling, and his mother left. He used the little inheritance his father left him to study. 6 months ago, he entered the academy. Sometimes he asks my older brother for help with his studies, and my brother gives him advice. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Could it be that he is deliberately trying to get close to my older brother? My older brother was planning to go alone to the provincial capital, but he brought Wang Ping along to see him. That's when my brother decided to give them a ride." Jang Xi Luo said, "It's best to check who He Muqiang really is, including where his mother went, and if he has any contact with her." Based on Jang Xi Luo's analysis, there might be problems with all this. Why would this person want to harm Jian Yansy without a good reason? If no one is behind it, would he really dare to do such a thing? Jian Yun clenched her fists tightly. "Xi Luo, thank you. I understand now. But Wang Ping's family is a bit poor. His father is a carpenter, and his mother makes embroidery to support his studies. I heard he has a younger sister who also knows embroidery." Jang Xi Luo thought for a moment and said, "It's unlikely that he would harm your older brother. But you could also ask him about He Muqiang to help find the real culprit behind this." Jian Yun held Jang Xi Luo's hand tightly. "Yes, thank you, Xi Luo." After she heard so much from Jang Xi Luo, she suddenly had some clues in her mind. While they were talking, old lady Cui brought some snacks and said, "They're just made.
You can eat while you chat."
Jian Yun also smiled and greeted old lady Cui, calling her auntie. Old lady Cui exchanged a few words with her and then went back to her chores, not disturbing their conversation. Jian Yun found it a bit surprising. "Xi Luo, you and your mother-in-law are both very kind." Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Yes, my mother-in-law is very good. She treats me like her own daughter." Because of this, she felt more connected to this family. Hearing Jian Yun say she often feels dizzy and has trouble sleeping, Jang Xi Luo looked at her and saw she looked very tired. She said, "I know a little about traditional medicine. Let me check your pulse." Hearing this, Jian Yun quickly held out her hand. That would be wonderful. She still remembered that she fainted by the river before, and Jang Xi Luo used emergency methods to save her. She thought it was a simple village remedy, but it turns out Xi Luo really knows medicine. She trusted Xi Luo the most. Seeing Jian Yun's trusting expression, Jang Xi Luo felt a little touched inside. She carefully took Jian Yun's pulse. After checking her pulse, she wrote a prescription and said, "Follow this recipe to buy medicine. Drink it every day and try to be more active. In a month, you should get better, and your body will feel more energetic." Jian Yun nodded eagerly, Okay. In the evening, Jian Yun was about to leave. Jang Xi Luo warmly invited her to stay for dinner. She shook her head and said, "Next time. I'll go back now, and my parents will worry if I return late." Actually, Jian Yun also didn't want to trouble Jang Xi Luo. After Jian Yun left, Jang Xi Luo carried her basket and went down to the foot of the mountain. Old Madame Cui wanted to accompany Jang Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo refused, saying, "Mother, you stay at home and prepare dinner. My husband might come back soon. I'll just go to the foot of the mountain to dig some yellow mud and come back." Old Madame Cui thought about it and didn't insist. She knew Xi Luo was an independent person. She didn't like others following her around when she did things. "All right, do you want anything for dinner tonight?" Jang Xi Luo thought for a moment and said, "Mother, just heat up the red bean buns and stir-fry some fragrant chive and egg dishes." "Okay, I'll do that. I'll also make some mushroom soup." She remembered Xi Luo loved mushroom soup. After eating and drinking the soup, she would feel better. Jang Xi Luo nodded. "All right, don't overwork yourself, Mother. Cooking isn't tiring. I feel more hopeful about life now." Old Madame Cui no longer wanted to think about the affairs in the capital. She just wanted the family to live happily, with her son and daughter-in-law happy and sweet, so she could help take care of her grandchildren later. Thinking of this, old Madame Cui felt very happy. Since moving into the big house, she felt at ease and comfortable. Having her own house made her feel completely different. Now she could not only eat enough but also occasionally enjoy some good food. Every day, she looked forward to the family eating dinner together. At this moment, He-jin returned from school, and dinner was the most relaxing time for the family. Jang Xi Luo naturally didn't know what was on old Madame Cui's mind. She was full of thoughts about digging yellow mud to make bread kills. As she left the house, she passed by a field. This two-mu field bordered the valley and was exactly their family's land. At this time, many villagers were helping to plant crops like corn, peanuts, red beans, green beans, and soybeans. These crop seeds are all nourished by spiritual energy after Jang Xi Luo placed them in her space. She also planted some black sesame seeds. Jang Xi Luo thought about planting more varieties of crops. If possible, she wanted to grow rice, purple rice, glutinous rice, and similar grains. But here in the north, the climate is different and not very suitable for rice planting. Unless she plants rice inside her space, but all the land there is already used. If there were more land in her space, she could grow purple rice, millet, and other grains. At this time, it was about 4 in the afternoon, and everyone was busy in the fields. The children in the village were running, jumping, and playing various games on the street. The elders sat on small stools at the village entrance, chatting. Some gathered under the biggest old locust tree in the village center, talking about who's doing well and who's not, just everyday talk. The warm spring breeze gently blew, carrying a strong feeling of warmth. The ducks and geese in the river called out and lined up to go home, as it was their usual time. Jang Xi Luo was curious. These ducks and geese seemed to remember everything. They knew to go to the river to eat, stay there all day, and automatically go home at night. These ducks and geese could remember the way. Seeing the lively, energetic scene of the village, a smile couldn't help but appear on Jang Xi Luo's face. When passing by the fields, everyone greeted her actively. "Is that Xi Luo? It's already evening. Are you heading to the mountains?" Seeing her carrying a basket, they guessed she was going to the mountain. "Yes, ma'am. I'm going to the foot of the mountain to dig some yellow mud. Be careful and watch your step." "Xi Luo, everyone knows you're good at medicine. Our pig doesn't seem very energetic, and we don't know what's wrong. Could you please take a look? I'll check on it later." "Xi Luo, we really appreciate you helping us. We work hard every day and pay you for it." The villagers were grateful to Jang Xi Luo and her group. "In 2 days, we'll have everything planted. This won't affect the autumn harvest at all. Right? It's just the right time to plant everything in spring." Thus, Jang Xi Luo continued walking while chatting with the villagers. The villagers were used to talking while working. After walking around the foot of the mountain, Jang Xi Luo saw a lot of yellow mud. There was quite a bit of yellow mud. Jang Xi Luo dug some items into her basket and set aside a few more for later. She also found a large nest of duck eggs at the foot of the mountain, 12 big, good-looking eggs. Wow, these are really duck eggs. She was very happy when she saw them. It looks like these eggs were just laid. Luckily, I have some yellow mud. I can use it to make salted duck eggs when I get home. Last month, her family hatched many chicks, which spent their days in cages or wandering in the yard. They looked quite cute. They were almost grown up now. Usually, they ate chicken eggs, rarely duck eggs. But thinking about Aunt Li's pig, which seemed to have some issues, she took another walk up the mountain to pick some herbs. When she carried her basket of yellow mud back home, she saw the village chimneys rising with gentle smoke, looking peaceful and calm. People in the fields had already gone home for dinner. When Jang Xi Luo arrived home, Cui Hejin was already there. "You're back." "Yes, I am." Cui Hejin put down his axe and came over to help Jang Xi Luo take the yellow mud out of her basket. He looked at the mud with some surprise, but didn't ask much. He was happy as long as she was happy. Jang Xi Luo explained, "I need to use some plant-based yellow mud as glue to build a bread oven in the yard. With a bread oven, I can bake bread. Bread is similar to pastries, but with a different taste. You'll see when it's done." In this basket are duck eggs. I didn't expect to find a nest of eggs, and they look like they were just laid. She guessed the eggs came from ducks in the nearby river or maybe wild ducks. Cui Hejin gently said, "All right, I'll pour some water for you to wash up before dinner." He scooped water from the basin into a bowl so she could wash her face and hands. Watching his careful actions, Jang Xi Luo felt a warm, indescribable feeling inside. Thinking about it, Cui Hejin really took good care of her every day, gentle and thoughtful. "Actually, I can do it myself," Cui Hejin softly said, "just wash up first." Jang Xi Luo nodded and washed her hands. Old Mrs. Cui smiled in the kitchen and said, "Xi Luo is back. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and come eat." Okay. The family washed their hands and sat down at the dining table to eat. Madame Cui prepared fragrant chive scrambled eggs, mushroom meat soup, and heated the red bean buns given by Mr. Niu in the afternoon. There was a large plate of food and plenty of soup, enough for the three of them. Madame Cui smelled the aroma of the chive eggs and happily said, "This is the taste I like, so delicious. This thing only appears in spring. I haven't seen many chive trees in our village. Only your Aunt Niu brought some back from her mother's home. Her family in Niushan village probably has more." Jiang Zhilu smiled and said, "Mother likes to eat it." "Yes, I like it. I remember last spring, Aunt Li sent us some pickled chive sprouts, and we ate them with steamed bread for a long time. This year, your Aunt Niu sent more. The villagers are friendly and don't have any scheming thoughts. Madame Cui feels that living in the village is simple and warm. The villagers are honest and straightforward. Every day, they only worry about food, clothing, and farming." Jiang Zhilu thought to herself, if Mother likes it, she might go around recently to see if there are any chive trees on the mountain and pick some. "Zhilu, try the taste." Jiang Zhilu looked at the chive eggs and vegetables on Madame Cui's plate, picked some up, and tasted it. "Mother, it's really delicious. It has a unique fragrant smell. There's some left. We can stir-fry it again tomorrow." Jiang Zhilu took a bite of the red bean bun and paused before saying, "I didn't expect Aunt Niu's red bean buns to taste pretty good. The sugar added is just right, sweet but not greasy." Madame Cui smiled and said, "Your Aunt Niu has a cheerful personality and works quickly. She's actually good at cooking. Red beans are a noble ingredient, so they should be prepared well. Otherwise, it's a waste of good food." The family enjoys talking while eating. They don't have the habit of being silent at meals or in bed. "By the way, Mother, I found a nest of duck eggs at the foot of the mountain. There are 12 in total. I was thinking of pickling some for salted duck eggs." Madame Cui nodded and said, "That's fine. Just pickle salted duck eggs. I'm not very good at it, but the villagers probably are. I'll ask later." Jiang Zhilu shook her head and said, "Mother, no need to ask. I can do it." I dug some yellow mud. After eating, I'll visit Aunt Li to check on her pigs. When I come back, I'll pickle the salted duck eggs and build a bread kiln in the yard. Jiang Zhilu arranged everything neatly. Old Lady Cui said, "Our Zhilu knows more. But she also felt grateful. Having such a capable daughter-in-law made her feel she didn't need to worry about anything. Whether it was planning or managing, Zhilu was smarter than her. She remembered that back then, she was a powerful wife of a duke in the Cui family. But she knew Zhilu was even better suited to be the head of a big family. Unfortunately, the Cui duke's residence no longer existed. Otherwise, old Lady Cui would be eager to show off her daughter-in-law in front of others. She still remembered being exiled. People openly mocked her, not to mention what they said behind her back. Old Lady Cui had been holding back her anger all this time. But seeing He Jin and Zhilu living happily, she felt at peace knowing she had such a good daughter-in-law. "Since it's so late, I'll go with you to visit Lady Li," she said. Old Lady Cui thought it would be good to help Zhilu a little. Cui Hejin said, "Mother, I'll go with you." Old Lady Cui smiled and said, "All right, I suddenly remembered I have something to do tonight. You go with her." Jiang Zhilu was eating and paused, saying, "Actually, I can go alone." Old Lady Cui disagreed, saying, "No, let Hejin accompany you. He doesn't help you much at the school, and he doesn't know how hard you've been. Now that he's at home, let him go with you." Cui Hejin added, Seeing that Old Lady Cui and Hejin insisted, Jiang Zhilu didn't argue further. Old Lady Cui suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh, Zhilu, what did you say about the bread kiln?" When Jiang Zhilu mentioned the bread kiln, her eyes sparkled. "Mother, it's a small container built in the yard, used specifically for baking bread. Bread is like pastries, but the taste is different. Once it's ready, you'll see what it tastes like. I plan to start a bread business in a few days. I can bake the bread and sell it at the market. The weather now isn't too hot or cold. Baked bread can last at least 3 days without going bad. Normally, bread can last 5 to 7 days, but for safety, Jiang Zhilu didn't want to keep it that long before selling it to others. She also cared about the quality of her food." Old Lady Cui listened and was very surprised. It was the first time she had heard of bread. She couldn't imagine what it tasted like. But thinking about Xi Luo's cooking skills, Old Lady Cui knew that whatever Xi Luo made would surely be delicious.
"Mother, you should learn with me."
She thought that if she learned more, Xi Luo would have an easier time. Jiang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Okay." Thinking that she only had a little over 2 taels of silver in her hand, Jiang Xi Luo felt a bit helpless. She knew she needed to earn more silver quickly. The pig offal had been prepared, and her mother just needed to watch the pot boil. Fortunately, the daily sales of marinated dishes brought in some income. These dishes earned about 1 or 2 silver coins each day, enough to cover some expenses, like paying workers for spring plowing. Spicy meat sauce also earned about 1 or 2 silver coins daily, and sometimes, with more orders, they could make 3 silver coins. But making so much at once took time. Since there haven't been many orders these days, she decided to focus on finishing the bread kiln first. After dinner, Jiang Xi Luo took some herbs she picked from the mountain and went with Cui Hejin to Aunt Li's house. At that moment, Li was feeding pigs outside the door. Seeing Jiang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin arrive, she was excited. "Oh, Xi Luo and Hejin are here.
Come in and sit."
Earlier in the afternoon, she had promised Jiang Xi Luo she would come. She wondered if Jiang Xi Luo would help her check the pigs and when she might come. She felt uncertain. Unexpectedly, she arrived that evening. Jiang Xi Luo waved her hand and said, "Auntie, there's no need to trouble you. I'm just here to check on these pigs." Li was grateful and said, "I don't know what's wrong. These pigs don't seem very lively. I feed them normally every day, but they don't eat much and look thin." Li had a few pigs and worked hard every day cutting pig grass to feed them. She was thinking that during the new year it would be time to slaughter pigs, and selling some could help with the family expenses. Lately, Li had been worried and didn't know what to do. Jiang Xi Luo said, "Let me take a look." She then went inside and did a quick check. "These pigs have stomach problems."
Li was stunned.
She didn't know anything about this. Jiang Xi Luo took out some herbs she brought and said, "Boil this to make a broth and give it to the pigs to drink. It would be best to soak some wood ash in water to disinfect around the pig pen," Jiang Xi Luo explained to Li Shi. Li Shi listened carefully to everything. Look at the pig pen. It's really not in good shape.
Sorry to trouble you.
It's okay. Aunt Li, don't worry. The pigs are fine. They'll recover in a few days. Just remember to feed them on time.
Li Shinudda seriously.
Yes, I understand now. Knowing the pigs were okay, she felt relieved. Those pigs are money after all. Li sure trusted Jang Xi Luo's words and her medical skills. When Liu Cang was busy farming, he broke his arm. That same afternoon, he was able to work in the fields again. If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't believe that his arm could heal so quickly.
Exactly.
Even Madame Niu said Jang Xi Luo healed him. And earlier, Grandma Zhao was nearly at death's door, but Jang Xi Luo also saved her. Now, Grandma Zhao looks lively and energetic. Who would have thought she was so close to passing away? Pigs are definitely not the same as people, so when Jang Xi Luo takes action, it's sure to be effective. Li Shi's husband and son finished dinner and went to sit under the big tree in the village, chatting with the villagers. Only Li Shi stayed at home. When Jang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin were about to leave, Li Shi hurriedly grabbed them and insisted on giving them a dozen duck eggs. Jang Xi Luo refused, thinking she didn't deserve them. Don't refuse. It's just that you dislike what Annie gives you. You know how expensive doctors are. These pigs are fine now, but that's not something you can buy with just duck eggs. Take them quickly. If you don't take them, I'll come to your house later and give them to you. If something happens later, I'll feel even more embarrassed to bother you. Li Shi sincerely offered the eggs. She was speaking honestly. Jang Xi Luo instinctively looked at Cui Hejin, who nodded in agreement. So Jang Xi Luo had no choice but to accept. She carefully placed the eggs in her basket. Thank you so much, Auntie. You're welcome. Come visit us often in the future. Jang Xi Luo smiled and nodded, waving goodbye. The villagers were very friendly. The more she interacted with everyone, the warmer she felt inside. Seeing Jang Xi Luo happy, Cui Hejin also showed a gentle smile. I'll take them. They're not heavy anyway. Despite that, Cui Hejin still took the basket and carried it over. Jang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin walked home side by side. Now we can make more salted duck eggs. Seeing her bright eyes and cheerful expression, Cui Hejin asked softly, do you want to eat salted duck eggs? Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, no, it's the yolk of the duck eggs that can be used to make yolk pastries, which taste better. When it's ready, you and Mother can try it and see how it tastes. Yes, I'll go back and help you stack the bread kiln. Cui Hejin was really worried about Jang Xi Luo working too hard. Jang Xi Luo said, it's okay. If I can't finish it quickly, I can do it tomorrow. If I have bricks, it will be done soon. Let's first go home and salt the duck eggs.
All right.
Thinking of something, Jang Xi Luo said, by the way, the kudzu root powder has dried. When you go to the school tomorrow, bring some for Mr.
Li.
You can brew it to drink. You just need to scoop 2 spoons into a bowl, mix with warm water first, then pour boiling water over it. Stir while pouring until it becomes a paste, then you can eat it with a spoon. If possible, you can add honey, sugar, rose petals, or black sesame seeds.
Don't say you don't need to.
I know Mr. Li also takes good care of you. Just bring a small bag tomorrow. Even if Mr. Li doesn't eat it, he can give it to his wife or son-in-law. Sometimes, when there are family matters, Cui Hejin can take leave easily. Before, he even received an advance on his monthly salary and Mr. Li had allowed it. Cui Hejin said softly, the 2 bottles of chili sauce you gave last time, Mr. Li liked them very much. Cui Hejin knew these things were made by Xi Luo herself, which she worked hard to earn money for the family. He couldn't feel at ease taking them to give to others. This made him feel very guilty. So Cui Hejin never mentioned it. He didn't realize how important he was to Jang Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo said straightforwardly, when Mr. Li has eaten enough, I'll send him 2 more bottles. It's not necessary. Sometimes, Cui Hejin would also copy books to sell at bookstores or buy things to give to Mr.
Li.
But because of the incident with Chen Hua Die, Cui Hejin hadn't been to the bookstore for a long time. When they returned home, Jang Xi Luo immediately smelled the aroma of stew and marinated dishes. She took out the duck eggs and said, Mother, Aunt Li gave us a dozen duck eggs. Jang Xi Luo couldn't wait to share this news with Madame Cui. Madame Cui knew that the villagers understood each other well and was quite happy, saying, "Your Aunt Li is an honest person, and I truly mean it when I say that. In our village, Aunt Li and her husband are capable. They have 2 daughters and a son who all help with chores. They raise pigs, chickens, and ducks and work hard. Life is pretty good." Jang Xi Luo thought about how strong and sturdy Aunt Li looked, and she seemed capable of doing hard work. Before, their family hired villagers to work on their land, paying 10 coins per day. They initially wanted to hire strong men, but some women in the village were even better at working, so they also hired capable women. Aunt Li was known for being diligent and strong, so they hired her to help with farming. When Jang Xi Luo returned home, Madame Cui had already washed the duck eggs they found at the foot of the mountain and set them aside to drain. Jang Xi Luo saw that the duck eggs Aunt Li gave her were also washed clean, so there was no need to drain water again. She crushed dry yellow clay, added salt water and yellow wine, and mixed everything into a paste. The yellow wine was the cheapest kind from the market, usually used for cooking and flavoring. She poured some into the mixture and stirred it well. After mixing, Cui Hijin came over to help. Following Jang Xi Luo's instructions, he evenly coated the duck eggs with the yellow mud. Then they placed the eggs into a jar and sealed them with more yellow mud.
Done.
"It will be ready after a month of curing," she said. Looking at the jar, Jang Xi Luo smiled happily, thinking about the homemade salted duck eggs. There was a real sense of achievement in making food by hand. She looked at Cui Hijin and noticed that even though he had just helped smear mud, his hands were dirty, but his clothes and face were still clean. After everything was done, Cui Hijin washed his hands. While Jang Xi Luo washed her hands, Cui Hijin looked at the bit of yellow mud on her cheek and softly said, "Don't move." He then took out a cloth and gently wiped the mud from her face and a little from her hair. His actions were gentle and careful. He leaned in slightly, and Jang Xi Luo could smell his fresh, clean scent. It was quite charming. All done. Jang Xi Luo finally could breathe normally, though her face felt a little hot. Luckily, it was getting dark, or she might have worried about her cheeks turning red. Meanwhile, in the village, the Osher family had just finished dinner and still looked a bit satisfied. Liu Cang said, "I didn't expect chili meat sauce to be so tasty and go well with rice." Mrs. Niu also praised, "This is really a good thing. No wonder the Cui family can make money. With such delicious chili sauce, there must be many buyers." Liu Cang asked, "I don't know the price." Mrs. Niu replied, "This stuff isn't cheap. Don't think about it. Usually we buy some bones to make soup and eat more eggs. It flavors up the dish." Shan Mao said, "Mom, it's delicious. It's a bit spicy, so don't eat too much. Eating just a little, you can have 2 big bites of steamed bread." Shan Mao said, "Elder sister Jiang is so amazing. She can make such tasty food." Of course. Our whole village can't find anyone as talented as Jiang Jie. Our family is very grateful to Jiang Jie for helping us with spring planting. You should also learn skills well. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Niu finally said, "If this year's harvest is good, I'll buy a bottle for the new year." Whenever New Year comes up, everyone feels excited. They work hard all year just to have a good New Year. And during the few days of the New Year, they're willing to prepare delicious food. On the other side, in the county magistrate's backyard, Jian Yun returned home and went to find her older brother, telling him about the problems with Ding Chifu and He Muqiang. Jian Yansy was weak and couldn't lie down, so he leaned on the chair in the study, covered himself with a blanket, and read a book. Hearing his sister's words, his expression changed slightly. He put down the book and looked seriously at his sister, saying, "Yin, how did you guess that?" His sister wasn't very clever, or she wouldn't have nearly been harmed by that family. Jian Yun said, "Big brother, Xi Luo, help me analyze." "Xi Luo is amazing. She is my lifesaver." Jian Yansy knew that Jian Yun often mentioned a girl named Jang Xi Luo. Everyone in the family knew about her. If he hadn't fallen from the carriage and gotten hurt, the whole family would have gone to thank that girl properly. But the Jian family situation was complicated. They discussed and decided not to let anyone know they had any connection to that girl, to avoid causing her trouble. However, Yunin liked to visit that girl, and they wouldn't mind much. A look of surprise appeared in Jian Yansy's eyes. That girl doesn't seem like a country girl. Brother, you believe what I say? Jian Yansy said, I believe that my father and I also suspect Ding Changzhu, so we are temporarily keeping him to lure the snake out of its hole. He Muqiang? He naturally also suspected him. The injury he sustained that day was definitely not accidental. But He Muqiang has been quietly recovering at home recently and hasn't contacted anyone. His people are still investigating him. Did Miss Jiang say anything? You should tell your brother in detail. Seeing her elder brother's serious and focused expression, Jian Yunin realized this matter was very important. She told her elder brother what Xi Luo had said. Xi Luo said that Ding Changzhu was using a trick of self-sacrifice. Without that, how could he escape punishment? She said to see if he had any suspicious contacts. A loyal person suddenly betraying you might be for profit or because they were threatened. And also, He Muqiang, it's best to check his background, including where his mother went and if she had any contact with others. Plus, Xi Luo mentioned that Wang Ping probably wouldn't harm your brother, but it's good to ask him about He Muqiang. Hearing this, Jian Yansy was slightly shocked, and many thoughts flooded her mind. It was as if a net suddenly caught many things. Big brother, what's wrong? Her brother's face looked unwell, his brows tightly furrowed as if he was thinking hard. Jian Yansy shook her head and said, It's nothing. Your savior is very good. It confirmed my previous suspicions and helped me understand some details. And about He Muqiang, I forgot to ask about his mother. Maybe I can find clues from that. Jian Yunin said, Big brother, I always feel like someone is deliberately targeting the Jian family or targeting you. I don't know if it's just my feeling. I didn't think much before, but after Xi Luo told me some things, I felt something was strange. If someone is deliberately harming you, there must be a reason. Jian Yansy looked at her tired sister and said, Don't think too much about these things. Leave it to Big Brother to handle. I will find out the truth. You just need to eat well, rest well, and take care of your health. Jian Yunin nodded. She initially wanted to tell her brother that Xi Luo had given her medicine, but she hesitated and didn't say it. Her brother might not trust Xi Luo as much as she did. She trusted him deeply. She had already collected the medicine as prescribed and was secretly taking it. Once her body recovered, she could then tell her older brother how skilled Xi Luo's medical skills were. Cui family in the evening, Zhang Xi Luo finished washing up and felt a bit thirsty. She used a ladle to pour cold water from the basin into a cup and was about to drink. Cui Hijin had somehow come over quietly and gently held her hand, saying, Don't drink cold water. I heated some water. He then mixed warm water for Zhang Xi Luo to drink. The weather isn't cold anymore. Drinking some cold water is fine. Cui Hijin spoke softly, but recently you shouldn't drink cold water. He seemed very firm, but didn't explain why. Zhang Xi Luo didn't think much of it. She had no idea that Cui Hijin remembered how much she hurt the last time she came here. He carefully remembered everything. After drinking a cup of warm water, Zhang Xi Luo suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, I heard something when I was in town. Cui Hijin knew she wanted to talk about something and softly replied, showing he was listening. Zhang Xi Luo pursed her lips and looked at his expression in the flickering candlelight. She said, I heard that Chen Hua Die's leg was broken. She thought about it and felt something was strange about Chen Hua Die's broken leg. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now she couldn't help but want to ask Cui Hijin. That day, she had climbed over the Chen family's wall, and he saw her. She didn't know if Chen Hua Die had heard the harsh words she was told earlier. Cui Hijin slightly lowered his head, his eyelids half closed. His delicate eyelashes, like crow feathers, covered his eyes and emotions, making it hard for Zhang Xi Luo to see his true feelings. Cui Hijin didn't say anything else, which made Zhang Xi Luo even more curious. She couldn't help but walk closer to Cui Hijin. He was much taller than her. She leaned toward him and looked up to see his lowered eyes. I remember you used to go to the bookstore often. Don't you know her? Cui Hejin looked down at Jang Xi Luo's bright, clear eyes. Her eyes were lively, as if they could speak. He found it a little amusing inside but replied calmly, "It's not important. I didn't pay attention." Hearing this answer, Jang Xi Luo's lips couldn't help but curl up, and she felt a strange sweetness. If Chen Hua Die had heard such words, she probably would be furious. Seeing her suddenly smile happily, especially after just taking a bath under the candlelight, she looked even more beautiful. Cui Hejin's eyes darkened slightly, and his throat moved gently. He couldn't help but reach out to tidy her hair, and softly said, "Still thinking about other things here? After working all day, aren't you tired?" Jang Xi Luo nodded and replied, "Yes, I am a bit tired. I should sleep early so I can make bread in the kiln tomorrow." She thought to herself that Cui Hejin looked fragile, and Chen Hua Die's broken leg probably had nothing to do with him. Cui Hejin thought that he could help Xi Luo do some things early tomorrow morning. They had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Jang Xi Luo woke up to find Cui Hejin already awake and breakfast prepared. She was about to pour water and wash up, but Cui Hejin said, "I've already poured water for you. You can wash up first." She looked at the basin of water and, when she reached out to wash her face, she found it was warm water. She was stunned. "Husband, it's spring now, not winter. Washing your face with cold water is fine." Cui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo's sleepy, hazy eyes, and hearing her gentle tone, his heart softened completely. She still looked half asleep. He couldn't resist her gaze and softly explained, "You shouldn't use cold water these days. You need to take care of your health." After saying that, Cui Hejin's ears turned a little red. Jang Xi Luo was still dazed and hadn't fully come to her senses. Just then, old lady Cui came in from the yard after feeding the chickens. She immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Oh, Xi Luo, Cui Hejin is caring for you. He remembers your special days and knows you shouldn't touch cold water these days." I didn't expect Cui Hejin to be so thoughtful and remember everything so clearly. Jang Xi Luo suddenly realized, and her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She became very alert. She looked at Cui Hejin's red ears, and her face also flushed quickly. If only Cui Hejin was in the room, she might not feel so shy, but the old lady was also there. Jang Xi Luo hurriedly and nervously picked up the basin and went to the yard to wash up. After washing her face, she felt much fresher. But thinking about Cui Hejin's carefulness, warmth spread in her heart. This warmth also spread through her limbs, filling her whole body with strength. Fortunately, during breakfast, everyone didn't mention this intentionally, and Jang Xi Luo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She is not a very delicate person, but when facing Cui Hejin, she can't help feeling a little shy. She watches Jang Xi Luo daydreaming and not eating. Cui Hejin clips a piece of cake onto her plate and scoops a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup for her. Early in the morning, someone was selling tofu at the village entrance, and Madame Cui went to buy some. Although Madame Cui and Cui Hejin both told Jang Xi Luo to keep the silver, Jang Xi Luo usually gives some pocket money to Madame Cui and Cui Hejin for daily expenses. Cui Hejin rarely spends money, and Madame Cui occasionally buys some food. Jang Xi Luo is afraid that Madame Cui won't want to spend money, so she often encourages her to buy what she likes. This morning, someone was selling tofu in the village, and Madame Cui thought it was good, so she bought some to bring home. Madame Cui was very happy to see her son taking the initiative to care for Xi Luo. Her smile almost overflowed from her eyes. She knew that Cui Hejin was usually cold and indifferent about everything, but recently, she noticed that Hejin's attitude toward Xi Luo was completely different. His eyes were gentle, no longer as cold and unfamiliar as before. It's good this way. She believes it won't be long before she can hold her grandchildren. Yes, Xi Luo. Eat quickly while it's hot. If you eat too little, Hejin will worry, and that worry might even affect his teaching at the school. Jang Xi Luo's mouth twitched, but she pushed aside her thoughts and focused on eating her breakfast. After breakfast, Jang Xi Luo began mixing yellow mud with grass to make a simple adhesive. Knowing she wanted to build the bricks well, Cui Hejin helped lay the bricks. They worked together, applying the adhesive as they built. While working, they developed a good understanding. But when it was almost time, Jang Xi Luo washed her hands and handed the prepared kudzu root powder to Cui Hejin. She also gave him 1 or 2 silver coins, saying, "This kudzu root powder is for Mr. Li. Keep this money for your daily expenses." Cui Hejin said, "You haven't used the last amount I gave you." He didn't take the silver coins but handed them back to Jang Xi Luo. He knew that their family was in need of money right now. They had hired many people to work in the fields, and wages needed to be settled. Jang Xi Luo has been with Cui Hejin for 2 months now. She knows he is stubborn, and no matter how much she tries to persuade him, it's no use. She understands that although Cui Hejin doesn't say much, he is thoughtful and mostly worried about his family. A strange, sour feeling rises in Jang Xi Luo's chest. Seeing her eyes suddenly turn red, Cui Hejin feels a bit helpless. He gently touches her hair and says, "Don't worry. I'm doing well at school and I don't have many expenses. If I need anything, I'll tell you, okay?" His voice softens and becomes gentle. Jang Xi Luo tries to hold back her emotions and nods, saying, "Our family will get better and better in the future." Cui Hejin smiles kindly, with a gentle, loving look in his eyes. "Yes. Don't overwork yourself. If you're tired, wait until I come back this afternoon to rest." "I understand." Inside, Cui Lao Fu Ren is making chili pork sauce. She quietly glances into the yard and sees the tender, unspoken atmosphere between the young couple. She feels very happy. It makes her feel like she's back in her youth. Oh, youth is wonderful. Seeing how they can't bear to be apart and care for each other makes her secretly chuckle to herself. Soon, Cui Hejin leaves for school, and Jang Xi Luo continues working on the bread kiln. She works quickly. Cui Lao Fu Ren is busy making chili pork sauce and doesn't help Jang Xi Luo. Luckily, Jang Xi Luo is fast, and by late morning, she has finished building the kiln. Now it's ready. This is a traditional mud brick bread kiln. You can bake bread here, but you need to heat the kiln first before you can use it.
Cui Lao Fu Ren nods in understanding.
After finishing the kiln, Jang Xi Luo takes some chili pork sauce and a large jar of marinated meat to the town. She first visits Lin Zhuzhu's stall and hands her the marinated meat. Lin Zhuzhu then pays Jang Xi Luo over 1,600 coins from yesterday's sales. Jang Xi Luo settles the commission with Lin Zhuzhu. Seeing the extra money in her hand, over 1,000 coins, about 1 tael of silver, Jang Xi Luo smiles. "Oh, Zhuzhu, if you get married, will you still sell meat at the stall?" Lin Zhuzhu shakes her head. "That stall belongs to my parents. My father is feeling better now, and in the next few months, he'll sell pork in the village, so I won't be coming to the town anymore. You know our village is quite far from the town. Sorry, I couldn't work with you on the marinated food stall back then. Linchi village was too far away, and it was inconvenient to deliver marinated food back and forth." Lin Zhuzhu felt a bit regretful when she mentioned this, and she also thought that Su's village, which was across from here, was far too. At that time, she probably only saw Jang Xi Luo a few times. Actually, she wanted to work with Xi Luo on a business project. Jang Xi Luo's expression stiffened, knowing that the marinated food business might be affected later. If Lin Zhuzhu's parents didn't sell pork in Linchi village and come to town, she wouldn't be able to buy cheap pig offal. Since everyone learned that marinated pig offal was delicious, and there were some stalls selling it in town, the price of pig offal went up. "It's okay. You don't need to blame yourself. I will do other businesses." Her chili meat sauce business is doing well now, and in a few days, she can also make bread and snacks. The taste is unique, so the business should be good. It's a pity about the marinated pig offal business, though. But when Yonglu village has markets, they can also set up stalls selling marinated food. In the end, they will earn money. "So, what about your shop then?" Lin Zhuzhu said, "My parents might sell it later, to get silver and help me with my dowry, and keep some silver for my brother's education. But it would be great if I could pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. If I do well, I can get silver from the government every month as a student." After talking with Lin Zhuzhu, Jang Xi Luo went to sell her chili meat sauce. When she finished selling everything, she added a little more, and with the 2 taels of silver she already had, she now had 5 taels of silver. Having 5 taels of silver made Jang Xi Luo breathe a sigh of relief. When she returned home, she told old Madame Cui about the extra 3 taels of silver, and Madame Cui was also happy. The village chief said that all the fields will be plowed tonight. We can settle today's wages, so there's no need to pay again. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Now all the fields are plowed. After lunch, Jang Xi Luo baked her bread in the kiln, then carried her basket and went up the mountain. But when she thought of the fragrant cedar in Niushan village, she bypassed the mountain around the village and headed toward Niushan village. She crossed a mountain and finally arrived at Niushan village. She found that there were indeed many cedar trees on the mountain behind Niushan village. She was happy and climbed to a high place to pick cedar sprouts. From the high point, Jang Xi Luo looked into the distance and suddenly saw bamboo. This also shocked her completely.
Bamboo?
There really is bamboo? With bamboo, her father could make umbrellas. This is a skill. Each umbrella sells for 300 coins. Since spring rains are frequent and summer rains even more so, the market for umbrellas is much better than for raincoats or rain cloaks. When she saw the bamboo, Jang Xi Luo was very excited. She was high up in a fragrant cedar tree, looking into the distance. She rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Yes, it was bamboo. Jang Xi Luo quickly picked some cedar shoots, then climbed down from the treetop and headed toward the bamboo forest. This bamboo forest was in a valley on the other side of the mountain range, in a remote, wild area. If she hadn't climbed up that tall cedar tree, she might not have noticed it at all. Jang Xi Luo hurried to the bamboo forest. Seeing this lush bamboo, she felt like she saw countless umbrellas and imagined her parents earning a lot of silver. Thinking of this, her eyes sparkled brightly. Fortunately, I usually bring tools when I go up the mountain, she said. She took an axe from her space and started chopping the bamboo. Carrying all that bamboo back wouldn't be easy, and walking in the mountains was inconvenient because of the thick grass and plants. So I can only put some of my space for now, she decided. She chopped many pieces of bamboo, tied them with rope, and stored them in her space. After working for a while, it started to get late. Jang Xi Luo thought that the reason bamboo grew here was related to the climate of this valley. The climate here was warm and moist. She checked the bamboo count in her space. These bamboos will be enough for my father to make umbrellas in a short time. If it's not enough later, I can come back and gather more. Seeing that it was getting late, Jang Xi Luo packed up her things and carried her basket home. It took her about an hour and a half to reach their village. When she was descending the mountain, she saw some villagers carrying farming tools, walking and chatting happily. Aunt Chui's fields are all planted now. The village chief helped settle today's wages, so we don't have to work tomorrow. After working so many days, we've earned enough to buy a lot of food. Our own food is enough, and the money we earn can help with household expenses. If only our village had a place where people could work every day and earn wages. Yes, it would be great to work in our own village without traveling far. We could go home for lunch and rest, and in the evening, when it gets dark, we could return without any trouble. Even though the pay is only 10 coins a day, everyone is happy to work. We don't need to leave the village. At mealtime, we can just go home. Only the Cui family uses everyone's help to work outside, serving big landowners as long-term workers. They can't go home for half a month or a whole month, and if they don't do good work, they get beaten by the overseer. Some temporary workers work outside, but the next day after working, there might be no work again. They have to find their own food and shelter. Yes, food and shelter are the biggest costs. Some people even sleep on the streets, but eating only dry bread all day makes it hard to stay healthy. When the weather is warm, it's a bit better, but when it's cold, sleeping outside can be deadly. Everyone feels sad and thinks it's more comfortable to stay at home. Living by farming is enough. No one wants to go out looking for work. It's not that hard to find work, but even when you do, it's not easy. Buying a cheap bun costs a few coins, and for those doing physical labor, one bun isn't enough to fill them up. Not eating enough makes people dizzy and weak. Don't think too much about it. Let's take good care of our few acres of land at home. We have food and shelter. Even if we're a bit frugal, at least we're comfortable. That's right. We only work hard during spring planting and autumn harvest. On normal days, it's a bit easier, and we don't get too tired. But this year, it's definitely better. Helping Chui's family build a house and farm has earned us quite a few coins. Saving up, we can have a good new year. Yes, everyone is willing to buy some meat to taste.
Haha.
At this moment, the setting sun's glow shines over the village. Jang Xi Luo can imagine everyone's expressions and feels that the villagers live simply and purely. They are really easy to satisfy. When she was almost home, Jang Xi Luo quickly took out some bamboo from her space and dragged it home with a rope. Fortunately, their house is at the northern edge of the village. Coming down from the mountain, it's just right to reach home, and no one is in the fields, so no one notices. The villagers are very friendly. Seeing what you're carrying, they always ask questions out of curiosity. When Jang Xi Luo arrived home, Cui Hujin was also back. Hearing the noise, Cui Hujin came out and saw Jang Xi Luo dragging a bunch of bamboo. Cui Hujin quickly stepped forward and took the rope, saying, "Let me do it." Jang Xi Luo could only hand over the rope and said, "I found this bamboo at the back of the mountain in Yoshan village. I cut some to make rain umbrellas for my father. Yes, these can make many umbrellas. Is it tiring to bring these bamboos back?" Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "Not tired, just a bit far. Carrying them in the space really isn't tiring." Cui Hujin thought it must be hard to bring so much bamboo from there. He whispered, "Next time I need bamboo, I'll go cut some myself." He usually cuts firewood for the family, so he has experience. Jang Xi Luo's lips moved slightly. She initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but when she looked into Cui Hujin's gentle eyes, she couldn't find the words and could only nod, saying, "Okay." It was as if refusing would hurt him. She didn't know why she had this feeling. She naturally didn't want to make him unhappy in any way. When they arrived at the yard, Grandma Cui was cooking by the stove. She looked at the bamboo and was surprised, saying, "Xi Luo, where did you get so much bamboo?" Grandma Cui remembered there was no bamboo forest nearby. Jang Xi Luo patiently explained, "Mom, I was in Yoshan village looking for fragrant cedar shoots when I happened to find a bamboo forest and cut some." Grandma Cui smiled happily and said, "My clever Xi Luo, you always find good things when you go up the mountain." She also knew Xi Luo had been wanting to find bamboo so her father could make rain umbrellas for his business. It's perfect for making bread. Xi Luo, you can bring some bread to your parents and send it over. The family's condition was improving, and Grandma Cui supported Xi Luo helping her family. She had come from being a daughter-in-law, and now as a mother-in-law, she understood Xi Luo's feelings very well. Everyone has feelings, and she couldn't help but care about her family. Especially since the Jiang family members were all so kind. If her family's situation was better, she wouldn't worry as much. Xi Luo still had many younger brothers and sisters at an age where they needed to eat well. If her family's conditions improved, Xi Luo's mood would also be better. Anyway, Grandma Cui thought Xi Luo's happiness was the most important thing. Most importantly, she was grateful that the Jiang family had married such a good girl to her son. Jang Xi Luo listened to Madame Cui's words and felt very warm inside. "All right, in a few days, the bread kiln will be ready. I will make some bread and bring it along with bamboo." That's right. Since the month is almost over, Hejin should also take a break. Let him go with you. Coincidentally, Hejin's break time is also in a few days. Madame Cui thought that since Jang Xi Luo was going back to her family, Cui Hejin should go too. This way, no one in the village would gossip. Otherwise, if Xi Luo went back and Cui Hejin didn't, people might start to guess and talk. People don't mean any harm. They just like to chat about others' affairs when they have nothing to do. They also tend to make up stories about what they see. This isn't just in the village. It's the same in the capital city. Women have very active imaginations. She often attended gatherings of the ladies before. A few times, she didn't go out, so she stayed home. When she did go out again, there were several stories about her outside. She found it both funny and frustrating. Before Jang Xi Luo could say anything, Cui Hejin softly agreed, "All right." So it was decided that Cui Hejin would go back with Jang Xi Luo to her family. During dinner, Jang Xi Luo also told Madame Cui about Lin Zhuzhu. She usually didn't mention past incidents outside, nor did she want Madame Cui to worry. But since it involved their family's marinated food business, she decided to share. Madame Cui was surprised, almost dropping her chopsticks. Zhuzhu is already engaged and about to get married? That's pretty quick. When you've known someone for so long, when she gets married, should we give her a small gift or a token of our good wishes? Madame Cui was used to asking Jang Xi Luo about family matters. She believed that Jang Xi Luo was not only independent, but also had good judgment. Listening to her was always the right choice. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "I've thought about it too. I will give her a small gift and help her with her makeup." She knew that close friends often helped each other with makeup. She wanted to think carefully about how to do it. Jewelry was too expensive, so she wondered if she could make something herself. She remembered that plush flowers looked very beautiful. She wasn't sure if she could make plush flowers herself. Madame Cui smiled and said, "You are such a good girl, very caring and sentimental. It's okay. I won't do the pickled meat business anymore. We still have the chili meat sauce business, which can earn us a silver or two each day. That is enough for our family's food and living expenses. Being content brings happiness." Now, Lady Cui is in a good mood and feels more relaxed. Actually, her good mood is because Xi Luo came to their home and brought joy, making their days full of hope. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Mother, we still have bread. Later, we can start a bread business." "Yes, yes. Xi Luo, your cooking is always delicious. Take it to the market to sell, and business will surely be good." Lady Cui has a lot of confidence in Jang Xi Luo's cooking skills. The family ate dinner happily, chatting and laughing. Linqi village, Lin Zhuzhu's home. Lin Zhuzhu's mother went inside to look at her daughter, who was lighting a candle to sew her wedding dress. Her eyes were a little red. "Mother, what's wrong?" Lin Zhuzhu's mother choked up and said, "I just feel sorry for you. You could have been engaged at 15, but because of the family, you only got engaged at 18. People in the village have said many things about us." Lin Zhuzhu looked at her mother with a bitter feeling and said, "Mother, don't worry. 18 is still young. Don't think too much. If I had married at 15, when Dad was injured and your health was weak, what would happen to the family? My younger brother is so talented. Would he have to drop out of school? I would feel guilty and responsible. It's better this way. When Dad recovers, he can focus on managing the pig slaughtering business, which can earn some money. My brother's studies won't be affected. My brother in my mother's family is very good at studying. I feel proud of him. Besides, in these 3 years, I learned how to set up a meat stall and do business. It's also a way to survive. And I've gained a lot of experience." Actually, Lin Zhu didn't think much about it. "Moreover, Mother, when you and Dad got married, you were both 19, but you still loved each other very much." Lin's mother couldn't help but smile and said, "You're right. When your younger brother takes the imperial exam and gets a good position, he will support you." Lin Zhuzhu suddenly thought of something and said, "I just feel sorry for Sister Zhang. She could have stayed working at my meat stall selling pickled meat. Actually, she could have chosen to work with other shops, but she trusted me and helped me a lot. I feel guilty about stopping the stall now." Mrs. Lin also worriedly said, "Yes, I feel we haven't done right by them. We agreed to cooperate. If only our Linqi village wasn't so far from Donghe village, we could go to the market to buy and sell goods. But the two villages are too far apart. It would be unreasonable to ask Jiang Xianyang to send things here. If she were healthy and strong, she could bring things herself with a cart." Zhu said, but Jiang Mei didn't say much. "We should think kindly of her for now. If there's a chance later, I will definitely repay Jiang Mei." Mrs. Lin nodded and said, "Yes, remember to be grateful and always stay true to your roots." That night, while sleeping, Jang Xi Luo suddenly felt her stomach was uncomfortable. When she got up, she felt some pain and couldn't help but hum softly. Cui Hejin, who had light sleep, heard her movement, quickly got up, lit a candle, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Jang Xi Luo pursed her lips and said, "Maybe." Maybe. She found it hard to explain. Her stomach was really hurting a bit. Seeing her face, Cui Hejin realized something and wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "I'll go make you a bowl of brown sugar water." Jang Xi Luo was stunned. "Is there still brown sugar at home? I bought some a few days ago, and I also have this." As he spoke, Cui Hejin took a small package from the cabinet and handed it to Jang Xi Luo. She opened it and saw it was a clean cotton pad. Jang Xi Luo looked at it, surprised. She looked up at Cui Hejin and saw him under the candlelight, with a rosy glow, looking charming and delicate. Her face warmed slightly. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She didn't know when he bought this. "I'll go make the brown sugar water for you." Cui Hejin didn't dare look into Jang Xi Luo's eyes and almost hurriedly went to the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, he still boiled red sugar with eggs. Jang Xi Luo went to the bathroom and changed into clean clothes. She felt weak and could only lie back on the bed. Soon, Cui Hejin brought a bowl of red sugar with eggs into the room. "Xi Luo, eat this." Jang Xi Luo was drowsy and didn't really want to move. Cui Hejin first set the bowl aside, gently embraced Jang Xi Luo, and helped her sit up. Cui Hejin has a faint, clean, and refreshing scent on him. There is also a light medicinal fragrance, which is the reason she usually takes medicine. Smelling his pleasant aroma, Jang Xi Luo takes a deep breath and feels much more refreshed. At this moment, she realizes she is almost leaning into Cui Hejin's embrace, which makes her feel a little possessive. Feeling the soft, boneless touch of the person in her arms, Cui Hejin's throat moves slightly. He softly and hoarsely says, "Be good. Eat this first." One hand holds Jang Xi Luo, while the other holds a bowl. Jang Xi Luo blinks at Cui Hejin and softly says, "But I don't have strength and don't want to move." Her voice carries a gentle, coaxing tone. Cui Hejin's heart softens like a gentle pool of water, and his expression becomes even gentler. "I'll feed you." Jang Xi Luo is stunned. She just wanted to see Cui Hejin's reaction and didn't expect him to respond like that. A sweet feeling rises in her heart, and she can't help but smile slightly. "Well, I think I have strength now. I'll do it myself." Although she is charming, she feels a bit shy to let Cui Hejin feed her. Cui Hejin sees that she can eat by herself and doesn't insist, simply handing her the bowl and spoon. Jang Xi Luo eats the egg and drinks the red sugar water. After finishing, she feels warm and comfortable. Cui Hejin takes the bowl and spoon away, and when he returns, Jang Xi Luo has laid down again, perhaps too weak to cover herself properly with the blanket. Cui Hejin gets into bed and helps her cover up. "Is there anything else uncomfortable?" Jang Xi Luo shakes her head and says, "No, I feel much better. You should lie down and sleep too." She feels a bit embarrassed to disturb Cui Hejin. She is too weak to speak much now and just wants to lie down and sleep a little longer.
Okay.
Jang Xi Luo falls asleep again. However, her sleep is restless. In the middle of the night, she sweats all over and seems to mumble in her sleep. "No, don't."
Jean.
"Boo-hoo. Sorry, please don't get hurt." In her dreams, Jang Xi Luo hears her suppressed crying. She dreams of Cui Hejin being punished in his past life. Her whole body aches, and her chest hurts so badly she can hardly breathe. Cui Hejin heard the noise and got up. Seeing Jang Xi Luo's condition, he knew she was having a nightmare. He softly said, "Xi Luo, wake up." "Xi Luo, it's just a dream. Nothing's wrong. Wake up." But no matter how Cui Hejin called, he couldn't wake Jang Xi Luo. He was reluctant to shake her too hard. He faintly heard the word Jean. Hearing this word and seeing her state, for some reason, his heart suddenly tightened. It was so unexpected. While he was momentarily stunned, Jang Xi Luo's hand suddenly grabbed his. Cui Hejin snapped out of his shock, but he didn't pull his hand away. Instead, he held her hand gently and softly said, "Be good, I'm here. It's okay, it's okay. Be good, don't be afraid. I'm here.
Jian gently comforted Jang Xi Luo.
Gradually, her emotions settled down. Feeling the familiar scent and voice, she, still groggy, unconsciously moved closer to the sound. Then, Cui Hejin watched as Jang Xi Luo turned over and pressed against his chest. She even gently curled up, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Meanwhile, Cui Hejin's body remained stiff, and he dared not move. He stayed stiff for a while, then tentatively pushed gently at the person in his arms, saying, "Xi Luo?" But Jang Xi Luo was still sleepy and didn't respond at all. Cui Hejin didn't dare to use much force. He was lying on his back again, but with someone in his arms, soft, warm, and lovely, sleep was impossible. Strangely, he didn't reject it or feel strong resistance. It was as if a part of his heart was quietly loosening. The next morning, Jang Xi Luo woke up feeling groggy. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a stunningly beautiful face. Still half asleep and not fully awake from her dream, she looked at the person in front of her and happily reached out to hold him tighter. She buried her head in his neck and gently nuzzled, acting like a cute, obedient kitten. It was a sign of affection. Cui Hejin looked at her reaction, feeling helpless yet amused. But thinking of what Aunt Zhu had said before, that women are fragile and sensitive at this time and should be comforted, he said, "Are you awake?" When Jang Xi Luo heard the voice by her ear, she opened her eyes again and looked at Cui Hejin. Looking into his eyes, it was not the kind of familiar, deep, restrained gaze. So what was it? Jang Xi Luo suddenly snapped back to her senses and realized where she was. This was not the same world from her dream. Then she saw herself clinging to Cui Hejin like an octopus, and her face instantly turned bright red.
Sorry.
Jang Xi Luo fully regained her composure and hurriedly got up from Cui Hejin. She wished she could find a hole to hide in, pretending she hadn't woken up. How did she end up tangled in Cui Hejin's arms like that? She seemed to have no memory of it at all. Cui Hejin then slowly sat up, his arms feeling sore. He spoke gently, "You're not feeling well. Rest for a while. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me." As if he hadn't been entangled all night, he still looked noble and elegant, hiding his thoughts well. Jang Xi Luo looked up at his gentle eyes, and he remained so kind and calm. She said, "It's okay, I feel much better now." She also needed to get up and get busy. Old Lady Cui woke up and learned about Jang Xi Luo's special time, and she didn't want her to do any chores, just told her to rest. Reluctantly, Jang Xi Luo managed to get a chance to light the fire. Anyway, sitting and lighting the fire wouldn't tire her out. During these 2 days, since they didn't go out, they made a lot of chili meat sauce and bottled it. At night, Jang Xi Luo tried to snuggle closer, afraid that she might quietly press herself against Cui Hejin again in the middle of the night. Would Cui Hejin think she was deliberately taking advantage of him? But during the day, he seemed completely normal. She knew that unconsciously, she still habitually relied on him and wanted to get close. It was completely uncontrollable. 2 days later, the bread kiln was ready, and Jang Xi Luo's health had improved a lot. After breakfast, she went with old Lady Cui to make bread. During these 2 days, Jang Xi Luo also prepared some necessary ingredients. By noon, the bread was baked, and in the afternoon, she took bamboo with her to her parents' house. Last night, she had already kneaded the dough by mixing flour, eggs, sugar, and salt into warm water, then added lard and kneaded it into a smooth dough. There was no butter here, so she used lard as a substitute. Since there was no yeast in this era, she used old dough starter to ferment the dough. After a night of fermentation, it was ready. So, she could get up early to make bread. Making bread is much simpler. Jang Xi Luo made a big bowl of dough. She first took the dough out of the bowl and placed it on the work surface, tearing it into small pieces. Then she rolled each piece into a rectangular shape. Mom, put some cooked red beans inside. The red beans had been soaked and cooked the day before, ready to be used for the bread. Okay. Old Lady Cui evenly placed the red beans on the dough as Jang Xi Luo instructed. What's next? Jang Xi Luo demonstrated. Mom, fold it over, Press the edges to seal, then roll it out into a skin and cut into 3 strips. She explained as she worked, with old lady Cui watching nearby. Once that's done, braid the 3 strips into a twist. Old lady Cui nodded and said, "Braid the twist, I can do that." She took the initiative and braided the dough into a twist shape. "Is this okay?" Roll it together again, and tighten it a bit. Old lady Cui looked at the shape and said, "It feels similar to a fried bun." Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "There are other shapes too. Let's make croissants next." She demonstrated while explaining to old lady Cui. Instead of red beans, just cut into triangles, then roll from the wide end. Old lady Cui understood how to do it. "Wow, it really looks like a croissant, very nice. This kind of pastry definitely can't be seen at the market." Today, Cui Hijin was off duty. He went to buy milk, and then went up the mountain to chop firewood. Old lady Cui first made bread, while Jang Xi Luo continued kneading dough with added milk, making milk bread, toast, and sweet bread. They let the dough ferment for half an hour, about 1 hour in total. Fortunately, they had enough large bowls to hold more dough. Knowing she needed milk, Cui Hijin got up before dawn and went to Nyashinkan to buy some milk. There was a family in Nyashinkan with a cow, so he bought some milk from them. At this time, most people didn't drink milk or goat milk because of the strong smell, and they weren't used to it. They also hadn't yet realized the benefits of milk and goat milk. A large barrel of milk only cost 5 cents. It wasn't enough for making bread, but they could also boil and drink it. Jang Xi Luo always thought about raising a cow at home to drink fresh milk for good health. However, a cow costs at least 10 taels of silver. There might not be any for sale in the town. She only has 5 taels of silver now, so she can't think about buying a cow for the moment. Besides, buying milk directly is more cost-effective. In the afternoon, she plans to pour half a bucket of milk to send to her parents, as it could spoil overnight. After preparing everything, Jang Xi Luo goes to the bread kiln in the yard to bake bread. While baking, a sweet, fragrant smell fills the air. At this moment, Cui Hijin is carrying a bundle of firewood back. He starts chopping wood in the yard. Soon after, Liu Ting and Shimu also arrive with things. This time, Liu Ting brings a big bag of red dates and dried fruits. They are bought from the market. Last time, he took some spicy meat sauce from Jang Xi Luo, which was very tasty. He felt a bit embarrassed, so he bought some good quality dried red dates and fruits from the market. He heard that many women and young girls like to eat these. Jang Xi Luo was surprised. She didn't expect Liu Ting and Shimu to come looking for Cui Hijin, especially while she was baking bread. Liu Ting smelled the aroma and thought that Cui Hijin's wife was probably making something delicious again. He felt a bit guilty for speaking badly about her before. Since his last visit, he no longer believed the rumors. Cui Hijin's wife was kind and virtuous. Cui brother, sister-in-law, Mrs. Cui. Liu Ting politely entered the house. Last time, he happened to be on the beam in the main room, and now Cui Hijin lives in a new, grand house. Mrs. Cui warmly said, "Ting, come in quickly."
"Thank you, madam."
After exchanging greetings with Cui Hijin, he handed the things to Jang Xi Luo and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you for the spicy meat sauce you gave me before. My classmates all really liked it. Can I buy a few bottles from you?" Jang Xi Luo's eyes lit up. She had given Liu Ting 2 bottles of spicy meat sauce earlier, thinking he would take them to school, but she wasn't sure if his classmates would like it. She didn't plan to sell it at the academy, especially since Liu Ting was a friend of Cui Hijin. She didn't want a relationship with Liu Ting and to interfere with Cui Hijin's studies or cause any trouble. But unexpectedly, Liu Ting brought it up himself. Jang Xi Luo cheerfully said, "No problem. I happen to have over 100 bottles of chili meat sauce extra. If you want to buy some, I can give you a discount, 95% of the original price." Liu Ting was touched and said, "Sister-in-law, you're so kind." Jang Xi Luo noticed the dried jujubes and nuts Liu Ting brought, and her expression changed slightly. "These are good ingredients. They can be added when making bread. Can I buy all of them?"
she asked.
Seeing his expression, Jang Xi Luo looked a bit confused and asked, "No. How many people in your academy ordered? Why did you buy so many? Our academy has over 600 people. About 200 of my friends ordered the chili meat sauce. Many want to buy 3 or 4 bottles directly, but to be safe, they started with just 1 bottle. They all praised the taste, saying it was very delicious, good for appetite and rice, and they also wanted to buy some for their families to try. Hearing this number, Jang Xi Luo's heart warmed instantly. She placed some firewood under the bread oven, clapped her hands, and hurried inside to get some paper. Write down how many bottles everyone wants. You can keep the first 100 bottles for now. Later, I will prepare the rest and deliver them personally. This was a big order. If she prepared everything and delivered it directly, she wouldn't need to go to town to sell, saving time and effort and making money. Plus, once people finished eating, they might order more from her, creating a steady stream of orders. At this moment, Jang Xi Luo looked at Liu Ting and with a brighter smile in her eyes. Liu Ting was even more touched and looked at Jang Xi Luo, saying, "Sister-in-law, you are just too kind." If he went back and told his classmates, they would definitely be happy. Although he had shared 1 bottle with everyone and it was all gone, it improved his relationship with his friends. If Jang Xi Luo were a man, Liu Ting would be so excited he might rush forward to hug her. Cui Hejin coughed politely to remind Liu Ting, "I'll take you back to your room first. You can write on the table." "Oh, okay." Liu Ting followed Cui Hejin into the study to write down how many bottles each person needed. Jang Xi Luo took the dried jujubes and nuts Liu Ting brought and went into the house. "Mother, I will chop the jujubes into small pieces later. Add some more and put a few whole dried nuts in." Old Lady Cui said, "These are all good ingredients. Adding these will increase the cost." Jang Xi Luo replied, "It's okay, Mother. Our bread has different styles, flavors, and prices."
Good.
Liu Ting hasn't left yet. He's using the things he brought directly. Isn't that a bit impolite? Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. When he goes back, I'll give him a few more bread loaves." She was also thinking about asking Liu Ting to help promote the bread more. If the people in the academy also eat the bread, she could supply the academy. With increased sales, she could save up some money early on to buy expensive herbs to help Cui Hejin recover. She could also rent or buy a shop in town, making it easier to sell bread. The shop front would look more upscale, giving the products a better image. Plus, in the hot summer days, setting up a stall outside would be too hot and sunny. Old Lady Cui smiled and said, "You Xi Luo are so thoughtful." Jang Xi Luo explained how to place dried fruits and red dates, then continued to take the prepared bread to the oven in the yard to bake. A rich, sweet aroma spread out, very tempting. Liu Ting was in the study, writing down names and how many bottles of chili meat sauce were needed. He had a good memory for this kind of thing. His classmates told him how many bottles of chili meat sauce they needed, and he remembered it all. Cui Hejin also understood this, so she asked Liu Ting to write it down to help calculate the total needed. While he was writing, Liu Ting caught the scent of that sweet aroma again. "Brother Cui, this smell is so wonderful." He sniffed the aroma, and his mouth started watering. He hadn't eaten much this morning, just an egg and a bowl of corn porridge. He was in a hurry to see Brother Cui, so he didn't feel hungry at first, but the delicious smell was too tempting, and his stomach started to growl. Cui Hejin looked into the yard, watching Jang Xi Luo baking bread, and a gentle, warm light appeared in her eyes. "Xi Luo is baking bread. You should try some later." Liu Ting felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't mean to mooch food. Today was his day off, and he just wanted to visit Brother Cui quickly. He even bought some things in the county town before his day off, intending to bring them to Brother Cui and his wife. "Brother Cui, I just want to say, your wife is amazing. The things she makes are not only fragrant, but also delicious. No wonder you, Brother Cui, can turn steel into soft silk." Cui Hejin composed herself and looked at Liu Ting with a faint, gentle expression, saying, "You sure know how to talk." Liu looked at Cui Hejin's expression and said, "Seriously, Brother Cui, it's true. Your personality was cold, and you didn't like to smile before. I thought you would always be like that. When I first met you, I never saw you smile, but whenever you talked about your wife, Your face was gentle and different. It felt like there was a warm glow. Actually, there was one more thing Liu Ying didn't say. He thought that Brother Cui used to seem like an immortal about to ascend, seeming to care about nothing. Now, Brother Cui looks more like he's fallen into the mortal world. Cui Hejin's expression flickered slightly, as if lost in thought for a moment. But he didn't say much. Liu Ying knew his friend's personality well and understood that Brother Cui's thoughts were hard to guess, so he could only notice details. Brother Cui, you must care about your wife. But sister-in-law is really good. Cui Hejin pinched his forehead in frustration and reminded him, finish writing first. After a while, Jang Xi Luo had baked quite a few loaves of bread. She washed her hands and took some to elder Madame Cui to taste. Mother, the first batch of bread isn't very hot anymore.
Try it and see how it tastes.
When freshly baked, the bread was still steaming hot, so Jiang Xi Luo couldn't give it to elder Madame Cui to taste right away. It was too hot to eat. Elder Madame Cui looked trusting and said, Xi Luo, just eat it. I think there's no need to taste. Just smelling it, I know it must be delicious. Her eyes were full of a smile. Jiang Xi Luo tore off a piece and offered it to elder Madame Cui, saying, Mother, try it and give me some advice. Only then did elder Madame Cui take a bite. As soon as she ate, she froze in surprise, her hand pausing in the act of kneading dough. She looked incredibly amazed, and after a moment, she found her voice and said, Xi Luo, this is so delicious. It tastes completely different from pastries, with a milky aroma, sweet but not greasy, and it's stunning. She thought the sweetness was just right, a gentle sweetness spreading from her heart, as if soothing her entire body and mind. Elder Madame Cui clapped her hands on the dough and picked up a piece nearby to eat herself. She looked very happy while eating. As she ate, she said, Xi Luo, I have no objections. If you sell this bread at a stall, everyone will definitely like it. Seeing elder Madame Cui like this, Jiang Xi Luo felt reassured. I believe the bread business will do well. After visiting my parents, I plan to set up a stall to sell bread. Coincidentally, Cui Hejin and Liu Tingen came out of the study. Jiang Xi Luo served some bread on a plate and said, just in time, you two can try some. Liu Tingen looked at the bread and thought it looked very nice. It was a style he had never seen before. But he remembered the main matter. Sister-in-law, these are the bottles I counted from memory. There are a total of 520 bottles. Jiang Xi Luo was surprised. So many? 520 bottles, each weighing 1 jin and costing 30 coins. Total 15,600 coins. 1,000 coins equal 1 liang, which is about 15 taels of silver and 600 coins. After subtracting costs, they could still earn more than 10 taels of silver profit. Yes, that many. People might buy more later. Hearing this, Jiang Xi Luo felt even more excited. She looked at Liu Tingen with shining eyes. Sister-in-law, did I say something wrong? Jiang Xi Luo smiled gently and said, it's okay. You can eat the bread.
Don't be polite.
Try the taste and give me some feedback. Liu Tingen knew these were polite words. His sister-in-law was so kind to let him eat such delicious food. It looked expensive just by looking at it. Liu Tingen ate a red bean bun. As he ate, he was both amazed and shocked. Could there be such delicious food in the world? Delicious, very delicious.
Too good to eat.
Besides these words, Liu Tingen didn't know what else to say. Jiang Xi Luo watched Cui Hejin not eat much and said, you try too? Have a taste. Cui Hejin looked at her with a smile. I can't eat that much. Then just try a little. Cui Hejin shook his head with a smile, thinking it would be a waste. He only needed to eat one. After a few bites, Cui Hejin also showed an amazed expression. He knew Jiang Xi Luo was waiting for his opinion. Seeing her expectant look, he said gracefully, very good. Since Cui Hejin said it was very good, then it really was. Liu Tingen unknowingly ate 2 pieces and felt his heart full and very comfortable. Eating this kind of food makes people feel happy and leaves a lingering taste. It was soft with a chewy texture, and the tongue felt the soft, sweet, and fragrant flavor, with a delicate, crispy, and wonderful taste. Sister-in-law, do you sell bread? I wonder if I can buy some to take home. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, I make these breads mainly for business. They cost about 5 or 6 coins. Do you want to buy one? Jang Xi Luo compared the price with other pastries in the town, most of which also cost 5 or 6 coins, some even 7 or 8 coins. But many people still buy them. It shows that wealthy families in the town and county are quite common. So, a bread at this price is not expensive. You have a good relationship with my husband. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount. Also, you can eat as much as you want now. It's all on the house. Although she was doing business, she still showed kindness. Liu Tingyan naturally felt touched and grateful. But while eating the bread, Liu Tingyan suddenly remembered something and focused intently. Sister-in-law, the person I was supposed to find out about, Su Muhan, I asked someone to help me look into him.
There's something off about him.
Liu Tingyan still remembered Jang Xi Luo asking him to investigate this person before. At that time, Jang Xi Luo told him to do it privately. He knew many people at the academy. He went back and carefully inquired, but the academy didn't know this person. He might be from another private school. Since he's a scholar, he should be either at the academy or a private school. Or maybe someone from the private school knows him. But Jang Xi Luo asked him to keep it quiet, so he didn't make it public. At first, it was hard to find out because this person didn't seem special. Jang Xi Luo is Chui's wife, and with that connection, he had to find out. Later, he used connections to gather information. To his surprise, there really was someone studying at a remote private school. That private school had a bad reputation. The teacher wasn't very learned and often hit students. So, there weren't many students there. He just got the news when he was about to take a break, and Liu Tingyan hurried over to tell him. But he was so focused on eating that he almost forgot to mention it. Seeing Liu Tingyan's expression and hearing his tone, Jang Xi Luo realized something was wrong and asked, What's the matter? At this moment, Jang Xi Luo's heart was also tense, worried about Lin Zhuzhu. Liu Tingyan said, Sister-in-law, I heard that this person is quite knowledgeable, truly a scholar, handsome even, but his personal life is another story. Jang Xi Luo listened carefully and seriously. This person was engaged to the daughter of his private school teacher, but it was kept secret. A month ago, Su Muhan was rejected in marriage. If it weren't for the fact that the daughter of that scholar almost committed suicide, and he was expelled from the private school, he wouldn't have revealed any clues. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's eyes grew cold. He caused that scholar's daughter to attempt suicide? Liu Tingyan shook his head. Not exactly, but it's related to him. His family still hides his cousin, who is pregnant with his child. However, I heard he recently arranged a marriage. The girl isn't very nice to hear. She's a pig butcher, but she has money, and she's said to be kind and good-hearted. They plan to hide this. I also heard he plans to use her money to get into the academy. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's eyes turned icy. I found it strange why someone who seems decent would rush to marry Lin Zhuzhu. Now I see. This person has issues and is desperately trying to hide something. Anger surged inside Jang Xi Luo. She tried to stay calm, but clenched her fists tightly. Who is Lin Zhuzhu? Liu Tingyan was initially confused, but suddenly realized. No, it can't be. That girl kept in the dark is friends with my sister-in-law. Liu Tingyan couldn't sit still and stood up quickly. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Yes, so what you heard is true. Of course. His cousin is an orphan. She came to seek refuge with Su Muhan and his mother a year ago. You could tell she was several months pregnant. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I only told you after I found out for sure. I wouldn't say anything otherwise. Although Liu Tingyan usually appeared carefree and lively, he was serious when it came to important matters. Jang Xi Luo said, That's good to hear. After thinking for a moment, she decided, I need to tell Lin Zhuzhu about this. Whether it was about the meat partnership or buying meat in daily life, Lin Zhuzhu always gave her good deals. And she was willing to share things with her. Jang Xi Luo could see that Lin Zhuzhu was sincere in her friendship. So she also wanted to treat Lin Zhuzhu as a friend. She forgot about baking bread and didn't even think about visiting her parents that afternoon. She needed to go to Linxi village. Cui Hejin saw it was already lunchtime and gently grabbed her wrist. It's just a little while longer. Let's eat first, and this afternoon I'll go with you. Jang Xi Luo looked at the sky and realized it was indeed noon. She nodded. After lunch, Cui Hejin wanted to accompany Jang Xi Luo. Liu Cang thought that if Brother Cui was going, he might as well go too. Jang Xi Luo declined, saying this matter involves a girl's reputation, so it's not very convenient for you to go. If there are many people, it might cause trouble or be known by others. I will come back quickly. Jang Xi Luo took over an hour to reach Linxi village. That day, after talking with Jang Xi Luo, Lin Zhuzhu stopped selling meat at her stall, mainly because her family had some issues and she needed to help her parents first. When Jang Xi Luo arrived, Lin Zhuzhu was at home. Her mother was very warm when she heard Jang Xi Luo was there. Young lady Jiang has come. Please come in quickly. Zhuzhu often talks about you. Lin Zhuzhu came out of the inner room, surprised and happy to see Jang Xi Luo. Xi Luo, it really is you. I thought I was hearing things. Come in quickly. I've been wanting to invite you to play at our house. Lin Zhuzhu was very excited and pulled Jang Xi Luo inside to chat. Now that their relationship was closer, they called each other by name. Lin Zhuzhu's mother happily offered candies and snacks to Jang Xi Luo. Auntie, don't busy yourself. I came here because I have something to talk to you about. Please listen. Lin Zhuzhu's father was not at home, so she could only tell Lin Zhuzhu and her mother. Lin Zhuzhu's mother looked a bit confused. Xi Luo, just say whatever you need to. Don't hold back. Treat this place like your own home, and don't be polite. Through what Lin Zhuzhu often said before, her mother knew Jang Xi Luo was a very good girl. And she had only heard about her before, but now seeing her in person, she thought the girl looked truly nice, beautiful and elegant, not like an ordinary girl. Jang Xi Luo spoke. Earlier, Zhuzhu told me about Scholar Su. I kept a little suspicion and asked someone to look into it. Do you think you might mind if I meddle a bit? Lin Zhuzhu hurriedly said, Of course not, Xi Luo. We've known each other for so long. I understand your character. If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know. I trust you, so I naturally want to tell you. You're probably investigating for my sake. Lin Zhuzhu's mother also quickly said, Yes, Xi Luo. Zhuzhu is happy to know such a good girl like you. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't help look into it. It's because you're good to Zhuzhu that you're doing this. After speaking, Lin Zhuzhu's mother realized something and reacted quickly, her face changing as she asked, Zhilu, did you find out any news? Otherwise, Zhilu wouldn't have made a special trip. Jiang Zhilu nodded and said, Scholar Su is indeed very knowledgeable. He used to study at a private school. Jiang Zhilu recounted everything Liu Cang had said. Lin Zhuzhu's mother immediately turned pale, trembling as she tried to speak but couldn't, and then fainted. Mother, what's wrong? Lin Zhuzhu was too frightened by her mother's state to feel any other emotions. Lin Zhuzhu was so scared she was stunned, tears starting to fall. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for her, why would her mother be like this? Jiang Zhilu was also surprised, not expecting Lin Zhuzhu's mother to faint directly. She patted Lin Zhuzhu's shoulder and said, Don't worry, let me check first. Hearing Jiang Zhilu, Lin Zhuzhu regained a little clarity. She moved aside slightly, and Jiang Zhilu took her mother's pulse, then used a few silver needles to treat her. Soon Lin Zhuzhu's mother slowly opened her eyes. Mother, you're awake. You're awake. That's wonderful. Mother, you can't be ill. You scared me to death just now. Lin Zhuzhu's voice choked with emotion. Her mother moved her eyes and, seeing Jiang Zhilu, immediately regained her composure and hurriedly stood up. Jiang Zhilu went to help her, but her mother didn't wait and instead knelt down directly in front of Jiang Zhilu. Jiang Zhilu was startled and quickly helped her up, saying, Auntie, what are you doing? Lin Zhuzhu's mother choked and said, Zhilu, I want to thank you for saving Zhuzhu. I don't know how to thank you. You're a benefactor to our family and a great help. Zhuzhu, come here and kowda. She pulled Lin Zhuzhu, who was still in shock, and Lin Zhuzhu hurriedly knelt down, her eyes red with gratitude, and said to Jiang Zhilu, Zhilu, thank you. Jiang Zhilu quickly helped both of them up and said, Auntie, Zhuzhu, don't do this. I just found out and came to tell you immediately. I thought this concerns Zhuzhu's whole life, so I had to tell you. At this moment, Jiang Zhilu could see that Lin Zhuzhu's mother truly cared for her. In such a loving environment, Lin Zhuzhu would develop a good personality and be willing to contribute to her family. Lin Zhuzhu's mother wiped her tears and said, Yes, I almost caused trouble for Zhuzhu. I thought we were from a good family, but it turned out to be something else. At this moment, Zhuzhu's mother felt very guilty. I should have asked around more. Seeing her mother's guilty look, Zhuzhu said, Mom, you've also asked around, and there's nothing wrong. You made the decision, and it's not your fault. Jang Xi Luo said, Auntie, it's not too late to know now. It depends on what you plan to do. Zhuzhu's mother firmly said, No matter what, we must cancel the engagement. We can't let them bully us. Although Zhuzhu was still shocked and sad, she gradually calmed down and appreciated her mother's concern. She said, Mom, I might really cause trouble for your reputation this time. Zhuzhu's mother replied, Silly girl, your happiness is the most important. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will help you cancel the Su family's engagement. Jiang Xi Luo added, Auntie, it's better to find out the details first. Check on Su Muhan's situation before making any decisions. Since Su Muhan is a student and cares about her reputation, it's best to quietly withdraw from the engagement to minimize impact. Zhuzhu's mother felt guilty and said, Now everyone in the village knows about Zhuzhu's engagement. If I had known, I wouldn't have told anyone. Zhuzhu said, Mom, that day the Su family was very high profile. Even if we didn't tell the villagers, everyone would know. Jiang Xi Luo said, It seems the Su family deliberately made a big show of it, settling the engagement early to leave you no way out. But the Su family probably didn't expect that the Lin family loved their daughter and wouldn't want her to suffer in the Su family. In the afternoon, Jiang Xi Luo stayed at the Lin family and helped think of some solutions. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Xi Luo prepared to go home. Before leaving, she told Zhuzhu, Zhuzhu, if it's difficult to solve, just tell me. I will help you. Zhuzhu gratefully stepped forward and hugged Jiang Xi Luo, saying, Sister Jiang, I will repay your kindness someday. You're so kind. Just focus on yourself now, and don't worry about these things. Zhuzhu nodded, but she would remember this kindness in her heart. When Jiang Xi Luo returned home, it was already evening. Liu Cang had been waiting and hadn't gone back. Older sister-in-law, I was thinking of buying some bread. Jiang Xi Luo said, How many do you want to buy? I'll give you a discount. Liu Cang immediately bought 20 loaves of bread. Jiang Xi Luo gave him a discount and only charged him 100 coins. Older sister-in-law, do you know if the wind box is good? It's ready. My father finished it early, and I brought it here. As she spoke, Jiang Xi Luo took out the wind box and handed it to Liu Cang. He was very happy and paid another 100 coins. Talking about chili meat sauce, Jiang Xi Luo said, Once I finish making it, I'll send some to you at the academy. Hearing this, Liu Cang felt relieved. Liu Cang thought it might not be very good to pay for the order himself, so he planned to help his classmates pay a deposit. Jiang Xi Luo refused. Let's wait until I deliver the goods before collecting the money. Next time, everyone can pay half as a deposit first. Since this was a big order, asking Liu Cang to pay up front might put pressure on him. Anyway, Jiang Xi Luo trusted the students at the academy. The bottles, more than 500, weren't many, and the chili meat sauce could be stored easily. Even if the students at the academy didn't admit to buying, she could still sell the items. Liu Cang thought Jiang Xi Luo was even better. After Liu Cang left, Jiang Xi Luo took a sip of water, sat on a chair, and felt a bit reluctant to move. Cui Hejin saw her look and said with concern, Are you tired? Jiang Xi Luo replied, It's okay, just a little exhausting. Cui Hejin gently reached out and stroked her hair to soothe her feelings. He knew she was not in a good mood right now. Cui Hejin poured her a cup of warm water and said, Go lie down on the bed and rest for a while. Jiang Xi Luo shook her head, I don't want to move. Cui Hejin thought for a moment and said, I'll carry you back to your room. Jang Xi Luo's expression changed, and she regained some energy. She blinked and asked Cui Hejin, Really? Really? As she spoke, Jang Xi Luo reached out her hand, and Cui Hejin gently carried her in his arms. Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. This must be what a princess carry feels like. She looked at Cui Hejin's side profile and thought he was very handsome. Cui Hejin carefully laid her on the bed, took off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket so she could sleep. Perhaps Jang Xi Luo was truly tired. She slept until the next morning. Cui Hejin felt sorry for not staying with her during his day off. Jang Xi Luo said it was important for him to go to school, so she would go back alone and be fine. Besides, it wasn't Cui Hejin's fault that she didn't return to her mother's house yesterday. She had something urgent to attend to. Cui Hejin said, I'll take you to Qingshan village first, then go to the school. Those bamboo sticks are hard to carry. I'll bring them, Jang Xi Luo offered. She initially thought she could store them in her space, but since there were people in the village at this time, and the bamboo was quite large, it was better not to take them out from her space. So, she had to drag the bamboo along. With Cui Hejin there, his calm and distant aura kept others at bay and prevented acquaintances from asking questions or probing for information. Old Lady Cui also said, Since the school ends late, let Hejin take you there. Jang Xi Luo nodded, okay. After breakfast, she packed her things, prepared some bread, and Cui Hejin tied the bamboo sticks together, carrying them on a pole to accompany Jang Xi Luo to Qingshan village. On the way, they greeted villagers they met. Xi Luo, where are you and your husband heading? Ma'am, we're going back to my mother's house. Back to your mother's again? From the villagers' point of view, Jang Xi Luo visiting her family often was quite normal. The lady thought Jang Xi Luo missed her family too much. Could her in-laws have any objections? Jang Xi Luo smiled faintly. Cui Hejin said, Ma'am, my father-in-law has good things and always thinks of us. He's very kind. Since we have time, I plan to take my wife to visit my parents-in-law. The lady smiled and said, You two make a good couple. No wonder life is so happy. When the husband's family supports and encourages them, others naturally won't gossip. But the lady also felt a bit envious of Jang Xi Luo. When she was a new wife, she could only visit her family during festivals or New Year, maybe 3 or 4 times a year. After having a son and then a grandson, she focused on her own family, and her visits to her parents' house became even fewer. Jang Xi Luo was surprised that Cui Hejin protected her and spoke up for her, but she felt very happy inside. This way, the villagers wouldn't gossip or talk behind their backs. When they arrived at Qingshan village, they greeted familiar people. People would also sigh behind their backs, saying Zhang's daughter and son-in-law were good and filial. Now it was the slack season for farming, so Jiang Xiangchuan and the others didn't need to work in the fields. After breakfast, the family started their chores. But at this moment, they were all at home weaving straw sandals. Jiang Xiangchuan was making a raincoat, while Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzheng, being strong boys, were helping. It was April now, and after the sun came out, the weather warmed up a bit. The family was busy in the yard. The gate was open, and Jiang Zhilu and Cui Hejin went inside, calling out for people. Dad and Mom. Cui Hejin also called out for Dad and Mom. Seeing them arrive, the family was very happy. They all gathered around excitedly, calling her older sister and brother-in-law. They were especially surprised to see the bamboo brought by Cui Hejin. Jiang Zhilu explained, this bamboo was cut from Niushan village. There's still quite a lot over there, enough for Dad to make umbrellas. Jiang Xiangchuan couldn't believe it. Really, there's bamboo? Now we can really make umbrellas? Imagining making an umbrella by hand, Jiang Xiangchuan's eyes lit up with a bright smile, and he looked very happy. His daughter had found something meaningful for him to do every day, making him feel fulfilled and motivated. Jiang Zhilu smiled and said, Yes, with bamboo, we can make umbrellas. From now on, Dad can rely on making umbrellas as a skill, and our family's business will do well. Later, I'll teach you and Mom how to make umbrellas. Jiang Xiangchuan looked up with anticipation, saying, Good, I'll learn from you, daughter. Jiang Zilu handed him 2 baskets of bread, saying, By the way, these are the bread I made. Try some, Dad, Mom, and your brothers and sisters. I just made them yesterday. Yi Shi said, Look at you, always bringing things home. Don't worry about us. She always said this, but inside she was happy and content. Her real thought was that her daughter and son-in-law were good, which made her happier than eating good food. Mom, I made a lot so you can try some. The family was amazed when they saw the bread. They had never seen anything like it before. But since they knew how capable their daughter was, they weren't surprised. They all took a bite and praised it repeatedly, saying it was delicious. The baskets were placed on the table. Xian couldn't see, so Cui Hejin carefully picked him up, so he could see all the bread in the basket. His eyes widened in amazement. So pretty. Cui Hejin wrapped a piece of bread in clean gauze and handed it to Xian to eat.
Thank you, brother-in-law.
Xian blinked big eyes at his brother-in-law, really liking him. Older sister, the bread is so delicious. Delicious. Sister's cooking skills are amazing. When we set up a stall at the market selling scallion pancakes, everyone said they were very tasty. Yi Shi smiled and added, Yes, the scallion pancakes sell very well. I made 5 large ones and they were all sold out. At first, I cut them into many small pieces. Anyone who wanted to try could taste them before buying. Everyone said they were delicious, and many people bought them. Along with the scallion pancakes, we also sold raincoats and straw sandals. Last time at the market, our family earned over 600 coins. Jiang Yun was excited and said, My second sister, mother, and I counted the money several times. It was so fun. Even Jang Yanhua smiled more, happy to see everyone so cheerful. Jang Xi Luo also smiled as she watched them. Everyone was talking and eating bread. They kept saying how good it was. Jang Xi Luo spoke up, I plan to sell these bread at a stall. Yi Shi said, Selling bread at a stall will definitely do well. Not just in the town, even at the market, many people will buy. Look at the stalls selling snacks at the market. Even if some snacks are not so tasty, they still sell a lot. On regular days, snacks are the best way to entertain guests or show hospitality. After chatting with her parents, brothers, and sisters, Jiang Xi Luo thought it was about time. She was worried Cui Hejin would be late for school, so she told him to go ahead. She spoke up first so Cui Hejin wouldn't feel embarrassed to leave for school. After Cui Hejin left, Jiang Xi Luo prepared to teach her father how to make umbrellas. Jiang Yun and the others also put aside their raincoats and gathered around to watch how to make umbrellas. Jiang Xi Luo first explained how to make umbrellas, so everyone understood the process. She even showed her father the detailed steps she had previously drawn. Jiang Yun and Jang Yunfeng could read, so they understood the steps immediately. Once everyone understood, they started by choosing bamboo, selecting older bamboo that was more than 5 years old. Jiang Xi Luo also used only 5-year-old or older bamboo for cutting. First, get the bamboo shoots, then carve the umbrella frame. This is a delicate task. It might be slow at first, but with practice, it will become quick. Next, make the frame. While Jiang Xi Luo explained, everyone started working. With her guidance and the drawings, they knew what to do. Jiang Xiangchuan, Jiang Yunshu, and Jiang Yunfeng also began learning by watching. This way, they can help their father on regular days. Xian is still young and can't do much, but he comes over to try to help. Jiang Xi Luo worries about accidentally pricking him while making the frame, so she asks him to sit safely and play. Sit and eat some bread first. You're still young and shouldn't do these things. Xian listens obediently. He takes small bites of bread, looking very satisfied. For making the umbrella frame, Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzheng work together to help. Older sister, is this thickness okay?
Just sand it a bit more. Okay.
Jiang Xi Luo suggests you can make more frames. Later, when making umbrellas, we can use these. All the same size and shape, so the umbrellas will be uniform. Once we get used to it, making them will be faster. Long bones are for the upper umbrella frame, and short bones are for the lower frame. They serve different purposes. Over time, when splitting bamboo, you'll get a feel for how thick or thin to cut, and then for shaping. Slow work produces fine results. While talking, they work busily. Even Jang Yun Hua and Jang Yun Mian come over to sit nearby, watching and weaving straw sandals at the same time. No interference with their work. After shaping several frames, Jang Xi Luo finds a piece of charcoal and uses a wooden ruler to mark lines, teaching everyone how to make marks for easy drilling. This is like punching holes for decoration. Then drilling holes in the upper umbrella frame. Each umbrella needs 32 ribs. Ancient umbrellas also needed to be flattened and grooved. Zhang Xiang Chuan size, this really is detailed work. Jang Xi Luo says, Dad, it will definitely take a whole day. Can you understand the drawings? Making umbrellas takes quite some time, including soaking and sun-drying the bamboo. But to help Dad understand how to do it, I skipped some steps. Zhang Xiang Chuan assures, don't worry, I can understand and know how to do it. Because Zhang Xiang Chuan has a background in woodworking and Zhang Xi Luo's drawings are very detailed, including measurements and steps, he can understand everything. This makes Zhang Xi Luo feel relieved. At noon, Zhang Xi Luo plans to stay and eat with her parents. She had already told old lady Cui earlier in the morning, so she wouldn't worry. Around 10 o'clock, also known as the time of the snake, Lady Yi asked, Zhilu, what would you like to eat? Mother will cook. How about we kill a chicken and stew it? Jiang Zhilu replied, Mother, no need. I don't really want chicken. I brought some preserved vegetables and meat, mainly to make braised preserved vegetables with pork for you to try at noon. The preserved vegetables made with snow-red greens hadn't been eaten yet. Earlier in the morning, Madame Cui suggested she bring some along. She was worried that her parents didn't have enough pork belly, so she brought some just in case. Later, if she wanted to make spicy meat sauce, she could buy more meat then. She hoped her mother wouldn't kill any more chickens, as they still kept some for eggs, which could help the younger siblings get protein and nutrition. Lady Yi knew her daughter's personality and didn't argue further. But inside, she felt warm and comforted. Just last night, I steamed some kudzu starch buns. We can eat them with the dishes. Jiang Zhilu was surprised. Mother really made buns with kudzu starch? Lady Yi smiled warmly, of course. The kudzu starch you mentioned is really good. It's tasty when mixed with water and used to make noodles or buns, and it saves a lot of flour. Maybe it's just my feeling, but I think drinking kudzu starch water makes me look healthier. Zhilu nodded. Yes, kudzu starch is really good for women. They hadn't yet cooked with kudzu starch at home, but after drying it, Madame Cui often brewed it to drink, saying it was delicious. Jiang Zhilu started helping her mother prepare lunch. Since they had buns, they mainly needed to cook some vegetables. There were many people, so Zhilu planned to make 4 dishes, more so everyone would be full. 1 dish of braised preserved vegetables with pork, stir-fried radish, stir-fried cabbage, and 4 happiness meatballs mixed with mincemeat. Lady thought for a moment and asked Jiang Yansy and Jiang Yunjing to go to the river to catch some fish. Even small fish would be good for making soup. Zhilu thought, if it were summer, there would be many delicious fish in the river. They could also catch river shrimp to make grilled shrimp. But at this time, there were some fish in the river, and making a milky fish soup would be good for health. During the meal at home, her younger brothers and sisters were very excited. It felt like a festival, lively and happy. Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian helped out at the stove, busy assisting. Even Xian took the initiative to help burn the fire. Jiang Yunhua helped wash the dried, preserved vegetables. She looked at the vegetables with curiosity, but didn't ask many questions. Zhang Xi Luo knew that her third sister was a bit shy, so she explained proactively, Third sister, these are made from snow-red vegetables. Snow-red is a wild plant from the mountains. If you like the taste and want to make it yourself, I can write down the recipe. Next time you go up the mountain, you'll recognize it. Jiang Xi Luo also briefly explained the simple method. Jiang Yunhua smiled gently and shyly, nodding okay. She listened carefully to what her older sister told her. Her older sister was very capable, and she wanted to learn from her. At home, Jiang Xi Luo had already washed and soaked the preserved vegetables. Now she washed them again to prepare for cooking later. Next, Jang Xi Luo washed the pork belly, cut it into pieces, and put it in a pot with some water. Qian sat on a small stool, blinking his big eyes at Jang Xi Luo and asking, "Older sister, do we need to light a fire?" Jang Xi Luo smiled and nodded. "Yes, Qian, you need to work hard and light the fire." Qian isn't tired. He said this with enthusiasm and started to light the fire with a flint. Watching him skillfully use the firestone, Jang Xi Luo knew he probably helped with fire at home many times. He seemed very sensible. While boiling the pork belly, Jang Xi Luo made a seasoning sauce with salt, sugar, and other ingredients. After boiling the pork for about 20 minutes, she took it out. Jian Yun looked at the pot and asked, "Older sister, is that enough?" "No, first we need to clean the pot again because later we will fry the fat and remove the oil from the meat." Jiang Yunhua listened and hurried over to help pour out the water and wash the pot. Once the pot was clean, Qian continued to light the fire. Jiang Xi Luo softly asked, Qian, can you keep the fire small?" Qian looked very serious and replied, "Older sister, I can." Jiang Xi Luo encouraged him. Qian is really great. While saying this, she couldn't help but reach out and pat Qian's hair. She thought her little brother was very adorable. But then, she paused as if remembering something. She remembered that Cui Hejin also touched her hair before. She wondered what he was feeling when he did that. Every time she was touched on the head unexpectedly, her heart would flutter. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she couldn't help but think of Cui Hejin again. He was like spring rain, quietly nourishing her heart without a sound. Jiang Xi Luo saw the pot was hot and didn't think much more. She quickly fried the pork skin to remove the oil. Jiang Yun watched carefully beside her, and Jiang Xi Luo explained, "Removing the oil makes the pork skin firmer and tastes better." Jiang Yun nodded seriously. Jiang Yun exclaimed, "Such a big piece of meat must taste really good." When frying the oil, the pork fat comes out, and it smells very fragrant. "If I hadn't eaten the bread my sister brought, I would be drooling now." Jiang Xi Luo smiled softly and said, "Once it's ready, you'll see how delicious it is. I just told you how to make preserved vegetables. Follow the steps, and next time, you'll be able to make braised pork with preserved vegetables." Jiang Yun thought to herself that her family probably couldn't afford to cook such a large piece of meat. Jiang Yun thought only her sister would bring them so many delicious foods. She looked at Jiang Xi Luo with admiration in her eyes. Jiang Xi Luo sensed something and looked down, meeting her younger sister's bright, eager eyes. She asked Yun, "Did you understand?" Jiang Yun nodded seriously. "Don't worry, sister. I remember everything." Jiang Xi Luo nodded, feeling reassured. Jiang Yun is only 8 years old and very lively, which is good. But Jiang Xi Luo was a bit worried about Jiang Yunhua. Jiang Yunhua is 13, and because of the scar on her face, she is still shy and reserved. Although she has improved a lot, she still doesn't talk much. Jiang Xi Luo asked her proactively, "Yunhua, do you have something you like to do? Or is there something you want to try?" For the first time, someone asked her like this, and Jiang Yunhua looked confused. "What do I like? What do I want to do?" She had never thought about this before. Jiang Yunhua shook her head and said, "No, I don't know." Then she lowered her head. Jiang Xi Luo looked at her younger sister and knew she still lacked confidence. She encouraged her, "It's okay. You can think about what you like to do or want to try. Later, you can tell sister." In her time, women rarely had their own careers. But she wanted to encourage her sister and hoped to help her start her own business someday. Even just opening a small shop or setting up a little stall could help her earn some pocket money and boost her confidence, so she wouldn't have to rely on anyone. In this way, she always has the confidence to stand firm in society. Jiang Yunhua smiles gently and nods, "Okay." She knows her older sister is doing this for her good. At this moment, Jiang Yunmian excitedly asks, "Older sister, why don't you ask me what I want to do? What I like?" Jiang Xi Luo laughs and says, "Then you tell your sister what you want to do." While they talk, Jiang Xi Luo continues to slowly fry the oil in the pot. Qian keeps in mind what his older sister said. "Use a small fire, add with little by little, and keep the fire small. He cooks very carefully. Jiang Yun is excited and says, "Older sister, I like making tasty food. If I could make delicious meals every day, I would be very happy." Yisher shakes her head and says, "I think you just want to eat good food, not necessarily make it." Jiang Yun protests, "It's true." Jang Xi Luo encourages her younger siblings to have their own dreams. She says, "That's a good idea. Maybe Yun can even open a big restaurant."
Jiang Yun is surprised.
She doesn't dare to think about opening a restaurant. Last year, before the new year, her parents took her and her older brothers and sisters to town to buy New Year's goods. When they passed by a restaurant, she didn't dare look inside. She knew the things there were very expensive, and it wasn't a place she could enter. So, even out of curiosity, every time she passed by the restaurant entrance, she hurried past quickly, afraid to look more. At the restaurant entrance, the waiters would see ordinary dressed people lingering and would chase them away. They would even use a broom to chase away beggars, but when well-dressed people arrived, they would bow and welcome them inside. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun felt uncomfortable inside, but she knew she wasn't allowed to go there. Now that her sister mentioned a restaurant, Jiang Yun was stunned. No, older sister, I don't have that idea. I just want our family to be a little better. Earn more at the market, eat good food every meal, and have new clothes for the new year. Her thoughts were simple. She didn't dare to think about anything too far away. Jang Xi Luo says if you dare to dream, maybe one day Yun can open her own restaurant. Not just in the town, but all over Yun country. Hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes widened. She thought this is too shocking. It's hard to believe. Yisher rarely says much. Whenever Jiang Yun thinks about her sister encouraging her, her heart beats so fast she feels like it's about to jump out. What should I do if I feel so excited? By noon, Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzheng caught 5 small fish, all about the size of a palm. Jiang Zhilu said, "You two are already doing well. These fish are just right for making a pot of fish soup." Knowing that older sister is good at cooking, Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzheng felt very happy. Sister's cooking is always delicious. Everyone worked together to cook quickly. By lunchtime, all the dishes were ready. The family sat together to eat. Smells so good. Jiang Yunzheng looked at the dishes on the table, eyes almost glued to the food. But the Jiang family has rules for eating. Elders don't pick up their chopsticks until everyone is ready, and younger ones wait too. Jiang Shengchuan picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's start eating." As soon as he spoke, everyone picked up their chopsticks to eat. This is braised pork with preserved vegetables. It looks so tasty. Older sister's cooking must be delicious. Jiang Zhilu said, "Try it and see how it tastes." Everyone finally tasted the food. When they put it in their mouths, they didn't expect the meat to be so tender and flavorful. One bite made them want to eat several pieces of bread. Delicious. Yes, really delicious. Sister is amazing. I used to think the meat was good, but now I realize it can be even better. Everyone praised enthusiastically, and while praising, they kept eating. Seeing the younger siblings enjoying the food, Jiang Zhilu felt very satisfied, more happy than if she had eaten herself. But she was a bit puzzled. She knew many recipes, and her parents didn't seem surprised. It was as if this was the most normal thing in the world. After lunch, Jiang Zhilu didn't stay long. Her father said she could follow the plans and instructions to make the umbrella, so she didn't need to worry. Jiang Zhilu mainly thought about the bread she made yesterday. She wanted to sell it all today to see how the market responded. When she returned home, Old Lady Cui had already finished eating and was preparing some seasonings to make meat sauce. Jiang Zhilu put down what her parents had brought back and said, "Mom, I want to go to town first to sell the bread I made yesterday, then buy some meat to make spicy meat sauce. There are over 500 bottles. I'll be busy for a few days." Old Lady Cui worried she might tire herself out and said, "It's okay. I'm here with you. We'll do it together, no rush." But Jiang Zhilu thought that if she finished early, she could deliver the goods to the academy sooner and start earning money. She was always thinking about Cui Hejin's health and how to improve her sister's face. Every day, She absorbed natural energy from the world to strengthen her special powers. She secretly used her wood element ability to help Cui Hejin, and now he coughs less and feels healthier. But to truly cure him, she needed medicinal herbs. Her sister's face also couldn't be fixed with her abilities alone. She needed medicinal ointments. All these herbs cost money. So Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, I have free time anyway, so I might as well go to town for a walk." Old Lady Cui knew Jang Xi Luo's personality and could only pretend to agree. "Mother will go with you." Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "Mother, I can go alone." She packed her face mask and carried her basket to the town. By late afternoon, few people bought food. People at the dock had finished lunch and were busy with their work. Jang Xi Luo thought for a moment and went toward the residential alley. Most people living here had good family backgrounds. She wanted to walk through the streets and sell her bread. As Jang Xi Luo walked toward the alley, a few elderly women sat at the entrance chatting, and some children played nearby, making it lively. But it was different from the village. Here, fewer people sat outside gossiping. Most small houses had their doors closed. If you didn't hear voices from inside, you'd think no one was home. During the day in the village, if someone was home, they kept their doors open. Very few locked their doors. After walking a while, Jang Xi Luo noticed most houses had 1 or 2 courtyards, not large mansions. She thought for a moment and sat down under the big tree where the 3 elderly women were chatting. She put down her basket, lifted the cloth covering her bread, and revealed them. A faint aroma quickly spread out. Actually, the bread was very fragrant when freshly baked. After sitting overnight, it cooled down a bit, and the smell was weaker. But since she added spiritual spring water, the bread still had a sweet, fragrant taste. The 3 elderly women sitting nearby immediately caught a whiff of a light, sweet food aroma. They couldn't help but sniff deeply. What's that delicious smell? Exactly whose good food is this? Oh, my grandson is very picky about food. We've changed several chefs at home, but it didn't help. That's right. You should try to change your grandson's habits. Kids need to eat more to grow faster. Your grandson is a bit too thin. While everyone was talking, Jang Xi Luo had already set out her goods and started calling out fresh bread for sale. Sweet and fragrant bread, fresh pastries. Free samples. Jang Xi Luo's voice was loud, almost startling the 3 elderly ladies nearby. Of course, such a loud voice could easily be heard through 2 or 3 alleys. What? Pastries? It sounds like bread, I think. The delicious smell just now was coming from this way. The 3 women exchanged glances and said, "Let's go see." "Yes, it's so close. Let's go take a look." The 3 elderly ladies stood up and walked over to Jang Xi Luo. When they saw the baskets and baskets of various breads, they were all surprised. "These are pastries. I've never seen this style before." They had bought all kinds of pastries for their children, but had never seen anything like this. "Yes, and I wonder how it tastes. Is this a new kind of snack?" they asked curiously. Jang Xi Luo smiled and explained, "This is a type of pastry called bread. It's a new method, different from the usual pastries in shops. The taste and texture are different. It's sweet but not overly sweet, suitable for both the elderly and children to enjoy. Madam, you can try some. It's free, no charge. This bread can't be bought elsewhere. It's a secret recipe. Even the city doesn't have it." One of the more elegant elderly ladies nodded and said, "Honestly, the pastry shops in the city don't have anything like this. Can I really try it for free?" Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Of course." She quickly wrapped some in clean gauze and cut a few pieces to give to the 3 ladies to taste. One elderly lady smiled and said, "Young girl, if we don't like it, we won't buy it." Jang Xi Luo gently replied, "Don't worry, if the ladies don't like it, you don't have to buy. It's free sampling after all, no charge." Jang Xi Luo was confident in her bread. People in the modern era love such foods, and even more so in this era, where good food is scarce. The elderly women were very pleased with Jang Xi Luo's conversation. They took out clean handkerchiefs to wrap the bread, held it in their hands, and gently bit a piece to taste. Once they tasted it, the soft, sweet flavor immediately spread to their hearts. One of the elderly women was so surprised she widened her eyes and bit again, unable to believe it. Oh wow, this is different from the usual pastries we eat. Is there red date inside? Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, yes, there are red dates inside. Some have red beans, but since some people don't eat those, others have nothing inside. This one has milk, so it tastes like milk. The elderly women thought it was delicious. The bread was soft, so even with poor teeth, they could enjoy it. The best part was the just right sweetness. It wasn't like those desserts that taste good after a few bites but become too sweet if you eat too much. This one seemed to taste better the more they ate. Oh, by the way, this bread slice is made with red bean and milk flavor, Jang Xi Luo explained as she cut a small piece for each of the 3 elderly women to try. The women were quite picky eaters, but at this moment, they couldn't find any fault. They all thought it was tasty. One of them, who usually enjoyed the most, looked at the bread in Jang Xi Luo's basket with bright eyes, wishing she could buy it all. Just then, a thin little boy ran over and asked Grandma, "What are you eating?" The elderly woman quickly handed him a small piece of bread she hadn't eaten and said, "Sweetie, try this. It's really delicious." She was worried her grandson wouldn't eat if he was picky. The boy frowned at first, but when he smelled the aroma, he didn't reject it. Seeing his grandma's careful and expectant expression, he could only open his mouth. The grandma happily said, "Good boy, try it. It's tasty." The boy took a few bites, and his face showed surprise. Excited, he said, "Grandma, I want to eat more. I want to eat more." The elderly woman had never seen her grandson like this and happily said, Okay, Grandma will buy more for you." As long as her grandson liked it, she would buy all she could. It was enough that he wanted to eat. She was just worried he wouldn't eat it all. The elderly woman quickly asked, "Young girl, how much do you sell these breads for?" Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "These 3 types cost 5 cents each, and the other 2 types are 6 cents each." She had only made 5 kinds of bread. In the future, business will be better if you regularly introduce new products. When the old lady heard the price, she immediately said, "I'll take 10 of each." She was about to buy everything, but she knew that pastries don't stay good for long. Jang Xi Luo smiled even more and said, "All right." She quickly packed the items into a large paper bag, tied it with a string for easy carrying, and handed it to the old lady, saying, "Here you go." The old lady watched Jang Xi Luo pack everything carefully, confirmed it was correct, and handed her 270 coins. Usually, the old lady carried some copper coins with her, even though she often stayed at the door. Sometimes vendors come by to sell things, and she would buy good items for her grandson. Holding the bag, she quickly took out one to let her grandson try. The other 2 old ladies each bought 5 of each item. "Take these home to try with your family. If they like it, come back later to buy more. But little girl, will you come here to sell bread again tomorrow? I have to say, it really tastes very good." Now, they still feel a faint aroma in their mouths, which makes them want to savor it. They have been to many places and bought many good things, but they've never seen something like this. If it weren't for worrying about it going bad too quickly, they would love to buy everything at once. Jang Xi Luo thought for a moment and said, "I will make fresh bread tomorrow and come back after it's ready." Tonight, she can prepare some bread, and it will be perfect to sell tomorrow. If the business is really good, she can make more in the morning. In just a short time, she earned 540 coins. Jang Xi Luo felt very excited. She felt motivated to keep selling here and full of confidence. She thought she could go home once everything was sold. All right then. The 3 old ladies felt relieved and took the bread home first. Others who heard the shouting also came over with children to take a look. Even if they didn't buy anything, everyone enjoyed the lively atmosphere. "Little girl, are you selling pastries?" "Yes, it's a new type of pastry called bread, and you can taste it for free." "How much does one cost?" Some people are cautious and don't want to try if they don't plan to buy, worried that they might be asked to buy after tasting for free. Jang Xi Luo understands everyone's feelings and explains, "These 3 types cost 5 coins, and these 2 cost 6 coins. Why are the prices different?" "1 more coin." A woman frowns, looking unhappy. Jang Xi Luo patiently explains, it's because the ingredients are different. These ones have red beans and milk, which cost more, so they are a bit more expensive. I know bread is costly, but I run a small business. The woman looks at Jang Xi Luo carefully. She is young, wearing plain cloth clothes, but she is neat and very beautiful. When she smiles, she feels friendly and likable. The woman relaxes a little and says, "Can't you make it cheaper?"
Miss, I really can't lower the price.
The ones we cut and offer for free tasting also cost us. Hearing Miss, the woman feels happier. You're quite good at talking, little girl. She thinks about her big family. If the food is good, she might buy more. Since she has decided to buy, she says, "Let me try the taste first." Jang Xi Luo wraps a small piece in clean cloth and hands it to the woman. The woman tastes it and shows a surprised look. Wow, it's really good. Much better than the bakery's pastries. Then I'll take 12. No, 20 would be better. Her family has many members, including children and elders. Her relatives nearby might also want to try some, so she plans to buy more. She runs a business and has money. She can be careful with spending, but if she really likes something, she'll buy more. Jang Xi Luo is very happy to hear this. She thinks this is a wealthy family. She expected that customers might buy one or two, but not so many at once. All right, I'll pack them for you. Jang Xi Luo carefully packs the bread, ties it with a string, and hands it to the woman. The woman notices her nails are very clean, and her teeth are shiny pink. She feels satisfied. She thinks if she keeps her place so clean, she must be careful when making food. Soon, 4 or 5 more people come, some buy 2, others buy 3. In no time, all 300 bread pieces are sold out. Jang Xi Luo finds it incredible how fast it happened. It was too quick. Most of all, each customer bought many items at once, which made it go faster. Jang Xi Luo felt excited as she finished her stall, but then 3 more people arrived. "Little girl, are you selling cakes here?" Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Yes, Auntie. Everyone can taste for free." They all say it's delicious. In just a short time, they sold out. The woman thought to herself, are they really that good? Her neighbors, who lived nearby, all looked wealthy but were quite stingy when buying things. Being able to buy so many at once showed the cakes must be really good. "Oh no, they're all gone. We still wanted to buy some," they said. Jang Xi Luo replied, "There are still free samples of different flavors here. You can try some first. I'll come back tomorrow to set up my stall again. Come early, or they might all be sold out by then." Everyone was curious and naturally wanted to try the free samples. But once they tasted, they were all stunned. The cakes were soft, sweet, and just the right amount of sugar, not feeling greasy at all. They were very different from the cakes they had eaten before, which often felt too greasy. "These taste really good. Are you really coming back to sell tomorrow?" Jang Xi Luo nodded. "Yes, I will come again tomorrow." "Then when exactly?" "Before lunch." "I'll come then." Jang Xi Luo initially thought about coming in the afternoon, but then decided before lunch instead. That way, people would be hungry and more likely to buy, and they could also take the cakes home as a meal. Business might be better. Jang Xi Luo thought she should go home today and quickly make more bread tomorrow morning. After answering some questions from the crowd, she packed up and prepared to leave. But she remembered that around this time, Cui Hejin should also be finishing school. She wondered if she could meet him and go home together. Oh, right, she also needed to buy pork first. Jang Xi Luo went to Lin Zhuzhu's meat stall. Seeing it was closed, she knew Lin Zhuzhu was busy handling her family matters and couldn't sell meat today. She could only buy pork at the market. It might be a bit expensive, but she needed to make spicy pork sauce anyway. As she was heading back after shopping, Jang Xi Luo passed by the famous Zhouji pastry shop and happened to see Wei Xingyi coming out. Wei Xingyi saw Jang Xi Luo immediately and excitedly said, "Master." "I just called my master, but I realized it might be inappropriate, so I quickly stopped speaking. Still, I ran excitedly to Jang Xi Luo like a child. "Master, I was planning to come see you tomorrow. These are some pastries I bought for you. When I was heading to Qingzhou, I wanted to bring you some local specialties, but they were stolen by bandits on the way. Jang Xi Luo looked at Wei Xingye's face with a few scars and asked, "Did you get hurt?" Wei Xingye touched his face and said, "You can tell, master, but it's nothing serious. Thanks to you making me run with a sandbag every day, my strength has improved a lot. This time it was almost dangerous but turned out okay." He looked around and then pulled Jang Xi Luo into an alley, making sure no one was nearby. He whispered, "Master, I wanted to find you because I need to tell you something. Qingzhou is at war. Qingzhou is separated from their Beizhou by 2 other states. The distance isn't very long or very short. The fighting there might affect Beizhou." Jang Xi Luo's heart trembled, and her gaze grew serious. "Are you saying there's a war there?" She was worried that the conflict could spread from small places to the entire Cloud Kingdom. She remembered a dream where the whole country was at war, and food prices soared everywhere. Some middlemen collected grain from villages and paid slightly higher prices than usual. Many villagers, unaware of the situation, sold some of their grain. When the war actually broke out, fields were destroyed, and buying grain from shops cost 2 or 3 times the original price. Thinking of this, Jang Xi Luo's expression became grim. "Who is forming armies and fighting?" "Armies?" Wei Xingye hesitated and shook his head. "Not armies, just small-scale fights and skirmishes. It's because officials are colluding with bandits. The bandits often raid villages for food, chickens, pigs, and other supplies, even killing people. When villagers report to the authorities, nothing is done. In fact, the officials are secretly working with the bandits. Somehow, the villagers found out, and it caused outrage. Later, many villagers couldn't survive and had no choice but to become bandits themselves to seek revenge. There are several groups of bandits now. My father said they won't take any more escorts to Qingzhou. Several of my brothers have been injured this time, but luckily, no serious harm." Speaking of these events, Wei Xingye still feels a bit scared. He immediately brightened and said, "Master, thanks to you making me run with bandages wrapped around me during training, I was able to escape this time. If I had been caught in the bandit encirclement, I really wouldn't have been able to run." At that moment, he felt his body become lighter and more agile. Some bandits are forced into crime, and their clothes are all torn and ragged. Some bandits are truly dangerous and can kill. Honestly, Wei Xingye is very grateful to Jang Xi Luo and regards her as his master from the bottom of his heart. Jang Xi Luo said, "Your martial arts focus on strength. If your body isn't quick or agile enough, you'll look clumsy. Keep practicing." "Master, I want to pay you silver for your teaching." Jang Xi Luo hadn't really thought about this before. She had only been half-hearted in teaching Wei Xingye, not expecting him to be so serious. She didn't expect him to be so earnest now. "Are you really going to study seriously?" "Yes, master. I will absolutely listen to you in the future." In Wei Xingye's eyes, his master is like a parent. "How much silver did your previous master give you each month?" 3 taels. Jang Xi Luo said, "Then just give me 3 taels each month, based on market prices." "But, master, you're so capable. You should ask for more silver." Jang Xi Luo isn't doing this to make money from her apprentices. She just sees Wei Xingye as sincere, and since her agency also orders chili meat sauce from her, she decided to teach him. Jang Xi Luo said, "Let's stick to market prices. 3 taels is acceptable. For those studying at the county academy and taking the imperial exams, their monthly tuition fee is only about 1 or 2 taels." Seeing her expression, Wei Xingye knew that his master was willing to teach him. He felt very excited inside. Although his master didn't ask for much silver, he couldn't neglect her in daily life. He must be very filial. Wei Xingye quickly took out 3 taels of silver and handed it to Jang Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo accepted it without hesitation. "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just some minor injuries. I went to the Xinglin Medical Clinic and asked Dr. Qiu to help me treat them. Dr. Qiu is back." She remembered that after the big fire, Dr. Qiu disappeared along with Zhuang Xing'an. If Dr. Qiu has returned, does that mean Zhuang Xing'an has also come back? Jang Xi Luo looked thoughtful. "Yes, Lord Qiu has returned. I heard he just came back yesterday." Jang Xi Luo looked at Wei Xingyi and said, "You should rest well first. Heal your wounds, then come find me, and I will give you some advice." "Thank you, master." Wei Xingyi smiled happily, like a little child. "By the way, master, we hid from the bandits in the mountains and stayed in a cave for a few days. We had little food, just some spicy meat sauce with dry rations, and managed to get through those days. Also, the cave was cold, and eating spicy meat sauce made us sweat a lot." Jang Xi Luo corrected, "It's better to say you sweated a lot because of the spice." Since he was back, there was no more problem. Thinking of something, Jang Xi Luo said, "However, if there is grain at home, don't sell it outside. If the storage isn't enough, buy some more and keep it ready. Don't let anyone notice anything." "Master, why is that?" Wei Xingyi asked, not thinking much. Jang Xi Luo said, "Don't ask why. Maybe I'm overthinking. You should follow your family's arrangements." Wei Xingyi replied, "Oh, my father also said that this year the farm has been harvested and they are storing all the grain, not selling any outside. They also plan to keep the wheat we grew last year." Since that was the case, Jang Xi Luo didn't need to worry anymore. After talking with Wei Xingyi, Jang Xi Luo prepared to go back. As she passed by the Xingli Medical Hall, she didn't notice Zhuang Xing and sitting by the window on the second floor. Zhuang Xing and spoke a few words to a servant, and soon, a young apprentice hurriedly ran towards Jang Xi Luo. "Young Lady Jiang, young Lady Jiang." Jang Xi Luo turned around and looked at the apprentice. "It's you. What's the matter?" The apprentice whispered, "Our young master asked me to invite young Lady Jiang to come over for a chat." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression changed slightly. "Has Zhuang Xing returned?" She nodded and followed the apprentice to the medical hall, going upstairs. There, she saw Zhuang Xing sitting by the bed. At this moment, Zhuang Xing was dressed in a beautiful light blue brocade robe, with a golden-laid jade belt around his waist, and a finely carved jade pendant hanging from his neck. His features were gentle, like a jade crown, with elegant demeanor, clear and bright eyes shining with gentle light. However, his face was still a bit pale. Jang Xi Luo looked at his attire and felt he seemed different from before. It was as if his status had suddenly risen. "Young Master Zhuang. Miss Jiang, please sit down." Zhuang Xing gestured politely with a request. Jang Xi Luo walked over and sat down, saying, "Young Master Zhuang looks much better than before. Thanks to Miss Jiang saving my life." Jang Xi Luo waved her hand and replied, "It's also because you trusted me. Otherwise, I couldn't have helped you." Zhuang Xing smiled softly and said, "I can't repay the kindness of saving my life." Jang Xi Luo sensed that this person had some secrets and felt instinctively that there was more to him than it seemed. She didn't want to get too involved and said, "I treat illnesses and save lives. I only charge for consultations, so there's no need to speak of repayment." Zhuang Xing smiled gently, her eyes shining like stars, but a mysterious glow flickered in her gaze. "Miss Jiang, I've already gathered the herbs and medicines you mentioned earlier. And I found the herbs you asked me to help find." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's whole body became excited. Really? If that was true, she could help Cui Hejin recover. He wouldn't be so weak anymore and wouldn't cough from time to time due to his health. She could also help her father heal his leg and help her third sister improve her face. With her wood element supernatural ability and these precious herbs, she could get better. Jang Xi Luo felt incredibly excited inside. Zhuang Xing nodded. It's true. It was the first time she saw her so excited. At this moment, she looked like a bright, charming young girl, no longer the calm and composed person she usually was. "Thank you. How much silver do you need?" Zhuang Xing replied, "If you can heal my body, I will give you all the herbs you need." Jang Xi Luo nodded. "That's no problem. Once you've collected the herbs I mentioned, I can start treating you right away. It will take about half a month to heal." Once Zhuang Xing was well, she could get the herbs she needed. Those herbs were very rare and hard to find. It was clear that Zhuang Xing had connections and strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to find them. Helping Zhuang Xing was definitely the right choice. Jang Xi Luo also chose not to ask about the fire that burned down the medical clinic last time. She understood that everyone had secrets, and she didn't want to pry. Plus, knowing too much might entangle her in Zhuang Xing'an's affairs. She preferred to pretend she knew nothing. In Zhuang Xing'an's quiet, beautiful eyes, a gentle sparkle shimmered like water, and she nodded softly. All right, then. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jang Xi Luo wrote 2 prescriptions, one for daily medicinal baths and another for brewing and drinking medicine. She instructed him to follow the prescriptions each day. I will also give you acupuncture treatments every few days and adjust the prescriptions based on your pulse. Zhuang Xing'an naturally cooperated with Jang Xi Luo's treatment plan. Okay. Seeing that he agreed to everything she said, Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but ask, "Do you trust me that much?" "I trust you completely, young lady. If it weren't for you, no one would dare to draw that sword that day." He remembered clearly what happened that day and what he experienced. If Jang Xi Luo hadn't quickly taken responsibility and drawn the sword herself, he might have lost his life. All right then. Since he trusted her, it would be easier to proceed. Lie down on the bed first and take off your outer clothes. Zhuang Xing'an's face showed slight discomfort, but he still followed her instructions. He removed his outer garment, leaving only a white inner shirt, then lay down. Jang Xi Luo took out silver needles, her fingers like shadows, carefully placing the needles on his body. Normally, acupuncture would be more effective if he took off his clothes, but Jang Xi Luo thought that wouldn't be appropriate. She used her special abilities to make the needles through his inner shirt into the acupuncture points. She could control it carefully to avoid any problems, though it would take a bit more effort. After half an hour of acupuncture, Jang Xi Luo removed the needles.
Done.
Remember to take a medicinal bath for 15 minutes tonight and drink the medicine. Zhuang Xing'an slowly sat up and said peacefully, "Thank you, young Lady Jiang." At this moment, he felt much more comfortable physically. During the acupuncture, he didn't fall asleep, but felt a warm power flowing through his body. He also had to admire Jang Xi Luo's medical skills. It seemed incredible that a girl of only 14 or 15 could possess such medical knowledge. However, Zhuang Xing'an didn't investigate her background or abilities. Everyone has their secrets just like him. Once he recovered, he planned to leave and return to where he truly belonged. As Jang Xi Luo carried her basket and prepared to leave, she suddenly saw Cui Hejin on the first floor. He was standing quietly in a corner of the clinic, with delicate features and a pure, untainted appearance. The sunlight outside cast a gentle glow inside, giving him an elegant, moonlit aura. A young boy was sitting in a chair, having his pulse checked by a doctor. He saw Jang Xi Luo and excitedly shouted, "It's the teacher's wife." He was very happy to see her, remembering how delicious the malt candies she gave him before were. Cui Hejin heard the sound and looked over, immediately noticing Jang Xi Luo. Their eyes met in the air. Jang Xi Luo looked into his captivating moon-like eyes, where gentle ripples seemed to spread, warm and tender, making her feel a sudden, almost electric warmth. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She asked, "What's wrong?" Cui Hejin explained softly, "It's nothing. Xiao Kun has a stomach ache, so I brought him here to see the doctor." Although class had ended, since the student had a stomach ache, Cui Hejin took him to the medical clinic first. Dr. Chiu saw Jang Xi Luo and was very excited, but managed to hold back. He checked his pulse and said, "It's nothing serious, just usual overeating. I'll prescribe some medicine for him to take it home." Everyone felt relieved knowing there was no serious problem. Because it was a common medicine, he first prepared a set that cost 300 won. Jang Xi Luo naturally offered to pay for Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin gently took her hand and said, "I'll do it." "Do you have money?" Cui Hejin softly replied, "The pocket money you gave me before, I haven't used it." Seeing Cui Hejin insist, Jang Xi Luo had no choice but to take back the money and said, "Then you don't have enough. I'll give you some more." "Okay." After grabbing the medicine, he took the boy back to the school and happened to meet his parents. When they learned what happened, they were very grateful to Cui Hejin. Mr. Cui, I'm really sorry for the trouble. Is this Cui's wife? She's so beautiful and kind. Kun mentioned how wonderful his teacher's wife is. Seeing her in person is even better than hearing about her. Jang Xi Luo felt a little shy from the compliment, but maintained a proper smile. The little boy reluctantly said goodbye to her. His parents also gave Jang Xi Luo the money for the medicine. After they left, Jang Xi Luo handed the 300 won to Cui Hejin and said, "Here, for you."
I don't need it. Keep it.
Jang Xi Luo replied, "No, that's your pocket money. I'll give you an extra silver coin. If you want to buy something or eat something, just buy it. If it's not enough, I'll give you more." She then took out another silver coin and handed it to Cui Hejin. She knew that if she gave too much, Cui Hejin would definitely refuse it. "By the way, I've collected all the medicine to heal your body. Soon, your body will be fully recovered, and your hands won't hurt anymore even when you write or hold a pen." Jang Xi Luo excitedly shared this happy news with Cui Hejin. Thinking about how his fingers hurt when he used a pen, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Cui Hejin paused, slightly turned around, and looked down at her. His clear, deep eyes shimmered with gentle warmth and tenderness. Jang Xi Luo always felt that Cui Hejin's gaze carried a special meaning. She blinked and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, just your hair is messy," he replied softly. As he spoke, Cui Hejin gently tidied her hair and softly touched her head. His fingers were fair, slender, with jade-like knuckles, shining with a healthy glow, very handsome. He carefully arranged each strand of her hair blown loose by the wind. At that moment, Jang Xi Luo felt a strange, dreamy sensation, as if she saw him again from her previous life. Cui Hejin lowered his head and looked into Jang Xi Luo's eyes. He couldn't help but gently touch her eyes, which held a restrained emotion, and softly asked, "Xi Luo, what do you want?" Cui Hejin's voice was like a drop of jade or a distant ancient zither melody, clear and beautiful. It softly echoed in Jang Xi Luo's ears, like a gentle breeze passing over mountains, entering her heart. It carried a charming, entangling feeling, giving her a slight tingling sensation. "What do you want?" Suddenly, when asked this question, Jang Xi Luo seemed to recall something, and her heart trembled fiercely. She looked up at Cui Hejin and met his shimmering, picturesque eyes. Through those eyes, she seemed to see her past life again.
She remembered some scenes from that time.
Back then, he also asked her, "Don't cry. What do you want?" She had said, "My family is innocent. I want to clear their names and let them be well." Seeing him then felt like holding on to a lifeline. She thought he was a legend across the entire continent, powerful and capable of anything. If he wanted, he could definitely do it. At that time, he restrained his emotions, gently comforting her and softly tidied her disheveled hair. "All right, don't worry. They'll be fine," he said. And later, thinking of those moments, Jang Xi Luo's eyes turned red. Jang Xi Luo's chest surged with many sour and sad feelings, and she couldn't control herself. She almost started to cry. Her appearance made Cui Hejin feel anxious and helpless. He almost panicked as he tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't cry. Did I say something wrong?" Cui Hejin gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes with a tender touch. Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "No, I just want you to hold me." At this moment, she only needed his hug. In the past life, she was quite spoiled in front of him because she knew no matter how she acted up, he would always pamper her. So she became a bit proud and spoiled. But in this life, she dared not. She kept her feelings in check, occasionally acting a little stubborn, but she didn't dare to indulge herself too much. Cui Hejin sighed softly, ignoring whether anyone on the street might pass by. He gently embraced the person in front of him. Seeing her expression and her reddened eyes, for some reason, his heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, stabbing painfully. Jang Xi Luo felt the warmth of this embrace and also reached out to hold Cui Hejin tightly. She breathed in the pleasant scent on his body, leaned into his arms, listened to his strong heartbeat, and her emotions gradually calmed down. It was so good that he was still okay now. Do you want to know what I want? I just want you to be happy. She wanted him to be happy and to make up for what she owed him in the past life. This simple sentence made Cui Hejin feel as if something had dropped into his heart like a ripple, stirring a faint wave.
Fool.
You should have things you like and want. He didn't understand why she was willing to keep giving without complaints. Was it just because she was his wife? Jang Xi Luo looked up at Cui Hejin, thinking to herself that she wanted him. But she couldn't say it. She couldn't be as willful as in the past life. Cui Hejin looked at her with a thoughtful expression. Just when he thought she was about to say something, Jang Xi Luo said, "Don't overthink it and don't carry any burden. We're husband and wife, a family. Everything I do is to make life better, to have good food and good things." She seemed to understand his mental burden and worries. He was always so good-looking and cold on the outside, but deep down he was the softest. Cui Hejin gently looked at her with tender eyes, like a beautiful painting, as if a stream of light was passing through his gaze, resembling a plum blossom blooming in winter, mysterious and charming. His eyes always carried a soft, lingering glow. He softly said, "When you think of something in the future, you can tell me. Will you give me everything I want?" Cui Hejin was silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Yes." Just a simple word. If Jang Xi Luo hadn't good hearing, she might have thought she heard wrong. She blinked and looked at him steadily, then placed her hand on his chest. "What if I want your heart? Would you give it to me?" At this moment, his beautiful eyes, like a mountain spring, shimmered with deep, dark ink-like color, capable of captivating and enchanting anyone. 3 parts fairy, 7 parts devilish charm. For some reason, Jang Xi Luo's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively felt a hint of danger from within him, as if it was about to burst out. She felt it was better not to explore further. She quickly said, "Just kidding. I remember everything you said on our wedding day." After speaking, Jang Xi Luo dared not look at Cui Hejin's expression again. Her heart was pounding rapidly. She didn't know why, but she was afraid to probe into his thoughts. It was as if once she did, many things would be exposed, like a thin layer of paper torn apart, turning into a net that would trap her again. In this life, she just wanted him to be well, not to do anything reckless for her anymore. Cui Hejin looked at her like an ostrich, silent. He slightly subdued his expression, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Jang Xi Luo gently tugged his sleeve and said, "It's getting dark. Let's go home quickly. I want to treat your health." She couldn't wait to help Cui Hejin recover. If his body was stronger, he wouldn't look so weak all the time. Sometimes, just seeing him like a delicate patient made her worry deeply. Cui Hejin cleared his throat and said, "All right, let's go home." When they returned home, it was getting darker. Grandma Cui had already prepared dinner. "This is a cake made with kudzu root powder. I also made pickled vegetable stir-fry according to Xi Luo's method, and some egg soup. Wash your hands quickly and come eat." Jang Xi Luo set down the things, washed her hands, and sat at the dining table. "Mother, this afternoon's bread business was very good. It almost sold out in 15 minutes, and more people came to inquire later." Mrs. Cui was very surprised and excited. She asked so fast. She thought the chili meat sauce business was doing well, but she didn't expect the bread to sell so quickly. Did all those hundreds of loaves sell out? Then, in that case, maybe we can make more tomorrow. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "I plan to make some tonight. Early tomorrow morning, I'll make more. Around noon, we can go to the town to sell the bread. Since business is good, we should make more." She didn't know when a war might happen. If the crops in the fields are affected, they would have to rely on the food stored in the space. The food in the space has just been planted, and even if it matures quickly, it still needs time. So Jang Xi Luo wants to earn more silver and buy more food to store. "Mother, I think if we make more bread to sell, we should buy more grain. The grain they bought from the old woman at the grain shop is still not finished. That's not enough. They also need to buy rice, millet, and other foods." Mrs. Cui naturally didn't think much about it. She agreed that doing as Jang Xi Luo said was the right choice. "Mother, I'll listen to you. You just arrange everything. After we eat, we'll make bread together. Thinking about how good the bread business was, Mrs. Cui couldn't sleep early. She felt very motivated inside. The normal bread costs 5 coins, but with milk, red dates, and red beans, it costs 6 coins each. Mrs. Cui was a bit surprised. Does everyone buy it? Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, yes, everyone buys. Some people buy dozens at a time. I didn't go to the dock, I went to the residential alley. People buy things mainly because they taste good, so they buy more and they don't care much about the price. Mrs. Cui suddenly understood. Most of the people living in town have some savings or small businesses. Buying bread is quite affordable for them. The key is, our bread is delicious. Much better than pastries. It's something they've never eaten before, so they should be willing to spend money on it. Jang Xi Luo happily said, Mother, the happiest thing is that I've gathered all the herbs. After my husband takes the medicine and rests for a few months, he will be completely healthy. She didn't mention the young master from the Xinglin Pavilion, fearing that Mrs. Cui would worry. I estimate that Lady Cui, when she goes to the market or town, might have heard about the fire at the medical clinic. Talking about it too much might make her worry more. Lady Cui's eyes widened as she stared at Jang Xi Luo, almost unable to believe it, and asked, Xi Luo, are you serious? Can Hejin's body get better? Can his meridians also be repaired? Hearing this, Lady Cui's eyes turned red. She said, you don't know how much he suffered in prison. He endured a lot of pain. He wasn't like this before. He was truly talented in both literature and martial arts, and his health was excellent. Since he was born, his grandfather said he was a martial arts prodigy. He was naturally talented in martial arts and studying. Who would have thought he was later betrayed? The Cui family was sealed off. Then he was exiled, and he suffered even more on the way. This child is very filial. Even when he was unwell, he insisted on walking with me on his back. Otherwise, Lady Cui wouldn't have been able to endure until the exile, let alone after the amnesty, when they could stay peacefully in Liuhe village. Maybe she couldn't hold on during the journey and passed away. As she spoke, Lady Cui's voice trembled. If not for that, Hejin's body wouldn't be so weak. Jang Xi Luo looked at Lady Cui's expression and listened to her words, understanding how much Hejin had endured. If he didn't have a strong will, he wouldn't have lasted. He has always been a determined person. Although Lady Cui spoke simply, Jang Xi Luo knew it was very complicated. The suffering he endured couldn't be described in a few words. She checked his pulse and could tell how serious his condition was. She remembered the night she first gained her crossing awareness, the night they got married, when Hejin's body was weak and he was coughing badly. Even when he tried to suppress it, he couldn't control it. Fortunately, she took care of his health every day, quietly using her wood element powers to repair his body. Now, his health has improved a lot. He doesn't cough often and sleeps well at night. Even so, he still sometimes feels discomfort, but others wouldn't notice. But Jang Xi Luo could always read his pulse clearly. Every time she went to the back mountain, she also looked for medicinal herbs, but she didn't find any. Luckily, Zhang Xing'an from the Xinglin Pavilion helped gather the herbs. At this moment, Jang Xi Luo felt very happy inside. Hejin finished washing and came in. Hearing this, he said softly, Mother, it's all in the past. After her son reminded her, Lady Cui gradually recovered from her sadness. Yes, let's not talk about that anymore. Jang Xi Luo also comforted her, saying, Mother, your husband's meridians can be repaired. It will take some time, but it will definitely get better. With the medicinal herbs and her wood element special ability, she could completely heal Cui Hejin's body. However, repairing the meridians takes a long time. Once the meridians are fixed, Cui Hejin can gradually return to practicing martial arts and regain his skills, but it will be a process. Hearing this, Lady Cui excitedly put down her chopsticks and held Jang Xi Luo's hand. Xi Luo, I really don't know how to thank you. Our family is so lucky to have you. We're fortunate that Hejin married you. Having seen Jang Xi Luo's medical skills, Lady Cui naturally believed her words. Jang Xi Luo felt a bit shy and said, Mother, you're too kind to me. It's because of you and your husband, Lady Cui replied. Cui Hejin looked at his mother holding Jang Xi Luo's hand too tightly. His brow furrowed slightly, and he softly said, "Mother, Xi Luo's hand will hurt." Lady Cui finally realized and quickly loosened her grip. "Oh, look at me, I got too excited. Does it hurt?" Jang Xi Luo's hands had red marks. She didn't know why, but her skin was very fragile. Even a slight pinch left red lines. "It's okay, Mother, it doesn't hurt. Let's eat first," she said. Lady Cui was still quite excited, but knew it was better not to say too much. Yes, let's eat first," she agreed. Lady Cui felt as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. With Cui Hejin's body and meridians restored, and his martial skills coming back, she could finally rest assured that she could live peacefully. To distract Lady Cui, Jang Xi Luo talked about some interesting things in town, some of which she made up just to make her happy. Lady Cui couldn't help but laugh listening to her. After dinner, the family tidied up and started making bread. They bought some meat, and Jang Xi Luo planned to come back the next afternoon to make chili meat sauce. Lady Cui kneaded the dough, while Jang Xi Luo focused on boiling medicine. Cui Hejin walked over and said, "You rest first. I'll boil the medicine." Jang Xi Luo shook her head. "You don't control the fire well. Let me do it." These medicines were very precious, and Jang Xi Luo used her wood element ability when boiling them to make the effects stronger. She also controlled the flames with her ability. Every step had its importance. Cui Hejin watched Jang Xi Luo insist, so he could only help by making bread. While Madame Cui was kneading dough, he was busy lighting the fire and boiling red beans. After Jang Xi Luo finished preparing the medicine, she was about to pour it into a bowl. Cui Hejin kept watching her, worried she might burn her hand, so he went up to help, saying, "Be careful not to burn your hand." "I'll do it." Jang Xi Luo replied, "If I wrap my hand with this, I won't get burned." She specially made a thick glove to protect herself. After pouring the medicine, Jang Xi Luo stirred it for a while, feeling the temperature was just right, then handed it to Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink this while it's hot. When the medicine takes effect, I will give you acupuncture treatment." Looking at Cui Hejin, her eyes shone brightly with excitement. She was wondering what Cui Hejin looked like when practicing martial arts, whether he moved like a swift shadow, very handsome. Okay. The medicine was a bit bitter, but Cui Hejin drank it without changing his expression. Jang Xi Luo took out 2 candied dates and said, "Eat these too, and the medicine won't taste so bitter." She bought these especially for Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin looked at her with a smile and softly said, "Silly girl, it's not bitter. You eat them." His little wife was just trying to coax him like a child. Candied dates are rare, and Cui Hejin was reluctant to eat them, only wanting his wife to enjoy them. Jang Xi Luo picked up one with her finger and handed it to Cui Hejin's mouth, blinking her clear eyes expectantly, saying, "You eat it." Cui Hejin's gaze softened, and he sighed inwardly. He opened his mouth and ate it. Jang Xi Luo smiled happily and said, "Is your mouth sweet now?" Cui Hejin looked deeply at her and softly replied, "Yes, very sweet." When Jang Xi Luo saw his gentle, shimmering eyes, her heart skipped a beat for no particular reason. She wasn't sure if he meant the date was sweet or if something else was. "Then drink the medicine and lie down inside. I will give you acupuncture." "Okay." Cui Hejin entered the room, and Jang Xi Luo followed. She took out her set of silver needles, which would be very effective. Cui Hejin watched her figure, his hand resting on his clothes, unsure what to do. Seeing he hadn't moved for a while, Jang Xi Luo softly said, "Take off your upper clothes so I can do the acupuncture." She needed to use most of her wood-type supernatural power to treat him properly, ensuring better results, so Cui Hejin had to remove his clothes for the acupuncture. At this moment, she no longer cared about feeling shy. Cui Hejin's health was more important. A captivating, mysterious light flickered in Cui Hejin's eyes. He swallowed hard, then gently extended his long, fair fingers and slowly unbuttoned his clothes. His movements were slow and graceful, and even a quick glance revealed an elegant yet alluring aura. It was contradictory, but it was clearly reflected in him. Jang Xi Luo quickly looked away. After Cui Hejin lay down, he whispered to Jang Xi Luo, "It's done." Jang Xi Luo took a deep breath, then turned around. When she saw Cui Hejin's figure, her face felt warm. She steadied her mind, stepped forward, and dared not look too long. Her fingers moved like shadows, carefully inserting silver needles into Cui Hejin's acupoints. Next, Jang Xi Luo continuously channeled her wood element energy through the silver needles into Cui Hejin's body. The medicine inside his body seemed to start working faintly, blending with his wood element energy to nourish and repair him. Time passed slowly. Jang Xi Luo desperately pushed her wood energy into Cui Hejin. The night was a bit dark. Cui Hejin felt his cold body being wrapped in a warm, gentle force that traveled all over him. Gradually, he became sleepy and drifted off. Meanwhile, Jang Xi Luo kept gathering her wood energy and pouring it into Cui Hejin's body. As time went on, her face grew pale, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Finally, just before she nearly fainted from exhaustion, she withdrew the silver needles. She took a gentle breath, feeling weak and exhausted, and sat on the edge of the bed. She reached out to check Cui Hejin's pulse. Feeling his pulse, she sensed that his condition was improving, his body was healing. Jang Xi Luo showed a faint, gentle smile and covered Cui Hejin with a blanket. After resting for a while and feeling better, she went to the kitchen to help Granny Cui make bread. They worked for a while until it was very late. Granny Cui said, "Xi Luo, your face doesn't look well. You should rest early." Although it was nighttime, Granny Cui could see Jang Xi Luo's pale face by the candlelight. Jang Xi Luo replied, "Yes, mother. You should rest early too. We can make more bread tomorrow morning. All right, go rest now." Jang Xi Luo washed up, entered the room, and found Cui Hejin still sleeping soundly. She knew that sleep at this time could help Cui Hejin recover from his internal injuries. Quietly, Jang Xi Luo lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Her body was also automatically absorbing the natural energy of heaven and earth. After a good night's sleep, Jang Xi Luo woke up early the next morning to wash up and prepare breakfast with Madame Cui. Then she made some bread. Madame Cui looked a bit puzzled. Has Hejin not woken up yet? Usually, at this time, Cui Hejin would have woken up early. He used to get up before dawn every day, sometimes even making breakfast himself. Jang Xi Luo explained, "The medicine he took last night has taken effect, helping him sleep better. It allows him to rest longer and recover his health." Madame Cui didn't quite understand, but listened to Xi Luo anyway.
All right.
Neither of them hurried to eat breakfast. Madame Cui wanted Jang Xi Luo to eat first. Jang Xi Luo said she wasn't hungry. But seeing that the time was almost right, she finally went inside to call Cui Hejin. At this time, Cui Hejin would get up, wash, eat breakfast, and then go to school. The timing was just right. If she waited too long, Jang Xi Luo worried he might be late for school. When Jang Xi Luo entered the room, Cui Hejin seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Jang Xi Luo, and a faint sparkle seemed to pass through his eyes. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Cui Hejin slowly sat up, his long black hair flowing like a waterfall, making his features look even more like a painting. His skin was white and smooth as snow. Morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, shining on him and casting a halo around him like moonlight among clouds, making him look breathtakingly beautiful in that moment. Jang Xi Luo was dazzled by the light and felt a bit dizzy. Cui Hejin gently sat up further, put on his outer robe from the shelf, moving slowly and gracefully, exuding an elegant aura. He looked refined and noble. He replied softly, "Much better." Jang Xi Luo nodded. "Good. Let's come out later to wash up and eat." "Okay." After Jang Xi Luo left the room, Cui Hejin finally let out a small breath, turned to look at the door, and his beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. His hands, tying his clothes, trembled a little. If someone looked carefully, they would notice a faint blush on his ears. After breakfast, Cui Hejin went to school, while Jang Xi Luo and Madame Cui continued making bread. By noon, Jang Xi Luo was planning to set up a stall. Madame Cui said, "There's so much. You can't carry all of this alone. Mother will go with you." Including the bread made last night, they had quite a few now. Of course, to make more, they made some simple bread. Jang Xi Luo could have left the space empty, but the space must not be exposed. So Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Mother, we will carry the big basket on our back and use a pole to carry the wooden bucket." Together, Old Lady Cui and Jang Xi Luo took their things and went to the place where Jang Xi Luo had set up her stall yesterday. "Oh, little miss, you finally arrived." Yes, we came early, afraid we would arrive late and miss out." "Young girl, do you remember us? We bought your bread yesterday and the children at home loved it. Today we are sitting here in the sun, wondering when you will come." Everyone greeted Jang Xi Luo warmly when they saw her. They hurried to gather around her. Some even helped Jang Xi Luo put down her things. "Wow, today it smells even better. Indeed, it smells so good." Those who had tasted the bread yesterday sniffed the aroma and said, "Why does it smell even better than yesterday? It looks so tasty." Jang Xi Luo didn't expect so many people waiting here to buy bread. Although a bit surprised, she felt very happy inside. Old Lady Cui was also happy. Seeing everyone eager to buy bread, she knew these breads would sell well. Jang Xi Luo and Old Lady Cui put down their baskets and buckets. Jang Xi Luo smiled and explained, "Most of the bread is freshly made and still warm, so it tastes even better." Hearing that it was freshly baked, everyone became even more excited. People love to buy hot, fresh food right out of the oven. Fresh out of the oven and warm, that's the best. "Let's keep the same price as yesterday. I'll buy 50 loaves. I'll buy 30 loaves. And I'll buy 60, just in time to visit my parents and share some with my family." The others looked anxious and said, "You're buying so many at once. Don't let us miss out." "Young girl, I'll buy 20. I'll buy 10, no, 12. Seeing everyone eager to buy, Jang Xi Luo said, "Everyone, don't worry. Please line up.
We made plenty today."
Rest assured, the price is the same as yesterday and won't change." Jang Xi Luo was in charge of wrapping the bread, while Old Lady Cui took the money. Everyone feels reassured after hearing Jang Xi Luo say that they can buy the bread, so they queue up normally. An elderly lady who bought bread yesterday bought 50 more today, and casually said to Jang Xi Luo, "Young girl, your bread is really good. My family all likes it, especially the children. My grandson isn't picky about eating this. It doesn't affect me even though I have bad teeth," she added. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "The bread has milk, eggs, and sometimes red beans. It's nutritious, soft, sweet, and can be eaten as a meal." "Exactly, I bought some for lunch today, so I don't need to cook. You see, this kind of food doesn't need to be eaten with vegetables. It's different from pastries, and eating too much doesn't make you tired of it." Hearing the elderly lady praise the bread, Jang Xi Luo felt happy inside. "Madam, I will come to set up my stall often. You're welcome to visit my business again." The elderly lady cheerfully replied, "Of course, I will. But young girl, have you ever thought about opening a bakery here? There are definitely many people in our area who would buy bread. The business would be good. You don't know, many people in our neighborhood buy pastries every day. Since your bread is so delicious, I'm sure many will buy it. It would also be very convenient for us to buy bread regularly." The elderly lady just thought that if there was a bakery nearby, she could buy bread whenever she wanted, just go directly to the shop. No need to wait for the young lady to come. Jang Xi Luo's expression changed slightly. "There aren't many shops here, right? This era is different from modern times. Residential areas here don't have storefronts. They are all courtyards. People buy things at markets or shops nearby. Residential and commercial zones are separated, but not far apart. But being able to buy things just outside your door is very convenient. However, there are no shops here, and renting one is not easy." Jang Xi Luo's expression moved again. "Madam, there are no storefronts here, so opening a bakery would be difficult. Actually, you could rent a small house for your business. Put up a sign at the door, and everyone would know you sell bread. Customers would come directly to your house. It's very convenient. Jang Xi Luo thought to herself, it's indeed convenient, but it requires money. Madam, how much would it cost to rent a house here for a month? The old lady said, it costs about 2 to 5 taels of silver a month, depending on the size of the house. If you want to rent a place, we have an empty house nearby. It's a good location, just at the far east end of the alley near the road. It costs only 2 taels of silver a month. Actually, the old lady was also thinking about hiring the young lady to do some work at her home. But seeing that the young lady's business was doing well and she could earn quite a bit in a day, and noticing her demeanor and elegance, she knew she wouldn't be cooking at someone else's house. However, if there was a bakery nearby, it would be much easier to buy bread. Her grandson could buy bread whenever he wanted to eat out. Jang Xi Luo's mind was stirred, and she started to have some ideas, but she still needed to check the market first. After all, paying 2 to 3 taels of silver in rent each month was not a small amount. Thank you, madam. If I decide to rent a house here later, I will let you know. Good, young lady. Our house is just on the street in front, the second house on the east side. All right. Everyone was talking to Jang Xi Luo while buying bread. Jang Xi Luo also offered some people who hadn't bought yesterday free samples. It was just around lunchtime and the bread business was busy. Some people passing by on their way home for lunch saw a crowd queuing up and couldn't help but come over to see what was happening. What's everyone queuing for? Someone who had just bought bread and was leaving heard the question and cheerfully explained, we're buying bread. Bread? What's that? The person opened their basket and said, this is bread. It was so delicious yesterday. You can try a free sample up front. Feel free to taste it. All right, everyone is waiting for me to go home and eat. We're all eager to try the bread. After saying this, the person hurried home with their basket. Others nearby couldn't resist coming closer. Let's see what the line is about. I heard you can taste it for free. I can smell how good it is. If it's good stuff, I'll buy some for lunch and skip cooking. I just bought vegetables to cook at home. Everyone was chatting excitedly and lining up, eager to taste the bread for free. Whether to buy or not was up to them. When it was finally their turn, after tasting the bread for free, they all agreed it was really delicious. They bought 5 loaves right away. Some people don't carry copper coins and can't go home to get them. They borrow some from neighbors to buy bread and will return the coins later. Everyone sees that the bread is almost gone, so they prefer to buy it now rather than wait until they get coins and come back, risking no bread left. The more lively it gets, the more onlookers gather. Since it's lunchtime, people are happy to buy food. Some even recognize Jang Xi Luo immediately. Wow, Miss Zhang, is that you? Weren't you selling spicy pepper meat sauce before? Are you not selling it anymore? An older woman with her grandson comes over to join the crowd, and when she sees Jang Xi Luo, she looks surprised and happy. Her son and daughter-in-law are capable, so she doesn't need to do much at home. Just cook and watch her grandson. She goes to the market early every day or visits the dock area to see if there are good things. She has bought Jang Xi Luo's products several times and knows her well. Jang Xi Luo has a good memory and smiles at the woman, saying hello, Auntie. It's been many days since I saw you. It's you, busy person. I haven't seen you at the dock for a long time, and I was thinking of buying your spicy pepper meat sauce. I didn't expect you to be doing other businesses now. You're really capable. The woman looks at Jang Xi Luo with admiration. Old Lady Cui notices that Xi Luo is very popular among everyone. The way people look at Xi Luo is very enthusiastic. But of course, her family is good. Jang Xi Luo smiles and says to the woman, I'm also doing the spicy pepper meat sauce business now, and I've added bread to my products. This bread is very tasty. Auntie, would you like to try some? The woman laughs and says, actually, I can tell just by looking that your things are delicious. I'll take 2 of these breads. As for your spicy pepper meat sauce, I'll buy some to take home. My family and my son and daughter-in-law all like it. It goes very well with rice. And a bottle lasts a long time. But what if I finish it? How can I find you? Jang Xi Luo replies, Annie, if it's not too much trouble, you can come to the Cui family in Dongha village to buy the spicy pepper meat sauce, or I'll be selling bread here often so you can find me. All right then. As a result, many people bought bread, and all of it was sold out by noon. They earned over 2,000 coins, and both Old Lady Cui and Jang Xi Luo felt very happy. After they finished their work, on their way back, Jang Xi Luo and Madame Cui walked from the East Street and happened to see the old lady who said the house could be rented out. Madame Cui said, "This place looks nice, it's close to the street, and putting up a sign here will make it easy for people to notice. Would most of the customers be local residents if we do business here?" Madame Cui still thought that opening a shop on the commercial street would attract more people and have better sales. Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, I've thought about it, and I'd rather not rent a shop right now. I'll just set up a stall. If we rent a house or a shop, we need to decorate it and spend money. It's better to save up first." Madame Cui nodded, agreeing with her daughter. After returning home and having lunch, the two of them started making chili meat sauce. They finished the chili meat sauce early, so they could send it to the academy sooner. In the next few days, Jang Xi Luo was quite busy. Every day, she baked bread to sell and also made chili meat sauce. She earned about 2 taels of silver each day from selling bread, and after several days, she had saved some silver. Adding everything up, after subtracting expenses and including the 3 taels of silver from Wei Xingye's gift, she now had 15 taels of silver. The chili meat sauce was also ready, packed into over 300 bottles. Some of it was stored in large jars for now. "Xi Luo, only the bottles are left to fill, but we need 200 more bottles." Jang Xi Luo frowned slightly. According to the schedule, Han Bingse should have delivered the bottles yesterday. Madame Cui said, "Did something delay him? I think that boy is trustworthy and always delivers on time." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo thought for a moment and said, "Mother, I'll go to Linxi village to take a look." Madame Cui nodded. "That's a good idea. The sooner we get the bottles back, the sooner we can fill them and send the chili meat sauce to the academy. While we're at it, we can also see if Han Xiaozi has run into any trouble." Although Madame Cui didn't have much contact with Han Bing, so mostly just a few words when he delivered bottles, she had a good impression of him. Jang Xi Luo nodded. She also took a basket, filled with a few pieces of bread and a jar of chili meat sauce. She headed towards Linxi village. When I arrived, it was just early afternoon. It was a slow farming season, and many villagers in Linxi village sat together on small stools, talking and chatting. Jang Xi Luo had very good hearing and could hear what they were saying. They were talking about family matters and village gossip. Suddenly, they mentioned Lin Zhuzhu. "Have you heard? Lin Zhuzhu has broken off her engagement." "What? That's strange. They just got engaged, and were about to get married. Why did she break it off?" "I heard it's true." The man was a scholar and looked down on Lin Zhuzhu, who is a pig butcher girl. They say a promising scholar wouldn't marry a girl from a pig butchering family. Maybe he was after the money from the Lin family's meat business or thought the Lin family's son was promising. But that's not true. The Lin family took the initiative to break the engagement and even return the bride price. What? Did the Lin family go crazy? With the conditions of the Su family, they still looked down on them. Do they think their daughter is a prize? Her conditions are much better than the Lin family's. Maybe the Lin family suddenly lost their mind. Who knows? Anyway, the Lin family broke off the engagement with Lin Zhuzhu. That means the Lin family's daughter has too high standards and is too picky. Who would still want to propose to her? Just a normal girl. Why would she be a pig butcher? That sounds unpleasant. Don't say that. Lin Zhuzhu is a good girl, obedient and kind-hearted. No one can say she's wrong in that. No wonder the Lin family didn't slaughter pigs at the market last time. They were busy with this. That's how it is. Their reputation really took a hit. Hearing these words, Jang Xi Luo paused. She listened carefully and understood that Lin Zhuzhu had broken off her engagement. It seemed the story about the Su family was true. Fortunately, Lin Zhuzhu's parents were reasonable people and cared more about her than about appearances, even in this feudal time. Jang Xi Luo had thought about visiting Lin Zhuzhu, but she also thought that at this moment, Lin Zhuzhu might want some quiet time. If she wanted to see anyone, she would go to the town to set up her meat stall. She hadn't been to the town these days, probably needing time to adjust her feelings. After thinking for a while, Jang Xi Luo decided not to go, but instead went to the Han family. Jang Xi Luo looked at the door, which was not locked, and knocked. There was no response. Is anyone there? She murmured. She was about to leave, when suddenly she caught a faint smell of blood. Her face changed quickly as she realized someone might be inside. But when she pushed the door, it wouldn't open. Is anyone there? Are you inside? Hanbing, so are you home? She called several times, but there was no answer. She looked around and saw no one. The small, old house where Hanbing lived was at the very edge of the village, at the foot of the mountain. Jang Xi Luo could only step back a few paces, then quickly jumped and easily slipped into the house. She saw many bottles already placed in the yard. So it's already prepared. After entering the yard, she felt the blood smell was even stronger. Following the scent into the house, she saw Hanbing lying unconscious on the bed. He was still dressed in night clothes. Seeing his outfit, Jang Xi Luo was very surprised. Did he go out at midnight to be a secret agent? With this kind of outfit? She moved closer to the bed to check on Hanbing. Suddenly, Hanbing opened his cold, sharp eyes. In an instant, he had a dagger in his hand and quickly leapt up, pressing it to Jang Xi Luo's neck. Jang Xi Luo was completely unguarded, which is why Hanbing suddenly burst out and pressed the dagger to her neck. But at this moment, Jang Xi Luo was surprised by the light blue color of his eyes, so strange and beautiful. In this era, such eye color was rare, much more attractive than wearing contact lenses. It was very faint, but Jang Xi Luo saw it clearly. Your eyes are really beautiful. Hearing this, Hanbing paused, then looked at the woman in front of him and gradually regained his senses. He lowered the dagger, and the murderous intent in his cold eyes disappeared. Why are you here? Hanbing's body wavered slightly. He had just exerted his strength and was already feeling exhausted. Plus, he was bleeding from his injury, making his face look very pale. Jang Xi Luo explained, according to the schedule, you were supposed to deliver the bottles yesterday, but you didn't go. I just came to check. You're injured. Hanbing furrowed his brow in a cold, indifferent way and said lightly, just a small wound. The bottles are already prepared. I will deliver them to you later. Jang Xi Luo said, it's okay, I can carry it myself.
I'll just use a shoulder pole to bring it back.
You're injured. It's better to rest at home and recover properly. I know some traditional healing techniques. Maybe I can help treat and bandage your wounds first. For some reason, Jang Xi Luo felt a sense of familiarity and warmth when she saw those light blue eyes. But she didn't know where this feeling came from. Just then, her mind seemed to flash with a quick, blurry image, too fast to see clearly. She wasn't sure why she felt this way. But she always followed her instincts. Hanbing coldly said, you're not afraid of me? You wouldn't do anything to me, so I naturally am not afraid of you. It was as if she instinctively felt this person wouldn't hurt her. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Hanbing still looked cold and said, no need. You can go back now. I'll send the bottle to you later. Just as Hanbing was about to sit down after covering his wound, everything went black in front of his eyes, and he suddenly fainted. Seeing him fall to the ground, Jang Xi Luo struggled to move him onto the bed. It felt like there was always a voice in her mind telling her to save him. Jang Xi Luo could only check his injuries and wounds. She saw many small and large sword wounds on his body. They weren't fatal but caused him to bleed a lot. She didn't know who he fought with to get such injuries. Fortunately, Jang Xi Luo had herbs in her space. She cleaned and treated his wounds, then crushed some herbs into a medicine paste to apply on his cuts. When she tried to give him spiritual spring water to drink, he clenched his teeth tightly, showing strong suspicion, and she couldn't get it into his mouth. Unable to do anything else, Jang Xi Luo used a silver needle to poke him a few times. At this moment, Hanbing slowly opened his eyes. What are you doing? He asked. Drink some water. It's good for your health. I've treated your wounds. Just be careful and don't overexert yourself. But since you have the ability, why do you still make handicrafts? Jang Xi Luo thought Hanbing wouldn't answer. To her surprise, he simply replied with a calm tone, if I do nothing, do you think the villagers wouldn't suspect anything? At that moment, Jang Xi Luo understood why they lived in the most remote part of the village and avoided contact with others.
It was indeed a good way to stay hidden.
Jang Xi Luo asked, "But I know your secret. Why haven't you tried to hurt me?" Han Bingsu was silent for a moment, then looked at Jang Xi Luo and said, "You remind me of someone I knew when I was young." Curious, Jang Xi Luo asked, "Where is that person now?" "He has passed away," Han Bingsu replied coldly. His voice carried a chill as he said this. Jang Xi Luo bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up something that makes you sad." Han Bingsu didn't say anything. Jang Xi Luo handed him the remaining payment for the 200 bottles and said, "I'll take the bottles first. There are also bread and spicy pepper sauce in the basket. You can eat them." "No need," he replied. "If you feel guilty, you can help me make whatever I want in the future," she suggested. After walking far from the house with the bottles, Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but look back. She wondered, what is Han Bingsu's true identity? He lives here in seclusion, so he must have important things to do. Back home, Jang Xi Luo didn't mention Han Bingsu's story. Old Lady Cui thought everything was fine. The two of them busily prepared spicy pepper sauce. They finished filling 520 bottles and counted twice to make sure everything was correct. "Xi Luo, so much spicy pepper sauce. Carrying it on a pole is tiring. I'll go talk to Uncle Li Zheng and ask to borrow his ox cart tomorrow." Jang Xi Luo also felt that the county school was a bit far and walking there was inconvenient, so she nodded. Old Lady Cui packed some things into the basket and went to Uncle Li Zheng's house to discuss. Li Zheng and Mrs. Zhu were very friendly. When they heard about using the ox cart tomorrow, Mrs. Zhu said happily, "That's no problem. Since there's nothing urgent in Jiaoxi now, he can help by driving the ox cart." Old Lady Cui expressed her gratitude. "Big sister, thank you so much. Here's the money for the ox cart." She gave 30 coins. Mrs. Zhu said they didn't need to pay. "Big sister Cui, you're being too formal."
You should take it back.
Mrs. Zhu insisted on not accepting the money. Old Lady Cui had no choice but to give her some bread and spicy pepper sauce. They both hesitated, then Old Lady Cui finally set the things down and hurriedly left. Mrs. Zhu felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Big sister Cui, you're so polite."
Sorry about that.
Mrs. Cui smiled and exchanged a few polite words, confirming that tomorrow morning after breakfast, Zhou Zhaoxi would help deliver the goods with the ox cart. After returning home, Mrs. Cui told Jang Xi Luo, who then felt at ease. However, she thought that with 15 taels of silver in hand, after selling the spicy pepper paste, she could earn more than 10 taels. This way, they could also buy an ox cart. Moreover, all the medicinal herbs needed for Cui Hejin have been collected. There are also herbs for treating her father's leg and her third sister's face. In the past few days, she has been preparing ointments for them. When the time comes, she will give them to her father and third sister to use. There is no urgent need for a large amount of silver at the moment. So, buying an ox cart is a good idea. At dinner that evening, Jang Xi Luo mentioned buying an ox cart. Mrs. Cui strongly supported it. "Good, then let's buy an ox cart." Jang Xi Luo looked at Cui Hejin again. Cui Hejin spoke gently. "Just arrange the family matters as you see fit." If everyone agreed, Jang Xi Luo would feel no guilt. After dinner, Jang Xi Luo prepared her usual medicine for Cui Hejin to drink. "Do you feel your body is getting better?" Jang Xi Luo checked his pulse and could tell he was feeling somewhat better, but she still wanted to hear his own feelings. Cui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo with gentle eyes and said, "Yes, much better." Jang Xi Luo hesitated for a moment and asked a question she had been pondering all night. "Do you think there could be people in this world with different eye colors?" Jang Xi Luo kept thinking that Han Bingsu might have some special background or secrets. She didn't want to investigate too much, but an inexplicable strange feeling kept pulling her to wonder and ask. Earlier, Mrs. Cui looked at Han Bingsu's figure and felt a sense of familiarity. But Mrs. Cui couldn't remember why she felt that way. Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but guess. Could he be from the capital city? Both Mrs. Cui and Cui Hejin had spent time in the capital, so Cui Hejin might remember something too. Jang Xi Luo wanted to act casually, so she asked without making it obvious. She didn't dare look directly at Cui Hejin's expression, afraid he might notice something. But Cui Hejin, being perceptive and subtle, could see through her. A faint, mysterious color flashed in his beautiful eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, "There is one person, when emotional, whose eyes turn a light blue." Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. She looked up at Cui Hejin and stared at him without blinking. "Who is that person?" Cui Hejin lowered his head and met her eyes. His expression grew serious. "Do you really want to know?" Jang Xi Luo gently tugged at Cui Hejin's sleeve. "I'm just curious. Today, I went to the town and heard some stories. They made me wonder. I think my husband is very knowledgeable and must know a lot." Jang Xi Luo didn't realize she was unintentionally acting a bit like she was teasing Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin softly said, "That person was once the legitimate son of the Jingshan Ho family, called the Little Marquis." Jang Xi Luo blinked with curiosity and asked, "And then?" Her eyes sparkled, eager to hear what happened next. Cui Hejin gently brushed her forehead and eyes, feeling her long eyelashes flutter like feathers, making his palm feel slightly itchy. He sighed softly and said, "At first, no one knew about his eye color change. Later, during a fight, he revealed those eyes and was mistaken for a monster. The Jingshan Ho wanted to send him away from the estate to fend for himself." Jang Xi Luo's face changed. Did he really get kicked out of the estate?
No, not exactly.
Soon, a story was spread in the capital. It was a well-written story, and it made people think that having such eye color was a sign of good luck. For a time, no one in the city treated him as a monster anymore. Jang Xi Luo admired this and said, "That's a good idea." Cui Hejin's eyes shone with a beautiful light, and he smiled. "It really is a good idea. But you might not guess, this idea was actually thought up by a young girl from the Wei family." Jang Xi Luo was a bit confused. "The Wei family girl?" Cui Hejin shook his head. "I only heard about her when I was young. The Wei family girl is the 6th child in her generation. She has been weak and sick since birth. Because she's the only girl in the family, she's very loved and spoiled by her brothers. People didn't pay much attention to this fragile girl before, but the eldest son of the Jingshan Ho family was close to the young men from General Wei's estate and often visited there. It's said she was also quite friendly with him. She came up with the idea to help him. No one would have guessed that she was only 4 years old at the time." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's mind suddenly cleared. So, Han Binks is actually from the Jingshan Ho family. The person he mentioned as an old friend might be the 6th miss of the Wei family. Later, Cui Hejin's expression grew serious, as if covered with a layer of cold frost. Did the 6th miss of the Wei family recover her health later? Cui Hejin shook his head and said, "About 10 years ago, the Wei family was defeated. They were accused of treason, and the entire family was killed. The young girl also died at the age of 6. At that time, he was 8 years old. Although he had never seen the Wei family's 6th girl, he had heard about her and felt a deep sense of sorrow. For some reason, hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's heart trembled sharply, feeling a painful ache. She even felt like she couldn't breathe. And that young Marquis also severed ties with his family and was expelled. Some say he died outside. Others say he went to the battlefield to retrieve the bodies for the Wei family. Since then, no one in the capital has seen him. It was rare for Cui Hejin to speak so much at once. After hearing this, Jang Xi Luo felt her mind was in chaos and didn't want to speak. Seeing her emotional state was off, Cui Hejin looked down at her with a gentle, compassionate expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "No." Although she said that, her gaze darkened, looking tired and listless. Cui Hejin felt a bit guilty. "Sorry, I shouldn't have told you all this." Jang Xi Luo sat there, burying her head in her lap, softly saying, "It's not that. I asked you because I think it was too harsh for the entire family to be killed." Cui Hejin gently stroked her hair to comfort her and softly said, "The current emperor is very suspicious. He fears his ministers and some officials who are too talented and overshadow him. Jang Xi Luo concluded, "So, my parents are right not to let my second and fourth brothers go to school or take exams. A wise ruler in the court would have capable ministers, or else, even if the officials are good, without a wise ruler, it's useless, right?"
Kuyeji nodded. Yes.
Since they had reached this point, Jang Xi Luo seemed to think of something. She looked up, blinking at Cui Hejin, and asked, "So, do you think someone might rise up and rebel? Maybe there will be a war." Seeing her mysterious expression, Cui Hejin found it a bit amusing but remained gentle and went along with her. "Maybe, perhaps. Then do you think we should stock up on some food just in case?" Cui Hejin finally understood that her young wife wanted to stockpile food. "Everything at home is your decision. If you want to stockpile food, go ahead." Jiang Zhilu pouted and said, "But I can't be the only one making decisions. You should give me some advice and share your thoughts. My idea is that you can do whatever you want." Jiang Zhilu pouted unhappily. "That's just dismissive." Cui Hejin sighed helplessly and softly comforted her. "I've thought about it, and we do need to stock some food. Tomorrow, after I deliver the chili and meat sauce to the academy, I will receive 15 taels of silver. With the 15 taels I already have, that makes 30 taels. Since we've decided to buy a cow and can spend over 10 taels, we can also spend 10 more taels on food. Even if there is no war, it's good to stock up. The food can also be used to make bread, which we can eat regularly. Additionally, I have 10 taels of silver saved for emergencies. We can also earn some money from the bread business on normal days, so our daily expenses will be covered." Hearing Jiang Zhilu's plan, Cui Hejin replied softly, "Okay." Seeing Cui Hejin nod, Jiang Zhilu felt supported. She smiled slightly and said, "Just right. Tomorrow I will borrow the village chief's ox cart. On the way back, I will buy more flour and load it onto the cart." She wasn't sure if a war would break out, but food was essential. In this era, stockpiling some food brought peace of mind. Cui Hejin replied softly, "Okay." After chatting for a while, Jiang Zhilu shook off her restless thoughts and grabbed Cui Hejin's sleeve. "Let's go inside. You just took medicine and I will give you acupuncture." Every evening after dinner, Jiang Zhilu would prepare medicine for Cui Hejin. After he took the medicine, she would give him acupuncture. From the initial awkwardness to now, both of them had become more used to it. After the acupuncture, Jiang Zhilu noticed that his body had indeed improved after so many days of careful care. She also observed that he seemed more energetic and lively in daily life. Every day, Jiang Zhilu wished she could transfer all her wood-based supernatural energy into Cui Hejin's body to help him recover. This also caused Jiang Zhilu to feel somewhat weak herself during this period. However, she concealed it well, so that old lady Cui and Cui Hejin wouldn't notice anything unusual. After a good night's sleep and breakfast the next morning, Zhou Zhaoxi hurried over in an ox cart. Madam Cui, Brother Cui, Sister Jiang. Zhou Zhaoxi still liked to call them that. He helped move the chili meat sauce onto the ox cart and set it down. Jiang Xi Luo waved to old Madam Cui and Cui Hejin, saying, "I'll go to the county academy first. Mother, you don't need to wait for me to eat lunch. We might not come back until the afternoon." Old Madam Cui nodded and said, "All right, take care on the way." "Don't worry, Mother. Nothing will happen." Zhou Zhaoxi said, "Auntie, I will also take good care of Sister Jiang." Cui Hejin looked at Zhou Zhaoxi thoughtfully. Zhou Zhaoxi scratched his head, feeling a strange chill, but he didn't understand why. Jiang Xi Luo naturally didn't know these thoughts. She was mainly thinking about delivering the items to the academy to get the money. After Jiang Xi Luo and Zhou Zhaoxi sat in the ox cart and left, old Madam Cui looked at Cui Hejin and smiled. "You really care about Xi Luo, but you don't say much to show it. If you don't say anything, how can Xi Luo feel it? Don't worry, Xi Luo's eyes are full of you. You don't need to worry." Also, Zhou Zhaoxi's simple-minded look made her think he only treated Xi Luo like a little sister. She had experience and could see clearly. "Come, let's make some bread first. We'll go to class later." Cui Hejin nodded and stayed with old Madam Cui to make bread. By midday, Jang Xi Luo and her group arrived at Luoxue Academy in the county. This was their first time visiting Luoxue Academy in the county. She thought the academy was in a remote, deserted place, but it turned out it was built at the foot of the mountain, not on the hillside. Nearby, there were 2 rows of shops, and across the street from the academy, shops sold all kinds of delicious food, making it lively. There were also many residential areas nearby. There's quite a bit of activity around the academy. Zhou Zhaoxi explained, I heard that 10 years ago, when the academy was built, this place was very remote, and hardly anyone lived here. But after the academy was established, the director didn't set many rules, allowing people to set up stalls nearby. Gradually, many people moved here to build houses and open shops, so it became lively. Xi Luo nodded. With so many students and people around, setting up a small stall here would also bring good business. Jiang Xi Luo thought that if there was a bullock cart, it wouldn't take long to come to the town, and she could set up a stall to sell bread here. Sitting on the cart, she looked around, observing the market for business opportunities. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the academy. The street in front of the academy was quiet and did not allow street vendors. Jiang Xi Luo approached and said to the guard, Big brother guard, we are from Liu Tingen's hometown. We are here to deliver some things for him. Could you please help pass the message? Jiang Xi Luo had prepared some coins, but before she could do anything, the guard politely replied, Please wait a moment, I will pass the message. Then the guard went inside. Jiang Xi Luo was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to be so polite. Just judging by the guard's attitude, I can tell this academy has a good atmosphere, she said. Zhou Zhaoxi said, Sister Jiang, Luoxue Academy is the best in our county. Everyone says the headmasters are very kind, and the learning environment is good. I heard the old headmaster was very knowledgeable, once a grand tutor of the emperor's grandson. After he passed away, the grand tutor returned home and established this academy. Jiang Xi Luo's expression changed slightly. Grand tutor of the emperor's grandson? His knowledge must be extraordinary. Zhou Zhaoxi often visited the county and heard many things, so he remembered them. While they were talking, Liu Tingen hurried out with a classmate. Seeing Jiang Xi Luo at the gate, he hurried forward and said, Sister-in-law, you're here. Jiang Xi Luo nodded and said, This is the 520 bottles of chili meat sauce I promised to deliver. Each bottle weighs a little over a jin. Take a look. Liu Tingen was happy and said, No need to look. Sister-in-law, you packed it yourself, so it must be correct. By the way, here is 15 taels of silver and 600 coins. He handed the money pouch to Jiang Xi Luo. She looked it over and confirmed it was correct. Surprised, she asked, Did you prepare this in advance? Liu Tingen smiled and said, Yes, after I returned, I told my friends. They didn't mind the small amount of money. Everyone was happy to buy the chili meat sauce, so they paid me early. I thought it would be inconvenient to carry so much copper money, so I exchanged it for silver at the bank to make it easier for you. Jiang Xi Luo didn't expect Liu Tingen to be so thoughtful. She took the money pouch and said, Thank you very much. It's I who should thank you, sister-in-law, for going so far to deliver this. Jiang Xi Luo said, It's no trouble. I found a cart to make things easier. Liu Tingen asked a friend nearby to call a few classmates to help carry the chili meat sauce. Liu Tingen couldn't help but mention to Jiang Xi Luo, By the way, sister-in-law, my grandmother and mother both say that the bellows are very useful. Buying a bellows makes cooking and heating much easier. That's good if it works well. Also, here are 10 pieces of bread. You can take them and share some with your classmates to try. If everyone likes the taste and wants to buy more, I can also send some over after I make more. Jiang Xi Luo thought about promoting her bread at the academy. Hearing that they could eat bread at the academy made Liu Tingen even happier, and he nodded quickly in agreement. He wanted to help promote it well. After chatting for a while, Liu Tingen noticed that his classmate hadn't come out yet and felt a bit puzzled. Why hasn't he called everyone out yet? Soon his classmate returned. It's just after class now. Why haven't you called everyone out? Didn't you say they were eager to get the chili meat sauce? Liu Tingen, it's because the young lady is unwell. It seems quite serious this time. Everyone rushed to the back courtyard in a hurry. When Liu Tingyan heard young lady, his face also changed. What? The young lady is unwell again? Quick, did you call the doctor? Liu Tingyan looked very worried and anxious, forgetting about the chili meat sauce, and hurried into the academy. Jang Xi Luo was stunned for a moment, thinking about what kind of person could make the students at the academy so anxious. Is the young lady a little girl? Suddenly, Jang Xi Luo felt a pain in her chest. She said to Zhou Zhaoxi, "You stay here and watch for a while. I'll go inside and see what's happening." Zhou Zhaoxi nodded. "Don't worry, Jiang's sister." Anyway, he was helping Jiang with the cart, delivering things, and would follow her arrangements. Zhou Zhaoxi trusted Jang Xi Luo to handle things. Jang Xi Luo followed the crowd to the back courtyard and saw many students gathered at a door, discussing something. That young lady is so pitiful. Yes, she's so obedient. She's only 4 years old, and already suffering like this. I don't know what's happening inside. Will the doctor be able to cure her? The doctor couldn't see anything wrong. Each time, he just gave the young lady a few injections and made her drink bitter medicine. Many scholars discussed this, all looking very worried. Miss Qiao is about to worry again. Miss Qiao is so pitiful. How can everyone be so concerned about Miss Qiao? Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo became even more curious. Who is Miss Qiao? Oh, right. She had heard that the dean of the academy was named Qiao. Could Miss Qiao be Dean Qiao's daughter? Thinking this, Jang Xi Luo slowly stepped inside and immediately saw a tall, beautiful woman in the room. She looked about 18 or 19, dressed in plain white clothes. Her face was covered with a veil, but her icy eyes couldn't be hidden. They looked like clear ice or glass, pure and bright, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Feeling something, the woman slowly turned around. When she looked at the people, her gaze carried a shadow that sunlight couldn't. Yes, Jang Xi Luo felt as if she saw large patches of blood in this woman's eyes. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Jang Xi Luo looked at the small bed, beautiful and obedient, only 4 years old, with a pale face from the pain. The doctor by the bed wiped his forehead sweat and said, "The young lady's condition has stabilized. There's no major danger for now." A steward nearby asked, "Can it be cured completely? Last time, wasn't it said she wouldn't get sick again soon? Why did she relapse after just a few months? Do you have any solution? This kind of condition is very tricky. We can't find out what's wrong." The doctor was still arguing his point. Jang Xi Luo looked at this doctor and paused. Wasn't he the same senior doctor who was present when Zhuang Xing'an was injured? The old, stubborn doctor. While they were talking, Jang Xi Luo moved forward to check the little girl's pulse. "Hey, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?" The steward reacted quickly and tried to stop Jang Xi Luo. Now the old doctor also saw her. Old Dr. Wu exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, it's the little miracle doctor. It's the little miracle doctor." When he had treated Zhuang Xing'an's wound earlier, Dr. Wu had seen this young girl's medical skills. At first, he doubted her, but she proved herself with her medical skills. Especially when she stitched the wound with a needle, such a method was shocking. But it turned out that this approach was actually very effective at stopping bleeding. Her prescription of medication is enough to prove she is a skilled healer. Dr. Wu carefully thought about it and became more convinced that this young girl was impressive. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel excited. The assistant beside him was surprised. "Dr. Wu, do you know this young girl?" Since Dr. Wu from Beizhou is so excited and calls her a miracle healer, it must mean she is very skilled in medicine. Jang Xi Luo stepped forward to check the pulse of the young girl, and her face changed. She turned and said, "Who is this young girl's family? I want to speak with them alone." The assistant replied, "This young girl is Miss Qiao, also the young lady's mother. However, Miss Qiao cannot speak, please understand." "Can she understand what I say?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, she can understand clearly." Jang Xi Luo nodded and looked at the many students gathered at the door. "Then I will only speak to Miss Qiao." Miss Qiao glanced at the door, and the assistant immediately stepped forward to ask everyone to leave. The students, still stunned from earlier, were told to leave by the assistant. Inside the room, only Jang Xi Luo, who was unconscious, Dr. Wu, and Miss Chow remained. Jang Xi Luo looked at Miss Chow seriously and said, "She is not poisoned or sick. She has been affected by a curse. When the curse activates, she shows symptoms." Dr. Wu was stunned. Cursed? Indeed, cursed. No wonder we couldn't find the problem. Now I understand. After muttering a few words, Dr. Wu suddenly realized the truth. Miss Chow's expression changed slightly, and her eyes seemed to turn icy. She nodded to Jang Xi Luo and made a gesture with her fingers. Jang Xi Luo looked at her strangely and understood the gesture, saying, "Since you know, I won't disturb you. I will take my leave now." Just as Jang Xi Luo was about to leave, Miss Chow quickly grabbed her wrist, as if trying to stop her. Her hand was very cold, and Jang Xi Luo shivered sharply. Miss Chow made a gesture with her hand, asking, "Is there a way to save her?" Looking into her icy eyes, Jang Xi Luo's heart trembled for some reason. She pressed her lips and said, "There is a way, but it requires key ingredients and herbs. It's not so easy." Miss Chow made another gesture and asked, "Whatever method you have, please save her. This poison is very powerful. It needs the blood of a close family member to be effective. It also requires a special fragrant purple grass from the southern border, along with some other herbs. With these, she can be cured. However, obtaining the fragrant purple grass from the southern border might be difficult." Jang Xi Luo realized that after she finished speaking, Miss Chow's eyes trembled sharply. Until Jang Xi Luo came out of the house, her mind was filled with doubts. It was strange about Miss Chow and that young girl. But just looking at the bed, Jang Xi Luo felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. And Miss Chow's eyes gave her a blurry feeling, as if she had seen them before, somewhere familiar. A vague image flashed in her mind. Those very eyes. She started to feel a headache, as if she had forgotten something very important. Her head began to ache, and cold sweat broke out. Liu Ting searched around before finally finding Jang Xi Luo. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Sister-in-law, are you sick?" Liu Ting's face changed color. If Brother Cui found out, he would be very worried. Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "I'm fine." But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly fainted. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Jang Xi Luo fainting so suddenly scared Liu Ting badly. With Brother Cui caring so much about Jang Xi Luo, seeing her like this, he would surely go crazy. Liu Ting shouted, and many students from the academy were called over. Even Miss Chow came out and gestured to the butler. The butler quickly ordered someone to carry Jang Xi Luo to her bedroom. Just then, old Dr. Wu was there, and Miss Chow asked him to check the girl's pulse. Old Dr. Wu stepped forward to take her pulse, looking very cautious. He had to be very careful when treating this young doctor. If he made a mistake, it would ruin his reputation. "The young doctor is fine. She probably just needs to rest and sleep," he said. While taking her pulse, he felt her body was quite special, but couldn't tell much else. Miss Chow nodded. Jang Xi Luo didn't know any of this. After she fainted, a fog appeared before her eyes. She heard voices calling out to her. "Little sister, little sister." A gentle voice kept calling her softly, as if someone was calling her name. Jang Xi Luo followed the sound of the call and walked forward. As she walked, the fog in front of her gradually cleared, revealing a tall, grand building with a large courtyard. There were winding corridors, artificial mountains with water features, pavilions, and towers. Jang Xi Luo looked around the buildings with a dazed feeling, sensing a sense of familiarity. It was as if she had lived here before. But she clearly had no memories of this place. While Jang Xi Luo was lost in her thoughts, a small girl around 3 or 4 years old giggled and ran ahead. Behind her, maids and servants carefully followed, calling out, "Miss, slow down. Miss, be careful. Oh dear, little ancestor, slow down. If you fall, everyone will be worried." Despite the cautious calls, the little girl happily ran toward the big gate. When she reached Jang Xi Luo, she looked at her with surprise. She touched her own eyes, wondering why she felt a bit like someone she knew. Big brother is coming back. The little girl happily ran toward the gate, passing through Jang Xi Luo's figure. Soon after, a handsome young boy got off his horse at the gate and happily ran into the courtyard, heading straight to the girl. Little sister. My precious little sister. The boy looked about 11 or 12, dressed in armor with a spear on his back, full of confidence and spirit. He hugged the girl tightly, laughing happily. I can't carry you.
Who said that?
Little sister is very light. She's even lighter than my spear. I can carry her with one hand. Does little sister miss big brother? The girl giggled and reached up to hug the boy's neck. I miss big brother. Then another voice appeared at the door, saying, Oh, little sister only misses big brother, not second brother. The girl excitedly replied, Second brother, I also miss second brother. The scene in front of her looked very warm and touching, making Jang Xi Luo feel a gentle warmth in her chest. It was a warm feeling mixed with a little ache and sadness. She didn't know why she felt this way. Jang Xi Luo reached up and touched her eyes, feeling tears. She was stunned and said, Why am I crying? She couldn't understand why she was crying. Jang Xi Luo still wanted to see more, but suddenly a fog appeared before her eyes, making everything unclear. Then she suddenly woke up. When Jang Xi Luo woke up, it was getting a bit dark. Sitting by her bed were Miss Qiao and a little girl of about 4 years old. The little girl blinked her big eyes at Jang Xi Luo. Big sister, you're awake. The little girl obediently reached out and held Jang Xi Luo's hand. She didn't know why, but she liked this big sister very much. Seeing the little girl awake, Jang Xi Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Why did she feel that the little girl looked very much like the young boy she saw in her dream? Was she dreaming? Big sister, are you feeling unwell? Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, No, I'm fine. Are you feeling any pain now? When Jang Xi Luo spoke to the little girl, her voice naturally softened. The little girl shook her head, no pain. Mother said, I won't get sick. Jang Xi Luo exchanged a few words with the little girl, then looked at Miss Qiao and said, Sorry for fainting suddenly. I caused you trouble. Miss Qiao gestured. The little girl looked at her mother's gestures and translated, My mother says it's no trouble and that you are always welcome to come to the academy. Jang Xi Luo thought that maybe she would often come to the academy to deliver things and do business in the future. But seeing that it was already dark outside, her face changed. She quickly got out of bed. It's so late. I should go back now, or my family will worry. Miss Qiao gestured again. The little girl explained, Big sister, the brother Zhou, who came with you, is also resting at the academy. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo felt relieved. But she was worried that old Madame Cui and Cui Hejin would miss her. Missed her? Cui Hejin would surely worry about her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The little girl ran over to open it, then looked up at Liu Tingen and said, It's brother Liu. Liu Tingen looked a bit surprised. The little girl was fine now, and he almost got teary with excitement. Everyone at the academy liked the little girl. Although Miss Qiao was cold and didn't like to interact with others, the little girl was adorable, smart, and sensible. Especially her excellent memory. Among so many people at the academy, she could remember the names she heard once or twice. Liu Tingen hesitated and said, Miss Qiao, my brother Cui has come to pick up his wife and take her home. Jang Xi Luo hesitated for a moment, then quickly walked over from the bed and asked, Hejin has arrived? Yes, brother Cui just got here and is waiting at the school gate. Brother Cui is worried about his wife. I've never seen him like this before. Jang Xi Luo nodded, then turned to Miss Qiao and said, Miss Qiao, I need to go back now. Miss Qiao lowered her head slightly to hide her emotions when she heard the surname Cui. She didn't say anything. The young girl waved her hand and said, Goodbye, sister. Jang Xi Luo patted her head and said, You're so well-behaved. Jang Xi Luo left the room and asked Liu Ting and to call Zhou Zhaoxi. She hurried toward the school gate. When she arrived, she immediately saw Cui Hejin standing quietly at the gate, as calm as snow on pine. He looked like distant clouds on a mountain or moonlight on water. He was standing alone, giving off a peaceful feeling. Hearing a sound, he slowly turned his head. When he saw Jang Xi Luo, a gentle, faint smile appeared on his beautiful face, like the moon falling into a clear pond, creating ripples. "Hubby." Cui Hejin slowly reached out his hand and said, "Yes, I came to pick you up." Jang Xi Luo quickly ran over and couldn't help but reach out to hug him, trying to dispel his cold and lonely aura. "Are you alright?" Lu Ting and didn't dare tell Cui Hejin that Jang Xi Luo had fainted. So Cui Hejin didn't know what had happened to her. He just came over late at night because he was worried. Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just a little delay." "How did you come here?" "Walking such a long distance must have been tiring." Cui Hejin gently explained, "I came on foot." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo felt a bit sorry and asked, "It must be tiring, right?" "Not at all." "Are you done with everything?" Jang Xi Luo nodded, acting very obedient, and said, "Yes, I finished. I handed over the chili meat sauce to the school, and I received the money. But I haven't had time to buy a bullock cart or grain." Cui Hejin softly said, "It's okay. You can buy them another day."
Yes.
Soon, Lu Ting and brought Zhou Zhao out. Zhou Zhao she didn't know about Jang Xi Luo fainting, only that Jiang Mei was talking at the school. So, he hurriedly prepared the bullock cart to take Jang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin back to the village. Thinking for a moment, Lu Ting'an said, "By the way, sister-in-law, my classmates all like bread. I was wondering if I could order some from you." Jang Xi Luo's eyes lit up and asked, "How many loaves does everyone want?" Lu Ting'an was already prepared and handed her a piece of paper, saying, "This is the list of how many loaves everyone ordered. Everyone enjoys eating bread, and many have big appetites, so most buy 2 at a time. In total, there are 28 loaves." Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "All right, I will deliver them tomorrow." Although the number isn't as big as the chili and meat sauce, Jang Xi Luo plans to come over tomorrow to buy a cart and some grain. With a cart, it will be much easier to come to the academy. After confirming the business, they all returned to the village. Old Lady Cui saw Jang Xi Luo and Cui Hejin return and felt relieved. The next morning, after breakfast, Jang Xi Luo prepared to go to the town to buy a cart. Since it was still early and not yet time for class, Cui Hejin accompanied her to the town to buy a cart. In the morning, there were quite a few people. As they walked along the road, Cui Hejin was worried that Jang Xi Luo might be pushed by the crowd and horses, so he carefully protected her, making sure she stayed inside the group. His thoughtful actions warmed Jang Xi Luo's heart. He seemed cold and distant on the outside, but inside, he was very caring and gentle. Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. When they arrived at the cart shop, the shopkeeper came out to warmly greet them. "Young master, madam, are you here to buy a horse-drawn carriage?" Jang Xi Luo looked at the carriage nearby. It was very nice, but they couldn't afford one right now. She shook her head and said, "No, we only want an ox cart." The shopkeeper was surprised, noticing the young master's and madam's elegant demeanor, which didn't seem like ordinary people. "Madam, if you're interested in ox carts, this way. These 5 oxen are strong and healthy, perfect for pulling carts or plowing fields." Jang Xi Luo looked and asked, "What is the price for one of these oxen?" The shopkeeper replied, 12 taels of silver, including a set of oxen and a cart. So once you buy the oxen, you can use the cart immediately. The shopkeeper understood that after the busy spring planting season, most customers buying oxen would use them for pulling carts. Jang Xi Luo frowned and said, 12 taels of silver is a bit expensive. The shopkeeper said, "Sir, this price is really reasonable. You don't know, but lately many people have been buying ox carts and horse-drawn carriages. I originally had more than 10 oxen, but I've sold several in the past few days, leaving only 5. I plan to buy more oxen soon." From the shopkeeper's words, Jang Xi Luo understood that the market for ox carts and horse-drawn carriages was very good. But it was strange. It's not farming season now, so why are so many people buying carts? Just then, Cui Hejin gently asked, "Shopkeeper, around this time in previous years, Weren't there fewer people buying oxen and carts? The shopkeeper looked at the young man with a refined demeanor and thought for a moment before honestly replying. Honestly, sir, around this time in previous years, there weren't many buyers for ox carts and horse-drawn carriages. Most people bought them in winter. Jang Xi Luo found this strange and said, "That's odd." But market conditions can change at any time, so she didn't think too much about it. She discussed the price with the shopkeeper and saved 500 coins. Looking at the oxen, Jang Xi Luo thought they all looked good, but she wasn't sure which one was best. She turned to Cui Hejin and asked, "Which ox do you think is stronger and healthier?" She didn't know much about oxen herself. In modern times, she hadn't learned about them either. Cui Hejin pointed at the second ox and said, "Let's take this one." The shopkeeper was surprised and praised, "Young master, you really know your stuff. This ox is indeed the strongest and most powerful." Jang Xi Luo looked at Cui Hejin and said, "You're really impressive." She paid 11 taels of silver and 500 coins to buy the ox. The shopkeeper helped attach the cart, making it a complete ox cart. After driving the ox cart out, Jang Xi Luo patted the ox's head and couldn't help but smile. Although she spent 11 taels of silver and 500 coins and felt a bit heartbroken, she was happy thinking about having her own ox cart at home. Seeing Jang Xi Luo's bright, happy smile, Cui Hejin's beautiful eyes shimmered with tiny flashes of light, like stars filled with gentle warmth. Jang Xi Luo was excited, acting like a child. Perhaps only in front of Cui Hejin could she show her true feelings. "Now that we have an ox cart, are you also very happy?" Cui Hejin looked at her with a gentle smile, his eyes full of tenderness, and said, "Yes, I am happy." Jang Xi Luo's smile became even brighter. As long as he was happy, that was enough. "We will buy more carts in the future."
Yes.
It occurred to me to say, "It's getting late. You should go to the school first. I'll go home, and once I have the bread, I'll visit the county to browse around and buy some grains. The grain shops in the county are many, so I can compare prices." Actually, Jang Xi Luo could buy grain in the village, where prices are cheaper. But she didn't want to buy grain in the village now. If later a war broke out and grain prices rose, many families wouldn't have enough food and wouldn't be able to buy from the shops. "Can you manage?" Cui Hejin was thinking of accompanying Jang Xi Luo to the county. Jang Xi Luo said, "Don't worry, it's very convenient with the ox cart. You don't need to worry. We'll take the ox cart to your school first, then I'll go home." Okay. The two sat on the ox cart. Jang Xi Luo gently whipped the ox, making it walk. She felt a strange sense of happiness. Sitting in the cart, feeling the warm spring breeze and looking at the scenery around, she felt a special kind of peace. It was a relaxed and carefree feeling. That slow, calming breath made her very relaxed. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Shimo school. Jang Xi Luo turned to Cui Hejin and said, "We've arrived at the school." She got off the cart and reached out to help Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin looked at her with a gentle smile, sighed helplessly, and said, "Fool." Cui Hejin had long legs. He gently stretched his leg from the side of the cart and easily stepped down onto the ground. Jang Xi Luo saw this scene and was amazed. He was really tall and slender, and even during acupuncture his figure looked so perfect. Although he looked thin in clothes, he was actually very charming. Thinking of this, Jang Xi Luo's face warmed slightly. But she could also clearly feel that Cui Hejin's health had improved a lot. He didn't seem so weak anymore. Seeing him healthier, she sincerely felt happy for him. However, restoring meridians and regaining martial skills wouldn't happen overnight. Jang Xi Luo waved goodbye to Cui Hejin and headed back home in the ox cart. Cui Hejin watched her figure until he couldn't see her anymore, then prepared to return to the school. At that moment, a little boy was about to enter the school when he came over to Cui Hejin and asked, "Teacher Cui, what are you looking at?" Cui Hejin gently patted the boy's head and said, "I'm looking at your teacher's wife." The little boy looked like a small adult and suddenly said, "Oh, I see. My teacher really likes the lady teacher." Cui Hejin paused his hand movements and looked at him with a funny expression, saying, "You're so young. Do you even know what liking someone means?" I know. My older brother said that missing someone is liking them. Cui Hejin's expression changed slightly, and his face grew thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he took the boy's hand and said, "All right, let's go to school now. Class will start soon." The boy entered the courtyard, and as if he thought of something, he looked up at Cui Hejin and said, "Teacher, the lady teacher is so kind. If I were you, I would like her too. You're still too young." "I will grow up," the boy said seriously. Cui Hejin pinched his forehead with his finger, his eyes dark and mysterious, but he spoke gently and seriously to the boy. "Your lady teacher is my wife. When you grow up, you'll like other girls, understand?" The boy looked as if he understood but wasn't quite sure, pouting and saying, "But I think the lady teacher is nice." Cui Hejin sighed helplessly. "Forget it. When you grow up, you'll understand." Thinking about how his young wife was liked by the students, Cui Hejin chuckled quietly and shook his head lightly. Jang Xi Luo had no idea about this small scene. She bought an ox cart and was very happy, eager to go home and tell old Madame Cui. Riding in an ox cart really feels different from walking. Walking meant carrying things on your back and watching your steps so you couldn't enjoy the scenery around you. But sitting in the ox cart, she could freely admire the surrounding views and the countryside. The wheat in the fields had already grown a few stalks, showing a lush green scene, and some vegetables had sprouted new shoots. When passing by the river, Jang Xi Luo also noticed several large locust trees. Her expression changed as she looked at the locust trees and said, "In a few days, we can pick the locust flowers. Locust flowers can be used to make buns." Since she arrived here, she had never made buns with locust flowers before. Thinking about the delicious food that could be made from locust trees, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When they reached the village, she saw people sunbathing under big trees and others washing clothes in the river, their voices full of laughter and chatter. During the farming off-season, everyone wasn't very busy. They would take the time to wash, dry, and mend winter clothes, quilts, and bedding, preparing for winter. Some people take this time to raise more chickens, ducks, and geese, saving eggs to sell, and earn money to support their families. Because of this, there are more people on the street. Some strong men go out to find work, but it's not easy to find jobs, so most people stay at home. On normal days, they carry hoes and go up the mountain to check on their crops. They the fields or water the plants now and then. If it rains a lot, there's no need to water the fields, but sometimes rain is not enough. To keep the crops healthy, people have to carry water from the river to irrigate the fields. So, farming in this time still depends on the weather. When the wind and rain are just right, the harvest is good. But if there's a drought or too much water, the crops suffer. People saw Jang Xi Luo riding back in a bullock cart alone. An older woman greeted her, saying, "Oh, Xi Luo is back. You're riding a cart. Did you buy it?" Everyone couldn't help but look at the cart, their eyes showing envy. A cow costs at least 10 taels of silver, which most families can't afford. They could only look and feel jealous. Jang Xi Luo smiled and replied, "Yes, I just bought the cart." Someone said sourly, "That must have cost a lot." Jang Xi Luo said, 11 taels of silver and 500 coins. "We recently did some small business and the money we earned went into buying the cart. Your family is so capable, building a big house and buying a cart so quickly." Yes, doing business isn't easy for just anyone. Some villagers have tried selling small things before, but they know it's not simple. You need good products, good speaking skills, and the ability to keep track of expenses. Jang Xi Luo encouraged everyone. "I think I have some skills, making crafts or small snacks. We could set up a stall in town or at the market in Yanglu village." Though everyone was tempted, they were also afraid and hesitant to try. Most people only know how to farm and make simple foods. They don't have special skills. People with skills don't easily teach others. They keep their techniques to themselves, even when taking apprentices. Plus, running a food stall costs money. Everyone was reluctant to waste flour trying to make food. They joked around for a while and then stopped talking about it. Jang Xi Luo finished greeting everyone and went back home. Madame Cui was baking bread, and the house was filled with a lovely smell. The gate was wide, and Jang Xi Luo drove the ox cart inside, saying, "Mother, look, I bought an ox cart." When she heard about the ox cart, Madame Cui was very happy. She quickly put down the firewood and ran over to see. "Wow, it really is an ox cart. Our family now has an ox cart. It will be much easier to go places in the future." Madame Cui excitedly touched the ox. She remembered that in the past, the Duke's mansion had many fine carriages, but she didn't pay much attention. Now, having an ox cart made her very excited. The environment is different now. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Yes, I spent 11 taels of silver and 500 won." Madame Cui said, "It feels more expensive than during the busy farming season. I remember it was only 10 taels then." Jang Xi Luo explained, people from the carriage and horse shop said that recently many people are buying ox carts and carriages. Madame Cui looked puzzled and asked, "That shouldn't be." Thinking for a moment, her expression became serious. She said, "Xi Luo, do you think there might be a war or chaos outside?" Jang Xi Luo also looked serious and asked, "Mother, why do you say that?" Madame Cui said, "I remember when we were in the capital, if there was a war or some trouble outside, people would buy more carriages to leave quickly. When I was young, there was a fierce conflict in Yungua. When the war reached a certain prefecture, some people bought carriages to leave and go somewhere else to avoid being affected." Madame Cui came from a noble family, the Hongnomyang clan, and was the only daughter carefully raised by her family. She was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although she usually didn't manage affairs, she had a natural sense of awareness. She could instinctively notice unusual things through changes around her. So, Madame Cui felt something was not quite right. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression also grew cold. She said, "Mother, your analysis makes sense." Madame Cui gently held Jang Xi Luo's hand and patted it. "But there's no need to worry too much. Even if there is a war outside, it won't reach here anytime soon. Our Beizhou is too far north. Compared to other states, it's remote, barren, and the land is poor, so grain production is low. Taking over this land wouldn't be very useful." Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "Yes, but if a war happens, it will definitely affect us." Mrs. Cui seemed to think of something, and her expression changed. She said, "That's certain. I remember when I was young during the chaos and war, food prices skyrocketed. Not just food, but salt and other daily necessities also became more expensive. When food prices are so high, some people will fight to get food." Mrs. Cui's face turned pale as she spoke. "Do you know what the worst part is? Some soldiers would wear bandit clothes to disguise themselves and loot food. That year, my family, the Yang family, managed to keep everything safe because we raised loyal guards and personal soldiers during the chaos." Mrs. Cui worried she might be worrying too much, but she knew Xi Luo was a smart girl. She decided to tell Xi Luo what she was thinking. "It's better without war, but if war happens, it's good to prepare in advance." Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. "Mother, I understand." She almost forgot about salt. Salt also needs to be prepared. "Mother, I'll take some bread first, go to the academy to deliver it, then sell the remaining bread, and buy some food and salt."
MRS. Cui nodded.
"I know you're thoughtful about your plans. Just follow your arrangements." Having a clever and capable daughter-in-law, Mrs. Cui felt she didn't need to worry much. Xi Luo planned everything carefully. She was also worried Xi Luo might get tired, but every time, the girl said she wasn't. So she tried to do more to make things easier for her and supported her decisions. Actually, Jang Xi Luo didn't feel tired at all. Doing these small chores was very easy for her. Living in the village, the pace was slow, relaxed, like a vacation. Most importantly, the family atmosphere was warm, making her feel comfortable. After the conversation, Mrs. Cui helped Jang Xi Luo pack the bread and load it onto the ox cart. Jang Xi Luo didn't delay and drove the ox cart to the county academy. On the cart, she began to think carefully about what Mrs. Cui had said. She touched her chin thoughtfully. "Mother, she comes from such a powerful family. If the Cui family were to be exiled or face trouble, why wouldn't the Yang family support and protect her?" Just now, Mother also mentioned that the Yang family trains loyal guards. Jang Xi Luo was puzzled. Why didn't the Yang family step in to protect Mrs. Cui and Cui Hejin? If the Yang family had taken action, Cui Hejin wouldn't have been so badly injured. Although she was curious, Jang Xi Luo guessed that it involved many things, so she wouldn't ask too many questions. Anyway, she would protect elder Lady Cui and Cui Hejin in the future. When Jang Xi Luo arrived at the academy, it was just time for the noon break. Learning that Jang Xi Luo was there, Liu Cang realized something and came out with a few classmates who had ordered bread. Older sister, you really brought the bread. Jang Xi Luo replied, of course I keep my promises. These breads were just made this morning, and some are still warm. Liu Cang happily said, sister's bread is really delicious. A few students curiously gathered around. We smelled the aroma just now. This smell is really wonderful. Yesterday, I ate a small piece, and it was so tasty I couldn't get enough. I ordered 2, so I could have them for lunch. Everyone paid money, and Jang Xi Luo handed out bread while collecting coins. It was lunchtime, and many students came out together to get their meals. Seeing several classmates gathered around a cart, they wondered what they were doing. Brother Lin and the others, what are you doing? Are you buying food? It smells so good. Let's go see what they're doing. Some students, curious, also approached. Hey Lu, what are you guys doing? Yeah, Brother Wenjia. Are you buying something? Liu Cang quickly responded warmly. Qingfei, perfect timing. We just bought some bread. It's really tasty, and we plan to eat it for lunch. Yes, it's much better than pastries. We've never had anything this delicious before. Those who had tasted the bread agreed, with Liu Cang. A few students, feeling a bit skeptical, hesitated about whether to buy. Liu Cang patted his chest and said, trust me, it's really delicious. Jang Xi Luo smiled, knowing Liu Cang wanted to help her sell more bread. This person was truly kind-hearted. Jang Xi Luo cheerfully said, I'll cut some, and everyone can taste it for free. If you like it, you can buy some. If not, no need to buy. She originally planned to sell the remaining bread at her house. If she could sell all the bread at the academy, it would be easier. When she heard they could taste for free, everyone became interested. Alright, let's try the taste first. Jang Xi Luo happened to have a knife, so she cut some small pieces of bread. Everyone took a piece to taste, uncertain but curious. As soon as they tasted, they were all surprised. This is really delicious. Now I can have this for lunch. Some didn't bother to say more and directly said, Miss, I'll buy 3. 3 should be enough to fill me. I'll buy 2. I'll buy 1 too. Anyone who tasted the bread couldn't find the words not tasty. They all thought it was very good.
So most of the scholars around bought bread.
In a short while, almost all of her over 200 loaves were sold. She kept 2 for herself to make lunch. Miss, I'll buy 2. Jang Xi Luo said, sorry, they're all gone. But aren't there still 2 left? Jang Xi Luo explained, these 2 I was going to. Before she could finish, someone exclaimed, young lady. Looking down, Jang Xi Luo saw Miss Qiao's daughter. 4-year-old Qiao Mengmeng, adorable and soft. She was standing on her tiptoes, looking up. Seeing her, Jang Xi Luo felt her face overlapping more and more with the person called Big Brother in her dream. It made her feel a bit dazed. Her heart softened involuntarily as she looked at her. What are you looking at? Big sister, can I buy this? She took out 5 copper coins and said seriously, I have copper coins, 5 coins. Seeing how cute and soft the little girl was, Jang Xi Luo felt like she was about to melt. She was so adorable, beautiful and cute, and very smart, knowing to spend 5 coins to buy a loaf of bread. Her chubby face and the way she puffed her cheeks when talking were especially adorable. Jang Xi Luo wanted to reach out and pinch her, but she held back. She knelt down and asked patiently, do you want to eat this bread? Qiao Mengmeng nodded obediently. Yes, yes, it smells good. Big brothers all say it's tasty. Then she looked at the big brothers around her. These are the students from the academy. Jang Xi Luo took out the last 2 pieces of bread and handed them to Qiao Mengmeng, saying, here, sister bought these for you. Qiao Mengmeng looked at the 2 pieces, tilted her head thoughtfully. then reached into her pocket and took out 5 coins. She carefully counted 10 coins and said softly, "Sister, 2 pieces, 10 coins, here you go." Jang Xi Luo found the little girl very amusing. "You still have money in your hand?" The little girl patted her small cloth bag and said, "Yes, yes, my mom gave it to me. I buy things to eat." "Where is your mom?" That tall woman, as clear as ice, only had a pair of eyes that left a deep impression on Jang Xi Luo. She was very calm and steady, quite different from most women. Although Jang Xi Luo had never seen her face, just her figure and eyes made her seem very beautiful. Qiao Meng Meng said, "Mom is busy with something." Meng Meng is very obedient. She wanted to buy what she liked herself. Seeing how smart and well-behaved she was, Jang Xi Luo's heart softened. She couldn't help but want to hug her. It was strange. When she saw children in the village or went to the town to sell bread and met some kids, she didn't feel the same way as she did with this little girl.
Take it.
"I won't take your money. Consider it my treat so you can taste it," Jang Xi Luo said. The scholar who had just wanted to buy the last 2 pieces of bread also felt shy about competing with a little girl. Moreover, this was their academy's beloved young lady. The little girl seemed to think seriously for a moment and said, "But I can't take things without paying. I can't just take without spending money." Jang Xi Luo's heart moved. She felt the little girl had been well educated. She could only say, in that case, "Next time you can treat me to something else." Jang Xi Luo was just looking for an excuse to give the little girl bread. The girl happily nodded. After selling all the bread, Jang Xi Luo packed up and left with her ox cart. She planned to go around to buy grains and salt. The county was a bit bigger than the town, with several grain shops. But after visiting a few stores, Jang Xi Luo noticed that the price of grain had increased by 1 or 2 coins per jin. Why is coarse flour now 10 coins per jin? It used to be only 8 coins per jin. The shopkeeper didn't seem surprised by Jang Xi Luo's question, as if he had heard it many times before. "Miss, it's not that our grain prices have gone up. You can ask around outside. Everyone is selling at this price." Jang Xi Luo remembered what Madame Cui had said and also thought about the food-related dreams she had before. Her face changed as she asked, "Why did the prices suddenly go up? Will the prices go up again later?" she inquired. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. He replied calmly, "Miss, it's normal for grain prices to go up and down. We can't say for sure whether they'll rise or fall next. If you want to buy, buy. If not, there will be others who want to buy grain later." The shopkeeper's attitude was very indifferent, as if he didn't care whether customers bought or not. It didn't seem like he was running a real business. Jang Xi Luo visited several grain shops. The shopkeepers and shop assistants there mostly had the same attitude. It was clear they weren't worried about grain not selling, and they probably had some inside information. Knowing the market situation, Jang Xi Luo decided she should buy some. She deliberately tested, asking, "If I buy a bit more, can I get a discount?" The shopkeeper said, "Miss, it's not that we're not willing to give discounts. We work for the shop owner, and the prices are set by him. We can't change them freely." Jang Xi Luo's face grew cold. She knew that the shopkeeper had some authority and could give discounts to customers. But from his attitude, she understood something else. She stopped arguing and simply said, "Give me 200 jin of mixed grains, 200 jin of fine flour, 5 jin of red beans, 10 jin of yellow beans, 20 jin of rice, and 20 jin of millet." She bought a little of each. She wanted to buy more, but she didn't want to attract attention. So she planned to buy some from each shop. She had enough space so no one would notice anything. The shopkeeper was surprised when he heard the amount. He looked Jang Xi Luo up and down. She was dressed in rough cloth, and it didn't seem like she could afford to buy so much grain at once. "Miss, are you sure you want to buy so much grain?" he asked. Jang Xi Luo nodded. "Yes, I'm doing some small business. If you give me a better price, I'll keep buying grain from you." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's worries about business disappeared. People in the flour and grain business really needed a lot of grain. Although he was still a bit suspicious, he didn't think much more about it. He simply asked his assistant to weigh the grain, but he didn't give Jang Xi Luo a discount. After Jang Xi Luo finished buying, she placed the goods on the ox cart, deliberately turned around once, and then stored the grain in the space. She then went to another grain shop to buy more. She bought over 600 jin of various grains, flour, and other crops. She wanted to prepare enough to feel at ease. When she went to buy salt, she also bought some from each shop. She stored a lot of salt. She initially wanted to save some money, but still spent 13 taels of silver. Now, Jang Xi Luo only had a little over 6 taels of silver left. But she knew she shouldn't worry about money at this time. The grain and salt had to be stored. On her way back, most of the items were hidden in the storage space, with only a few baskets and baskets outside, covered with straw, so others couldn't see anything. When she returned home, it was already late afternoon. Old Lady Cui learned that Jang Xi Luo had bought a lot of grain and salt and felt more at ease. "That's good to have bought enough," she said. "Mother, do you think I bought too much?" Jang Xi Luo asked. "It's not a big deal. I planned this early to feel secure," her mother replied. "If the price of grain doesn't rise and there's no war, storing these grains won't cause any loss. If a war happens and grain prices go up, we'll have enough to eat and won't worry. Having food makes me feel more at ease," Jang Xi Luo said seriously. "Mother, I checked the grain shops and general stores. Grain prices have gone up a bit. I asked around, and it seems they might rise further, but only a little each day, so no one notices." Hearing this, Old Lady Cui understood the situation. With the grain stored, Jang Xi Luo and her mother could focus on their business every day. The town and county seemed normal, but after a few days, in late April, people started coming into the village to collect grain. 2 large horse-drawn carts arrived in Donghe village. People went door to door asking to buy grain, offering prices a few coins higher than before. The villagers were a bit suspicious, but they were simple and unaware of the outside world, so they didn't think much. However, villagers would ask each other if they were selling grain. "Have you sold your grain?" People have been coming into the village these days. "Last year at the end of the year, our family sold some grain. Now, the grain at home is just enough until the harvest season. Selling the grain means we might go hungry. But if we sell a pound of grain for 2 extra coins, it can help with household expenses. Also, many vegetables are growing now, so eating more vegetables and less staple food can fill our stomachs. Don't you find it strange? In the past, when people came to collect grain from the village, they were very rude, almost begging us to sell. Now they are very polite. Yes, it is a bit strange. Maybe they need the grain. Soon it will be May, and in a little over 2 months, in July, the wheat harvest will begin. The grain will be available then, so selling some now won't hurt. In the northern region, people grow winter wheat, and they start harvesting it in July. Corn and peanuts are harvested a bit later, but once the wheat is harvested, there will be grain to eat. Our family kept some grain just in case, but since spring, the weather has been good, and the grain is growing well. Selling some now at over 2 coins per pound is fine. It's more than usual. Indeed, over 2 coins per pound means 20 pounds could bring in about 40 coins. Everyone is thinking about earning a little more money, so they feel tempted. In the past, when they sold grain, the buyers would pick through it and even try to lower the price. Now, if the grain is similar, the buyers don't pick and offer higher prices. This helps families earn extra money. It's true. Now, there isn't much work to do, and eating a little less each day is okay. When the wheat harvest begins, they can eat more. Most villagers are hesitant, but many still want to sell more grain to earn extra money. If they have some surplus grain to last until harvest time, they're willing to sell. They prefer to have more coins in hand, even if it means going hungry. If the price was the same as usual, they might not sell, but with an extra 2 coins per pound, they are willing to sell. Exactly. Even if later they don't have enough grain, buying a little from the grain shop now is fine. But isn't it strange that they are collecting grain now? Not really, there's nothing strange about it. The villagers discuss this among themselves, and some immediately sell dozens of pounds of grain. When Madame Cui was carrying her basket and leaving, she happened to see this scene and overheard everyone's conversation. She hurriedly said, "At this time, our family shouldn't be selling grain outside. Everyone immediately looked at Madame Cui. Lady Zhu, the trusted wife of the village head, asked Sister Cui, "Do you have any news?" Madame Cui replied, "You all know that we do small business, and we need to buy flour for making things. When we go to the county or town grain shops, the prices have gone up. The price per jean has increased by at least 2 or 3 cents, sometimes even 4 or 5 cents. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed, and they felt uneasy. They didn't understand what was happening, but instinctively, they felt something was wrong. One woman's face turned pale and asked Sister Cui, "Is what you're saying true?" Madame Cui nodded seriously. "Yes, it's true. I wouldn't lie to you." She wanted to say that there might be a war outside, but she also knew that some things are better left unsaid, without proof. She worried that if there was no war and the grain prices went back down, the villagers would blame her. But even so, Madame Cui still spoke up. She understood that if a war reached this area and the villagers had no food to eat, chaos would break out in the village. So, she could only warn a little. She said that the grain shop's prices had increased, and anyone in the village who wanted to find out could do so. She wasn't lying. Whether they sold grain or not was up to everyone's decision. Lady Zhu's face turned pale and said, "If they don't sell grain, it's strange. Why are they so friendly to us?" Just then, a grain collector entered the alley. Hearing this, his face changed. "Miss, you can't say things like that," he said. "You're encouraging everyone not to sell grain. We only buy grain once, and if people sell later, the price won't be the same. At least a jean will drop by several cents. Everyone should think carefully. In this village, some neighbors can't stand each other, and some households don't have grain to sell but try to stop others. Who knows what they're thinking?" The collector looked at Madame Cui with a stern expression. Madame Cui's face changed, and she released her aura, her expression cold. Whether villagers sell grain or not is their own choice. I only spoke a few honest words, and you, someone who collects grain, got so anxious. Could it be that a few dozen or even 100 jean less grain from everyone has caused you such a big problem? I think you have some hidden purpose, right? When Madame Cui was the wife of the Duke, she was very stern and commanding. No one dared to argue with her face to face. She was not afraid to confront others. The person in charge looked at the woman in front of him, noticing her sudden change in aura and her slightly serious expression. Mrs. Zhu looked at him with suspicion and said, "This is our village. We won't tolerate you bullying people here. We villagers talk to each other sometimes. What, do you still want to interfere? I tell you, if you bully our villagers, not only will our village not forgive you, but I can also report you to the county office." Because Jang Xi Luo saved the county magistrate's daughter, Mrs. Zhu now also knows the county magistrate's daughter. She was not afraid anymore. Mrs. Zhu is a fiery person and very protective of her own. Zhou Jingde became the head of East River Village and gained respect because he and Mrs. Zhu always considered the villagers' interests. His father and grandfather also served as village heads before. They did their work well, so no one could find fault. Everyone trusted them. The person in charge was furious from being challenged but knew the situation. He could only endure it and not make things worse or attract the county officials' attention. Right now, the county magistrate was busy with his wife, son, and daughter, so he couldn't care about other things. But this person, used to bullying for a long time, had always been favored when collecting grain from villages. People tried to please them, hoping they wouldn't set unfair prices or criticize the grain. Actually, it was because these people had colluded. The grain shops refused to buy from the villagers, only accepting grain from them, and the prices were fixed low, suppressing the villagers' earnings. For the grain collectors, if the villagers didn't sell to them, they couldn't sell their grain elsewhere. In previous years, during harvest time, villagers would sell some of their grain to earn a little money for daily needs. If they didn't sell to these collectors, they would have to carry their grain on poles to sell at stalls. None of them had carts. They carried the grain back and forth on their shoulders. If they couldn't sell the grain, it was just a wasted effort. That's why these collectors didn't treat the villagers with respect. They thought, in the end, the villagers would still be begging them. A little follower of the manager, acting arrogantly, said, "Manager Liu, why are you wasting time talking to them? Since the people of Donghe village are so rude, we won't come here to collect grain during the harvest. There are many other villages waiting for us." The manager snorted coldly. "You're right. Even if the people of Donghe village beg us later, we won't buy their grain." Hearing this, the villagers felt anxious. They had always been unhappy, wondering why they had to sell their hard-grown grain at fixed prices, with others lowering prices and even claiming their grain was poor quality, deliberately calling good grain inferior. They tried not to sell to these people, carrying over 100 jin of grain on their shoulders to sell at the grain shop, but the price was even lower. Sometimes, during busy times, they set up stalls to sell grain, but after a whole day, they might not sell much. They worked hard for days, but the situation was the same. Later, everyone understood that when someone came to buy grain, no matter how low the price was, even if it was a tough deal, they would sell it to avoid carrying grain around everywhere. Everyone knew these people worked together and had backing from powerful forces they couldn't challenge. "Wait, Manager Liu, why is it that now we can't sell our grain?" "Yes, we didn't sell grain because we sold it to you last year and our family doesn't have enough food now. But if you buy grain, we will sell it outside." Most families didn't have ox carts, and if no one came to buy, they didn't know how to sell their grain. Many families were waiting to sell some grain to make extra money or buy daily necessities. Some families didn't have much salt left. Salt was so expensive they could only buy it with copper coins. Seeing how they looked, Manager Liu deliberately snorted and said, "We don't care. We're doing this for your benefit. We come to collect grain, and look at how your villagers are talking. Is this person from your village? Don't deliberately cause trouble for yourselves." Manager Liu was targeting Granny Cui on purpose. He was holding back anger. If he didn't want to cause trouble, he would have slapped someone long ago. How dare they challenge him like that? After hearing this, it was no wonder she could stay in the village. She was intentionally trying to isolate this person and make the villagers sell their grain to them. Granny Cui's face turned pale. This person is truly very cruel. She now refuses to say anything. The villagers also dare not speak carelessly. But everyone understands that Lady Cui is kind-hearted and wouldn't blame her. You see, after spring, working with the Cui family earned them quite a bit of copper coins. If Lady Cui couldn't stand them doing well, she could just hire outsiders to do the work, so they wouldn't be needed. Besides, everyone is not foolish. If they think carefully, they can see some problems. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Really, such arrogance and bold words. After the harvest, you won't come to gather the grain? Aren't you just waiting to take the villagers' grain and sell it at high prices? If there's no grain to gather, how can you make that profit margin? Trying to make me look bad to my mother, that's really mean." As he spoke, Jang Xi Luo threw her axe directly. The axe flew past Lu Steward's ear and stuck into the wall behind him. Lu Steward was so frightened he sat down the ground. "Are you trying to kill me?" This young girl, so young, with eyes full of murderous intent, made him feel cold and scared. For some reason, he was a little afraid. Jiang Xi Luo clapped her hands and said, "How can you call that killing? I just think the wall behind looks nice, and I happen to want to stick my axe there, right? See, I didn't even hurt a single hair on your head, did I? But I have to say, I sometimes have a bad temper. If someone makes my mother unhappy or bullies her or speaks sarcastically about her, I just want to stretch my muscles." She clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles loudly, looking ready to fight. The other villagers in the alley were stunned. They all stared with wide eyes, mouths open, forgetting how to react. Lu Steward and his followers felt the strong killing intent from the girl. They didn't want to be afraid, but their bodies instinctively trembled. The follower who had just been helping Lu Steward was trembling so much he couldn't speak. He saw with his own eyes the axe passing close to Lu Steward's neck, which scared him to death. This girl is so terrifying. How could there be someone like her in the village? Lady Cui looked at Jiang Xi Luo, almost crying with emotion. "Boo-woo, my daughter-in-law is so wonderful, better than a daughter. Not only caring but also protecting her like this." Zhilu was very impressive just now. She looked so excited and felt very satisfied. Old Lady Cui almost wanted to scream. Jang Xi Luo said, "Tell me, why are you here in the village to collect grain now?" Jang Xi Luo absolutely would not allow the steward's words to make villagers dislike her mother. Her mother is kind-hearted, and she wants everyone in the village to know that. Jang Xi Luo said, "If you won't say it, I might as well practice a bit." Then she stood up and took an axe from the wall. Steward Liu hurriedly got up and tried to run away. Jiang Zilu kicked a stone at her feet, which hit Liu and his follower in the legs. Both of them fell to the ground again. Jiang Zilu approached Liu with the axe, playing with it near his face. "No rush. You can tell me whenever you're ready. I have plenty of patience." The steward was terrified and begged, "Please, miss, spare me.
It was my mistake."
I don't want to hear any nonsense." Seeing the look in the young girl's eyes, Liu couldn't help but shiver. He realized she truly meant to harm him. He trembled in fear and said, "I am just doing my job." Jiang Zilu raised the axe to strike, and he let out a sharp scream, saying, "I'll tell you. There's a war outside. In Qingzhou, grain production has doubled and is still rising. We collected the grain to sell over there." Jiang Zilu narrowed her eyes and said, "And what else? I have little patience. If the situation in the northern state is affected, the grain prices will also rise here. Even if we don't sell the grain now and store in the warehouse, waiting for the prices to go up and selling later will still make good money." Liu's steward stammered and trembled as he finished speaking. The villagers knew they must not reveal this information, but if they didn't, they felt they might lose their lives. Even if they wanted to make money, they first needed to stay alive. For some reason, this girl's eyes made him feel instinctively afraid, as if she had come out of a mountain of corpses and blood. He didn't dare to look into her eyes. Having worked for his master and interacted with many different people, he had his own judgment. With these judgments, he could avoid danger and seek profit. So he realized this girl was definitely someone to avoid. When Liu's steward said these words, everyone in the village instantly changed their expressions. Many people turned pale with fear.
What?
It's because of this? They are so cruel in their plans. Luckily, we haven't sold the grain yet. The price of grain has doubled? Is there a war? Thanks to Shuyun and Xi Luo, otherwise none of us would know these things. Shuyun is the name of the old lady Cui. Yes, thanks to Sister Cui's reminder just now. If it weren't for Xi Luo's cleverness, no one in the village would know about these news. The villagers listened, feeling both shocked and scared. They also felt regretful. If they had sold their grain, with the war outside, they might not have enough to eat, and money might not buy grain, especially since grain prices are so high. An old lady was so frightened, she sat down the ground. "There's a war. What should we do? What if it reaches North State? In just over 2 months, it's time to harvest wheat. Will we still be able to harvest? How did this happen? If only we had stored more grain last year. We can't sell grain anymore." Everyone's face turned pale, and they were panicked, unsure of what to do. They all knew how terrifying war could be. One wrong move, and it could be deadly. An elderly woman with a hunched back cried, "I just sold 50 jin of grain. I sold 50 jin. What do I do now? Can I get it back?" Someone sighed. She did it to gather wedding dowry for her son. That's why she was anxious to sell the grain. But at this time, we can't think about that. Keeping grain in hand feels safer. Xi Luo looked at the elderly woman, knowing her family was very poor. She looked at Liu's steward and asked, "You know what to do, right?" Liu's steward hurriedly nodded. "Yes. I know." He was clever and knew what to do. They can get the grain back. Hearing this, the families who had sold their grain sighed in relief, took out the copper coins they had received earlier, and handed them to Liu's steward, reclaiming their grain. Liu's steward thought maybe everything was okay now. Xi Luo looked at him with a strange smile and stood up to leave. Liu's steward felt things were settled and finally relaxed, hurriedly leading people and horses away in a hurry. At this moment, villagers rushed over to thank Xi Luo. "Xi Luo, really? I must thank you so much." "Yes, Xi Luo, this time we really owe you a lot. Without you, no one would know what to do, and we wouldn't have known about this news. Xi Luo, no one else is as impressive as you. From now on, I will trust everything you say. Everyone is so grateful to you, Xi Luo. They gather around her, eager to thank her properly. Their eyes show deep gratitude. Of course, earlier everyone also appreciated Madame Cui, also known as Yang Xian. Facing such scenes, Jang Xi Luo feels a bit uncomfortable. By the way, Xi Luo, what should we do now? Do we need to prepare anything? Should we run away or hide deep in the mountains? But there are wild animals there. Yes, Xi Luo, Auntie also trusts you. She thinks you're great. Please tell us what to do. Everyone looks at Jiang Xi Luo with trusting eyes. Jiang Xi Luo says, everyone, don't panic too much. It's hard to say if the war outside will reach Beizhou, but we should store food and prepare some salt. She explains some things that need to be prepared. Everyone nods seriously, remembering what she said. Suddenly, Jiang Xi Luo remembers something and says, by the way, the locust trees are blooming. You can pick the flowers to make buns, dumplings, or even egg dishes with locust flowers. You can also make cold salads with locust flowers. Everyone listens and quickly responds, yes, yes, go pick the locust flowers. When we go back, we can make buns with cornmeal and locust flowers. Make more so we can eat for a long time. Xi Luo, thank you so much. A woman who just brought back some grain holds Jiang Xi Luo's hand, her eyes welling with tears. She doesn't know what to say to thank her. Jiang Xi Luo says, it's okay, I'm glad I didn't scare you. No, you helped us. How could we not know how good you are? You're just like your father, really brave. I heard that back in Xingshan village. It was thanks to your father leading the team that everyone safely reached Xingshan village and settled down. Everyone isn't surprised that Jiang Xi Luo knows some martial arts. They all know Jiang Xiangchuan is skilled. It's normal for a daughter to learn some self-defense skills from her father. Besides, in these times, learning some martial arts is a real skill. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Xi Luo feels relieved. Actually, she wasn't afraid of everyone being scared. When the outside chaos and fighting happened, Jiang Xi Luo thought it might be good if she showed some skills to make others afraid of her. But she didn't expect the villagers' reactions to be different from what she imagined. Seeing everyone sincerely grateful to her and their expressions, Jiang Xi Luo felt a little touched inside. Old Lady Cui wanted to check on Jiang Xi Luo, but was stopped by the villagers. They surrounded Jiang Xi Luo, talking excitedly. Old Lady Cui felt like everyone was competing to be close to Xi Luo, which made her feel a bit jealous, but she was also happy. Everyone liked Xi Luo, and she felt proud and happy too. After sending everyone home, Jiang Xi Luo and Old Lady Cui walked back to their house. Old Lady Cui asked, Xi Luo, are you really okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Jiang Xi Luo smiled and said, Mother, I'm fine. Was I a bit rough just now? No. No one dares say you're rough. You were just protecting your mother, and I'm happy about that. She was not only happy but also touched, feeling very warm inside. Even her daughter had never been so caring before. Old Lady Cui held Jiang Xi Luo's hand, and they went home happily and warmly. By the way, should we tell your father and mother about this? Jiang Xi Luo said, let's wait until after lunch. I already told them earlier, and they should have stored some grain. My father will definitely talk to the villagers and tell them not to sell grain. After Jiang Xi Luo bought some grain, she also told her parents. Her parents believed her naturally. The reason they hadn't told the villagers before was because they thought the villagers might not believe it. And it wasn't certain that there would be a war, so causing panic was not good. If Beizhou remains unaffected and people buy and store things, but it turns out to be useless, they might complain later, which wouldn't be good. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, that's good. When they reached the house, Old Lady Cui saw a large locust tree nearby with many locust flowers. She said, after we eat, let's pick some locust flowers. I'll make buns for you. Old Lady Cui wanted to do something nice for Jiang Xi Luo, to be very caring. Jiang Xi Luo smiled and said, okay, when I come back, I'll pick some locust flowers with my mother and we'll make buns together. Old Lady Cui said, no rush. You still need to see to your father's foot. I can manage on my own. Two people went home to eat lunch first. After finishing their meal, Madame Cui packed some things for Jang Xi Luo, who then took them back to Xingshan village. Just as they finished eating, there were people sitting under a big tree at the entrance of Xingshan village, talking. We don't usually sell grain outside our village. Why are these two people going door to door? They are determined to collect grain, even if only a little. Big brother Jiang said it's best not to sell grain outside. If he said that, it means we shouldn't sell. Exactly. When we all fled here with Jiang Xiandi, we knew how he spoke. He doesn't say things clearly to avoid complaints later. He just gives advice. Whether we follow it or not is up to us. Some of the people who fled with Big Brother Jiang back then didn't agree with him, and some of them died on the way. It was their own foolishness. They didn't listen to Jiang's advice. Maybe they got eaten by wolves or caught a disease. Our group definitely won't sell grain now. Selling at just over a jin for 2 cents is suspicious. People in Xingshan village might not know how powerful Uncle Jiang is. They might not listen to him. Villagers are used to doing things their own way. Since no one is selling grain, a couple of households wanting to sell might feel uneasy and hesitate. They are still watching and haven't sold yet. When Jang Xi Luo arrived in Xingshan village, she overheard some men talking about selling grain. Hearing that no one was selling grain outside, she nodded silently. She also realized how influential her father was in the village. As she carried her basket back to her parents' house, the villagers stopped talking and looked at her. This is Jiang Big Brother's daughter. She really takes after Jiang Big Brother. She seemed a bit slow before, but now she seems to have woken up and become capable. They say she was affected when she was young, so her reactions were slow. But now she's grown up and doing well. An elderly woman approached Jang Xi Luo and said, Xi Luo, doesn't your village want to sell grain? Jang Xi Luo, who grew up in Xingshan village and recognized the old lady, replied, Grandma Li, we do have grain to sell. But the manager said that because of the war in Qingzhou, grain prices have doubled, and they're thinking of buying grain from our village to sell elsewhere. When she heard this, a few people nearby quickly stood up and came to Jang Xi Luo. They asked, Xi Luo, is what you said really true? Jang Xi Luo nodded and said yes. Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can ask around in our village. Also, I went to the grain shop in the town's county seat to buy rice, and the price has gone up by a few cents per jin. The older woman patted her thigh and said, Oh, I knew they had bad intentions. Why would they suddenly raise the price of our grain for no reason? Now I see where the problem is. Luckily, Brother Jiang reminded everyone, and luckily we listened. It's true, listening to Uncle Jiang was the right choice. Yes, Uncle Jiang doesn't say things without reason. Everything he says is reliable. Xi Luo, thank you so much. Auntie, don't mention it. It's the grain collector who told us these things. We didn't know about this either. After chatting with the villagers for a while, Jang Xi Luo returned home. When she arrived, her parents and younger siblings were in the yard gathering locust flowers. Everyone was happy to see Jang Xi Luo and gathered around her. Big sister. Big sister. They all called out happily. Jang Xi Luo asked, Did you pick so many locust flowers? Jiang Yunjing said, Big sister, we want to pick after breakfast. The villagers asked us too, and we said locust flowers can be used to make buns. This was what Jang Xi Luo told them last time, that after the locust flowers grow, they can be picked and used to make buns and dumplings. Jiang Yun and the others remembered this, and hurried to pick locust flowers as soon as they saw them. With more people, they could pick a lot, enough to make many buns. Now, the family was running a small market stall, earning a good amount of money every week. They had income, and Yisha was willing to make some tasty food. In the past, they wouldn't have bought plain buns, let alone buns with meat inside. Jiang Xiangchuan was making a bellows, with some finished umbrella frames and other parts nearby. Next to him was a small pond with soaked bamboo inside. She knew that making umbrellas from bamboo took a long time, probably over a month before her father could finish making the umbrellas. Because soaking bamboo also takes time. But if they made many umbrella frames and parts at once, doing a few extra steps, they could produce several umbrellas quickly later. Jiang Xiangchuan put down his work and prepared to stand up. Jiang Xi Luo quickly said, Dad, Don't move your foot around or use too much strength. Okay, I won't move. Jang Xi Luo asked, have you been applying the medicine I gave you last time? She had brought the prepared medicine when she visited last time, one for the foot to help with recovery, so her father could have his bones reconnected more easily. Jiang Xiangchuan replied, don't worry, I apply the medicine every day, and I take the medicine I drink daily. Jiang Yansy added from beside them, third sister is very careful. She makes the medicine for us every night. Jiang Yanhua does these detailed tasks very well. Jang Xi Luo beckoned Jiang Yanhua over and said, third sister, come here. I want to check your face first. She also prepared face care medicine for Jiang Yanhua, which she applied twice a day, morning and evening. Jiang Yanhua looked at her older sister with bright eyes. Older sister, I feel the scars on my face are fading a bit.
Jiang Yun said, yes.
After washing her face in the morning, I also think her face looks much better. At this moment, Jiang Yanhua still had the medicine on her face. Jiang Xi Luo said, third sister, wash off the medicine first. I want to take a look. Jiang Yanhua nodded and hurried to pour water and wash her face. Whether it was the medicine for treating Cui Hujin's health or for her father and Jiang Yanhua, some of these herbs were extremely precious and hard to find. They couldn't be bought on the market, and even if someone had them, they would have been bought at high prices long ago. Thanks to Zhuang Xing'an, she managed to gather all the herbs. This also made her realize more about Zhuang Xing'an's abilities. Without some strength, it would be impossible to find all these herbs. Thinking of Zhuang Xing'an, Jiang Xi Luo's expression also changed. During this time, when she went to sell chili sauce and bread in the town, she also visited Xinglin Pavilion every few days for acupuncture treatments with Zhuang Xing'an. Zhuang Xing'an followed her instructions, drinking medicine daily and taking medicinal baths every day. She also went for acupuncture treatments every few days, and her health was improving steadily. While thinking about these things, Yishir held Jiang Xi Luo's hand and talked about the family affairs. You don't need to worry about the family. The things you asked us to remember, we all do. Although the price of grain has increased, we still stored some food and salt, and we washed and sewed the winter clothes again. If there's a war or we need to escape, we don't know when that will happen, so we must prepare enough clothes. Regarding the medicinal herbs, we don't know much, so we didn't dare buy too many. Jiang Xi Luo's expression changed, and she suddenly remembered the herbs. Don't worry, parents. I will go to the town clinic tomorrow to buy some herbs and prepare some backup medicines. When the time comes, I will bring some back. Upon hearing her daughter, Madam Yi felt more guilty. It's always you making sacrifices. My heart. Jiang Xi Luo interrupted her. Mom, don't say that. As long as you and Dad and the younger siblings are well, I can rest assured. All right. Besides, now that your dad's foot is better, he can do more things and is no longer limited by his injury. Jiang Yansy suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, sister, in the past 2 days, people from the village have come to collect grain. They asked Dad for his opinion, and he said it's best not to sell grain outside. The villagers probably listened. Jiang Xi Luo replied, when I arrived, I overheard some villagers discussing it. The official in charge of collecting grain from our village, Lu Guanshi, told me that the grain prices in Qingzhou have doubled and might continue to rise. They plan to buy grain here at low prices and sell it there. Now everyone in the village has heard about it, and they won't sell outside. It won't be long before nearby villagers find out. Villages are close to each other and have relatives everywhere. Once there's news, everyone quickly spreads it. She estimated that by the afternoon, people from Xingshan village would already know this news. Madame Ye's face changed. I didn't expect grain prices to rise so much. Jiang Yun frowned and said, does the government not regulate grain prices? If they rise so much, who can still afford to buy grain? Jiang Yansy replied, if people are starving badly, they will buy grain no matter the price. And, at this time, there will probably be a rush to buy. Hearing this news, Jiang Yun felt very uncomfortable but couldn't do anything. He could only think that everyone in the family was safe for now. Fortunately, our Beizhou is safe for the moment. Jiang Yansy said, If chaos breaks out in Yunhua, Beizhou will also be in trouble. The officials can't control much. The main problem is if the guards are colluding with others and don't care about the safety of the government and the people. That's the real issue. Jang Xi Luo looked at Jiang Yun's with admiration. Second brother is very smart and knows all this. Jiang Yun was praised by her older sister and felt a bit shy, saying, "My brother-in-law told me these things, so I remember them. He knows a lot." Jiang Xi Luo's expression changed. She realized that Cui Hejin had previously shared these things with Jiang Yun and the others. Jiang Xi Luo said, "Parents, you don't need to worry. Just do what you should." Yi Shi replied, "Don't worry." At this moment, Zhang Yunhua also washed off the medicinal ointment from her face, revealing her natural appearance. Jiang Yunmian looked carefully and blinked, saying, "Third sister, your face is all pale. I don't know if I can use the ointment." Although Jiang Yunmian was still young, everyone loved beauty. She touched her face, feeling a bit dark and wishing to be fairer. Actually, Jiang Yunmian had good skin, but because she often worked outside in the sun and wind, her face was a little tanned. Jiang Xi Luo patted Jiang Yunmian's head and said, "When you're a bit older, sister will prepare some whitening and beautifying face creams for you." Suddenly, Jiang Xi Luo's expression changed. Could she make and sell whitening face creams? But then she thought making medicinal ointments with herbs costs a lot. If the price is too high, few people will buy. She had also visited the county before, where the prices for blush and powder were not expensive. Unless she made cheaper ointments, but then the effects wouldn't be very noticeable. Also, face creams are different from medicinal ointments. Ointments don't need to worry about color, only about scar removal. Moreover, she infused wood element energy into the ingredients when preparing the ointments. A face cream should be smooth and transparent when applied, not like dirt. Jiang Xi Luo pondered these thoughts thoughtfully. However, with the ongoing war outside, if anyone found out about her plans, they probably wouldn't be interested in buying beauty products now. So she decided to think of other ways to develop these products later. Jiang Yunmian was happy and said, "Then I don't have to worry about getting dark anymore. Sister has a way." Jiang Yunhua watched Jiang Xi Luo nervously, really afraid that her scars wouldn't improve. She also wanted to remove her scars, so she wouldn't be afraid of being looked at strangely or judged when she went out. Jiang Xi Luo carefully examined Jiang Yunhua's face, gently touching it a few times, and said, "Much better, less noticeable. Keep applying the medicine, and it will heal completely." Hearing her sister's words, Jiang Yunhua smiled shyly, but her eyes sparkled, showing she was very happy. "My older sister said that if she can get better, she definitely will." Yi Shi said, "Since applying the medicine, Yunhua has started talking more. I think if she recovers, her personality might change too, and she won't be so shy." Jiang Xi Luo said, "Don't worry, mother. Third sister's face is fine." Actually, Jiang Yunhua is now shy mainly because she felt insecure before. Now that her scar is gone, and she is more confident, she is slowly becoming more talkative. Moreover, Jiang Yunhua's face is pretty, with a delicate oval shape, giving her a gentle look. She's a natural beauty. After chatting with her parents at home, Jiang Xi Luo went back to her village. When she arrived, she saw many villagers gathering by the river, climbing trees to pick locust flowers. Some had brought ladders from their homes and placed them under the trees, climbing up to pick the flowers. There were piles of locust flowers on the ground. Children found picking locust flowers fun. They jumped around happily, looking very excited. The locust trees in Donghe village are plentiful, and so are the flowers, enough for everyone to enjoy. When Jiang Xi Luo returned home, she found many locust flowers in the yard. "Mother, did you go to pick locust flowers? Did you fall?" The locust trees in the village are quite tall, and Jiang Xi Luo was worried that Grandma Cui might fall. Grandma Cui was at home chopping meat. Seeing Jiang Xi Luo, she explained, "These aren't mine. Villagers picked them and brought them over. Many came to deliver, and I told them it was enough. The ones that came later I didn't take, so they took them back." Jiang Xi Luo knew that the villagers were honest and straightforward. "Mother, why are there salted duck eggs too?" Grandma Cui realized and said, Oh, those were sent by Aunt Wang. I didn't want them, but she insisted. She said it was thanks to you that she managed to bring back some grain. Aunt Wang was the woman who almost cried earlier after selling 50 jin of grain. Jang Xi Luo helped her carry it home. Jang Xi Luo felt a little touched. Most villagers are very honest. Grandma Cui said, I initially thought we didn't need to pick them ourselves. We could gather some, but everyone said it was easy and they picked a lot, insisting on giving us some.
Most villagers are like that.
When you help them, they feel they should return the favor. That's good. Locust flowers don't cost anything, so it doesn't affect anyone. Thinking of the honest nature of the villagers in Donghe village, Jang Xi Luo felt warm inside. In that case, tonight we'll make locust flower buns. Mrs. Cui smiled and said, I've already kneaded the dough. It should be ready by evening. After lunch, Mrs. Cui quickly kneaded and let the dough rise. It will be ready in about 2 hours. For making steamed buns, using leavened dough makes them soft and tasty. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, I'll wash the locust tree flowers first. She tidied up the pile of locust flowers in the yard, then took some to wash. After washing, she blanched the flowers in boiling water, then quickly took them out and squeezed out the excess water. Mrs. Cui chopped the meat until it was almost ready and asked, Xi Luo, should I chop the locust flowers too? Jang Xi Luo explained, Mom, no need. We can just mix them with the meat later. Since we're making buns, the filling doesn't need to be as finely chopped as for dumplings. The meat also doesn't need to be minced too fine. Mrs. Cui looked at the meat on the cutting board and said, in that case, small pieces like these should be fine. After preparing the meat, Jang Xi Luo went to the vegetable garden, plucked some scallions, washed them, and brought them inside to chop into small pieces.
Mrs. Cui said, let me do the chopping.
Jang Xi Luo nodded. She then mixed the locust flowers with the meat and started adding salt and other seasonings. Mrs. Cui quickly chopped the scallions and added them to the bowl. Jang Xi Luo poured everything into a big bowl and mixed the filling and seasonings evenly. They made a large amount of filling so they could make more dumplings. The weather was suitable for storage, since there was no refrigerator in this era. If they had a fridge, they could freeze the buns for later. Then we can start wrapping soon. Mrs. Cui, smelling the filling, praised, it smells so good. It must taste great. It's not even wrapped yet, but I can already smell the aroma. Mrs. Cui said, of course, your seasoning makes it fragrant. The aroma was so inviting that she started looking forward to eating locust flower buns. But we haven't made buns in a long time. Mrs. Cui was really craving buns now. I still remember in February, when you made willow sprout buns. They were delicious. Back then, Mrs. Cui realized that willow sprouts could be used as vegetables. The locust flower buns are sure to taste just as good. Jang Xi Luo's expression moved slightly. Time passed quickly. She had been at the Cui family for 3 months now. Jang Xi Luo was talking with Madame Cui while preparing the filling. After the filling was ready, the two of them placed the dough on the table and started to make dumplings together. Once the dumplings were wrapped, they steamed them. Not only the Cui family was making dumplings, many other families who picked locust flowers also prepared to make dumplings. Some people didn't want to use plain white flour, so they used cornmeal or mixed grains instead. Some only made vegetarian dumplings, while others added a little meat. The Li Zhuzhu family was also making dumplings. Zhu's youngest son, Zhou Zhaohe, saw his mother only put in a little meat and said, Mom, can you put in more meat? Dumplings with meat taste better. Zhu replied, if it were before, I would have put in more meat for you, so you could have a good meal. But haven't you heard? There's a war outside, and we don't know when it might come here. So we need to save food and stock up on supplies. Maybe we'll have to hide deep in the mountains. Hearing this, Zhou Zhaohe became a little scared. Mom, is it true? Will there really be a war? Will we have to hide in the mountains?
Zhu was also surprised.
It's not likely to be a war for years, right? Deep down, Zhu was a bit afraid too. But she comforted him. Kids shouldn't think about such things. Wash your hands and help me make dumplings later. Many families in the village felt heavy-hearted. They were afraid of war and of having to hide. However, after a whole afternoon of picking locust flowers, Most families prepared to make locust flower dumplings or dumplings with locust flowers. Thinking about delicious food, everyone temporarily forgot about the outside war. Some people didn't want to think about it at all. They say Qingzhou is fighting a war, but it won't reach us anytime soon. We should eat well and rest. Don't worry about other things. By evening, smoke rose from the village, creating a peaceful, calm feeling. Jang Xi Luo was boiling dumplings over a fire. The steam seeped through the lid, and the aroma of the dumplings spread out. Jang Xi Luo thought, this must be the smell of home life. The dumplings were almost ready, and Cui Hejin also returned. Madame Cui was tidying up the yard and saw Cui Hejin come back. She said, "You're back. Tonight we'll have a delicious meal, locust flower dumplings made with Xi Luo's special filling. Just smelling it makes me hungry." Madame Cui looked forward to the tasty food. Cui Hejin nodded and asked, "Is everything okay in the village?" "There is nothing to worry about. With Xi Luo here, Mother is safe, so you don't need to be concerned." Having her daughter-in-law nearby gives old Lady Cui a strong sense of security. That evening, the whole family sat together eating locust flower buns, feeling warm and comfortable inside. Old Lady Cui kept praising, "These locust flower buns are really delicious, with a unique flavor that's different from other dishes. Xi Luo understands this best. If we had known earlier, we could have gathered locust flowers last spring to make these buns, but unfortunately, no one knew back then. They're so tasty, really delicious." Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Yes, they're quite good." She also liked this flavor. Only in spring could she enjoy these locust flower buns, reminding her of some memories from her previous life in the modern world. Cui Hejin also thought the taste was great and ate an extra bun based on his appetite. Many families in the village also made these buns, and everyone felt grateful while eating them. Old Lady Niu watched her son enjoy the buns and smiled, saying, "Xi Luo is quite capable." If she hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known locust flowers are so good. Looking at her grandson happily eating, she smiled and asked, "Is it really that tasty?" Shan Mao, with his cheeks puffed out, said, "Mom, these buns are really delicious. They're better than the ones you made before." Niu also had already eaten a bun and said, "Mostly because the locust flowers give the buns a special flavor, making them so tasty." She didn't put much meat inside, but the flavor was still different. Even her head of the household, Liu Cang, ate 2 more buns. Villagers who ate the locust flower buns felt very happy and grateful to Jang Xi Luo. Of course, Jang Xi Luo didn't know about all this. That night, as she was sleeping, she had another dream. At first, Jang Xi Luo's sleep was restless and confused. She was in a daze, not sure how, and gradually followed a fog to a place. It was also a large house. At the entrance, there were 2 big lion statues. She looked up and saw a plaque that read Wei Residence.
Wei?
That's a surname she had heard before. When Cui Hejin talked about the 6th young lady of the Wei family, she remembered. So, this must be General Wei's residence. Jang Xi Luo looked at the gate and felt an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, a force pulled her into the house. Upon entering the palace, Jang Xi Luo saw a young girl. It was the same girl she saw that day. She seemed to have grown a little. Jang Xi Luo looked carefully at her face, feeling that she looked a bit like herself when she was young. The sky was getting dark now, but the girl was crouched on the ground, seemingly playing something. She was moving small stones back and forth on a sand tray. Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. Could this be a military formation? At such a young age, she understood military tactics? The girl seemed to be muttering to herself. Jang Xi Luo listened closely and heard her words. "Save my brother, save my brother." Suddenly, Jang Xi Luo saw the girl spit out blood, which splattered onto the sand tray and stones. It was strange. Suddenly, Jang Xi Luo realized, could this be a special way of saving someone through mystical means? Her chest suddenly ached, and she woke up abruptly. Cui Hejin heard the noise and quickly lit a candle. "Xi Luo, are you having another dream?" She gently helped Jang Xi Luo wipe the sweat from her forehead with a clean cloth. Her actions were gentle and caring. When she looked at Jang Xi Luo, her eyes shone with tenderness. Jang Xi Luo slowly regained her senses, thinking about the scene from her dream, deep in thought. Do you think the brothers of the sixth miss of the Wei family might still be alive? Cui Hejin paused, her eyes deepening. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jang Xi Luo wanted to tell her that she had dreamed about something related to the Wei family. It wasn't the first time. Last time, she dreamed of the young girl and her two brothers. Jang Xi Luo's lips moved slightly. If she told Cui Hejin, she might think she was talking nonsense. Besides, she hadn't told Cui Hejin about her dreams that could predict and avoid danger. She hesitated. It just suddenly came to mind that there might be a war. When you told me about the sixth miss of the Wei family that day, I thought of it. Cui Hejin explained softly. Back then, all the Wei family members were taken back to the capital, and the emperor sent people to investigate personally. They all died in battle. She gently comforted Jang Xi Luo. All right, stop thinking so much.
Just sleep now, okay?
And don't be afraid. The chaos of war will surely end. Jang Xi Luo turned to look at Cui Hejin. Why do you say that? Cui Hejin softly said, in chaotic times, those who win people's hearts will win the world. Someone will find a way to calm the chaos. Jang Xi Luo listened to Cui Hejin's words, feeling a bit strange, but couldn't think of anything specific. Under Cui Hejin's comfort, Jang Xi Luo fell asleep again. She thought she would sleep peacefully, but she still had dreams. This time, she dreamed that the chaos affected the northern region. Some people couldn't get enough food, and bandits raided their supplies. When people resisted, the bandits used knives to kill, and blood stained the ground. The weapons and boots the bandits used didn't look like ordinary knives. They looked more like trained soldiers' gear. The next morning, Jang Xi Luo woke up still thinking about her dreams, feeling dazed. At breakfast, Old Lady Cui looked at Jang Xi Luo's unusual expression and worried. Xi Luo, did you not rest well last night? You don't look well. Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, It's nothing, mother. I slept fine. Old Lady Cui looked at Cui Hejin again. Seeing his normal expression, her face suddenly changed, and she scolded him. You don't know how to take care of Xi Luo. You're exhausting her. Jang Xi Luo was drinking porridge when she heard this and choked. Cough, cough. Cui Hejin quickly reached out to gently pat her back, acting softly, and poured her a cup of warm water. He said softly, Drink some water first. Jang Xi Luo's face felt a little warm. She didn't dare look at Cui Hejin's expression. It's truly wrong. Her mother misunderstood Cui Hejin. But she and Cui Hejin haven't been intimate yet, so her mother probably doesn't know. If she found out, she might worry. Actually, it's better to have the misunderstanding for now. It just makes Cui Hejin feel wronged. Seeing that Cui Hejin was nervous about Xi Luo, Old Lady Cui's expression eased a bit. Are you still uncomfortable? Hearing the gentle, mellow voice by her ear, Jang Xi Luo's heart trembled. She slightly lifted her head and looked into Cui Hejin's starry eyes, which seemed to have a gentle glow like moonlight, beautiful and enchanting. It made people involuntarily want to fall into it. Jang Xi Luo's eyelashes fluttered, and she softly said, I'm fine, I just choked a little. Cui Hejin carefully advised, Yes, take your time. Be careful not to burn yourself. After finishing her meal, Cui Hejin looked at her mother with a shy expression, and she could only pinch her forehead before replying, Mother, it's my fault. I will be more careful next time. What a misunderstanding-provoking thing to say. Jang Xi Luo's face grew even warmer, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. But she lowered her head, pretending to drink porridge, acting as if she knew nothing. That's right. Your wife should take good care of herself. I told you, Xi Luo is very likable. When I went to sell bread in town, the ladies there thought Xi Luo was my daughter. They said how good the young men in their families were and even wanted to make Xi Luo their daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law. Such thoughts are just wishful thinking. Jang Xi Luo quickly said, No, really, there's nothing like that. It was just a few polite words. After breakfast, Jang Xi Luo packed her things and took the ox cart to the town. Cui Hejin also went to school together. Jang Xi Luo first took Cui Hejin to the Shimo school, then went to Xinglin Pavilion to give Zhuang Xing'an acupuncture treatment. When she arrived, Zhuang Xing'an was already waiting. Miss Jiang has arrived. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Young Master Zhuang. As usual, she gave Zhuang Xing'an acupuncture treatment. This was also the last time she would do acupuncture for him. After the treatment, Jang Xi Luo checked his pulse. Young Master Zhuang, the toxins in your body have been completely removed. You are now in good health. From now on, just follow the prescription I gave you and take the medicine on time. 2 months of medication will fully restore your health. Zhuang Xing'an said gently, Thank you, Miss Jiang. He understood clearly that if it weren't for Jang Xi Luo, he might have already died. Young Master Zhuang, you're welcome. Zhuang Xing'an took out a box filled with silver coins. This is for your consultation fee, Miss Jiang. Jang Xi Luo was stunned to see so much silver. Although she needed silver now, a gentleman loves wealth but takes it in the right way. Previously, Zhuang Xing'an had helped her find many precious medicinal herbs. This allowed her to cure Cui Hejin, her father, and her third sister. Just those rare herbs could be worth thousands of coins each, not to mention how time-consuming and hard it was to find them. So she couldn't be greedy. Young Master Zhuang, I can't accept this silver. The herbs you helped me find are enough for the consultation fee. Zhuang Xing'an looked at Jang Xi Luo's pure and firm eyes and softly said, Fine then. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Xing'an looked deeply at Jang Xi Luo and said, I am leaving now. Jang Xi Luo paused, feeling a bit surprised. Where are we going? Back to the capital? Zhuang Xing'an gently shook his head and said, To the Western Chu Kingdom. Jang Xi Luo looked at Zhuang Xing'an's expression, her heart trembling. Could it be that Zhuang Xing'an was from the Western Chu Kingdom? With such an identity, he trusted her enough to tell her. Seeing Jang Xi Luo's shocked expression, Zhuang Xing'an understood she was clever and likely guessed something. He looked out the window at the distant scenery, his eyes showing a complicated, fleeting expression. He seemed to have many things to say, but said nothing. He took out a jade pendant. If you come to the Western Chu Kingdom in the future, you can also go to the local Xinglin Medical Hall in Chujing and give this jade pendant to the shopkeeper. Not only in the Western Chu Kingdom, but anywhere if you need help, you can come to the Xinglin Medical Hall and ask the shopkeeper. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo thought the jade pendant looked quite valuable. It was like a token of trust. She guessed Zhuang Xing'an's identity must be extraordinary. She came back to herself and said, This jade pendant is too valuable. She didn't plan to accept it. Moreover, Zhuang Xing'an probably had a special identity. Accepting the jade pendant might bring trouble, perhaps a power struggle? That wasn't what Jang Xi Luo wanted to see. Zhuang Xing'an said, The jade pendant is just an object. Meeting you here is my luck. He also insisted, I'm about to leave, and I don't want to miss the chance to see you again, Jiang girl. At this moment, Zhuang Xing'an's eyes carried a deep, complex sadness. Jang Xi Luo felt her heart soften and accepted the gift. Then I'll keep it for now. If Zhuang Xiao wants it back later, I'll return it to you. Zhuang Xing'an smiled faintly. Once something was given, it shouldn't be taken back. Thinking of something, Zhuang Xing'an couldn't help but remind Jang Xi Luo, Yunhua might soon face unrest. Jiang girl, take care of yourself. Knowing her abilities, Zhuang Xing'an wasn't too worried. Still, he said, if you need help, come to the Xinglin Hall and ask Dr. Chiu. Okay. Zhuang Xing'an gently tapped the table, seeming to want to say more but unsure what. He only hoped they could meet again someday. When Jang Xi Luo went downstairs, she happened to see Jian Yun at the medical hall. Seeing Jang Xi Luo, Jian Yun was even more excited. It's so nice to see you here, Zhilu. I was actually planning to come find you in a few days. Jiang Zhilu smiled and said, You look much better. Why did you come to see me? Jian Yun replied, It's because of the prescription you gave me. After taking the medicine, I feel much healthier. I was thinking of coming to see you. Could you help my mother and older brother improve their health? I think your medicine is much better than what the doctors outside prescribe. Yes, it's better than the doctors in the city. I finished the last batch of medicine I got from you, so I came back to get a few more bottles to keep taking. Indeed, Jian Yun felt that ever since she followed Jiang Zilu's prescription, her health improved a lot. She could sleep peacefully every night and had an appetite for food. She could clearly feel her body getting better. Even her parents and brother said she looked less tired. It seemed she had even gained a little weight. Zilu, you're really amazing. I don't know how to thank you enough. Before, she used to overthink and feel very low and depressed, but now she felt she wasn't overthinking anymore. Jiang Zilu said, "It's good that you're better. Let me check your pulse first." Jian Yun quickly extended her hand. She looked at Jiang Zilu with wide eyes, trust shining in her eyes. Now, she only trusted Zilu and didn't believe others. Jiang Zilu finished checking her pulse and said, You're much healthier now. Just follow this prescription for another month and you won't need medicine anymore." Jian Yun sighed in relief. At that moment, the medicine boy handed her the prepared medicine. Jian Yun pulled Jiang Zilu and said, "Zilu, come to my house to play. I have a lot to talk to you about. Even my brother wants to thank you properly." Jiang Zilu raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the young man she saw outside the county office, Jian Yun's older brother, Jian Yansy. Thinking of last night's dream and the possibility that their county might be affected by the war, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll come with you to see. I hope I won't cause you trouble."
How could that be?
"My mother and brother both want to invite you to our home. It's just that we haven't dealt with our enemies yet, and we're worried about putting you in danger, so I haven't dared to come find you." Hearing this, Jiang Zilu's expression changed slightly as she said, "So, the enemies have found you." While Jian Yun was talking to Jang Xi Luo, they had already left the medical clinic. She looked around, saw no one paying attention, and quietly said, "Yes, I found it. As I thought, just like you said. Let's go to the carriage to talk." Jang Xi Luo said, "My ox cart is still here." The young medic who had sent them out reassured her, "Miss Jiang, don't worry. The ox cart is parked in the backyard of our clinic. We will take good care of it. Just come back to pick it up when you need it." Jang Xi Luo nodded. "Thank you, little brother." "It's nothing, Miss Jiang. Our young master told us to treat you well, because you're our honored guest." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo felt at ease. She got into the carriage with Jian Yun, and the female guard drove the cart. They headed toward the county office. Jian Yun couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to know the young master of the clinic. I heard he's quite mysterious, and most people can't get close to him." Jiang Xi Luo smiled and explained, "Maybe it's because I know some medical skills, so I happened to meet him." "That makes sense. With your good medical skills, the young master must see you differently." Jian Yun, thinking of what she hadn't finished saying earlier, added, "Xi Luo, you were right. Following your clues, we really found the problem. The carriage driver Ding Changzhu was indeed bribed, but the person behind harming my older brother is related to He Muqiang. Only, the person contacting He Muqiang is his mother, who has been out of touch for many years." Jiang Xi Luo raised an eyebrow. "That's true." Jian Yun said, "My older brother also suspected Ding Changzhu and He Muqiang before, but he couldn't find any proof. Thanks to what you said, I told my brother, and he ordered people to investigate He Muqiang's mother carefully. We finally found the mastermind behind it." Jiang Xi Luo was not surprised at all. From Jian Yun's brief words earlier, Jiang Xi Luo could tell that her older brother, Jian Yansy, was a smart man. Jian Yun looked at Jiang Xi Luo's expression and asked, "Xi Luo, why aren't you surprised at all?" Seeing her calm and composed face, Jian Yun felt like everything was within her expectations. But she herself couldn't have imagined that her brother's classmate would betray him and be involved in such a complicated relationship. Jiang Xi Luo said, "It's not that I find it strange, but based on the information you provided, the only person I can suspect is him. But given his situation, he should be trying to please your brother, not harm him. If he has a motive, he would have to act from someone close to him. When his father died, his mother disappeared. If she were alive, there should be contact, but you all don't know anything about it, which is suspicious." Jang Xi Luo could only say this. She couldn't say she dreamed of a scholar working with a coachman to plot against Jian Yun CI. Jian Yun admired Jang Xi Luo even more. Xi Luo, you're really amazing. I wish I were as clever as you. Jang Xi Luo patted Jian Yun's head and said, don't overthink it. My brother thinks you're very smart and said that once things are settled, I should spend more time with you. Jian Yun smiled happily as she spoke. She felt happier when her brother praised Xi Luo more than when he praised her. Jang Xi Luo didn't ask about what happened afterward, but Jian Yun wanted to tell her, He Mu Chang's mother is quite charming and clever. After entering Qingzhou, she followed a minor official in the governor's office. That governor was a fellow candidate of my father in the imperial exams, but due to some reasons, he held a grudge against my father. Jang Xi Luo said, so he used his position to pressure your father, preventing him from advancing, but he wouldn't go so far as to harm your older brother. Jian Yun clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, that person is just a petty villain. He embezzles and takes bribes, even using disaster relief grain for personal gain. But because he has connections above, no one can touch him, not even my father. My father doesn't want to be involved with those people. He just wants to be a county magistrate, but because he has no connections, he's been suppressed. It's very hard for my father to do this job. Other county magistrates with connections can easily get promoted after 3 years of performance reviews, and they can also get funds for building dams and city walls. But our county is very different. My father wrote letters and personally visited officials above, but it was all useless. Every year during the performance review, he was often harassed, and his residence was always arranged in the worst house. Jian Yun didn't say this explicitly, but when she was young, she wanted to see the outside world. Her father took her and her brother, and that's when she realized how difficult her father's life was. She had known her father's hardships since she was a child. Her father could only handle everything himself. Despite his abilities, he sometimes felt powerless. So she always tried to be sensible and not cause trouble for her parents and older brother. Her older brother has been diligent and hardworking since childhood, and he also helps their father handle some official matters. Their father hopes that her older brother can succeed in exams, so he won't be oppressed or burdened by others. Jiang Zilu listened and understood that the court and official circles are very complicated and dark. Jiang Zilu said, right now, there's a war outside. You, your parents, and your older brother should stay safely in the county. That's actually a good choice. She thought that if there is a change of dynasty and a wise ruler takes the throne, it won't be too late to take exams then. Her parents are somewhat aware of the current situation and don't want their younger brothers to study or take exams. Jian Yun nodded and said, yes, Zilu, you're right. As long as our family stays together and happy, we have nothing to fear. My father also said that since there's a war outside, he wants my older brother to rest and settle down. My brother is also practicing writing with his left hand. A glint appeared in Jiang Zilu's eyes. She felt that Jian Yun's older brother was a talented person. Your brother is able to change his mindset. Jian Yun lowered her voice and whispered in Jiang Zilu's ear. At first, my older brother was also upset, but he quickly pulled himself together. He said that sometimes showing weakness to outsiders is a way to deceive enemies, and we should learn to hide our strength. Jiang Zilu looked at her with admiration and couldn't help but think of Jian Yansy, who looked weak that day. His appearance at that time could indeed deceive enemies. Have you resolved your enemies? Jian Yun nodded and said, yes, the coachman Ding Changzhu was dealt with. He Mu Qiang's mother died, and He Mu Qiang fell from the carriage and broke his leg. As for others, my older brother didn't tell me. By the way, about your older brother's health. Jian Yun's eyes reddened. My brother's condition is still the same. The medicine doesn't seem to help, and he still feels cold. I know he pretends to be fine in front of our parents and me, but I know he can't sleep well and is getting thinner. Zilu, I trust your medical skills. Can you help my brother take a look? Jian Yun looked at her with a trusting, pleading gaze. That was a firm, unconditional look of trust. Seeing her like that, Jiang Zilu's heart was slightly moved and she said, You need to make your brother trust my medical skills, and let me check his pulse first. Jian Yun quickly said, My older brother definitely trusts me. My health has clearly improved, and even the doctor finds it amazing. My parents also trust him, but they repeatedly told me that until the enemies are dealt with, I can't be involved. Jang Xi Luo was slightly moved. Don't worry, your brother will be fine. With a wood-type ability, Jian Yansy's hand can help heal. Jian Yun was so happy, she almost wanted to hug Jang Xi Luo and cry. Xi Luo, you're so kind. Jian Yun didn't know why, but she felt a strong sense of safety around Jang Xi Luo. All her emotions and worries could be openly shared with her. Jang Xi Luo patted her on the back to comfort her for a while. Soon, the carriage arrived at the county office. Jian Yun took Jang Xi Luo into the reception hall and asked someone to notify her mother and older brother. My father should be outside handling things now. Probably won't come back until late. My mother and older brother are here. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Jian Yun personally poured tea and offered some snacks. Yun, no need to trouble yourself. Sit for a while. Jian Yun said, It's okay. I don't mind. Since my older brother had an accident, we've spent a lot of silver. Our household is now short-handed, and I only have one maid beside me. Fearing Jang Xi Luo might mind, Jian Yun explained. Jang Xi Luo shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. Her family also had no maid. She softly comforted Jian Yun, saying, When heaven is about to entrust a great task to a person, it first tests their mind, exhausts their muscles and bones, makes them hungry, and leaves them in hardship. Only then can they develop resilience and grow stronger. Just then, a clear voice rang out, Young lady, you're truly talented. Hearing the voice, Jang Xi Luo turned her head toward the door and saw a young man walking into the room. He was tall and handsome, dressed in a thick, bamboo green coat, looking about 18 or 19. He carried a faint aura of weakness and melancholy, his face unusually pale, and his figure a bit thin. But his eyes were bright, shining like stars. Jang Xi Luo had seen this man before at the county office and knew he was Jian Yun's older brother, Jian Yansy. Jian Yun was surprised and happy. Brother, you're here? Jang Xi Luo stood up. Young Master Jian. Jian Yansy returned the courtesy, saying, Miss Jiang is a great benefactor and honored guest of my family. No need for formalities. After exchanging a few polite words, they all sat down. Jian Yansy said, Earlier, Miss Jiang saved my younger sister. I should have visited in person to thank you, but our family had some issues at the time, so I delayed. I hope you can forgive me for this oversight. Young Master Jian, you are too polite. It was just a small matter, she replied humbly. They exchanged more polite words again. Jian Yun looked anxious and said, Big brother, Xi Luo is very talented. She can practice medicine. I want to ask her to help check your health and see your hand. Jian Yansy shot her a glance, signaling her to stay calm, and said softly, Miss Zhang's herbal remedy has helped my sister recover. I didn't expect you to know medicine too. Just a little understanding, Jang Xi Luo replied modestly. Jian Yansy asked politely, Would it be possible for Miss Jiang to help me check my health and prescribe some medicine? Throughout, Jian Yansy remained gentle and courteous, calm and patient. He looked very kind and gentle, but Jang Xi Luo could see that his kindness was only surface deep. He was used to wearing a mask, giving off a refined appearance as a form of protection. Jang Xi Luo was not shy or timid.
She nodded, all right.
Jian Yansy was slightly surprised, but still extended his hand to let Jang Xi Luo take his pulse. They sat close together, and Jang Xi Luo reached out to check his pulse. As she did, her brow furrowed. Jian Yun watched nervously from beside them. She carefully observed Jang Xi Luo's expression, wanting to ask something but afraid to disturb her. After finishing the pulse, Jang Xi Luo spoke again. May I see Master Jian's fingers? Jian Yansy's right hand trembled slightly, but still extended it. His hands used to be long and fair, but after being crushed by a carriage, his finger bones looked quite deformed. Even Jian Yansy often avoided looking at his hands. Jian Yun hurriedly said, Xi Luo, my brother's hand. She wanted to ask if it could be healed, but she dared not speak. She was afraid of hearing that it couldn't be fixed. Not only Jian Yun's heart was tense, but Jian Yansy's heart also involuntarily tightened. He thought he didn't care, but as a scholar, he cared most about these hands that could hold a brush. Jang Xi Luo said, if the finger is reset properly and healed well, it can recover completely. Jian Yun was so excited, she almost jumped up. She eagerly asked, Xi Luo, did I hear wrong? Or did I really hear right? Her older brother is the hope of their family. She knew very well what it meant that his hand was healed. Jian Yansy's eyes flickered, and his hands trembled slightly. After a long moment, Jian Yansy finally found his voice. It was trembling as he spoke. Miss Jiang, is it really possible for my hand to heal and to write again without issue? He was deeply worried about how much this news might affect him, but he kept his emotions in check and asked carefully. Xi Luo was very sure and said confidently, yes, it's possible. So you don't need to worry. I can cure it. Jian Yansy's hand was injured recently, so it was easier to heal. It was much better than his father's leg, which had been injured for a long time and was used while still hurt, making it more serious. His father needed medicine and rest before surgery, but Jian Yansy's hand was simpler to operate on. Xi Luo was confident, so she said these words. However, your body is quite weak now. Remember, you can't just take tonics to recover. You look weak and cold because of 2 reasons. 1, you fell from the carriage and caught a cold. 2, you've been eating too many tonics without proper nutrition. So, during this time, you need to adjust your medicine, eat light and nutritious food, and take care of your health. Jian Yun quickly replied, Xi Luo, don't worry, we'll remember everything you said. As long as my brother's body and hand can get better. Xi Luo explained some precautions and prepared a prescription. She said she would bring the necessary items soon to help with the surgery. Before long, Jian Yun's mother, Lady Jian, arrived. Lady Jian warmly took Xi Luo's hand to thank her and even brought a set of new jewelry as a gift. She also gave Xi Luo 100 taels of silver. Xi Luo knew that the Jian family probably didn't have much silver left now, since they were focused on treating Jian Yansy. Lady Jian looked gentle and kind, but she was actually a strong woman with a resilient heart. However, her face looked unwell. Xi Luo checked her pulse and said, Lady Jian, you don't sleep well. You tend to overthink and worry. Even when you sleep, you often wake up from nightmares. You also tend to cry easily. Lady Jian listened to Xi Luo's words, and her expression showed surprise. She looked at Jian Yun, who waved her hand and said, I didn't tell Xi Luo about this. She figured it out because of her good medical skills. Miss, what about my health? Zhang Xi Luo calmly replied, Madam Jian is just overly worried. I will prescribe some medicine. Madam Jian, take the medicine on time every day, go for walks, and don't stay indoors all the time. Talk to more people, and stay active. In modern terms, Madam Jian is suffering from depression. But it's not very serious. As long as she follows the prescribed medication, she'll be fine. Since Madam Jian's health improved after taking Zhang Xi Luo's medicine, everyone trusted her. Hearing this, Zhang Xi Luo felt more at ease. Especially when Madam Jian learned that Zhang Xi Luo could cure Jian Yansy's hand. She was so excited, she almost kneeled to thank her. Zhang Xi Luo quickly helped Madam Jian up, saying, Madam Jian, there's no need for such courtesy. May I see the previous prescription you were taking? Madam Jian hurriedly asked her maid to fetch it. When the maid returned with the prescription, Jian Yun looked at her and asked, Xi Luo, is there a problem with the prescription? The prescription is fine, but if you follow it exactly, neither Sir Jian nor Madam Jian would be like this. You should check your daily medicines and diet carefully to see if someone tampered with them. Hearing this, both Madam Jian and Jian Yun's faces changed. Zhang Xi Luo realized there might be something deeper going on. Madam Jian straightened her back, as if she suddenly became more alert. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Your kindness will always be remembered by the Jian family. Jian Yansy added, Miss Jiang, Qingzhou has already raised its weapons. It's because Prince Duan has rebelled. It might not be long before they come to Beizhou. Please prepare yourself. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression changed slightly. She asked, "Isn't Beizhou prepared?" Jian Yansy understood that Jang Xi Luo was talking about the government's preparations. He couldn't treat Jiang Girl like an ordinary woman, some things he hadn't even told his sister. Prince Duan's army is strong. Even if the government is prepared, they can't fully resist. Moreover, the military commanders don't want to fight. Some local officials have already defected to Prince Duan. My father wrote to the military commanders, asking them to patrol more and protect the townspeople, but it was useless. Speaking, Jian Yansy sighed and shook his head. Jian Yansy's words were simple, but only he knew how complicated the situation really was. His father had been rushing around since hearing the news, but it was no use. Relying only on the townspeople was also useless. Jiang Zilu's expression changed. She said, "What if we form a militia?" Jian Yansy sighed and shook his head. "My father and the elders have discussed it, but it's not a good idea. Soldiers and common folk have very different strength. Even if we resist, it's like trying to break a stone with an egg. Resistance will only cause unnecessary loss of life. If my father were the prefect, he could arrange something, but he is just the county magistrate. It's hard to fight against the army. If the officials or guards have their own plans, it gets even more difficult. So, we can only think of ways to let the people protect themselves. When fighting, they should hide." Jiang Zilu nodded. "Yes, it's like the saying, as long as the green hills remain, firewood will always be available." Jian Yansy's expression changed. He didn't expect this young girl to be so talented. Some of her words really moved him. Even Mrs. Jian looked at Jiang Zilu with admiration. This girl clearly has read many books. She looked at her son, and then at Jiang Zilu, sighing inwardly. She remembered a girl who quickly broke off her engagement when trouble started. She was from a wealthy family's main daughter. But looking at Jiang Zilu now, she felt Jiang Zilu was much better than that girl. Unfortunately, Jiang Girl was already married. Mrs. Jian could only shake her head. After leaving the county office, Jiang Zilu kept deep in thought. She didn't ask for much silver, only 30 taels, because she knew the Jian family was also struggling now. She didn't want the jewelry either. She just wanted to prepare some medicine and perform a surgery without taking responsibility for the herbs. Those herbs weren't cheap, and Mrs. Jian and Jian Gongzi also needed to spend a lot on medicine. The county carriage first took Jiang Zilu to the Xinglin Pavilion. Jiang Zilu drove her ox cart out and sat in it, ready to go home. But after thinking, she decided to go to the meat stall. She was hoping to see Lin Zhuzhu there, but the door was still closed. When she arrived, a few neighbors came to look. That meat stall really isn't operating anymore. It's been a long time. Buying meat here is still cheaper. Markets are 2 coins more expensive. Certainly. Here is the improved and simplified English version of your text. That's right. Miss Lin is honest. Not only is her meat fresh and cheap, but her marinated snacks are also very tasty. Yes, I haven't had any marinated snacks in a long time. I'm really craving them. The flavor of the marinated snacks at the market is a bit worse than here. Not just a little, it's quite different. Listening to everyone, Jiang Zilu thought that if Miss Lin knew they still missed her, she would feel better. Jiang Zilu was driving a ox cart home. It was already around noon. Madame Cui had baked some bread and prepared lunch. After eating, Jiang Zilu took the ox cart to the town to sell bread. Usually many people came to buy bread from her. But this time, when she went to the residential area of the town, fewer people came. Luckily, she hadn't baked too much in the morning. An older woman, who often bought bread from Jiang Zilu, liked to chat while shopping. Jiang Zilu asked, "Annie, I usually see you with a few other ladies. Why are you alone today?" The woman replied, "They've gone to visit relatives. Some of them just ran away." Jiang Zilu's face changed slightly. "They just went to visit relatives? Well, they have connections. We heard there might be a war soon, and it will reach the northern part of the state. Isn't the war happening in Qingzhou? How come it's coming to our north state? Our north state isn't very prosperous." A woman nearby said, "Oh, Miss Jiang, our north state is close to Qingzhou. Plus, the terrain here is good, transportation is easy, and we have a port. North state has lots of land and plenty of grain." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. She thought that's true. Though North State is poor, it's large and has many lands. Not only do the granaries store grain, but wheat is also harvested here. Once the wheat is gathered, it's food for everyone. After selling her bread, Jiang Zilu drove her ox cart back home. Madame Cui looked at her and asked Zilu, "Why don't you look well? Are you tired?" Jiang Zilu shook her head. "It's nothing, mother. The bread has been sold. I'll carry my basket and go up the mountain to take a look." Madame Cui was used to Jiang Zilu's way of doing things and only told her to be careful. Jiang Zilu nodded, carried her basket, and took her things to the mountain. She went there hoping to find a hidden spot where everyone could hide during the war. Those with wealthy relatives can seek protection by staying with them. However, villagers have no way to resist. Once soldiers arrive in Beizhou, everyone becomes afraid. Fear is secondary. The main concern is losing their lives. One good thing about this time is that hiding deep in the mountains makes it hard to find you. Jang Xi Luo carried her basket and kept walking inside. After a long walk, it was getting dark, and she discovered a canyon in the deep mountains. Her expression changed. "I didn't expect there to be a canyon here." There was a waterfall and a water pool. In the middle of the canyon, on a rocky wall, she found a hidden stone cave. The cave entrance was covered by plants and grass. If Jiang Xi Luo didn't have a special ability related to wood, it would be hard to find this place. "If we hide here during a fight and set up protective formations around, outsiders won't be able to find or enter. That would keep them safe." As for the formations, Jiang Xi Luo felt instinctively that she should set up protective formations outside. This made her think of the little girl from her dreams, as if she knew about mysterious formations. She even wondered why she kept dreaming about things related to the Wei family. What she dreamed seemed connected to her somehow. Could she have some relation to the Wei family? It all started when she saw Miss Qiao and the young lady at the academy. She didn't know what happened to the young lady afterward. Even if she wanted to save her, she would need the purple orchid grass from the southern border. She wondered how Miss Qiao would find the purple orchid grass. The southern border is not an ordinary place, and finding such herbs is not easy. Why did she feel such a close connection to the young lady? It was like something heavy was pressing on her chest, making her feel weighed down. Jiang Xi Luo took a deep breath, stopped overthinking, and climbed up the rocky wall to the cave on the hillside. Inside the cave, she found a different world. The entrance was small, but inside was spacious, with a stone bed and some wooden cabinets nearby. She opened the cabinets, but they were empty. However, she knew someone must have lived here before. The ground was covered with a layer of dust, and the entrance was overgrown with grass and plants, showing that no one had been here for a long time. "This place is good for everyone to hide in the mountains for a while," said Jian Yansy. That's true. If a war broke out outside and villagers fought back, it would be like fighting against a mountain. It's better to protect ourselves and wait until it's safe outside. As long as there is food, we can hide in the deep mountains and forests for a long time. When Jiang Xi Luo found this place, she felt satisfied and nodded. There was water nearby and a wide flat area beside the canyon where they could cut wood and build small wooden houses. She hoped there wouldn't be a war for a whole year, because in winter, without warm beds, staying in wooden houses would be very cold. Jiang Xi Luo looked around, then took a walk to see if there was any food. After a circle, she found many vegetables. She also discovered jujube and apricot trees on the mountain, but neither was ripe yet. Fortunately, she found some walnut and chestnut trees. Although walnuts and chestnuts ripen in autumn, the ones that matured last year had fallen to the ground and dried in the sun, ready to eat. Jiang Xi Luo picked some walnuts from the ground, cracked the shells with a stone, and found the nuts inside still good. She also found some chestnuts, which had dried and split open, revealing the nuts inside. Seeing so many walnuts and chestnuts, Jiang Xi Luo first packed some into her basket. She was very happy to see these nuts because many delicious foods came to her mind. Walnuts can be used to make porridge or added to bread, she thought. And chestnuts can be roasted with sugar. Since there were so many chestnuts, she packed some into her basket, and because it was full, she stored the rest in her space. With so many, I can make more roasted chestnuts to sell at the market. As it was getting dark, Jang Xi Luo had to get up and go home. She couldn't carry all of these alone in one night. When she was walking back to her house with the basket, she saw Cui Hejin, holding a lantern, preparing to enter the mountain. Cui Hejin. Jang Xi Luo was a little surprised to see him. It was getting dark, and under the light of the oil lamp, he looked even more beautiful, like a picture from a poem. Seeing that Jang Xi Luo was fine, Cui Hejin relaxed his breath. Are you okay? Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, I'm fine, don't worry. But did you encounter any wild animals? Jang Xi Luo shook her head and replied, I didn't see any. Speaking of this, Jang Xi Luo also found it a bit strange. If she saw wild animals like wild oxen or wild boars, she could hunt them and bring them home. Cui Hejin gently helped remove bits of grass and leaves from Jang Xi Luo's hair with a tender movement. Good, it's fine as long as you're okay. My mother has prepared dinner. Let's go home first. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Just as she was about to walk forward, Cui Hejin reached out and held her shoulder. I'll carry the basket. Jang Xi Luo instinctively wanted to refuse, but Cui Hejin said, My health has improved a lot. I'll handle these physical tasks. He truly didn't want Jang Xi Luo to tire herself carrying so much. Jang Xi Luo also knew that Cui Hejin's body was almost fully recovered now, though his meridians and internal energy still needed time to heal, but he was fine physically. The medicine she brewed for him, infused with special energy, greatly helped his recovery, making it faster. Jang Xi Luo handed the basket to Cui Hejin. He carried it on his back. The two of them walked down the mountain toward home. Jang Xi Luo explained, I saw some chestnuts and walnuts on the mountain, so I picked a few to bring back. Walnuts can be used to make porridge or added when baking bread. Chestnuts can also be roasted with sugar. Once their family was better off, Jang Xi Luo was willing to buy some seasonings, including sugar. Their home had quite a bit of sugar, perfect for making roasted chestnuts. But they shouldn't add too much, as Madame Cui shouldn't eat too much sweet food. Thank you for your hard work. Jang Xi Luo shook her head and said, It's nothing. Today, I treated Madame Jian and Master Jian. I earned 30 taels of silver. If it was just for consultations, she wouldn't ask for so much silver. But she also performed a special surgical treatment, so it was worth 30 taels. Madame Jian wanted to give me 100 taels, but I only took 30. Do you think I took too little? Cui Hejin shook his head and said, No, just do what your heart tells you. Jang Xi Luo kept talking about her visit to Jian's house and mentioned what Jian Yansy had said. So I went up the mountain this afternoon, thinking that hiding deep in the forest might be safer. When speaking about this, Jang Xi Luo looked at Cui Hejin and wondered if he, as a young nobleman, was unwilling to hide away. After a moment, Jang Xi Luo asked, If there is really a war, would you be willing to hide in the mountains for a while? Cui Hejin replied softly, Where you and your mother are, I will be there too. Jang Xi Luo asked, Do you think this makes you cowardly? Cui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo with gentle eyes and said, Fool, with a situation like this, only by staying alive can we do more things. Thinking of something, Cui Hejin softly said, That year, after the case of the deposed crown prince, my grandfather, my father, and many loyal officials advised the emperor. They were not afraid of death, but because they advised him, they were dismissed, controlled, and imprisoned in the prison. Jang Xi Luo's face changed. Why were they punished? She asked. Cui Hejin explained, They were loyal ministers. Even if the emperor was stubborn, he shouldn't have used harsh punishments. He continued, The late emperor was suspicious in his old age. After deposing the crown prince, he appointed the current emperor. When the current emperor took the throne, he was even more suspicious and distrusted everyone. He was also stubborn and believed that those officials opposed him and rebelled. After the late emperor died and the current emperor ascended the throne, he held a grudge against officials who had spoken up for the deposed crown prince. He tried every means to accuse them falsely, and over the years, he purged many officials. The emperor killed many loyal ministers, so now most officials in the court only care about their own interests and do not serve the people. Jang Xi Luo said, "They are not afraid of death, but they were still killed by the emperor." She asked, what kind of person was the crown prince back then? Jang Xi Luo was curious. Many loyal officials did not want the crown prince to be deposed, so she wondered what kind of person the crown prince was, supported by so many loyalists. Jang Xi Luo didn't know why, but she was curious about what kind of person the crown prince was. The fact that Cui Hejin's grandfather and father tried to save him, but ultimately failed, made her wonder. When she mentioned the crown prince, Cui Hejin's expression was calm. Even after many years, when the emperor purged his family and Cui's family was exiled, and he and his mother suffered so much, Cui Hejin held no resentment towards the crown prince. She could only think that the crown prince was someone worth supporting and loyal to. Cui Hejin looked down at Jang Xi Luo. Under the oil lamp, the tiny sparkles in her eyes became more noticeable. She looked very curious. Cui Hejin elegantly said, "The crown prince is virtuous, kind, intelligent, talented in both civil and military skills, and good at understanding people." Not only the crown prince. Although the grand prince was young back then, he was very talented, just like the crown prince, virtuous, kind, and smart. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "It's a pity the crown prince died, and the grand prince also passed away. Our current emperor is really ruthless." Jang Xi Luo only felt that it was a great loss that such a virtuous crown prince and grand prince had died. If both the crown prince and the grand prince had lived, the country of Yun would be a very different place. After the crown prince died, the former emperor passed away, and the current emperor took the throne. Many things happened in Yun over these years: disasters, wars, and heavy taxes. Officials protected each other and harmed the common people. In the northern state, the emperor was far away, and there was a kind county magistrate who cared for the people, so it was somewhat better. But if the crown prince and grand prince had taken the throne, Yun's situation would have been much better. However, now was not the time to think about these things. While they talked, Cui Hejin and Jang Xi Luo returned home. Old Lady Cui saw Jang Xi Luo coming back and felt relieved. "You're back. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands first, and then eat." "Okay." Cui Hejin and Jang Xi Luo put down their things, washed their hands, and sat down to eat. During the meal, Jang Xi Luo mentioned that she now had more than 30 taels of silver. Having seen Jang Xi Luo's medical skills, Old Lady Cui became much calmer. Old Lady Cui said, "Xi Luo, with this silver, you should rest at home for a while. No need to go to the town every day to sell things. If you're worried, I can go to the town and set up a stall." Having so much silver made their family much more comfortable. Moreover, they still had a lot of grain in the fields, which would be enough after harvest. They wouldn't need much grain then. Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, it's okay. If I set up a stall in the town, I can also hear some useful news. It's good for us." She couldn't sit still even if she was free. "If it weren't for the fear of war, I'd even want to run a shop." And now that the weather was warm, selling pastries and bread outside in summer was too hot. She even wanted to rent a shop to sell cakes and bread. But with a constant threat of war, she decided not to run a shop for now. Madame Cui focused and said, "Indeed, once there is a war, everyone is selling their shops and houses instead of renting them out." Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. If someone was selling shops at low prices, she would like to buy them. Because once the chaos ends, she could open a shop. So, she still plans to go to the town to set up a stall and keep an eye on news there. "By the way, Mother, I picked some walnuts and chestnuts up the mountain." Madame Cui replied, "Walnuts, I know them. They are dried fruits." In the past, dried fruit shops in the capital sold things like walnuts, red dates, and almonds. But these chestnuts, could they be tribute fruits? The name sounded familiar. In previous years, rare and special items were sometimes given as tribute to the emperor, who would then send some to officials to try. Jang Xi Luo's eyes widened. Really? Are they truly tribute fruits? In modern times, chestnuts are quite common, often sold at street stalls roasting them over fire. In winter, you can see roasted sweet potatoes and chestnuts on the street, and many people buy some after work. They have a strong, warm smell. Madame Cui said if they are called chestnuts, then they might be tribute fruits. They taste quite good. Every year, the Duke's mansion receives a small basket of gifts from the emperor. Thinking of this, Madame Cui looked a bit nostalgic. Seeing her expression, Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, I will go get some for you to see." Madame Cui quickly stopped her, saying no, "Sit down and eat first. We can talk after dinner." "Mother, I picked a lot of chestnuts from the mountain. We can eat as much as we want. I also thought about selling roasted chestnuts at a stall." Madame Cui was both surprised and hopeful. "That many?" Jang Xi Luo nodded. Originally, both chestnuts and walnuts are harvested in autumn, but no one goes into the mountains, so there are many on the ground. I picked some. If it weren't for the dark, I would have wanted to gather more. Madame Cui happily said, "Good, good. Xi Luo, you're amazing." She felt proud, thinking that Xi Luo was truly a lucky child. Going to the mountain always brought back good things. The family chatted happily and enjoyed their dinner. After dinner, Madame Cui tidied up and washed, while Jang Xi Luo poured the walnuts and chestnuts from her basket onto the ground. First, take out some walnuts and use a stone to them open, then pick out the nut meat to put into the porridge tomorrow. Next, Jang Xi Luo takes out some chestnuts to wash. After washing, she uses a knife to make a cut. She should cut at the thick part of the chestnut's tail with a small knife. Cui Hejin walks over to watch her move and gently offers, "Let me cut it." Jang Xi Luo thinks that Cui Hejin's knife skills are indeed impressive. Sometimes he helps cut vegetables very well. Then, just cut a small opening at this part of the chestnut. When cooked and peeled, it will be much easier to eat. Cui Hejin's expression changes slightly, feeling that his wife understands food better than others. "In the past, when we ate chestnuts, my mother and sisters always said the shells were hard to peel and took a long time, so the maids helped peel them before they ate." Jang Xi Luo is surprised and pauses her action. "What about your sisters now?" Cui Hejin quietly explains they are all married now. Since the Cui family was punished, they are not exiled because they are married women. But he doesn't finish his sentence, but his brow furrows slightly, showing he is worried about them. Jang Xi Luo naturally understands this. She adds, "In big families, marriage often depends on the family background. Many daughters want to have a good life at their husband's house, but it also depends on their own family's influence, right?" Cui Hejin nods. Jang Xi Luo continues, "So, without the Duke Cui's estate, you worry they might suffer. But even if they suffer, at least they are alive. Living is better than suffering in exile. From the capital to Beizhou, the journey is so long, taking a month or two by carriage, not to mention walking. If they are weak, they might not make it halfway and could pass away. So, they need to stay alive first, then hope for a better future. Moreover, if you want to return to the capital, there will be a chance someday." Jang Xi Luo speaks with trust when looking at Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin's expression shifts as he looks at Jang Xi Luo, but says nothing. Jang Xi Luo cannot see his feelings clearly, so she comforts him according to her own thoughts. You can tell from the war that the current emperor is not a wise ruler. The court is full of treacherous officials, and the people hate it. And they are killing innocent officials indiscriminately. There are some issues with the higher ranks. Over time, some people become dissatisfied and rebel. Look at how the Prince of End has already rebelled. I think it won't be long before a wise ruler takes that position. A wise ruler would know how to choose the right people, so at that time, you should be able to return to the capital. As long as you are here, your sisters will have a family to rely on. Although Cui Hejin usually speaks little, she knows he has deep thoughts and his talent is obvious. If he wants to, he can return to the capital. Of course, she also dreams of vague scenes, which makes her strongly believe this is possible. Cui Hejin's heart trembled. He looked at Jang Xi Luo with a deep, shining gaze. Jang Xi Luo was looked at like that, blinking her eyes and touching her face, asking, "Is there something strange about how I look? Or did I say something wrong?" Cui Hejin sighed softly, then reached out and gently hugged Jang Xi Luo into his arms. "It's nothing. I just think my wife has a vision and broad mind that others don't have. She doesn't seem like a girl from the countryside. Even if she's a noble daughter carefully raised in a noble family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she might not be as clever as Xi Luo." Jang Xi Luo modestly said, "I often go to the town to set up stalls and listen to what people say, so I know some things." Cui Hejin patted her hair and didn't say anything else, focusing on helping to peel chestnut shells. Old Lady Cui finished washing up and brought out the bowls and chopsticks to the yard. Seeing so many chestnuts, her eyes widened in surprise. Really chestnuts?
There are so many. This.
For a moment, Old Lady Cui was so excited she couldn't speak. After a while, she happily squatted down, picked up a chestnut, and said, "Xi Luo, you don't know how precious and rare these are. Not many are offered to the emperor each year. I didn't expect there would be so many." Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, there are still many on the mountain. If you want to eat, we can go pick some from the mountain. There are many chestnut trees on the mountain. When autumn comes and they bear chestnuts, we can keep collecting them, so this isn't rare." Old Lady Cui smiled happily, her eyes narrowing into a smile, and said, "These are tasty and filling. It would be great if we had more chestnut trees." Thinking for a moment, Jang Xi Luo spoke, "That's right, Mother. I found a canyon and a stone cave deep in the mountains. If there's a war outside, we can move into the cave to live. Stay in the mountains for a while, and once the fighting stops, we can come back." Old Lady Cui said, "All right, I'll listen to you, daughter." Jang Xi Luo hesitated and said, "I remember the villagers used to help us often. I think we should tell the village chief about moving to the mountains." Actually, she hadn't planned to tell the villagers at first. But Old Lady Cui had said before that when they first came here, Dongha village accepted them, and if they had any problems, the villagers would help. The village chief also helped with daily matters. If they moved away later, it wouldn't be a problem. But once the fighting stopped outside, they would need to come back and live with the villagers. If they only cared about themselves and returned to the villagers might not truly accept them. Besides, seeing the elderly and children in the village, she felt it was hard to bear. She thought it was better to act with a clear conscience. Furthermore, her parents had once helped many people when they fled hardship, leading everyone safely to Xingshan village. This showed her parents would also care about the villagers of Dongha. So if they moved into the mountains, almost the entire village would be involved. Old Lady Cui held Jang Xi Luo's hand and patted it gently, saying, "You're a good girl. Whatever you decide, I will follow. Our people in Dongha village are kind. It's good to tell the village chief." "No worries, I'll talk to the village chief and let everyone prepare. Those willing to hide in the mountains can go, and those who don't want to can't blame us for not telling them." Jang Xi Luo nodded, agreeing with this plan. "But there's no rush to hide now since the war hasn't reached Beizhou. We can wait until the fighting gets closer before hiding." Jang Xi Luo thought about using this time to do some business and earn more silver. While the family was talking, the chestnuts were already cut. Jang Xi Luo soaked the chestnuts in water to prevent moisture loss, making them softer and stickier when eaten. Then she prepared firewood, lit the stove, and let it dry. Old Lady Cui took out some salt and asked, "Xi Luo, is this enough salt?" Jang Xi Luo looked and said, "There's a bit too much salt. Mother, you can put that aside. I'll take what I need." "All right, I will start the fire." Meanwhile, Cui Hejin also took out the soaked chestnuts and drained them, following Jang Xi Luo's instructions.
There was still some water left.
Jang Xi Luo used a clean towel to wipe the chestnuts dry, then added salt and the chestnuts into a pot, slowly stirring and frying. Old Lady Cui watched Jang Xi Luo make candied chestnuts, unsure of how they would taste, but she believed they would be delicious. "In the past, when the emperor rewarded us with chestnuts, we didn't know how to cook them. We just boiled and ate them." Jang Xi Luo replied, Making candied chestnuts like this is the best. They taste sweet. At first, Jang Xi Luo stirred slowly. Once the chestnuts expanded, she increased the speed. Quick stirring caused the salt on the chestnuts to fall off. When the salt darkened, she added sugar. While adding sugar, she sprinkled it evenly into the pot. After adding the sugar, she continued stirring. Gradually, the salt became sticky and darkened, and the sugar turned into caramel. Jang Xi Luo's stirring speed increased to prevent the caramel from sticking to the pot. The aroma started to fill the air. Old Lady Cui sighed. It smells very good. Her daughter-in-law's cooking skills were excellent. Now, she looked forward to the family making delicious food every day. Even the simplest dishes could become tasty in Jang Xi Luo's hands. She kept stirring. Cui Hejin was worried she might get tired from constantly stirring, especially since there were many chestnuts in the pot. Stirring everything thoroughly required strength. He asked, "Let me do the stirring?" Jang Xi Luo knew he cared about her and smiled, saying, "It's okay. You might not get the rhythm right. I can handle the stirring." Stirring depends on watching the color change. Sometimes you need to stir quickly, sometimes slowly. When the salt no longer stuck, Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, you don't need to keep the fire going."
All right.
Old Lady Cui stopped adding firewood to the stove. While frying the chestnuts, to control the heat, she also didn't use the bellows. "Is this good now?" Old Lady Cui was curious and didn't know what flavor Jang Xi Luo's candied chestnuts would have. Mrs. Cui used to never touch spring water with her fingers, nor did she know how to cook. But after learning cooking from Jang Xi Luo, even just a little bit, her dishes became tasty. Cui Hejin was in the yard, using the moonlight and candlelight inside to walnuts. Because Jang Xi Luo said they would need them for porridge the next morning. Even while cracking walnuts, Cui Hejin moved with a noble and graceful air. It was a refined elegance that seemed to come from deep inside. After the pot had simmered for a while with chestnuts, Jang Xi Luo checked the time. Feeling it was almost ready, she removed the lid. A light, sweet aroma quickly spread out. Mrs. Cui said, "Even though we've already had dinner, I still find the smell very tempting." She was tempted to eat a little more. Jang Xi Luo replied, "They can be eaten once taken out, but they're hot, so wait a bit before eating." She used a slotted spoon to scoop out all the chestnuts into a large basin. One basin wasn't enough, so she used another. "Mrs. Cui said, these chestnuts have opened up." Jang Xi Luo patiently explained, "Start by cutting a small slit. When they're cooked, they'll expand, making it easier to peel without hurting your nails. If you don't cut a slit, peeling them is very difficult." Mrs. Cui nodded and said, "Such a simple method, but no one would think of it easily." Jang Xi Luo didn't say anything. This wasn't her original idea. In modern times, candied roasted chestnuts are also slit open, making peeling very easy. As the weather warmed up and May approached, the evenings were no longer cold. The family sat together, chatting happily. Once the chestnuts cooled down a bit, Jang Xi Luo peeled two, handing one to Mrs. Cui and one to Cui Hejin. She said, "Try and see how they taste." Cui Hejin had already washed her hands and took a bite. Mrs. Cui happily said, "They're delicious, really tasty. They have a light sweetness and a caramel aroma. The flavor is just right." Mrs. Cui couldn't help but praise Jang Xi Luo's cooking skills. She knew how to balance flavors, salty when needed, sweet when appropriate. Whatever she made, it was always delicious. "If you like it, Mother, you should eat more," Jang Xi Luo said, continuing to peel chestnuts. She didn't eat herself, but handed them to Mrs. Cui. Madame Cui quickly waved her hand and said, "I like the feeling of peeling and eating the skin myself. It makes it taste better." You eat. Madame Cui deliberately said this, so that Xi Luo wouldn't peel the skin for her, and she wouldn't bother to eat. The whole family ate together. However, Cui Hejin didn't eat himself, but quietly peeled a small bowl of chestnuts and handed them to Jang Xi Luo. Although he didn't say anything, his gentle eyes were like water, making anyone who looked at him feel captivated. Jang Xi Luo's heart suddenly beat faster, and she said, "You also eat." "It's okay, just eat yours." Jang Xi Luo pouted and asked, "You don't think my cooking is bad, do you?" Cui Hejin always looked gentle and patient, very calm, and replied, "No, it's delicious." "Then you also eat. Let's eat together."
Okay.
The family ate chestnuts and talked happily. In the following days, Jang Xi Luo continued selling bread and chili meat sauce. But she didn't make any more marinated dishes. Because Lin Zhuzhu didn't show up to sell anymore, and Jang Xi Luo was too busy to handle everything, she only made bread and chili meat sauce. Just these two businesses earned her at least 2 taels of silver each day. However, Han Binks hadn't appeared for a long time since he was injured and sent 2 bottles. It was always his father who brought the bottles. She asked about Han Binks, and they said he was out for some matter and hadn't returned. Jang Xi Luo didn't ask further, but after learning about Han Binks' possible identity and seeing his father's appearance, she didn't find it strange that he didn't look like his father. She just felt that Han Binks might have gone somewhere for work, but she couldn't think of where. It definitely wasn't to go to war. Besides running her stall and doing business, Jang Xi Luo also went a few times to the Jian family to help Jian Yansy with surgery and bandage his hand. As long as he rested well for a few months, Jian Yun's hand would recover. Madame Cui also took time to talk to the village chief, saying that if there was a war, their family planned to move to the mountains to hide. If the villagers also had this idea, they would hide together. The village chief told the villagers, and everyone responded actively, saying they would follow the village chief's plan and hide in the mountains. So, everyone started preparing in advance. Most people were pickling some salted vegetables, because they were easy to store. The villagers also packed up their belongings early, putting some grains into cloth bags. They planned to move and could carry their things into the deep mountains at any time. Time quietly passed. By mid-May, the weather had become warmer. A month ago, Jang Xi Luo had already pickled salted duck eggs. She took out the salted eggs and used them to make some egg yolk pastries. Old Lady Cui ate the pastries and praised them endlessly. "Xi Luo, I've never tasted such delicious snacks before." Old Lady Cui couldn't believe there were snacks this tasty. "I never thought duck egg yolks could be used to make snacks. When I was in the capital, some ladies and young women I knew didn't eat much salted duck eggs, and they weren't good for cooking, so salted duck eggs were cheap. If salted duck eggs could be made into such snacks and sold, their price could go up." She always thought snacks were sweet, but she didn't realize that snack fillings could also be salty. "I feel that after eating so many snacks and bread, my favorite is still the egg yolk pastry." No wonder Xi Luo wanted to pickle salted duck eggs earlier. Jang Xi Luo said, "At the end of last month, I pickled some more. I'll pickle some again soon, and then they can all be used to make egg yolk pastries." Old Lady Cui said, "Regular snacks cost 5 or 6 coins each, but these pastries sell for 10 coins each, and people buy them. But here in Beizhou, people will buy them even if they cost 20 or 30 coins each. Noble families don't care much about the price. As long as the item is rare and delicious, they will buy it." Xi Luo nodded, understanding that in the capital, good products could make good money. But the prices there are high, and so are the housing costs. Of course, there are hidden dangers too. Without backing or protection, it's not easy for ordinary people to run small businesses. This delicious food, you should also bring some for your younger brothers and sisters to try. Jang Xi Luo smiled and said, "Mother, only you understand me and are willing to let me bring things to my brothers and sisters." Old Lady Cui sighed. "It's about understanding each other. I also have brothers and sisters, and I can't help but worry about them. Besides, Hejin also has a sister. As parents, we hope our children get along well and look out for each other." Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but ask, "Mother, with everything that happened to the Cui family, do they know?" Old Lady Cui shook her head and said, "They're too far away. They probably haven't received the news." Her expression looked a bit distant and confused. Seeing her mother's distracted look, Jang Xi Luo said, "Mother, do you miss them?" Old Lady Cui showed a sad expression and replied, "Of course I do. But because of the distance and the Cui family being punished and exiled, I don't know if I will ever see them again. So, Xi Luo, since your father, mother, brothers, and sisters live nearby, I support you visiting them often." Hearing her mother's words, Jang Xi Luo felt a bit sad inside. Mother, you married far away, so it must be hard sometimes. Old Lady Cui said, it's okay. The Cui family is very good, and our family traditions are strong. My father-in-law is fair-minded, and my mother-in-law seems strong, but treats me well. When I went to the Cui family, she gave me space to manage the household, and my husband understands and respects me. Our children are also filial. It's just that we're a bit farther from my family, but my brothers and sisters-in-law visit and see that I am doing well, so I feel at ease.
But I don't know how they are now.
If things are affected, the Yang family won't be able to do much. Old noble families are no longer the same as before. Their power has weakened over the past 100 years. Jang Xi Luo listened carefully to her grandmother's words and gained a better understanding of the Cui family. After chatting with her for a while, Jang Xi Luo packed her things and headed to Xing Mountain Village. She still had surgical tools in her space. She had them made by a blacksmith shop. Fortunately, she earned 30 taels of silver from the Jian family earlier, so she used some of that silver to make a complete set of surgical tools and hidden weapons for self-defense. Just the tools cost quite a bit of silver. But she had also earned some silver recently. After deducting daily expenses and adding the savings she had before, she now had 21 taels of silver. Her father had been using medicine on his foot and leg for a long time, so he was ready for surgery. Jang Xi Luo took her things and headed to Xing Mountain Village. When she arrived, it was just past noon. Only her father and Xian were at home. Jiang Xiangchuan saw his daughter coming and was very happy. Girl, you're here. Sit quickly. I'll pour you some water. He instinctively got up to pour the water. Father, don't move your legs randomly. Xian saw Jang Xi Luo and excitedly ran over, calling out, older sister, older sister. Jang Xi Luo casually picked him up. She could feel that Xian had grown a bit taller and looked like he had gained some weight. It shows that the family has been eating well recently, getting enough nutrition, which helps children grow taller. Jang Xi Luo took out a yellow pastry for Xian to eat. Wait until Mom and the older brothers and sisters come back, so we can eat together. She patted his head and said, You're so thoughtful. Dad, where are Mom and the others? Jiang Xiangchuan replied, Today Yanglu village is having a market day. Your mom took your younger siblings to set up a stall and sell things. I have bad legs, so I stayed home to make umbrellas. When he mentioned umbrellas, Jang Xi Luo saw some items nearby and asked, Dad, have you made umbrellas? Jiang Xiangchuan smiled and said, Yes, I finished them. I kept 3 for you, your mother, and He-Jin to use. We kept 2 at home, and there are 6 more umbrellas. Your mom took them to sell at the market. Xian hugged Jang Xi Luo's neck and said, Older sister, last time at the market, Dad's umbrellas were all sold out. Jiang Xiangchuan nodded happily. Last time, we just finished making the umbrellas. Your mom and the others set up a stall with 5 umbrellas. Since our umbrellas are cheaper, they sell well. Jang Xi Luo put Xian down and went over to pick up an umbrella. She stepped back and looked at the lotus painting on it, exclaiming in amazement, Dad, who drew such beautiful lotus flowers? It must be because the umbrella surface is pretty, so people want to buy it, he replied. She had seen umbrellas with simple patterns or no patterns at all in the town's general store and at the market, and they cost only 300 coins each. Xian said, Mom drew it, Mom drew it. What about this color? Mom picked some leaves from the mountain, and they had color. She crushed the leaves to get juice and used a brush to paint with it. Hearing this, Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. Mom can also paint? She increasingly felt that her mother was not an ordinary woman. Dad, did my mom learn to paint before? Jiang Xiangchuan lowered his head and softly explained, Your grandfather was a poor scholar who could read, write, and paint. Your mom learned a little from him when she was young. Jiang Xi Luo touched her chin, not entirely convinced. Her father lowered his head and didn't dare look at her, probably afraid she'd see through him. Her father was honest and not good at lying. She always felt that her parents had some special background. It seems like something came to mind. Jiang Xi Luo said, Dad, I don't know what's going on lately. I keep dreaming about a little girl. A girl around 4 or 5 years old. Jiang Xiangchuan paused his actions with the umbrella. What did you dream about? Jiang Xiangchuan's eyes widened, showing some disbelief. There was also a hint of fear and worry in his expression. Jang Xi Luo is very good at noticing small changes in people's faces. She looked at her father and felt he was nervous. But she wondered, what was he nervous or afraid about? Dad, I dreamed about a little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old, and she looked a bit like me when I was young. Although she didn't remember anything before she was 6, her memories after 6 were blurry. She looked in a mirror and roughly knew what she looked like as a child. The girl in her dream looked a little like her, but not exactly. She checked her pulse and found no poison. That made her even more confused. So, she decided to test her father. But from his reaction, it was clear something was wrong. Jiang Xiangchuan's face turned very pale. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. You. How could you dream about this? Yes, Dad. I also find it strange. I dreamed that the little girl lived in a big mansion, and there was a banner with General Wei's name hanging there. Clatter. The umbrella handle in Jiang Xiangchuan's hand suddenly dropped to the ground. His hands trembled. Jiang Xi Luo asked, Dad, what's wrong?
I'm fine.
At that moment, Jiang Xiangchuan's mind was in chaos. But when he picked up the umbrella, he quickly calmed down. Xi Luo, it's just a dream. Don't think too much about it. Seeing her father's quick change in expression, Jiang Xi Luo thought to herself that her father must not be an ordinary person. His reaction, especially how quickly he composed himself, was something most people couldn't do. At first, she didn't think much of it. But her father's reaction made her realize that the little girl from the Wei mansion might be connected to her somehow. Otherwise, she wouldn't dream about things from the Wei family in the past. It's important to note that the Wei family no longer has anyone living there. The Wei family was wiped out and executed about 8 or 9 years ago. It seems she needs to investigate the Wei family's affairs. However, in Yun Kingdom, matters related to the Wei family seem to be taboo, so she can only look into it secretly. Maybe she should ask Cui Hejin. Just then, she heard her mother and younger siblings' voices at the door. Mother painted beautiful flowers, so our umbrellas sell very well. It's because our umbrellas are 20 coins cheaper than others. Mrs. Yi took her children and daughters to the market stall. They sold all the umbrellas and also sold some scallion pancakes. Overall, they earned about 2 taels of silver from the trip. Not only was Mrs. Yi happy, but Jiang Yunshu, Jiang Yunhua, Jiang Yunzheng, and Jiang Yunmian were also very pleased. The family quietly talked on the way home, but as they neared the house, they couldn't help but start chatting. As soon as they entered, they saw Jiang Xi Luo, and all gathered around happily. Mrs. Yi looked at her daughter, feeling both proud and emotional. It was thanks to her daughter's skills that their family was now able to run a proper business. Even during hard times, skilled artisans wouldn't starve. With their skills, they could always find food. Jiang Yunshu and the others cheered happily, calling her older sister. They gathered around Jiang Xi Luo, talking excitedly. Older sister, the umbrellas you taught Dad to make are really good. Now we can help him make umbrellas too. Yes. Not only does our family have umbrellas now, but we can also sell them at the market. Older sister, you don't know. We don't even need to shout. Just put the umbrellas on the stall, and people come to ask about the prices. We sold all 6 umbrellas in the morning. Older sister, today someone praised Sanjia for being pretty, said Jiang Yunmian. Jiang Yunhua felt a little shy and lowered her head, but her lips curved into a smile, clearly happy. This was the first time she had received such a compliment. Jiang Yunhua said, I was just thinking of helping Mom at the market today. I was worried that applying medicine might scare people, so I didn't put any on. Jiang Zhilu looked at Jiang Yunhua's face and felt that her scars had faded a lot. Now, if you looked closely, you couldn't see the scars clearly. They used to look shocking, but now they are hardly noticeable. Moreover, thanks to good medicine made with rare ingredients, special abilities, and spiritual spring water, Jiang Yunhua's face also became more beautiful and fair. Her skin turned whiter and smoother. Jiang Zhilu said, Third sister really looks good. From now on, third sister should walk with her head held high, and not look down. After a month of applying medicine, third sister's face will be completely healed. Jang Xi Luo had prepared enough medicine for 2 months, enough for Jian Yun to use. Jian Yun's eyes brightened, and she nodded seriously. Thank you, older sister. Jang Xi Luo was about to touch her hair when she suddenly noticed that her third sister had grown quite a bit taller. It seemed her body was stretching. You are my sister. No need to be polite with me. It must be said that in her third sister's small face, her delicate features, fair skin, and natural beauty made her look like a young beauty. Her gentle and kind personality was especially charming. Looking at her, people naturally felt fond of her. Mrs. Yi asked, Xi Luo, have you eaten? What would you like to eat? Mother will cook for you. Jang Xi Luo replied, Mother, you don't need to trouble yourself. I already had lunch before coming. I brought some surgical tools and I plan to operate on Dad's foot. Everyone had seen the changes on Jiang Yun's face, which made them trust Jang Xi Luo's medical skills even more. Mrs. Yi and the others went to the market with a stall, bringing steamed buns. Although the buns were cold by noon, they still helped fill their stomachs. Xian, did you and your father have lunch? Xian said seriously, Mother, I ate 1 bun and Dad ate 2. Early in the morning, Mrs. Yi had prepared breakfast and kept the buns warm in a pot. At noon, Xian heated the pot with firewood until it boiled, so they could eat hot buns. Although he didn't know how to cook, the 5-year-old boy was very sensible and knew how to light a fire to warm food. Mrs. Yi didn't take Xian to the market because it was too noisy. Since he was still young, she thought it was safer for him to stay at home. Taking Jang Yun and the others to set up the stall was also to let them help. Mrs. Yi happily told Jang Xi Luo, Your father made umbrellas, and we sell them for 290 coins each. Business is pretty good. We've already sold out. Plus, I made some scallion pancakes and we earned 2 taels of silver in total. Now, I have saved more than 10 taels of silver. We also bought some grains to store at home. Mrs. Yi pulled Jang Xi Luo into the house, chattering as she shared these things. With her parents' life improving, Jang Xi Luo was also happy. By the way, Mother, I no longer make marinated foods because I'm too busy. If you want to do that business, I can teach you the method. Mrs. Yi said, Xi Luo, we're not greedy. If you teach us these skills, our family will have enough to eat, wear, and use. Mrs. Yi felt a bit shy about asking for her daughter's secret recipes again. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, Then we'll wait until my younger brothers and sisters are a bit older. By then, they should also learn a skill, or maybe open a shop. Jang Xi Luo thought about opening a marinated food or roast duck shop. But opening a shop requires money to rent or buy a storefront. We can't just let the younger siblings work in the fields with their parents. It's better for them to learn some skills and start small businesses. If the family has land and food, life will be easier. Anyway, she still has many ideas in her mind, and she can use them when the time comes. Jang Xi Luo talked with her mother for a while, then asked her father to go inside. Fortunately, the sunlight was good now, so everything was clear. Jang Xi Luo asked Jang Yun and Jang Yun to help inside the house. She prepared everything carefully. First, she boiled medicine for her father to drink. After he fell asleep, she did acupuncture and then prepared for surgery. More than an hour later, Jang Xi Luo came out of the house. Yishir looked at her nervously, not knowing how it went. Jang Xi Luo said, Mother, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. I fixed Dad's foot. He needs to rest well for a month. After the splint is removed, he can start walking normally. Yishir's eyes turned red. So, your father's foot can really get better. Jang Xi Luo nodded. Yes, it can. Yishir held Jang Xi Luo's hand and looked at her with a strange expression, as if she was seeing someone she used to know. Jang Xi Luo looked at her mother's face and felt that she was somehow looking through her at someone else. Mother? Yishir suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, quickly lowered her head to hide her feelings. I was just too excited. That's good, that's good. Jang Xi Luo gave some more instructions, and everyone remembered them. Jang Yun and Jang Yun came out of the room, both looking shocked and amazed. Especially Jang Yun, her eyes bright. She thought her older sister was really amazing. She also wanted to learn medicine from her sister, but she wasn't sure if she could. After hesitating, Jang Yun didn't dare to speak. Because of her scar and her delicate nature, she knew her sister was different from them. Their parents treated her sister very well. Whatever was in the house, they prioritized her sister first. Their parents also didn't want her sister to do any chores. If her sister wanted to help with anything, her mother looked very nervous, worried she might fall, bump, or get tired. Sometimes, when her sister said something, her parents would listen to her. It was as if her sister was the head of the family. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. But she wouldn't be jealous because her parents always told them that she was their older sister and they should protect and be kind to her. Jang Xi Luo naturally didn't know what her third sister was thinking. She only felt that her father's foot surgery was very successful, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In about a month, her father's foot should be fully healed. Once her father's foot is better, he can do many things again. As for her parents, she didn't need to worry too much. Jang Xi Luo stayed in Xing Mountain Village until evening, then returned home. But when she thought about asking about the Wei family, she noticed her father's reaction. The color on his face changed. That night, after washing up and getting ready for bed, Jang Xi Luo lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. She was lost in thought. After a long while, Cui Hejin looked at her turning over and softly asked, "Can't sleep?" Jang Xi Luo was surprised and turned her head to look at him. "You haven't slept either?" She thought Cui Hejin had already fallen asleep. Cui Hejin slightly sat up and looked at Jang Xi Luo seriously. "Luo, do you have something on your mind?" Jang Xi Luo also sat up and said, "You can tell?" She really couldn't sleep because she was thinking about something. She whispered softly, not daring to turn over too much, afraid of waking Cui Hejin. But unexpectedly, he wasn't asleep either. Jang Xi Luo nodded and said, "You mentioned the Wei family before. I've been thinking about it recently." She didn't beat around the bush when talking to Cui Hejin, but directly brought up the Wei family because she trusted him. The surname Wei is taboo in Yun Kingdom. Even ordinary people dare not mention it. But he knew that Xi Luo was not an ordinary girl. She never cared about worldly rules and customs. That happened in the capital city, and it was many years ago. Jang Xi Luo nodded and focused. "Can you tell me about the Wei family?" Cui Hejin agreed without hesitation.
Sure.
"As long as you want to know, I will tell you. The ancestors of the Wei family fought bravely and made great contributions. After the emperor ascended the throne, the Wei family ancestors were made generals. The Wei family is most famous for a set of spear techniques called the Wei family spear. Most people can't master the Wei family spear. Only those with special bloodlines in the Wei family can fully unleash its power. Although the Wei family is a martial family, their rules are strict. Marriages are not based on family background, only on character. The family members must be united and internal conflicts are not allowed. And the Wei family children started practicing martial arts at age 3, and by 6, they went to military training. However, not everyone in the Wei family was a martial genius or had a talent for military affairs. The family's inheritance was passed from father to son, regardless of whether they were the main or secondary heirs, focusing only on their ability to lead troops and fight in wars. But among the Wei family's sons, only the legitimate heirs are considered. General Wei was a man of loyalty and strong feelings. He had only one wife, the old lady Wei, and he did not take concubines. He had 3 sons, 5 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. All 5 of Wei's sons were skilled in martial arts, but the smartest was the 6th daughter. General Wei once said that if she were a boy, the family business would definitely be passed down to her. Cui Hejin briefly explained the basic situation of the Wei family to Jang Xi Luo. Jang Xi Luo's expression changed. "So, this 6th daughter of the Wei family is very favored?"
Cui Hejin nodded.
"Yes, very favored. The older and younger members of the Wei family all spoil her, not to mention her 5 brothers. They love their sister even more. Wei's 3rd son is talented both in literature and martial arts. I heard he often talks about his sister, which makes many people at the Imperial Academy envy him. He even goes home saying he wants his sister. Thinking of that scene, Jang Xi Luo couldn't help but smile. She thought he might be a proud brother who shows off his sister. But then, thinking about how the Wei family members all died, a heavy pain and a feeling of suffocation filled Jang Xi Luo's chest. She asked softly. The officials said General Wei betrayed the country. Could he really be a traitor? Even though she knew nothing about the Wei family now, she couldn't believe that was possible. Cui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo and told the truth without hesitation. No, he wouldn't. The Wei family is loyal and patriotic. People like that wouldn't betray the country. Jang Xi Luo murmured, but they still carried that shameful name when they died. After a pause, she sneered. It's just because they were too powerful and the emperor wanted to kill them. It's true. Mercy is rare for a traitor. Cui Hejin's whole body trembled. He didn't expect his little wife to see through everything and speak so clearly. It was truly shocking. The saying when the fox is dead, the dogs are cooked is really true. Cui Hejin looked at Jang Xi Luo in surprise. She had a clever mind. The court accused General Wei of treason, and many common people believed it. Some even cursed the Wei family behind their backs. Most people couldn't see the truth. They only believed what the court announced. Cui Hejin gently touched Jang Xi Luo's hair and said, "All right, don't overthink. Go to sleep first." Jang Xi Luo nodded and lay down again. It was getting late, and soon after she fell asleep, Jang Xi Luo had a dream. Hearing her light breathing, Cui Hejin felt relieved once she was deeply asleep. He gently covered Jang Xi Luo with a blanket and tucked in the corners. Although it was already mid-May, the nights were still cold, and Cui Hejin was worried she might catch a cold. Jang Xi Luo was unaware of everything and showed no reaction while sleeping. After she fell asleep, she returned to the Wei residence in her dream. She came back to the little girl's side. The girl was only a few months old now, and 5 young boys surrounded her in the room. They were all fighting to hold the little girl. "I want to hold my sister. I'll hold her, I want to hold her. I promised I'd hold her longer this time. I'm the eldest brother, I'll go first. She's so cute and pretty. Of course, she's the best. I bought lots of toys for her to play with. I bought a hair ribbon for her, and my mother will braid her hair. That's nothing. I've learned how to braid hair. I can do it for her. How can you? With your rough hands, you might hurt her hair. Exactly, I want to take her out to play. The riverbank is so beautiful today, with many boats. Call me brother. First, call me second brother. No, call me big brother first. I will love her the most in the future. She should call me fifth brother first. I love her the most." The 5 boys started arguing. Later, they decided to go to the yard to practice martial arts to see who was the best. But since the girl was only a few months old, they couldn't let her get cold. The 5 boys hurriedly helped her put on a coat, socks, a hat, and wrapped her up warmly. The little girl's eyes were big and bright. She looked at her 5 brothers and smiled sweetly. Seeing her smile, the boys felt even happier. They dressed her carefully, moved a chair to the yard, and gently placed her on it, so she could watch them practice martial arts. The little girl blinked her big eyes curiously, watching with interest. The 5 boys showed off their skills, competing lightly. It was just a friendly contest. Since they were different ages, it was more about fun than serious competition. Even so, Jang Xi Luo looked on in amazement. Jang Xi Luo could tell that, although they were still young, they had solid basic skills. Their shooting was powerful and full of energy. Even the little girl, lying on the lounge chair, blinked her big eyes and watched. Looking at the little girl's expression, Jang Xi Luo felt she seemed to understand everything and could read their actions. But it was strange. Could a 7 or 8-month-old girl really understand everything? After sparring, the 5th son of the Wei family put away his spear and hurried over to see his sister. Ha ha! The little girl reached out to hug him and giggled happily. This made the 5 boys very happy. The oldest boy looked about 10 years old. He was calm and steady, and he was also quite handsome. He picked up the little girl and smiled, saying, "My sister smiled at me." My sister smiled. Seeing their sister smile, Each of them showed a happy smile. When the little girl was about 1 year old and started to learn to walk, her 5 brothers would coax her and carefully protect her as she practiced. Even though the Wei family's 5 boys were busy every day, they always found time to visit the little girl. The girl loved eating crystal dumplings from Hu's, but those dumplings were on the far west side of the outer city, and it took over an hour to go there and back. Still, no matter how far, if she liked something, her brothers would rush to buy it for her. They saw all the fun and tasty things outside and thought of their sister. When the girl was just learning to walk and accidentally fell, she didn't cry. Her brothers, upon hearing, had red eyes. After class, they hurried to see her and comfort her. Does sister hurt? Is sister okay? Did she fall badly? It's okay, it's okay. Today is the Lantern Festival, and there are many lanterns by the river. Let's take sister out to play. Not only did the 5 Wei brothers love their little sister, but everyone in the Wei family adore her. Although the old lady initially kept to her prayers and didn't interfere much, when she saw her granddaughter, she wished she could give her all the best things. She even prepared her treasured silver and precious jewelry, placing them in a box. She often told the maid nearby, "These are all for Tuan Tuan. When Tuan Tuan grows up and gets married, these will be her dowry." Yes, the little girl's nickname was Tuan Tuan. When the little girl was just over 1 year old, she showed her intelligence and cleverness. Whenever she was taught new words, she would remember them easily, read books, and memorize quickly enough to recite them. Her mother, Lady Wei San, thought carefully and then began to teach her more words and how to read. Lady Wei San was from a merchant family and was not from a noble background. However, she was good at managing things, and she made sure her daughter wore the best clothes and accessories. Because of this, Lady Wei San was often busy. But when she was busy, her older brother from the Wei family would take the time to teach her how to read and write. He was very patient and gentle when teaching her. He noticed that his sister was very curious about the outside world, so he would tell her stories about it. Having traveled with their father to the border regions, he knew many interesting stories, which he loved to share with his sister. The little girl always listened with great interest. The second brother, Wei Erlang, was the best at chess among the brothers, so he usually taught her how to play. He found her very smart and quick to learn chess. Seeing how clever she was, he proudly said, "My sister is the smartest and most talented." Compared to playing with swords and weapons, the third brother, Wei Sanlang, loved reading the most. He thought it would be good to take the imperial exams and become a scholar official in the future. So, Wei Sanlang was sent to study at the Imperial Academy. But even at the academy, the person he talked about the most was his sister. "My sister is the most beautiful. You don't have a sister, so you don't understand how it feels to have one. My sister is not only beautiful, but also very clever. Your chess skills are no match for her. My sister is very sensible and caring. I just hope I can go home during the holidays to see her. My sister is the best in the world." At the Imperial Academy, Wei Sanlang acted like a proud brother obsessed with his sister. The 4th and 5th brothers loved their sister even more. They liked to read folk stories and customs, and they collected such books for her. Sometimes, when they couldn't buy certain books, they copied them by hand and brought them to her. They always put their sister first when it came to good things and delicious food. The 5 brothers secretly agreed that they would work hard to practice martial arts and study, all to protect their sister and ensure she grew up happily and without worries. Even General Wei and the 3 masters of the Wei family couldn't help but sigh. These little brats have finally learned to work hard now that they have a sister. That's right. Before, when they were practicing martial arts and studying, they would slack off whenever they could. Now, even without being whipped, they don't slack off. They're starting to act like grown-ups. It's good that they understand the importance of effort. However, Tuan Tuan surprisingly can recognize many different weapons. Second brother is best at swordsmanship. This child is very clever. We must protect her well. This kind of pampering makes people worry, fearing the little girl might become spoiled and unruly. But no, the girl is smart, sensible, and very caring towards her brothers. Big brother, don't stay up so late. Third brother, you shouldn't skip breakfast. Second brother, since you're good at swordsmanship, you can practice with swords. Fourth brother, have some late-night snacks. Fifth brother, this calming incense can help you sleep better. The siblings share a very close bond. Jang Xi Luo watched this scene in her sleep, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She could see that everyone in the Wei family was very united. But each person has their own personality. Yet, whenever Jang Xi Luo thought about the Wei family members and how they all eventually died, an indescribable pain filled her heart. It was like needles stabbing her chest densely. Later, Jang Xi Luo didn't know how the Wei family was accused of treason and rebellion. That night, Jang Xi Luo dreamt about everything related to the Wei family. She found it strange, but she had a faint feeling that somehow she was connected to the Wei family. The next morning, Jang Xi Luo woke up to the sound of rain. The rain was heavy, pounding loudly against the window panes. It's raining. Looks like we can't go to the town to sell things today. However, since the family had some ingredients, Jang Xi Luo could make more chili meat sauce at home and wait for the rain to stop before going to sell it. When Jang Xi Luo got up, Cui Hejin was already awake. He had helped Lady Cui prepare breakfast. Jang Xi Luo usually wakes up early, perhaps because last night's warm scenes of the Wei family made her feel cozy and reluctant to wake up. Lady Cui was holding an umbrella, looking outside, and sighed to Cui Hejin, "Now we have umbrellas too. We're not afraid of rain anymore." Although earlier, Jang Xi Luo's father had made 3 raincoats, so they could wear them on rainy days to stay dry. Wearing and taking off the raincoat is troublesome, so it's better for going out in the rain. An umbrella is more convenient. Just open it when you go to the yard.